Audio Reading presents A New Chance at Life, a Pokemon fanfiction by Arceus Master. Part 1 of 3. Chapter 1: A New Chance at Life. The oceanic city of Alto Mare was a truly gorgeous architectural wonder of both old and modern human society. The city was erected right in the middle of the seas southwest of the Johto region, located several miles out from the region's coastline. Despite its unusual location, the city of Alto Mare was fairly large, easily spanning across several square miles. Seen from a distance, the city lacked any exceptionally tall buildings. Nearly all of the structures were only 2 to 5 stories tall at maximum, with only a few exceptions for notable landmarks. The city had an amazing and complex infrastructure of water canals that served as the main streets and roads, with gondolas and boats of many traditional and modern designs being a common sight on them, as they were the primary means of transportation throughout the ocean-bound metropolis. Alto Mare was marvelous to the eye for both tourists and visitors alike, as it sported many great attractions all around, from lush and lively parks to historically outstanding museums, designed and built with an exquisite antique-looking style that was based predominantly on stone and at the same time possessing many trees and plant life to ornament it. The ocean city of Alto Mare was a true beauty of the sea. Its wondrous visual appeal was greatly complemented with a fascinating series of events and folklore surrounding its origins and founding. Dating back for at least over 100 years, they were dazzling myths that spoke of legendary Pokemon and dark events. Alto Mare was heavily rumored to be the home to a pair of majestic legendary Pokemon. They served as one of the city's greatest mysteries and sources of attraction, both from touristic and historical points of view. For dozens of years, hundreds upon hundreds of Pokemon trainers, explorers, poachers, scientists, and researchers alike had tried to find the 2 rumored guardian legends, but all of them had failed, their efforts completely in vain. The lack of sightings of the rumored Pokemon made a few skeptical people doubt they even existed, regarding them as mere myths or tales of the elder generation. Despite skepticism, most of the city's population deeply believed in them, and paid great respect and almost religious worship to the 2 guardian deities. The main plaza of Alto Mare, in which the biggest and most predominant museum stood, had 2 huge pillars of stone with the statues of the 2 legendaries adorning the top. They were the 2 Ian Pokemon, the legendary dragons Latios and Latios. Around the rest of the city, countless artworks of them could be seen ornamenting many things: buildings, boats, statues, stained glass windows, murals, neatly trimmed bushes, and much more. The city's inhabitants believed in them as guardians and divine protectors that brought peace and prosperity to the oceanic city. The truth was that the grand majority who believed in them were right. For Latios and Latios did exist, and together, the 2 young dragon guardians had worked dutifully in protecting the city they called their home ever since their birth over 100 years ago. Protecting the city itself was just half of the 2's responsibilities. The dragon twins also had to protect what was essentially the living heart of Alto Mare, its ultimate treasure. It was a very valuable and powerful jewel known as the Soul Dew, its name coming from the fact that the spherical crystal jewel housed the soul and power of a legendary Pokemon inside of it. The spirit contained within the orb was none other than the first Latios, the father of the 2 current guardians. The Soul Dew's power kept all the water in the vicinity in place, as well as maintaining the ocean's calming and protective aura over the city. The night of the present day in Alto Mare was normal to nearly everyone in the city, quiet and peaceful, almost deceitfully uneventful. However, it was not a calm night for the city's revered guardians and their few human friends. For what had started like a wonderful day had quickly changed to a living nightmare. Earlier that day, the Dragon Twins had met a human boy at the annual tour of Alto Mare Water Chariot Race. The boy was a young, cheerful, innocent, and enthusiastic 11-year-old Pokemon trainer named Ash Ketchum. While Latios had a distasteful first meeting with him and took a while to warm up to the kid, Latios had taken an instant liking to him. After a joyful day of games and fun, the dark of the night accompanied the horrendous nightmare that struck the 2 young guardians and the unaware city. 2 vile agents of the international criminal organization known as Team Rocket had somehow managed to find their way into the secret garden, a lively and extensive garden, hidden inside the city that Latios and Latias had always called their personal safe haven. The secret garden was protected by powerful, almost magical illusions that helped conceal and protect the lush paradise from the prying eyes of humanity. However, through their technology and skills in the arts of espionage, the two skilled criminals named Annie and Oakley had succeeded in finding their way into it and defeated the young twins in a battle. Latias had barely managed to escape the fight thanks to the brave and selfless efforts of her brother. But with the dragon twins defeated, there was nothing stopping the women from kidnapping Latios and stealing the soldu from its pedestal. With both of their captures firmly secured, Annie and Oakley had set out towards the city's main plaza, where the central museum was located, and used the soldu along with Latios to start an ancient machine that resided inside the museum. The machine in question was a powerful last resort weapon to protect Alto Mare from danger. Known as the defense mechanism of Alto Mare, often abbreviated to DMA. With the machine's power, Oakley had quickly seized control of Alto Mare. However, Ash, his partner Pikachu, and Latias made sure it was brief, as they made a brave attack on the museum to stop the two thieves from abusing the power of the DMA. With their combined efforts, they were able to stop Oakley and the raging ancient machine by retrieving Latios from it, thus cutting out the machine's main power source and causing it to forcefully shut down. The victory was short-lived as Annie's greed spelled their doom when she touched the weakened soldu to try and retrieve it so she could keep it for herself. The end result had been catastrophic. The soldu had exploded violently, shattering the glass into dozens of pieces. Soon afterwards, a cataclysmic and seemingly unstoppable event had been set forth. Without the soldu keeping the ocean bound to Alto Mare, the water had retreated from the city for the first time in 100 years and disappeared well beyond the horizon. Now it was coming back in the form of a gigantic tsunami easily several hundred feet tall. All of the Pokemon and humans involved, with the exception of the two Team Rocket women, as they were trapped within the DMA's control chamber, watched in horror as the roaring wave approached the city. "Oh, no," Lorenzo whispered fearfully, voice trembling as he watched the mass of water rapidly coming closer. "The water, it's coming back." He was frozen in place except for trembles of fear. Bianca shook her head slightly in disbelief, taking a couple of steps backwards from sheer horror. "No, this can't be," she whimpered in grief, her mind refusing to accept the reality that the wave would surely kill everyone present in the city, including her. Lorenzo pulled his granddaughter closer to him, wrapping an arm around her in support and comfort. Latios and Latias watched the oncoming tidal wave with wide, fearful eyes. Both psychic dragons were floating around the museum's tallest ornamental tower. Latias glanced at Latios, her form quivering. What do we do?" she shakily asked him. With the situation and the panic overwhelming her, she fell back on him for support. The weakened Latios didn't look at her, instead he remained focused on the incoming wave. His mind raced to find a way they could stop the wave and save their home from being destroyed. For now, the shattered soldu was not his main worry. He began to say in a low, insecure tone. However, he was interrupted by an involuntary wince and his levitation faltering slightly. Latias let out a short gasp. "Latios, are you okay?" she cried out in concern as she glanced at him. She could clearly see that he was still very weak from the damage the battle with Annie and Oakley plus the DMA had inflicted on him. Patches of burned feathers and painful scrapes tarnished his once pristine blue and gray feathers. "I'm fine," Latios responded faintly, doing his best to correct his levitation and be strong. He refused to display weakness in such a dire situation, in front of his sister. He glanced at the wave one last time, and then his eyes widened in fear. "Latias," he shouted as he glanced at his sister. "Come on, we have to do something. Let's go." Without saying anything else, the two dragons darted off and headed towards the wave. The humans gasped when they saw the two dragons rapidly fly overhead, passing them quickly in the direction of the incoming tsunami. "Latias," Ash shouted. "Latios," Bianca cried out after him, concerned for her dragon friend. However, neither dragon stopped at the humans' calls or seemed to acknowledge them. They both kept charging towards the tsunami as if the humans' shouts had fallen on deaf ears. As the two distressed Ian dragons flew towards the tidal wave, intent on saving their hometown and their friends from destruction, they felt something happen. Very deep within them, as deep as their very souls, something they had no knowledge of, or knew how to describe or even begin to comprehend was happening. It was as if the intense emotional anguish the twins were experiencing from the current life-threatening situation had snapped something in them. Driven by their need to save their friends and home, strength they didn't know they had in them suddenly burned intensely inside the two dragons. They felt strong and powerful, making the task of taking down the wave suddenly less daunting. With new determination shining in the two's eyes, both dragons sped up in their flight towards the devastating wall of water. Laisha's and Laishio's eyes began to dimly glow as the power they felt began surging through them. The glow in their eyes seemed to start spreading across the entirety of their bodies, glowing brighter and brighter until a prominent blazing shine emanating from the pair of dragons illuminated the dark night. Laisha's and Laishio's turned into two shining projectiles of the purest and brightest light, soaring with full determination to oppose the wave. The mighty gleam encasing the two dragons exploded outwards, uniting both of them into a single massive sphere of blazing power and ethereal white light, fueled by their desire to protect everything they loved and cherished. The sphere of tremendous energy crashed into the wave, disappearing within the vast wall of water. For a couple of anguished seconds it looked as if nothing had happened. But then, a tiny glow seemed to start resonating inside the dark and murky water. Without warning, a single blast of light surged from the tsunami as the sphere of energy Laisha's and Laishio's had generated expanded, growing in size to the point it became taller than the raging tidal wave itself. The tsunami was cleanly split in half by the two psychic. With the wave's balance split, the entire thing began to collapse and crash downwards, as the wave was reduced to nothing but a small surge by the two dragon legendaries. A large sphere of majestic light was left floating in place, almost as if it was an artificial sun floating above the gradually advancing ocean. The humans watched in pure shock and awe, not knowing what had just unfolded before them. They silently gazed at the alluring sphere of light in the distance, which before their very eyes began to expand into a massive pillar of imposing light that reached upwards past the vast heavens. At least, the danger was gone. The tidal wave was no more. Laisha's was feeling dizzy, very dizzy. It was as if her world was spinning around at impossible speeds and nothing made sense. To the young dragoness, everything had gone by too fast for her to take account of the facts in complete detail. One moment she was flying towards the wave, waiting for her brother to tell her what they were going to do about it. Then something she couldn't even begin to explain happened to her, and suddenly the wave had been taken down and she was feeling dizzy. Everything was filled with blanks and holes, making Laisha's feel as if she had lost consciousness for a few minutes. The red dragoness slowly opened her amber-colored eyes and then squinted them a little to adjust to the blazing light she found herself completely surrounded in. Where am I? Laisha's wondered to herself as she looked around, visually exploring the vast whiteness that enveloped her. Laisha's tilted her head in confusion at the familiar sense she felt, realizing that it must have been the same power she and Laishio's had used to take down the deadly tidal wave before it reached the city. Oddly, she felt strangely lively when inside the column of light, as if the shining power around her was made of the purest love and life. It made her feel good, happy, as if everything was all right and there was nothing to worry about. She closed her eyes for a few seconds as memories of what she had just done began to fill her mind in greater detail. Her eyes suddenly snapped open and she began to look around rapidly, desperately looking for her dear brother. She felt relieved when she saw him, only to gasp loudly when she saw his condition. Laishio's was completely transparent, nothing but a faintly glowing bluish outline that was slowly fading away. She felt her eyes tear up as she realized what was happening. Her beloved brother was about to die. Laisha's sobbed, shaking her head a couple times. Why? Her voice was pained as she begged for an answer. I was already weak, Laishio's replied with a sad but gentle voice. He sounded strange, his voice echoing oddly, as if the sound was coming from all around them instead of coming from his mouth. The power to take down the wave was going to kill one of us. I'd never let it be you. Even weak, I decided to take the extra load needed. Lacius felt her heart breaking at the thought of losing the only real family she had ever had in her life. But, Lacios, what will I do? I can't keep on without you. I don't want to be alone. You can't leave, Lacius protested, tears finally running down her cheeks. Never had she thought such a thing could ever happen. She had never entertained the possibility of losing her brother or what she would do afterwards. Now she was watching it unfold in front of her. If Lacios had a corporeal body, he too would have been on the verge of tears. The idea of leaving his sister alone was agonizing, but it had to happen. He slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do, Lacius. I'm slowly losing what little life I have left in me. It's over. You'll have to go on. The dying dragon gave her a wavering smile. You have to be strong and keep going on your own. Lacius shook her head, not wanting to believe what was happening. Her mind was filled with over 100 years of memories of her and her brother, as vivid and clear as if they had all happened just yesterday. She thought of racing with Lacios through Alto Mare's seemingly endless canals, with the two of them making sharp turns while trying not to crash as they raced to outspeed each other. She thought of Lacios soothing her injuries whenever she was in pain, how he would always be there for her when it mattered the most. She thought of falling asleep each night cuddled up with her brother, knowing that he would always be there to protect her and that she was safe with him there. She thought of the times she did acts of gratitude for him, like her bringing him the exotic and rare hondu berry that she had managed to sneak out from the market as a present for him. These memories, and hundreds more, raced through her mind in a mere second as she gazed at her translucent brother. Every beat of her heart brought more pain as she watched Lacios fade more and more, leaving her behind as his power left him and he went further and further away from his connection to the world, to her. Never again would she be able to turn to him when she was hurt, scared, or in times of need. Never again would he be there to comfort her or cheer her on, to play with her. He was going to be gone forever. She was going to be alone from now on. No, Lacius shook her head, refusing to accept the harsh truth she was being subjected to. Lacios watched her sadly, having a very good idea of what was running through the distraught Lacia's mind. I'd wish for this not to happen, I really would. But it's happening. He lowered his gaze and extended a claw out to her. I know I've promised you many times in the past that I'll always be there for you. But I'm afraid that's one promise I just can't keep, Lacius. I'm sorry for failing you. I trust that you'll be able to take care of yourself. Please, keep going on. All I want is for you to be happy. Don't let my passing burden you forever. Be strong and continue. You have a long, long life ahead of you. Without you, Lacius stared at her brother's outstretched arm quietly and then gazed up at his face. She held back a sob, floating back slightly. No, you can't leave, she whispered, refusing to accept the cruel truth. Her mind now raced to find a way to reverse this. Lacios simply couldn't go. There has to be a way, the dragoness muttered softly. She felt a quiver run down her body as more tears stained her cheeks. Suddenly, everything froze for the young dragoness. Like when she had been charging towards the wave, she felt something snap within her, as if something large inside her had awakened to life. We're legendary Pokémon. There's got to be something we can do about this. Lacius cried out determinedly. It can't. It won't end like this. Lacios closed his eyes, his form becoming more and more translucent as the life force he had left continued to drain from him. No, Lacius, he began to speak. I'm not letting you go, Lacius said defiantly, interrupting her brother. The female Ian Pokemon's eyes and body began to let out a very faint and soft glow, akin to the one that had covered both Ian dragons when they had bravely tackled the wave. Her mind worked overtime, searching for ideas even faster than before. Everything that her brother and the few legendary Pokémon that she'd met up to that point had mentioned and taught her rushed across her mind in mere seconds. She knew that her brother had only a few instants left in this world. and whatever she decided might be her one and only chance to save him. "We can use someone's life force to fix yours," she suddenly blurted out. Lacius felt odd afterwards. She couldn't quite pinpoint where the idea came from, but it was there. However, even if she had little understanding for what she had said, a huge wave of soothing hope and faith rushed into the dragoness. She just knew, right there and then, that it could work, and that it would work. Lacio's slowly fading soul closed his eyes. "There's a chance that whoever does that might perish in my place, Lacius. That's simply not right." The dragon wasn't sure if he was supposed to feel relieved or further emotionally hurt. That Lacius was so adamant about not letting him pass on, it was clear she was not ready for an independent life without his guidance. "It'll work and you'll both be fine, you'll see," Lacius insisted, pure determination and love for her brother shining in her eyes. "And I know who can help us." With newfound power and resolve, the dragoness suddenly turned to the side and darted away. To the Ian dragoness it was as if pure instinct was driving her. She had the idea, she knew it was there. But she didn't know where it came from or how she had the determination and the power to execute it. It was as if the pain and sorrow that had been tearing her heart apart had given her something she had been missing. Lacia's speed was faster than it had ever been. Encased in a sphere of pure and holy light, the distance between where she and her brother had stopped the wave, and the museum was crossed in less than a second. It was so fast it would appear as if she had teleported. With this strength, she knew nothing was impossible, not even saving her beloved Latios. Ash, Misty, Brock, Togepi, Pikachu, Lorenzo, and Bianca let out a collective sigh of relief as the water returned to Alto Mare. This time in a gentle surge that did nothing more than flood a couple of sidewalks and rock some gondolas. The water began gently spreading out across the city, filling the canals of the city once more. The group that had watched the display were completely mesmerized by the large column of pure light that was visible in the far distance, splitting the night sky in half from its sheer size and radiant shine. "What is that?" Ash asked, gazing at the pillar of light stretching to the sky. "I don't know," Lorenzo answered. "I've never seen them do anything like this. It's so bright." "Neither have I," Bianca's eyes reflected concern. "Where are Lacias and Latios? I hope they're okay." Before anyone could say anything else, the almost eerie silence of the night was abruptly shattered by the arrival of Lacias. What sounded like a deafening crash echoed suddenly all around them as what felt like a very potent gust of wind suddenly buffeted everyone, pushing them back harshly to the museum's wall and stunning them. The still glowing Lacias looked at the group, rapidly singling Ash out. "Come with me," she said urgently, levitating over to Ash. She slipped her arms under him, picking him up. As soon as she had come, the Ian dragoness was off, turning and flying out a couple feet before disappearing in a flash from the sheer speed at which she flew away. "Latios, I'm back!" Lacias cried out as she suddenly burst into the pillar of light, letting go of Ash as she did so. She was immensely relieved that Latios was still where she had left him. To the dying dragon it had felt as if only a couple of seconds had passed. Ash gasped as his senses returned to him. The sudden stun from the boom had simply disappeared as if nothing had happened. "What happened?" he questioned, surprised, when he noticed that he was floating in the middle of an ample light which seemed to span vastly across his surroundings. No matter where he looked, all he could see was an infinite pure white extending in every direction. "Lacias!" He looked at the dragoness in confusion. Lacias looked at Ash, locking eyes with him. For a second the human was taken aback at the fact that the Ian Pokemon's cheeks were covered in very clear tear tracks. Her arms darted forward, taking Ash's hands into her own. "Ash, you need to help me with something. Urgently." Latios used up nearly all his life and power stopping the wave. "He's dying because of it," Lacias exclaimed direly. For a second the Pokemon trainer stared at Lacias, surprised and at the same time shocked. Surprised because he had understood every word she had said perfectly, and shocked at what she had said. "I understood you." He paused, realizing there was something much more important at hand. "Wait, no, what about Latios?" Here, Latios said in a very faint and weak astral voice. Ash turned around and gasped when saw the translucent dragon. Latios, Ash stuttered in a quiet voice as he gazed at the dying legend. Memories of the Celebi he had met and befriended several months ago in the forest surrounding Arborville as it lay dying, cradled in his arms, flashed through Ash's mind, and he desperately hoped there would be a way to save this legendary Pokémon too, as there had been with Celebi. What do I need to do to help him? He asked, uncertain. Latios, she plans to use your life force to stop mine from dying, but Latios began to explain weakly, now barely being able to speak fluently as his time edged closer and closer to its end. Yes, that's what I want to do, Latios interrupted adamantly, worried at how weak her brother looked. Don't worry, Ash, I'll do everything. You just need to lend a bit of your life force so we can stop Latios from dying, that's all he needs. He'll heal afterwards on his own. She smiled at him. You'll be fine, Ash, I promise. The human nodded, unsure of what to say, but he found himself placing his trust in Latios all the same. If she believed that he could help save Latios' life by complying with whatever her plan entailed, then Ash would do it. And if any consequences arose from it, well, he would deal with them, whatever they may be. Latios gazed at Latios in concern. You sure? He questioned quietly. Latios locked eyes with her brother confidently. I'm completely positive. Let's hurry before it's too late. The red dragoness let go of one of Ash's hands and darted forward, grasping Latios' clawed hand and interlocking her claws with his. The instant the two dragons' claws interlocked, the three of them gasped as they were united and fell completely still. The shine that had constantly been emitted by Latios the whole time seemed to suddenly blast upwards, enveloping the three of them in a bright red sphere of light. Ash winced as a very strange tugging sensation began to overpower his senses. It felt as if something was being pulled out of him, something he had no idea how to even begin describing. As the seconds went by, he began to feel lethargic and drowsy. The trainer's eyes were now fighting a losing battle to stay open as the sensation became even more and more overpowering. Latios was surprised as the fresh vitality invaded his dying self, instantly spreading across him and filling him with brimming life. He was surprised that a human was capable of holding so much life force within him. Along with Latios' power, it began to slowly restore him. Latios felt heavy as he found himself become more solid. It was as if his body was miraculously regenerating out of the blinding lights. It's working, he whispered, and to his further surprise he found his voice had sounded more physical and less spiritual. The power around them began to swirl, emitting a buzzing hum as it did so. Latios let out a frightened cry as the power suddenly pushed her back, separating her from Latios and Ash and putting her outside the sphere. As she was pushed back, the glow that had been around her ever since she had felt the resolve to save her brother disappeared, leaving her in a normal condition. She let out a drawn-out moan as an intense wave of exhaustion descended upon her body. She looked up at her brother and Ash, worried. The sight that greeted her was the best thing she could have ever hoped to see. After such a long and anguished night, it was a sight that brought pure joy to her. Her dear brother was there, alive. His body held no trance of translucence. Now it was as solid and corporeal as her own or Ash's. The two were still floating in place, however, the glow surrounding them was fluctuating between both of them. And not just from Ash to the dragon, as if it was sharing something between them. Slowly, it began to recede, going from a bright and imposing radiance to nothing but a dim spark. Seconds later, it completely disappeared. Latios? Latios asked tentatively as she flew a bit closer to her brother. Are you okay? She questioned, her voice impatient and hopeful. Latios said nothing in reply. He remained silent and still for several agonizingly long seconds with his eyes closed. After what seemed like an all-too-long eternity to the young red dragoness, the Ian dragon finally moved. It was a deeply awaited moment for her, the ultimate proof that he was in fact alive and well. Latios' slow and smooth change in his levitation from a vertical angled position to a completely horizontal body posture allowed him to glide under Ash easily, letting the now unconscious human rest on his back, bringing a wave of relief that washed over Lacius intensely, finally shoving away all the fears and pain the night had brought. He turned to face Lacius and slowly opened his blood-red eyes. "Yes, Lacius, I'm okay," he replied, his lips curling into a soft and loving smile. Lacius didn't recall when she had last felt so much pure happiness and joy to gaze into her brother's eyes and see his smile. She flew towards him, tackling him into a tight hug. "Lacius," she cried out, tears falling down her cheeks again. This time, tears of joy. Lacius responded by wrapping his arms around her and returning the affectionate hug. "Thank you," he said gratefully. "I have no idea how you pulled all that off, but you saved me." "I'll never let you go," she sobbed, her voice muffled from how she was pressing her face against his neck. "Never," she wept loudly, finally letting out all the pent-up emotions and pain the long night had brought. "And I'll make sure to keep my promise of always being there for you," Lacius said back lovingly, reaching down to nuzzle his trembling sister. "I'm sorry for not being strong enough to protect you or the Soldu from those thieves," he apologized guiltily. "You're always going to be my strong big brother," Lacius murmured, hugging him tighter. "No need to apologize for anything." The two dragons pressed tighter and remained joined in the warm and loving sibling embrace, simply enjoying the most precious thing in the world for them, each other. Both twins were startled when the column of light they had been inside the whole time suddenly exploded outwards, illuminating the night like an artificial sun as thousands upon thousands of streaks and sparks of light flew in every possible direction, errantly sailing across the sky. "I still can't believe we made all that," Lacius commented as he watched the display of lights. "All that power came from us." Lacius raised her head from where she had been emotionally crying against her brother's neck to glance up at the lights soaring across the darkness of the night sky. "We really did that," she murmured, her eyesight blurry from the tears. "We really took the wave down with that." For several moments, the sky above was set ablaze from all the fiery energy shooting in every direction. After several seconds of flight, all the light bolts seemed to flicker out of existence. But within the light display, it was then that Lacius noted something strange. "Huh?" Lacius questioned in confusion when he noted a particularly large cluster of lights begin to spiral over them, whirling at a pace so fast even his eyes had trouble following it, coalescing into a single almost Lacius-like shape. Suddenly, like a shooting star, the spiraling cluster of lights dashed in the direction of Alto Mare like a ray of light, heading straight towards the museum. Lacius gasped as he watched, confused, as the light flashed its way into the museum building before disappearing with a last blaze of light. Darkness filled the area once more as all the lights flickered out, giving way for the black night. "What was that?" Lacius asked. "I don't know," Lacius answered. "We need to head back to the museum. We still have the Soldu problem, which we need to think of a way to fix, and fast. I don't know what will happen if the Soldu remains broken for long." "Okay," Lacius said quietly, nodding once as she, despite not wanting to do so, parted from the hug with her brother. She looked at the unconscious Ash on her brother's back and smiled softly. "Thank you so much," she thought fondly. Lacius began to fly in the direction of Alto Mare, however. Before he could accelerate properly, the dragon gasped as his levitation faltered slightly. Lacius lost several feet of altitude before he could compose himself and regain his flight stability. Lacius rapidly flew to him, only to find herself also almost drop from the sky from pure fatigue. With the power that had been surrounding them gone, all their energy depleted, and the emotional roller coaster the night had brought being over, it was then that the twins realized just how exhausted, both physically and mentally, they were. Never before had they felt so tired and beat. Lacius panted heavily. "I'm going to be surprised if we have enough strength left to make it to the city," he mumbled tiredly, before starting to fly to the city at a more sedate pace. "Why do I feel so tired?" Lacius asked, her eyes almost falling shut. Lacius looked back at the spot they had been, and then glanced at her. "I don't know, it's been a long night, Lacius. Let's get back home. We need to rest." The two dragons kept flying slowly towards the city, letting a comfortable silence fall on them. Latios glanced at Laches and was glad that she seemed to be doing much better in terms of remaining airborne than he was. "How did you do that?" he asked curiously. "Save me, I mean. How did you do all that? How did you know Ash would survive?" Laches looked at him and opened her mouth to answer, but then frowned and closed it. After several seconds, she shook her head. "I don't know. I have no idea. Everything happened so fast and I was so hurt that I don't know what came over me. I didn't want to lose you. It was as if the ideas just came to me. And I don't know why, but I just knew it'd all work." Laches smiled gently. "I just had hope. I had faith. Something in me told me that it would work, that I could save you. All I had to do was believe." She shook her head. "I don't think I'm making sense, but that's how I would put it." "That's interesting," Latios commented, tilting his head as he thought over what his sister was saying. Laches let out a long, drawn-out breath. "Yeah, honestly, I don't know where the strength to do all that or where the ideas of it came from. I simply don't know. They were just there. I just trusted my instincts." Laches looked forward, seeing the city coming closer and closer. "Almost there." "We can do it, Laches," Latios said encouragingly. "Just a bit more," he panted. Never in all his life had the Ian Pokemon felt so tired. "Muster all your strength, Laches. It's just the soul dew. That's all we need to do to make this ordeal be over once and for all." "Just that. We can do it, Laches." Laches nodded once, glad to have her dear brother's support. Together, with moral support from each other, the twins very slowly continued the arduous flight to the museum. "What was that?" Misty asked, wincing slightly as she shook her head to try and clear the lingering headache. The very loud blast of sound that had accompanied Laches when she had arrived to take Ash away had left the entire group stunned and sore. It was only after several minutes of painful confusion and disorientation that they began to return to their senses. It looked like Laches, but she was glowing. It looked almost as if she was evolving. Brock frowned. "What do you to know of that?" he asked as he turned to look at Bianca and Lorenzo. "I have no clue, Brock," Lorenzo wheezed. "So much has happened tonight that has left me speechless." Laches, she was acting so strange, the power she was giving off, the way she looked. He shook his head. "I've never seen anything like it. Also, why did she kidnap Ash?" Brock wondered. He sighed unhappily when he looked at Pikachu, who was completely still as he looked out towards the ocean, clearly waiting for something that'd clue him in as to his best friend's well-being. Brock reached down and petted the electric-type Pokemon gently. Pikachu didn't react to Brock's touch at all. Instead, he just remained quiet and thoughtful as he gazed at the distance. "I hope he's okay." "I hope Laches and Latios are okay too," Bianca said, her shoulders slumping. "Also, what will happen to Alto Mare without a Soldew?" She twisted her head and sadly looked towards the museum's entrance. She cringed slightly at the sight of the restrained and locked DMA. She had always wondered whether the ancient machine's legendary potential was true or not. Now, the answer was crystal clear. The Soldew has been Alto Mare's heart for over a century. It's what's given this place life. Now it's gone. Lorenzo's gaze lowered, thoughtful. "I've never faced a situation like this. I'm sorry, everyone, but I'm overwhelmed. I know as much as you all do this time." The elderly man flinched when the most dreadful, but very realistic, possibility came to his mind. "I think there might be a good chance the water will retreat again. After all, it was the Soldew that kept it bound to Alto Mare in the first place. Even if Laches and Latios stop the tidal wave, the water will just leave again without the Soldew keeping it in place here. It'll be a never-ending cycle until the twins fail to stop a wave," and then Brock said, alarmed, "We need to warn the city or something." Bianca suddenly gasped loudly, her gaze completely fixed towards the inside of the museum. Everyone turned to look at her questioningly. I'm impossible," she stuttered, completely frozen in place. "What?" Lorenzo asked in concern, walking towards his granddaughter. He put a hand on her shoulder comfortingly. "Are you okay?" Bianca didn't answer her grandfather. Instead, she remained completely silent as she began to walk into the museum. Once Bianca had reached the base of the DMA, she crouched down. In front of her rested a complete and intact soul dew. The precious orb was as lively as ever, and its crystalline texture was perfectly smooth, with not a single crack or imperfection anywhere on it. Bianca reached forward, and with utmost care she picked up the orb, cupping it with both her hands. A small tear ran down her cheek as she pressed the orb to her chest. Alto mare would be fine. Bianca let out a soft exhale of surprise when she felt an odd feeling tingling across her body. She looked down at the soul dew and noted how it was glowing very dimly, almost as if it was radiating a pleasing energy to comfort her. "Thanks," she whispered. The soul inside the orb responded with a positive and gentle pulse of energy. "How did it happen?" Lorenzo questioned as he walked beside Bianca, with Misty and Brock following him. "It repaired itself?" He was completely dumbfounded. This knight just never runs out of surprises. "At least that solves the problem about the city being in danger," Brock muttered as he too looked to the repaired orb. "I wonder if Latios and Lacias had something to do with it." It was at that instant that finally the extremely tired and beat Latios and Lacias arrived at the museum's courtyard. Pikachu crouched down on all fours, and his cheeks began sparkling viciously with electricity as he assumed a battle-ready stance. "What did you do with Ash?" he asked, his tone dead serious. Latios sighed exhaustedly. "Not now, Pikachu," he replied with a weary voice. "We'll explain as soon as we can, I promise." "And Ash is fine," Lacias added, as her brother didn't answer Pikachu's original question. "I promise that he is fine and well. Don't worry." Before Pikachu could say anything else, both dragons flew past him and headed towards the museum, knowing that they had to find a solution to the final task left, the soul dew. Pikachu stared at the two dragons, the electricity sparkling from his cheeks subsiding for the time being. Pikachu gasped when he saw the unconscious Ash on Latios' back. "Hey!" he shouted as he ran after the two psychic dragons. Lacias entered the museum, letting out a soft squeal of greeting to everyone as she did so. Everyone turned to look at her, including Bianca. With that, the intact soul dew in the young artist's hands became perfectly visible to the arriving dragons. Lacias gasped in shock and froze on the spot. It took her several seconds to regain her composure. "The soul dew, it's fixed," Lacias thought in joy. Latios stared at the orb in shock as he entered the museum. Just how was it fixed? The dragon thought, just as surprised as his sister. Bianca, Lorenzo, Misty, and Brock stared at Lacias and Latios with a dumbfounded expression on their faces. "You spoke," Bianca said slowly. "Did you guys talk?" she asked. Lacias and Latios warily looked at them, surprised expressions on their faces. "That was telepathy," Brock informed them, nodding once. "It's an ability psychic-type Pokémon or those with psychic powers have of speaking into someone else's minds. Not all psychics have it, though, or sometimes they take a while to develop it. But Lacias didn't use telepathy when she warned us at the Pokémon Center of Annie and Oakley. That'd have been a great time to use telepathy to explain things much easier," Misty commented. She turned to look at Bianca. "Have they used telepathy in the past?" she questioned curiously. "And no," Bianca answered, stuttering slightly from the shock of the revelation. "This is as new to me as it is to you." "What and how?" she asked, directing the question towards the two dragons. Lacias blinked slowly. "We were using telepathy?" she asked, this time with her physical Pokémon voice. "And that we couldn't understand," Lorenzo said, frowning. "Try thinking what you want to tell us, Lacias. Don't actually speak it with your mouth." "Oh," Lacias mumbled weakly. The Radiant Pokémon opened her mouth to speak again, but then let out a soft cry. Even Latios himself let out a wince of exhaustion. With the absolute last worry and problem they had, which was the condition of the soul dew, that had kept them up and fighting back exhaustion in an effort to see to its solution completely resolved. Now there was nothing left to keep them from succumbing to exhaustion. Now more than ever, the draining fatigue the long night had piled upon the two young dragons overwhelmed them. Lacias felt her eyelids grow heavy and her mind become hazy. Even something as basic and fundamental to her as levitation seemed like an excessively tiring chore. Lacius finally gave way to the crushing exhaustion and collapsed on the museum's tiles, completely out cold. Lacios looked at Lacius worriedly, but knew that he too was about to collapse from the tiredness. He looked at everyone, and with the knowledge that he too could communicate telepathically now, he gathered what little strength he had left to convey a last message to his old and new friends. He closed his eyes, thinking of what he wanted to tell them. Once he had gathered his thoughts, he spoke. "I want to sincerely thank all of you for your valuable help tonight," Lacios began, opening his bright red eyes to gaze at them. "I'll be as brief as I can, as I won't be awake much longer. What happened out there is that I almost died stopping the wave. Without Lacius and Ash's assistance, my death would have been imminent. However, the process of saving me has left Ash very weak. I don't know where Lacius and I got the strength to get through this ordeal, but we did. However, we too are very weak." Lacios winced, his vision becoming blurry and his body beginning to sway in the air, as controlling the levitation became increasingly harder and harder. "Don't worry, we're all fine and we'll live through this, including Ash. But we're going to require some rest to recover from it. I don't know if it'll be a couple of days or a week or even more. See to our well-being while we're out, please." Lacios gave them a small, weak smile. "I know you will have a lot of questions about tonight when we're awake. Now that I have telepathy, I promise that I'll explain everything in as much detail as I can." Lacios was barely able to finish his sentence before the dragon finally dropped, hitting the stony floor a bit harshly as he fell unconscious. Ash, still deep in his own slumber, rested on the dragon's back. Pikachu, Bianca, Brock, Misty, and Lorenzo stared at the two fallen dragons, impossibly still as they processed everything the dragon had said. Hundreds of questions ran through their minds. For the first time they had heard Lacius and Lacios speak. To them it was an open invitation to ask so many questions, especially for Bianca and Lorenzo as they had known the twins the longest. It was Bianca who was the first one to move a muscle after the young dragon's speech. She gave a startled cry and jump when the soul dew in her hands seemed to let out a saddened broadcast of energy. "Well, what do we do now?" Misty asked awkwardly, breaking the silence that had fallen after Lacios had passed out. Pikachu hopped on top of the unconscious dragon and inspected Ash, looking at his best friend with worry. "We get out of here," Lorenzo said, making everyone turn to look at him in surprise. "Dawn is coming, and if that huge light and all the commotion didn't wake any citizens up, then morning definitely will." He looked at the fallen dragons. "We have to hide Lacios and Lacius." "Where do we take them, though?" Bianca asked, frowning. "And most importantly, how are we going to move them? Lacius shouldn't be a problem. She's big, but not that big, but Lacios, he's huge. Have you ever tried lifting Lacios? He's very heavy." Brock hummed, examining Lacios closely. "He seems at least 11 to 13 feet long, and since he FLIs by levitation, he's probably not built to be lightweight like most flying types." Brock frowned. "It won't be easy. I don't think we should take them back to the garden. They're both knocked out." "I don't want to leave them completely alone," Bianca alleged. "They need to be under our watch. For tonight, I suggest we take them to our house," Lorenzo spoke up. "We'll think about what to do afterwards once we've gotten Lacius and Lacios out of the public eye. That's what's most urgent right now. There are many large tourist gondolas tied near the museum's courtyard. We'll transport them on one." Everyone nodded, accepting the elder's plan. "Bianca, take the soul dew to the secret garden and place it on its pedestal. That jewel needs to be where it belongs. Afterwards, meet with us at our house." "Okay," Bianca replied instantly. "I'll see you guys later. Take care of Lacius and Lacios." Bianca turned and walked to the museum's exit at a very speedy pace, carefully holding the soul dew in her hands. Lorenzo watched Bianca leave. Once the young artist was out of sight, he turned to Misty and Brock. "Do either of you have a Pokémon strong enough to carry Lacios?" he inquired. "That's the only way we're going to be able to carry him." Brock frowned, thoughtful. "I could use my Onyx, but he'll break something and damage the floor." Misty lowered her gaze, humming in thought. She snapped her fingers when an idea occurred to her. What about Ash's bay leaf? We have his Pokeballs, Misty suggested. She's big and strong, and should have enough strength to lift Latios with her vine whip. Yeah, that's a good choice, Brock agreed. He reached into his vest pockets, where he had stored Ash's Pokeballs prior to heading to the museum. He reached into them, and after trying to remember which one was which, he picked up the correct Pokeball and threw it forward. The dark interior of the museum was briefly lit up in white as the leaf Pokemon materialized. Bayleaf blinked and looked around, confused as to where Ash was and why his familiar shout whenever he released her was absent. Ash, Bayleaf squealed worriedly when she saw him unconscious. She rushed towards him and stood up on her hind legs to reach over Lacio's back and then shoved Pikachu out of the way. Ash, what happened? Are you okay? Bayleaf asked dramatically, nuzzling Ash's face while squealing. Pikachu sighed. Bayleaf, Ash is fine, he said dryly. Or at least I think he is, Pikachu thought to himself. He knew that saying that Ash might not be all right might make the grass type be a drama queen about it. Sadly for the mouse Pokemon, Bayleaf didn't pay attention to him. Brock walked over to them. Bayleaf, can you help us carry them out of here? We really need to get out of here, he requested. Your vine whip will come in handy. Bayleaf turned to look at him and then nodded happily. From under the leaf necklace that adorned the lower section of her neck, two large, dark green-colored vines with bulbous tips extended, rapidly enlarging to astounding lengths. The two vines coiled around Ash several times, getting a secure grip on his midsection. She then easily lifted the young human. Where to? She asked Brock with a grin. Brock face-palmed. Even if he couldn't understand what Bayleaf had said, her actions spoke more than enough. Pikachu just shook his head in amusement. Brock frowned and kneeled down slightly to be eye level with Bayleaf and then began to speak. Bayleaf, okay? I know you like Ash a lot, but it's not him who we need help with. He's the easiest to carry out of all of them, in fact. Brock pointed to Latios. It's him who we need help with. Oh, and Latios too. Bayleaf pouted unhappily. Pikachu sighed and tapped the leaf Pokemon's leg. Not now, Bayleaf. We're being serious. You can cuddle Ash all you want later. We really need your help now, please. Bayleaf sighed sadly, but nodded. Okay, she said, understanding the seriousness of the situation. She handed the unconscious Ash to Brock, who decided to support him on his back in a piggyback style for easier carrying. Bayleaf then turned to Latios and extended even more of her vine whips, and then began curling them around the dragon, drawing many loops around him with both her vines. She braced herself and with all her strength lifted the large dragon off the museum's tiled floor. Lorenzo glanced at Misty. Please, stay here with Latios while I take them to a nearby gondola. Once we've put Latios and Ash in, we'll have your group's Bayleaf come back here to take Latios so we can go to my house, he said. Misty nodded and walked over to Latios. Lorenzo walked out of the museum and looked around, seeing a few gondolas here and there. We need to hurry. Okay, let's go. Bianca smiled softly as she came into the secret garden, having come through an illusion, hiding an entrance to the garden carefully hidden in a deep alleyway. She walked along the cement pathway towards the shrine in the center, where the Soul Dew's pedestal rested. It was a rather long distance from the entrance to the very large garden center. Bianca let out a small breath. The long walk from the museum and then to the garden on a mostly sleepless night was starting to rapidly exhaust the young adult. She climbed the few steps until she stood right in front of the Soul Dew's pedestal, and looked at the jewel in her hands for a few seconds before extending her arm. She deposited the orb in the center of the pedestal, submerging it completely in the small pool. Whoa! Bianca cried out in surprise, taking several steps back, as the Soul Dew released a potent blast of light in every direction, reaching every corner of the massive lush garden. Bianca relaxed when she saw the fountain of the shrine finally come back to life again. Once again, water flowed from Alto Mare's heart into the garden's main pool. Bianca took a few steps backwards, admiring the peaceful sight of the lively fountain flowing with water once more. She gave a final smile at the sight before turning to head towards the garden's exit. Sunrise was coming, and with most of the night being hectic and sleepless for her, she felt very tired. This time, Bianca took her time, strolling down the garden's walkways. and later the sideways lining Alto Mare's canals at a slow and sedate pace. There was no hurry or reason to run. The sun was just creeping over the horizon when Bianca reached her and Lorenzo's house. The sky was slowly turning brighter and more people began to be seen on the streets as morning arrived. Bianca entered the house, closing the door and locking it after she was in. "Hello everyone," Bianca greeted when she saw Misty, Brock and Lorenzo gathered in the living room. "The Soul Dew is back where it belongs," she informed them. "That's great," Lorenzo said in relief. "Finally, everything's over." He gazed at everyone around him, noting their weary expressions. "Thanks a lot for all your help. We couldn't have done it without you both and Ash," Lorenzo said gratefully to Brock and Misty. "It's been a long night. I suggest you all take a nap. You can sleep on the couches here. Bianca can bring you pillows and covers." The elderly man let out a weary sigh. "I'll need to go to the museum soon to see to the DMA's repairs and the arrest of those 2 thieves." He stood up and began to head upstairs so he could get ready for the tasks he still had to do. "He's a tough man," Brock commented as he watched Lorenzo leave. "I'm ready to fall asleep and he still has a day ahead of him, and he's a lot older than me." "That's my grandpa for you," Bianca replied, suppressing a soft chuckle. "Settle down, guys. I'll bring you a couple of pillows from my room." Bianca followed Lorenzo upstairs and headed for her room. She opened the door and stopped at the sight. "Ah, so this is where they put them," she thought. Lacias and Latios were curled up together in the middle of her room, resting over several spread-out blankets. The 2 dragons were huddled up together, with Lacias resting under Latios' wing while his neck arched around hers almost protectively. "They're so cute like that," the young artist thought with a smile. Inwardly, she hoped they would wake up soon, as many questions still lingered in her mind. Plus, the 2 dragons now knowing telepathy opened a broad range of possibilities she had never explored before. Bianca frowned when she noticed Ash sleeping on her bed, with Pikachu curled up beside him. "Oh well," she thought, "I guess I'm sleeping on the couches too." Deciding to leave everyone in peace, she gathered the things she needed quietly and then headed downstairs. All the while thinking of Lacias and Latios, her 2 dear and beloved dragon friends. Chapter 2: Awakenings. The descending sun in the distant horizon cast a stunningly captivating orange afterglow on the sea surrounding the oceanic city of Alto Mare. The skies slowly began to darken and stars twinkled to life far above as night began to fall upon the city. The day had been relatively uneventful and peaceful for the city's general population. The citizens going about their daily business had absolutely no idea of the dreadful events that had occurred just 5 nights ago. Ignorance is bliss, as the popular proverb goes. Every single one of the city's inhabitants had been in grave danger. The chances of suffering a horrifying fate would have been very real if the raging tsunami managed to reach and devastate Alto Mare. However, the wave never made it thanks to the unrelenting, selfless, and valiant efforts of the city's dedicated guardians, Lacias and Latios. Alto Mare's population only learned of a few peculiarities from that night, which served as the only possible clues that something unnatural had happened. Most of the city's gondolas and boats had evidence of being moved or misplaced, and the strange series of modifications and possible signs of activation that the defense mechanism of Alto Mare presented in the morning were among the most notable. And, of course, the arrest of 2 Team Rocket operatives at the city's museum. The mysterious events had drawn a lot of public attention. However, the whole truth of what had really happened was only known to a select few. Inside Bianca and Lorenzo's home, the still unconscious trio, consisting of Latios, Lacias, and Ash, were slumbering peacefully in Bianca's room. After the initial night, Bianca and Lorenzo had accommodated her room better so they could be more comfortable while they slept. Like Latios had told them, they would be unconscious for an indefinite amount of time. Bianca spent the nights in their living room couches while Misty and Brock decided to stay at the Pokémon Center every night. Taking care of the trio had been much easier than Misty and Brock had originally. To their surprise, Lorenzo revealed to them that Alto Mare's nurse Joy was aware of Lacias and Latios, and had met them before, but was sworn to secrecy over the matter. She was also informed that Lorenzo and Bianca were close friends with the two psychic dragons. However, the Pokemon nurse didn't know where the secret garden was. Nurse Joy, after hearing a summarized version of what happened that night, was more than happy to help them over the course of the 5 long days, keeping tabs on the medical conditions of Lacius and Latios, and even Ash when it was necessary. Lacius yawned softly and stretched slightly, consciousness finally returning to the young red dragoness after 5 long days of deep slumber. She let out a soft grunt as she raised her head and glanced around dazedly. Everything seemed blurry to her, to the point that it took more than a few seconds for everything to start clearing out and make sense. Bianca's room? Lacius thought, taking a while to process her surroundings as her mind was still feeling half-numbed. As the world around her took shape and logic, she immediately turned to look at Lacio's head almost as if she wanted to double-check that he was still there and alive. She smiled softly at the peaceful visage on her brother's face as he slept deeply. His chest rose and lowered ever so slowly with every single one of his deep breaths. Lacius pressed to him, cuddling to his chest while rubbing her head against his neck affectionately. She then stretched forward and planted a kiss on his cheek. "I love you, Latios," she whispered tenderly to the larger dragon. Before activating her levitation and rising from the floor she and Latios had been put on. Lacius frowned when she gazed out the window and saw the darkening sky, realizing that it was almost nightfall. Lacius blinked once in confusion when all her senses started returning to normal after the extended time of inactivity, and then looked at her claws. She frowned and then turned around, looking to where she knew Bianca had a mirror. Lacius looked at herself in the mirror, finding herself looking like she always had. The dragoness tilted her head in curiosity at all the new sensations she was feeling from all around her and even from within her. She felt strange, that's the best way she could put it. Like something had permanently changed within her in the aftermath of the events that happened in the museum. Just like everything that happened on that night, she had no explanation or idea on how to describe what she was feeling, but she was positively sure that it was there. The distinct sensation made her feel a lot stronger and more capable now in many ways. The world around her now seemed different, like she could envision and comprehend more of it. Does it have anything to do with that power we released when stopping the wave? Lacius wondered in her mind, gazing at the sleeping Latios questioningly. Lacius turned around once more and levitated over to the window in Bianca's room, which held a rather good view of the canal below. Lacius closed her eyes for a few seconds and took a deep breath, trying to understand all the changes that she had apparently undergone, which made her feel so much different now. She could tell all her senses, especially those of hearing, sight, and smell, had improved and that her physical strength felt greater now. However, the biggest change she could perceive was in her mental senses and prowess. While she knew she was a psychic, in the past she had always experienced great difficulty in using even the most basic of psychic skills. Her psychic perception of the world around her and her empathy were diminutive and weak at best. Now, all of that had changed for the better. Lacius could tell that her psychic powers had become much stronger. And more importantly, now she could actually connect to them and use them whenever she wanted to, instead of just when she felt scared or in distress. Lacius looked at the people walking along the sidewalk or riding on gondolas across the canal. No doubt they were going back to their homes after their work hours ended or their businesses closed for the night. The dragoness felt bizarre, as if now she wasn't just looking with her eyes but also with her mind. She couldn't just see them with her eyes. She could feel they were there, sense their presences all around her, their thoughts and feelings. And Lacius found that her mind could feel those that weren't within her eyesight, like within buildings or on sidewalks nearby that were on the other side of the block. Lacius turned around, glancing at the room she was in. I wonder, is this why I could suddenly speak telepathically back at the museum? She pondered, intrigued by each discovery she was making with every moment. Lacius narrowed her eyes, concentrating on a notepad that was on an end table beside Bianca's bed. The notepad was surrounded by a faint blue outline and slowly rose into the air, making Lacius gasp softly. She exerted more of her newfound mental powers, willing the pages of the notepad to flip. Laisha's barely suppressed a second gasp of disbelief when the notepad did what her mind willed, flipping through the pages every time she wanted it to happen. "Wow," Laisha's whispered, putting the notepad down. "This is so awesome," she squealed happily, and then put her claws on her mouth. When she remembered that everyone else in the room was asleep, Laisha's tilted her head as an almost compelling urge to try something new hit her. Almost instinctually, she put her claws together and channeled her psychic strength to them. Laisha's let out a panicked squeak when a large orb of concentrated psychic powers appeared between her claws. The glowing orb was rapidly coated in reddish-tinted mists and began to grow in size alarmingly. "Mist ball," Laisha's thought in fright, the name of the move seeming to pop almost instinctively into her mind. However, deciding it wasn't really the best time to dwell on this particular oddity, she began looking around in a panicked way as to what to do with the attack she had just made. Blowing up Bianca's room accidentally was certainly not in her waking up plans. She paused, trying to calm down. "Relax, Laisha's. You made it, you can dissipate it." She knew the orb's origin was psychic, so she tried willing it to dispel mentally. To her relief, she found it did exactly what she psychically wanted it to, and began to dispel into nothingness. She let out a breath, the panic leaving her. "That was close," she muttered. "Not really, you woke me up," Pikachu said, crossing his arms. Laisha's let out a squeal of surprise and turned to look at the electric type apprehensively. "If you're done messing around, if that's what it can be called, care to explain what happened to Ash?" Pikachu asked Laisha's in a demanding way. "To be honest, I'd like to know myself," Laisha's replied, sighing. "I'm as empty of answers as you are, Pikachu." Laisha's turned to look at her brother. "If you want answers, you'll have to wait until Latios wakes up. He's bound to know more than I do." Pikachu sighed, not wanting to wait more to know about what had happened to his best friend. "All right, I guess," Pikachu mumbled, admitting defeat and that he wouldn't be getting answers out of Laisha's. "But he's okay, isn't he?" the electric type asked, concerned. He hoped that Laisha's could at least answer that. Laisha's nodded once. "He's fine, don't worry. Call it faith or instinct, but all the time I knew that he'd be fine, even if I didn't know how or why. Anyway, what matters is that he'll be okay." Laisha's hummed. "Did Latios say something about it last night? When I fainted, he was still up." Pikachu suppressed a chuckle. "Last night?" he asked, shaking his head in amusement. Laisha's blinked, gazing out the window to the darkening sky. "Well, it's nightfall, so I guess that we slept for the entire day after the ordeal at the museum." "Laisha's, you three have been asleep for 5 days," Pikachu deadpanned. Everyone was starting to get worried. Laisha's winced. "That long, huh?" She frowned as she crossed her arms. "To be fair, it was a very exhausting night for us." Pikachu nodded. Yeah, I get it. You should go and talk to the humans. They've been worried sick about Ash and you too." "You should go down and let them know you're up," Pikachu suggested. "I'll stay here with Ash," he added as he turned to look at his sleeping friend. Laisha smiled and flew towards Ash and Pikachu. Lowering herself, she gave the sleeping boy a quick hug. "Take care of him," Laisha said to Pikachu as she turned and levitated in the direction of the door. Laisha's paused and glanced at the closed door. She knew how to open doors physically, but she wanted to try something new. Her eyes glowed a faint shade of blue as she exerted her newfound mental powers, psychically willing the knob to turn and the door to open. Laisha's grinned in delight when exactly what she wanted happened. The door opened while surrounded in a faint blue outline. "I could definitely get used to this," Laisha's commented as she flew out the door. Inside the room, Pikachu just shook his head in amusement. Laisha's flew across the hallway and then down the stairs. She was glad that Lorenzo's home had been modified decades ago with very wide doors and hallways so she and Latios could fly through them comfortably, though Latios needed to angle his wings slightly as he was considerably larger than she was. "Hello," Laisha's greeted cheerfully as she entered the living room where Lorenzo and Bianca were. "Oh, Laisha's," Bianca cried out joyously. She stood up and walked to the dragoness at a fast pace, wrapping her arms around her neck in a tight hug when she reached the Pokémon. "About time one of you guys woke up. We were worried sick." Lacia's let out a squeal and pressed into Bianca's hug, nuzzling the artist as she did so. "I'm sorry, nothing I could do about it," Lacia's apologized, smiling slightly. "You have a cute mental voice," Lorenzo remarked, chuckling slightly. "It sounds a lot like your Pokémon speech, just calmer and less high-pitched." "Well, at least we can understand it." "Thanks," Lacia's replied, beaming. "I'm glad to finally be able to talk properly to you guys, instead of scribbling down stuff on notepads." "Want some tea, Lacia's?" Bianca offered, parting from the hug with her best friend. "I made some. I'm sure you must be thirsty," Bianca offered, petting her head softly. "I'd like the tea," Lacia's answered gratefully. "And a big bowl of water 'cause I'm seriously thirsty and hungry." Lacia's blushed in embarrassment as Lorenzo and Bianca laughed. "You were unconscious for 5 days," Lorenzo began, standing up from the couch. "So don't worry, it's expected that you'd feel like this." He walked towards the kitchen. "How is it that you can speak telepathically now?" Bianca asked curiously. "It seems like you gained it overnight." "Literally." "I don't know," Lacia's replied, frowning. "I'm sure you'll probably want explanations out of me right now, but I'm sorry, I'm very clueless on everything that happened." "I really am." Lacia's looked down, sighing. "You'll have to wait for Lacios to wake up." "Don't worry, Lacios," Lorenzo said gently as he came out of the kitchen, holding a large bowl in his hands filled with water. He set the water on the table, which Lacios gleefully began to drink from. "We won't ask if you don't feel confident in answering." "What happened to Annie and Oakley?" Lacios asked telepathically as she guzzled down the water, not needing to pause between gulps to speak thanks to her now using her mind to speak. "They were arrested as soon as we managed to open up the DMA's control center. I had to keep you and Lacios, as well as the fact I know you two, a secret from the police and press. But we were able to cook up enough charges to have them spend several long decades in prison. Not the most honest thing, but they deserve every bit of it. I wish their fate was up to Lacios," Lacia said in an almost quiet telepathic tone, as she pulled her head out of the now almost empty bowl, water dripping down the corners of her mouth. "He'd make sure real justice is delivered." Lorenzo and Bianca just stared at each other, knowing how harsh Lacios could be when dealing with those he perceived as threats or those who wronged him. "I think I'll agree on this one," Bianca muttered. "Anyway," she said, going over to the dragoness. She wrapped an arm around her neck. "Annie and Oakley aren't our concerns anymore, and will probably rot in jail for a long time. What matters is that you're safe and up." Lacios nodded and nuzzled Bianca affectionately. "Hey, that tickles," Bianca said, laughing softly as she playfully pushed Lacios away. The dragoness took the initiative and pressed more against Bianca, making the artist laugh. Lorenzo smiled softly, watching the two girls fondly. "I'm rather curious on why Lacios and you can now talk telepathically," he commented. "But I guess we'll have to wait until Lacios gets up to find out." "I'm curious about it too," Lacios admitted, making Lorenzo and Bianca frown. "I don't know why I can either. Also, I learned some other nice stuff. Like this." Her eyes began to glow a dim shade of blue. The teapot on the center of the table, as well as Bianca's cup, were both surrounded in a faint blue outline. Lacios then mentally lifted the teapot, refilled Bianca's cup with tea, set the teapot down, and finally lifted the cup up to her face and drank its contents. She winked at the two flabbergasted humans as she set the cup back down on the table. "Well, now that was impressive," Bianca said, clapping a few times. Lorenzo clapped a couple times as well. "Now I'm even more curious," Lorenzo commented, chuckling. "Congratulations, Lacios." "Thanks," Lacios responded cheerfully. Before Lorenzo could say anything else, he yawned. "Well, it's getting late already, and the last few days have been really exhausting for me. I'm going to bed." He stood up and headed for his room, but before going upstairs, Lorenzo turned to the Ian Pokémon. "Lacios, I'm sorry to ask this of you since you just woke up, but can you go and check the secret garden and the soul dew?" he requested her. Lacios nodded enthusiastically. "Sure, no problem." She really didn't feel very tired at all, having just woken up from a lengthy slumber. "So, there's a chance Lacios will wake up tomorrow? Then I'll be going to bed myself." I want to wake up fresh and early, Bianca said as she gave Lacia's a last pet on her head, lightly scratching behind the dragoness' ears tenderly. Take care and be careful, Lacia's. Lacia's nuzzled her best friend, purring softly as she did so. I will. She licked Bianca's cheek affectionately and then pulled back. Bianca gave her a last smile and then began to rearrange the couches for her to sleep on. Lacia's looked at Bianca once last time before turning around and flying towards one of the house's frontal windows. She opened it psychically and flew out through it while using her feathers to refract the light around her in unique ways, rendering her invisible to the naked eye. Using her psychic powers, she closed the windows behind her and then darted off rapidly, flying at a brisk pace to the nearest entrance to the garden, which was located inside a small canal that she promptly dove into. After a few turns and passing through some illusion-protected waterways, she entered a small tunnel and came out of the sacred garden's central pool. Lacia's paused, tilting her neck to the side to look at her wet feathers. She grinned, deciding to try out something else with her newfound psychic powers. Lacia's created a small pulse of psychic energy and then ran it through her feathers, pushing all the water out of them instantly. In a moment, her feathers had gone from matted wet to almost completely dry, with just tiny hints of leftover moisture clinging to certain parts of them. The dragoness laughed merrily. This rocks, she commented to herself as she hovered over to the shrine. She circled around it and lowered herself to the small stone pedestal, submerged in a small pool of water at the center of it, smiling at the soul dew resting on it. Oh, wow, Lacia's muttered when she noticed how the soul dew felt to her new senses. The orb's power felt incredible. She tilted her head, her empathic feelings picking up small hints of the emotions within the orb. To her, it felt as if the orb was positively responding to her presence. Lacia smiled softly and flew a few feet backwards, turning around as she did so. The Ian Dragoness then began flying around the garden to make sure everything was okay and that nothing was out of place, occasionally greeting some of the other Pokémon that frequented the garden, who were rather ecstatic to find the Dragoness was okay after 5 days of absence. Finding everything was all right, she flew out of the garden through another exit, turning herself invisible as she left the hidden sanctuary. It's a little late, but I'm not sleepy, Lacia frowned, having nothing left to do. She pondered the idea of perhaps testing her newfound powers some more, but figured after a moment's thought that it'd be better to do it once Lacios woke up rather than alone. I'll just go back home, I guess, she thought to herself. Lacia's flew towards Bianca's home, her speed easily making the flight very fast for the dragoness. As soon as she reached the house, her eyes glowed dimly, psychically manipulating the front window's internal lock to open it easily. She flew into the house and mentally closed and locked the window behind her, finding the entire place dark and silent, meaning that everyone had gone to bed. Lacia's looked towards the stairs that lead towards the house's upper floor. Lacia's tilted her head curiously, suddenly noticing that the entire house was completely dark. All the lights were off, yet she found she could actually see pretty well inside. She knew she and Lacios had good night vision, but it had never been this good. In the past, she'd have had some trouble navigating in such darkness, but now everything seemed rather clear. More to attribute to that weird night, I guess, Lacia thought to herself. Still feeling very hungry from the time she was unconscious, she first flew to the house's kitchen to find a quick dinner to ease her hunger. After she had eaten, she flew upstairs, towards Bianca's room. Lacia entered the room silently, finding that Pikachu was also asleep now. The electric type was curled up, pressed to Ash's side as he peacefully slept. Lacia smiled fondly as she gazed at her still sleeping brother. Lacia looked at the blankets and sheets he was on, and used her newfound powers to neatly straighten them before laying down on them, curling under her brother's wing. She reached up to his face and licked his cheek affectionately before closing her eyes and resting her head beside his own. Lacia didn't feel exhausted, but she had nothing else to do other than try to force herself to sleep some, and only hope that she didn't take too long to fall asleep. The early chirps of the numerous Pidgey and Murkrow that flocked around the streets made Lacia fidget a little, stifling a small yawn as her amber-colored eyes slowly opened up. The night hadn't been the best for her. After her lengthy time unconscious, she found it hard to sleep comfortably. Despite the rough night, she didn't feel too tired aside from the morning drowsiness. Laisha's eyes widened when she registered the distinct lack of the familiar touch of her brother's body against her. She raised her neck abruptly and looks around, finding that she was the bed's sole occupant at the moment. She let out a sharp breath when she saw her older brother. "Latios," she whispered in a drawn-out way, as if it was a big revelation to her. The dragon was clearly awake, calmly hovering as he gazed at the city outside the window of Bianca's room. Latios turned to look at her and smiled softly. "Hello, Latios," he greeted, flying over to her. To Latios, seeing his smile and hearing his voice again felt like a huge wave of comfort washed through her. Latios wrapped his arms around her, pressing his much larger body against her in a tight hug. "I'm back, sis," he crooned gently. "I'm so glad to have you back," Latios responded, purring as she rubbed her head against his long neck. "I'm so happy. Everything's okay now." "Yes," Latios answered, letting out a soft hum as he too pressed against his sister tenderly. "I love you, sis. Thank you for everything." "You don't need to thank me," Latios whispered, closing her eyes as she enjoyed her brother's affections. "I love you too, Latios. I'd do anything for you," she stated. Latios let out a long exhale, joyous at the company of the one that mattered to him the most. "And I for you," Latios responded with a loving voice. "I know you would," Latios replied. "Are you okay?" she questioned, opening one eye to glance up at his face. Latios parted, hovering back up while maintaining eye contact with her. "I'm okay, I think." I felt he frowned, trying to put to words what he was feeling. "I woke up 2 hours ago. In fact, I was going to wake you up. But I felt so strange. Let me guess, you felt all tingly and funny, and could suddenly know lots of stuff all around you and do cool psychic stuff," Latios said, grinning. "That's one way to put it," Latios muttered, rolling his eyes in amusement. "Though, it's much more than just that." He paused. "Wait, how do you know how I feel?" "I felt the same way when I woke up yesterday night," Latios answered. "And yes, I know it's more, but that's all that I could find a way to explain," she added, shrugging. She levitated off the bed and flew to the window. "I don't know, but why do we feel like this?" she asked. "I have some ideas and theories," Latios answered. "But sadly, I don't have a way to prove them or know if they're right or wrong," he said, frowning slightly. Latios smirked as her eyes glowed, taking hold of one of the pillows on the bed with her mental powers. She hurled the pillow at Latios' head, hitting him with it. "Then hurry up and find a way to prove them," Latios said teasingly. "You're the big, smart, and wise one here." Latios rolled his eyes, chuckling slightly. "Thank you," he said sarcastically, making Latios giggle in amusement. "Could you to keep it down? I'm trying to sleep," Pikachu grumbled from under a pillow, making both he and Dragons turn to look at the bed. Suddenly, Pikachu's eyes snapped open. He stood up so fast the pillow he had been under was hurled up a couple of feet. "Hey, Latios!" he shouted, jumping off the bed. "You're awake!" he exclaimed, the drowsiness of just waking up seemingly completely gone from the electric type. "Good, because you have a lot of explaining to do." Pikachu glared at him. "Start talking." Latios chuckled in amusement at Pikachu's tone. "Calm down, Pikachu. Ash is going to be just fine," he said reassuringly. "I can tell you what happened, but I'd have to repeat myself when Bianca, Lorenzo, and your friends inevitably ask the same question. So, it'll have to wait until then, all right?" Latios smiled slightly. "The only thing that should matter to you right now is that Ash will be okay." "Thanks, I guess, Latios," Pikachu said uneasily. "When's Ash waking up?" he asked, concern for his best friend still lingering. "I don't know," Latios answered. "However, since both Latios and I have now regained consciousness, I'm willing to bet that it won't be much longer before Ash follows suit." Pikachu smiled slightly and was about to speak again, but before he could do so, he was suddenly interrupted by the door of the room opening and Lorenzo entering the room. "What's all the noise in here?" "Latios, Pikachu, can you keep it down?" "It's early," Lorenzo said in annoyance, only to blink when he noticed Latios hovering next to Latios. "Latios, you're awake!" he exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I'm awake," Latios said telepathically to Lorenzo. Latios immediately noted how much easier using telepathy was now that he was fully recovered and rested in comparison to the night at the museum. And I think I'm fully healed now. At least, I feel perfectly okay. Lorenzo nodded. That's great, Latios, he commented, his voice clearly showing his relief that both dragons were awake now. It is, Latios mentally crooned happily, nuzzling against her brother's side affectionately. Lorenzo smiled slightly at the dragoness' affectionate display. I'll wait for Bianca to wake up and for the kids' friends to arrive before asking things. We're all very curious as to what exactly happened. Anyway, I'll be in my room in the meantime. I still have a long day ahead of me once it's time to leave for work, Lorenzo announced, turning around and exiting the room. Latios smiled slightly. I'll go and greet Bianca, he said to his sister as he too made his way out of the room. But she's asleep, Latios protested, tilting her head. I can sense it, and I'm pretty sure you do as well. So, I doubt Bianca will care she was asleep when she sees me, Latios answered, chuckling slightly as he wiggled his way through the doorway. It was rather awkward for the slightly older dragon to be indoors. Lorenzo had rebuilt the house decades ago to have larger hallways and doors, to better accommodate the two dragons' sizes when they needed to move through the household. But as the years passed and he kept growing larger and larger, it became increasingly difficult to move. Now with a body over 12 feet long and a very large wingspan, he had to angle in uncomfortable positions to fit. Latios giggled in amusement at his moving difficulties as she followed him. With her much smaller size, it wasn't as complicated. Latios let out a sigh as he pulled out of the hallway and flew out of it, reaching the larger open space of the living room. He smiled when he saw the sleeping Bianca. Latios flew over to the couch she was resting on, arching his neck down to nudge Bianca's face slightly. She twitched slightly, mumbling random things in discomfort. Latios chuckled in amusement and nudged her face again. This time the press of his head was a bit stronger. Bianca turned suddenly, her arm coming up to slap slightly against Latios' face. Go away, Bianca muttered, slightly waking up. One of her eyes opened slightly to see who was harassing her and interrupting her sleep. The only thing she could see was Latios' head occupying all of her vision. Latios, Bianca suddenly shouted, bolting up and wrapping her arms around the dragon's slender neck. You're awake! Latios laughed, pressing his head to Bianca's chest as he did so. Yes, I'm awake, Bianca, he said. And so are you, he joked. I missed you so much, you really scared me, Latios, Bianca murmured, closing her eyes to try and hold back a stray tear as she lifted the dragon's face with her arms and pressed her face to Latios' cheek. I'm so happy you're back. I'm happy too, Latios said, smiling at his very trusted human friend. He gave her cheek an affectionate lick and then pulled back, slipping out of Bianca's arms. Good morning. Bianca smiled back, grabbed her pillow, and then smacked Latios' head with it. Hey, Latios cried out, pulling back. Latios snorted, barely containing a set of giggles. That's for waking me up, Bianca informed, lowering herself back to the couch while trying to suppress a yawn. Latios rolled his eyes. I thought someone would be happy to see me up. Bianca chuckled, reaching forward with her arm. She gently began rubbing and scratching along the back of Latios' head, near the base of his ears. The dragon let out a soft purr and pressed to the enjoyable touch. Bianca looked at Latios fondly. You have no idea how glad I am you're back. You had me worried. I've had nightmares from what you said that night at the museum. Was it true? She asked, letting out a soft sigh as she finished her speech. Sadly, yeah, Latios replied slowly. Latios and Ash saved me. Had it not been for them I would have perished that night, he added, glancing appreciatively to his sister. But, he began, seeing Bianca's saddened look. That's behind us now. I'm fine and that's what matters. Bianca nodded. Yeah, she agreed. That reminds me, what happened to Annie and Oakley? I have a score to settle with them, Latios questioned, his eyes narrowing. They were arrested on the morning after the tidal wave and were sent to mainland Johto for trial and imprisonment 2 days ago, Bianca informed him. Latios groaned, shaking his head a couple times. Lucky them, he murmured mentally. I had better ideas than human prisons, but I guess I can't do much about it now. He shrugged. Anyway, what did we miss? Other than us suffering to take care of you two and Ash for 5 days, nothing really, Bianca answered casually. There's been lots of activity down at the museum due to the big news of the DMA suffering changes overnight, and 2 Team Rocket agents being captured there. It's been keeping Lorenzo very busy lately, but other than that, not much. She looked at him. Give me some room, please. Latios nodded. Okay, Latios replied telepathically, increasing his levitation to float back slightly to let the human stand up from the couch. I'll go to my room to get some clothes for today. Ash's friends should be arriving in 1 or 2 hours, Bianca said, stretching slightly as she pulled the covers off her so she could head over to her room. She was wearing her usual sleeping clothes, a simple shirt and shorts. Meanwhile, up in Bianca's room, the sleeping boy began to fidget slightly as his mind very slowly regained consciousness. He yawned as his eyes opened, squinting to adjust slightly to the light in the room before curiously looking around. He seemed to be in a mid-sized room with 2 beds. Where am I? He questioned slowly, cringing slightly at the sluggish feeling in his body the instant he tried to stand up. Ash, you're awake! Pikachu cried out, hopping on top of the bed as he did so. He jumped on top of Ash's chest and hugged his friend as best as he could with his diminutive body. You're finally awake. You have no idea how much you had me worried. Don't do that again, Pikachu shouted. Pikachu, Ash exclaimed in joy, glad to be greeted by his best friend. He hugged the mouse Pokémon back. Don't do what again? I can't remember anything. Ash blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? Pikachu stood up on his chest and crossed his arms. You ran off with a legendary Pokémon and, if what Latios said is true, almost got yourself killed again. Pikachu glared down at him. That's what I don't want you to do again. I almost got myself killed again? How did it happen? Ash asked, frowning. I don't remember doing so. I feel like I'm missing something. You're always missing it, Ash, Pikachu deadpanned. Hey, I don't always miss stuff, Ash protested. Pikachu froze when he noted something was very off. Ash looked at Pikachu in confusion, and suddenly, it clicked. He too froze. They were talking to each other with Ash having full understanding of Pikachu's Pock speech. Wait, did you just understand me? Pikachu asked as his eyes widened in shock. I think so, Ash answered slowly, tilting his head in curiosity. Say something. My trainer is clueless on everything but Pokémon battles, Pikachu stated, his eyes narrowing skeptically. Hey, I'm not clueless on everything, Ash snapped. Yep, you can understand me now, Pikachu confirmed while nodding. But why or how? He questioned. Pikachu stared at Ash incredulously. After they'd traveled for a year, Ash had begun to develop a sense of being able to vaguely tell what Pikachu was trying to say, and understand a few select words or speech patterns, but never on the level of understanding he was displaying now. I have no clue, Ash answered, deeply intrigued. He could still hear Pikachu's Pock speech the same way he had always heard it. A shrill series of vocalizations patterned around his species name. However, unlike before where they made no sense to him other than him repeating his name, now he could understand and make out the words and sentences from the patterns perfectly. But this is amazing, he whispered. Slowly, the joy began to build up inside him. This is awesome, he shouted, scooping Pikachu up in his arms, hugging the mouse Pokémon tightly. Yeah, it is, Pikachu agreed, pressing into his trainer's hug. Now we can really talk to each other and not play what are basically very repetitive guessing games. This is amazing. I can get to really know all my Pokémon now, Ash grinned. I can't wait to try this out with the others. The trainer paused, looking around in confusion as he recalled the other matters at hand. Where am I, by the way? He asked. You're in Bianca's bedroom, Pikachu answered. It's been 5 days since we stopped Annie and Oakley. We've all been extremely worried about what happened. Latios' message to us that night was rather disturbing. Latios woke up last night while Latios woke up a few minutes ago. Ash gasped. It's been 5 days. How? And I'm in Bianca's bedroom? He questioned. Yes, you are in my bedroom, Bianca said flatly as she entered the room. "Good morning," she added as she walked over to her closet. "Good to see you're up too." Thanks," Ash said uncertainly. "You're welcome," Bianca replied after taking out a fresh pair of clothes for herself. She then walked over to a drawer and took out Ash's clothes. "Your friends washed these for you. Take a bath and get ready. They'll get here soon," she informed him as she walked out of the room so she could change in the bathroom. Ash frowned slightly. It was then that he noticed he was unfamiliar with the plain shirt he was wearing. He took the covers off and again found unfamiliar clothing. "Misty and Brock bought those from Alto Mare's supermarket," Pikachu informed him, sitting down beside Ash on the bed. "Nurse Joy's been helping keep tabs on you too." Ash sighed. Was the only thing he could say. For the next several minutes he tried recalling what happened that night at the museum. And now that he was more awake, he found his memories from that day returning. "How are Latios and Lacias?" Ash asked, turning to glance at Pikachu. "They're fine. Both woke up earlier than you," Pikachu answered. "Hurry, wash up and get dressed. I heard Bianca exiting the bathroom, so go now." "Okay." Ash sighed and sluggishly began to stand up. After so much time inactive, he felt rather clumsy. Ash walked down the main stairs of the house, arriving at the living room. He definitely felt better after a nice bath and putting on his usual clothes. The sluggish and lethargic feelings from the exaggeratedly long time he had spent asleep were now mostly gone. He stopped several steps before reaching the floor and glanced around, seeing those that were gathered there. "Hello, everyone," he greeted Bianca and the two dragons, smiling afterwards. The boy felt oddly eager when he saw Lacias and Latios, both because he was glad to see the dragons were fine, and because he was curious as to how their pox speech would sound to him. "Hello, Ash," Latios greeted, his telepathic voice formal. "Ash," Lacias received him energetically, quickly flying over to the human. She leaned over the railing and nuzzled him affectionately, making Ash let out a laugh as he patted her back. "I'm happy you're fine too. How are you feeling?" The dragoness questioned him, pulling back slightly to look at the human appraisingly. "You should use telepathy, Lacias. Otherwise he won't understand you," Latios reminded his sister. "Oh, right," Lacias said, letting out a nervous chuckle afterwards as she had completely forgotten about that. "It won't be needed," Ash interrupted them, before Lacias could begin to repeat herself telepathically. "I can understand you too," he stated. It was the same way he felt when he heard Pikachu talking. He still heard the two dragons squeal like pox speech, however, he could make coherent words and sentences perfectly out of it. Latios blinked and looked at him. "Huh? Really?" he asked, perplexed. "Yeah, really. Lacias asked how I was and you told her to use telepathy," Ash said, repeating what the two had said to prove his claims. Bianca raised an eyebrow, turning from her spot on one of the couches of the living room. Unlike Ash, she hadn't understood what Lacias and Latios had said. "That's weird. Can you really understand what they're saying without telepathy?" she questioned. "Yeah, I can. And it's not just them. I can understand Pikachu too," Ash answered. "It's pretty cool." "Really? I don't think you mentioned that ability earlier." Bianca frowned. "Or, did you have it and I missed it?" Ash shook his head. "No, I didn't have anything like it. He shrugged. I just woke up and could suddenly talk Pokemon." Latios hummed, thoughtful. "That's intriguing," he commented, inspecting Ash closely. "I wonder if it had anything to do with what happened that night." Lacias tilted her head when she noticed something peculiar. "Ash, look at me," she requested. Ash blinked in confusion as he looked at Lacia's face. "What for?" he asked, and then fidgeted slightly in discomfort when Lacias leaned in, looking directly into his eyes. "Your eyes have changed," Lacias stated. "I know their color well. They were chocolate brown." She leaned in closer, her face very close to Ash's. Ash pulled back slightly embarrassed and a little disturbed by her claim. What?" he questioned, completely confused. Pikachu glanced at Ash. "What are you talking about, Lacias?" Lacia's eyes glowed, lifting Pikachu from Ash's shoulder. The electric type squirmed in discomfort as Lacias held him in front of Ash's face so he could see his face at an even angle. Pikachu stopped struggling when he noticed Ash's eyes. True, they're now reddish. Odd. He glared at Latios. What did you do to him? He questioned brusquely. Latios rolled his eyes. Pikachu, he's fine. You can see it as well as I can. I don't have all the answers. And really, isn't this good for you? You can talk to him now, the dragon responded, slightly annoyed. Bianca frowned, looking at the 3 Pokémon. Guys, I have no clue what you're all saying, she said. Latios laughed in amusement. Whoops, sorry, she apologized. We're discussing how Ash has red eyes now. Pretty cool, huh? She added, turning her head to smile at Bianca. Bianca blinked, stood up from the couch, and walked over to Ash. She leaned over the railing of the stairs and looked him in the eyes. Wow, that's odd. I don't remember paying attention to your eye color before, but I'd think red eyes would be attention-grabbing. To be fair, it's a very, very dark red. So from angles and a distance, it almost looks like a normal black color. When you look closely and pay attention, then it looks red, Latios said telepathically. Ash shifted uncomfortably from all the attention that was being centered on his eyes. Then he blushed in embarrassment when his stomach let out a very loud rumble. When's breakfast? He asked, making everyone laugh. Brock and Misty should be here in about half an hour. So, let's make breakfast, Latios, Bianca said, turning around and heading towards the kitchen. Ash blinked, looking at Latios in surprise. You know how to cook? He questioned. Yep, I know. I'm not the best, but I can make decent stuff. Now that I have psychic powers, it should be a lot easier than awkwardly using my claws. I'm actually eager to test it out. Latios answered as she turned around and flew towards the kitchen to join Bianca in an excited way. I hope food's ready soon, I'm starving, Ash commented, rubbing his stomach. Pikachu rolled his eyes in amusement as the trainer finished his walk down the stairs and headed to the table. Latios simply rested on the floor, with his neck and head lying comfortably on the couch, as he patiently waited for his sister and friend to finish making breakfast. A dozen minutes later, which Ash spent testing out his new powers of understanding Pock speech with his best friend Pikachu, Lorenzo came down the stairs. Oh, hello there, Ash, it's good to see you, the elderly man greeted warmly, smiling slightly. Ash smiled back. Thanks, it's good to be up too, he responded. Before Lorenzo could reply, a couple of knocks got his attention. That must be your friends, Lorenzo commented as he walked over to the door. He opened it. Brock and Misty said their greetings as they stepped in. Ash, Misty called out once she noticed the boy. You're up, she exclaimed, running up to him to give him a quick hug, only to awkwardly part rapidly. Don't do that again, she shouted, hands on her hips. You really had us worried. Can't we ever meet a legendary Pokémon without some of us being in mortal danger? Hey, it wasn't my fault, Ash protested, crossing his arms. Latios needed help. Brock chuckled in amusement as he stepped in. Come on, guys, he just got up and you're arguing already? He questioned, voice filled with mirth. Misty rolled her eyes and stepped back, huffing. Well, I am happy to see he's fine and up. Brock hummed, and his eyes changed. That's odd, he commented, inspecting closer. Ash groaned. Why is everyone talking about it? He whined. It gets annoying. Misty looked closely, making Ash fidget nervously. It's true. They're dark red now. Why are they dark red? She wondered. I don't know, Ash answered. He turned to look at Latios, who was still resting on the floor while idly gazing in the direction of the kitchen. Do you know, Latios? He questioned. Latios said, turning to look at them. Sorry, I was spacing out. What did you ask? If you know why my eyes are red, Ash repeated. And why I can understand Pokémon now. Brock and Misty looked at him in surprise. You can understand Pokémon? Both of them asked at the same time, prompting them to look at each other uneasily. Ash's sweat dropped and scratched the back of his head mereepishly. Yeah, I guess I can, he answered. I'm starting to have a good idea as to why, Latios replied telepathically so that all humans could understand him. It's nothing entirely proven, but they're acceptable theories. Oh, Latios, good to see you're up as well, Brock said, nodding once. And breakfast is ready, Latios called out, her voice sugary sweet as she flew out the kitchen. Bianca laughed slightly as she followed her friend out. We have to set the table first, Lacious. Lacious grinned. Oh, let me take care of that. The young dragoness eyes glowed brightly as she psychically grabbed all the kitchen utensils and plates, kneaded and carried them to the table, setting everything down neatly. She then used her psychic powers to carry the food bowls and trays over to the table, and also a separate set for her and Latios to the coffee table where the sofas were. She knew that she and Latios were perhaps too big to be hovering near the table where the humans would be eating. Oh wow, all this stuff looks delicious, Ash exclaimed happily. Thanks, Lacious. Lacious smiled, lightly blushing. You're welcome. Bianca snickered and shook her head in amusement, making Lacious glare at her. Ash blinked. I just remembered. Where are all my Pokémon aside from Pikachu? He asked curiously, turning to look at Brock and Misty. They've been under the care of the Pokémon Center, Brock answered. They're fine. We can go pick them up later. Ash took a seat on the table. Lorenzo, Bianca, Brock, and Misty followed his example. Pikachu ate on the floor beside Ash's chair, where Brock had served him a bowl of his favorite Pock food. As for Lacious and Latios, they used the couches in the living room to rest on while they ate at the coffee table. Since the dining table was close to the couches, they were still within the group's proximity. Everyone then proceeded to eat. They didn't chat much, instead preferring to eat in peace and silence, though Ash got constant stares for how much and how fast he was eating. For more than a couple of instants, everyone wondered if he had woken up with the mindset of a Snorlax. This was amazing, Ash commented, leaning back against his chair while rubbing his stomach after he was finally done. Lacious, Bianca, you two cook amazingly well, he complimented the chefs. Bianca chuckled and shook her head, slightly amused. Thanks. I think that Ash's eating capacity is more impressive than their cooking, Latios joked, laughing slightly. Bianca nodded in agreement while Brock and Misty chuckled. Want us to help clean the table? Misty offered, motioning to herself and Brock. Nah, it's fine, Bianca said, waving her hand. You've helped a lot picking up groceries and watching over the twins, so it's okay. No, wait, let me do it, Lacious cried out excitedly, making everyone turn to look at her. Just as she rapidly levitated up from the couch she had been resting on. The young dragoness eyes glowed brightly as she prepared another psychic display for her friends. All of the dirty dishes, pots, and utensils were surrounded in a faint blue outline and then began to levitate off the table. Quickly, the kitchenware flew into the kitchen just as the sound of the sink's faucet opening was heard. At the same time, a washcloth came out of the kitchen and began wiping the table clean. Everyone watched the concentrating dragoness with wonder and awe as she did the chores in a very fast and efficient manner. Before 2 or 3 minutes had passed, everyone heard the kitchen's faucet close, signaling she had finished washing the dishes. The washcloth she had used to wipe the table flew on its own back to the kitchen, where she had taken it from. Lacious grinned as her eyes stopped glowing. Ta-da, she said, bowing slightly as if she had just performed for an audience. Everyone couldn't help but clap a few times in response to her cheerful last line. Bianca laughed. Show off, she said teasingly. Leave it to you to flaunt your new powers to us. Lacious pouted, crossing her claws over her chest. Well, I'm excited about them. Lorenzo chuckled, petting the dragoness as he passed by. We know you are, Lacious. And it's good you're happy about it. Bianca also reached forward to lightly pet her, making the delighted legendary Pokémon giggle softly. And this is really useful. It'd have taken me at least 20 minutes to clean the table and do the dishes, and she did it in what? 3 minutes? I could get used to that, Bianca commented. Just be careful with those powers, Brock warned them. I've seen over the years how scary psychics can be if one doesn't have a way to defend from them. He shuddered, remembering Sabrina and how badly she had treated them with her psychic might. I'll be careful, Lacious promised cheerfully. Plus, I'm nice. Lorenzo glanced at Latios. Lacious has been having fun with her psychic powers. What about you? Do you have them too? You haven't said or done anything about it. I have them too. It's just that I don't really have a reason or motive to use them. I'm not a show-off like she is, to be using them every other minute, Latios responded, glancing slyly at his sister. She rolled her eyes at him. So, Bianca began, changing the topic. Can we get our explanation about what happened that night now, Latios? She requested, glancing at the blue dragon, who was currently still resting most of his body on the couch. Latios shrugged, not getting up nor feeling thrilled at the prospect. However, the dragon seemed very thoughtful. I don't know, he answered. Bianca rolled her eyes at his unenthusiastic answer and walked over the couch. Cheer up, Latios. You're up and okay now, she chided, playfully sitting on top of the dragon's neck. It's all over. Latios couldn't help but chuckle slightly in amusement and then pulled back, making Bianca slide down onto the couch. Yes, I know I'm okay now. He let out an almost weary-sounding sigh. It's just that it was not a pleasant night by any means, and I'm not entirely sure I'll have answers for everything. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, taking a deep breath while he gathered his thoughts. But I'll definitely try to do my best when I eventually explain it. Bianca frowned, gently wrapping her arms around the dragon's neck. Why do you not want to explain now? She asked. I'll explain later, Latios said kindly, glad for the human girl's presence. He leaned forward and nuzzled her face with his own affectionately, making Bianca let out a soft giggle. He pulled back and levitated. The extra time will allow me to gather my thoughts better. Also, I really want to check up on the garden and the soul dew. See it for myself again. I feel drawn to it. Bianca nodded. Very well, you and Latios can go to the secret garden for a while. In the meantime, I can take Ash and his friends on a tour around Alto Mare. They've been wanting one. And schedule their leave from the city. Latios frowned. They're leaving so soon? The dragoness almost sounded sad. Well, we're late for the league. And Ash still has one more badge to go, Brock answered. Now that he's awake, we can leave tomorrow. Or perhaps in today's so we don't rush it. But we're not staying for long, he answered. Ah, Latios murmured sadly, making Bianca look at her sympathetically. Latios tilted his head, observing her very critically for a few seconds. He shook his head once and turned to the group. We'll leave now. We'll join you at noon once Lorenzo gets out of work. Then I will explain, he said as he levitated towards the door. He gave the group one last glance. Thanks a lot, everyone. He turned invisible, as did Latios. Everyone saw the door open for several seconds and then close again, signaling both dragons had left. Lorenzo smiled. Fantastic pair, aren't they? He questioned. Definitely one of a kind, Misty agreed. So, when are we leaving for our tour? Now, Lorenzo said. I'm leaving for work, Bianca will take you all. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed the elder's instruction. With that, they all went about with their daily plans while the twins headed to the garden. Chapter 3: Leaving Home Behind. Latios and Latios arrived at the secret garden within the minute of leaving Bianca's house. Having astoundingly fast flight speed, they covered the distance between the two places. Swiftly, while hidden under the cloak of their invisibility, they emerged from the garden's central pool and dried themselves with a small psychic pulse. Drying ourselves like this is much more efficient than just waiting until we naturally dried out, that's for sure, Latios commented, turning her long neck sideways to look at her body and inspect her completely dry feathers. She grinned. And more awesome. I'm loving our new psychic powers, they're so handy. Well, our feathers are waterproof to begin with, Latios pointed out, glancing at her and finding her enthusiasm contagious. They don't absorb water so they dry quickly, there wasn't that much waiting in the first place. But yeah, this is much faster than waiting until the leftover moisture dries up. The Malian Pokémon hovered towards the Soul Dew's resting place on the pedestal in the garden's shrine, his blood red eyes darting all over the place as if carefully inspecting to make sure everything was perfect. The blue dragon stared at the jewel intently for several seconds once he had reached it, almost as if double-checking to make sure it was indeed repaired and in perfect condition. I'm glad to be here again. It makes me feel at ease, Latios commented, clearly content to be in the secret garden once more. Yeah, Latios agreed, floating over to his side. She gave the Soul Dew a quick look before pressing to her brother's side and nuzzling her head on his upper neck close to his head. And I'm glad that you are okay and everything's over. Latios smiled softly at her, enjoying the close contact with her. Seems like I'm not breaking my promise to always be there for you, after all. The dragon whispered, pressing an affectionate kiss to Latios' forehead. I love you, Latios. I know you do, brother. And so do I, Latios replied, letting out a soft, content purr. The two dragons remained like that for several minutes, pressed against each other, and enjoying the natural comfort they mutually brought to themselves. After what felt like an eternity to both dragons, Latios pulled back and looked at him. She then fidgeted a little in anxiety. The dragoness was currently having a mental dilemma with herself. What Brock had said about Ash and his friends leaving soon had bothered her greatly, more than she would have expected. She admitted to herself that she was smitten with the young trainer. And now that her brother was okay and she could stop worrying for him, Latios had allowed herself to think more about Ash and what she felt for him. She realized that she didn't want to part ways with him. If Ash couldn't stay because his journey couldn't allow it, then she could leave with him. But she couldn't find the correct way to ask Latios for permission to leave Alto Mare. Nor did she actually want to leave her brother or her duties behind either. The ideal solution was for both of them to leave with Ash, but that faced the problem of convincing Latios. To the young dragoness, it seemed like an unsolvable dilemma, one she didn't want to face. Latios easily noticed her unease. He had grown to be very good at telling what his sister was feeling. Due to being orphaned since birth, Latios had always taken it upon himself to become a mentor for Latios. Even if some legendary Pokémon had aided them in their growth, Latios had matured much faster than normal to rapidly become not just Latios' older brother, but at times her parental figure as well. He could tell that something was bothering his sister, but she had trouble finding the way to tell him. Something bothering you, Latios? He asked her kindly, a fond smile on his face. You've looked upset since we left the house. Latios squealed in surprise, floating a few feet backwards. Well, Latios paused and left the sentence hanging, clearly telling Latios she was incapable of finishing it. Go ahead and tell me. I won't get mad at you for expressing your feelings or your desires to me, Latios said kindly. Latios gathered all her courage, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Well, Latios, I wanted to tell you that she paused again, trying to figure out how to word it. That I'd like to, she stopped again and then let out a frustrated groan after several very long seconds had passed, getting second thoughts of what her brother's reaction might be. Latios shook his head in amusement. He already had a good idea as to what was troubling Latios. Let me take a wild guess. You don't want to part ways with Ash, and want to go with him and his friends when he leaves the city, the dragon said idly, then smiled at her. Am I right? Latios froze in place, her jaw dropping slightly. How did he do that, she thought to herself, frowned and looked at Latios. How did you know? I can't be that easy to read. I've raised you since we were children. Every time you have problems, desires, needs, insecurities, fears, you always go to me. I know you at heart, Latios replied. I saw your reaction when Brock said they had to go, your thoughtful expression all the way here, your hesitation, I can see and read it all. Latios frowned and lowered her gaze. I guess I should have known, she muttered. She waited several seconds before raising her head to look at him in the eye. I really do want to leave with him. But there's a problem. I don't want to leave you alone either. Then we do have a problem. I don't think I want to leave Alto Mare with a bunch of humans we just met a week ago. Mind you, we spent 5 days of that week asleep, Latios said matter-of-factly. We have duties to protect the Soldu and Alto Mare, and you know that very well, Latios. I know, you've never trusted humans right away, Latios responded, letting out a weary sigh afterwards. But I can feel it. I know it. We can trust them. They, especially Ash, saved your life. No, you saved my life, Latios. Ash was only a means to an end, Latios interjected sharply, narrowing his eyes. Don't take credit off of you and give it to them, credit you earned and deserve. You were the one who did everything. But Ash was a crucial part of it, even if I did most of it. He helped just by being there. If he hadn't been there, the entire thing could have failed. He feels special to my senses, and I'm sure he does to yours as well. He was vital in saving you. And even so, when has my judge of character ever failed us? Laisha's questioned sharply, narrowing her eyes at him and matching his strong gaze. I've befriended many humans and Pokémon in the past, and not a single time have I been wrong about if they can or can't be trusted. You, in turn, have gotten some friends that caused us problems and were not worth any trust. Latios nodded slowly. Yes, I recognize that. As far back as I can remember. You always had a talent for empathy, for being able to sense the intentions and will of others. Indeed, it almost seems natural. However, that doesn't mean you have to leave Altomare. He tilted his head. It was very rare that Latias became so intent on something that she defended it so adamantly, especially if it involved confronting him. I'm not taking any rushed decisions on this. This is one of those chances that can't be wasted. I want to go with him, but I don't want to leave you alone either. However, I think I have a solution that can work. Namely, can we go with him? Latias asked, putting special emphasis on the we part of her question, denoting clearly that she wanted him to come too. Think about it, Latios. I've never left Altomare before, only you have. And every time you come back, you always have all these awesome stories and memories you share to me about how amazing the outside world is. Then there's all the places we've seen on television while we're at Bianca's home. We could explore them, see everywhere with our own eyes. Finally learn what the outside is like with the safety of a group of friends. We can do all of that together. What about the Soldew and Altomare? You're forgetting about that, Latios pointed out. We're here for a reason. We're protecting this city and that jewel, the dragon added, pointing with a claw to the shining orb. Latias scoffed. Altomare is extremely peaceful. We both at times have questioned why it needs guardians in the first place, she said dryly. A few nights ago we got proof that it wasn't a granted safety and that it needs guardians, Latios replied. The larger blue dragon shook his head a couple times as Latias lowered her gaze, acknowledging he had a point. Do you even understand all that you are suggesting with that simple question? He asked her in a very serious voice. Yes, I do, Latias answered, her voice once again matching Latios' seriousness to the point it surprised her brother. The Soldew and Altomare were in danger, yes. But that was the first time in, over a decade. Latios let out a long sigh. Latias, we can't go. We've been here for over a century. We were assigned to guard this place by other legendaries. We can't just turn our back on their decision and abandon this place. Latios frowned. If you really want to go, if you really feel they can be trusted, I can let you go with them. No, Latias said adamantly, making the male dragon bristle in surprise at her sharp answer. You could have died a few days ago. I don't want to leave you. I want this for both of us. We have to do this together, as a team. Like we've always done everything. Latios frowned before heaving a sigh that was equal parts frustration and weariness. Latias, I'm still not convinced that you fully grasp the implications of what your plan entails. Yes, I do, Latias interjected hotly. I just told you that I... Don't interrupt me, Latias. Although he didn't raise his voice, Latios' stern admonition, along with the heavy stare he gave, halted Latias' words in their tracks, although her face maintained a look of indignant anger. After waiting a few moments to make sure he wouldn't be interrupted again, Latios continued. Even if Ash is a really good trainer and person, there are a lot of dangers outside of Altomare. You should know, as an empath, not all humans are as pure-hearted and trustworthy as Ash and his friends are. Many humans and trainers will look upon us with greed in their eyes. We are legendary Pokémon after all. Besides, remember that Ash is a trainer. Going with him also means Pokeballs and battles, things that we aren't ready for. Yes, going with him has the positive side of exploring the outside world. But it also has the negative side of exposing us to many dangers that living in Altomare shields us from. The blue dragon's mind was almost completely made up. He had to say no, but he knew that it hurt Latias greatly. That was one of the things he hated the most about being her parental figure. At times it also forced him to distress her by saying no. We're not cowards, Latias replied firmly. Her brother blinked in disbelief at her, not expecting that reply. It wasn't failing to surprise him just how adamant Latias was being over the matter. It had been a very long time since she had been so fierce in an argument against him. Are you really planning to remain in Alto Mare forever? That we'll always have to rely on secrecy and hiding to shield us from the world and danger. Do you believe we're never going to be capable of living in the outside world? We're not like that, Latios. We're not that weak, maybe in skill or power, but not in spirit. She narrowed her eyes defiantly. We can move out, enjoy ourselves. We're legendary Pokémon, and we recently got some new powers. That's something. Plus, traveling with a trainer will allow us to grow stronger and better defend ourselves. And that same trainer can help protect us while we're learning. In time, we'll be strong enough to be the ones doing the protecting. Especially you. Latios took several seconds to ponder what Latios had just said. Okay, I admit all you said is true. Latios began to speak, making Latios smirk. But there's still the same problem. Latios' face fell. What about Alto Mare and the Soul Dew? We can't leave the city unprotected and alone. Latios looked at her brother pleadingly. Is there anything you can do to leave Alto Mare safe in our absence? Remember, Alto Mare is very peaceful. We have only been needed a few times in the long time we have been living here. If I knew how to do that, I would have done it already, Latios answered dryly. I'm very sorry, Latios, but that's the harsh reality. We can't just go and leave everything here alone. Latios lowered her gaze, already feeling tears building up in her eyes. She knew that convincing him was impossible. Before she could finish her sentence, the dragoness was interrupted by a sudden blast of light that emanated from the Soul Dew. The illuminating discharge of radiant light rapidly spread out across the garden, making both dragons warily fly back a few feet and turn to look at the pedestal. Latios' stance was defensive. Latios wiped her tears and looked at Latios. What was that? She asked him. I don't know, Latios answered, gazing at the Soul Dew cautiously. He noted that the power the Soul Dew had spread seemed to block out his psychic senses, overloading them completely and making him unable to perceive anything in his surroundings. The Soul Dew has never done that before. He frowned, confused. The bushes beside them rustled, prompting both dragons to turn to look at them. Out of the rustling bushes an Oddish came out, walking in a rather strange and monotonous way in the direction of the Soul Dew's pedestal. An Oddish? Latios questioned, tilting his head in confusion. No, duh, Latios said sarcastically, rolling her eyes. Latios glared at her. I know he's an Oddish. I'm curious as to what's he doing, and why he's being so strange. The dragon turned to look at the grass type. Hello, could you please leave us alone? We're in the middle of an important discussion here. The Oddish ignored Latios and kept calmly walking towards the Soul Dew's pedestal. The dragon growled in annoyance. The weed Pokemon reached the edge of the shrine and hopped on top of the Soul Dew's pedestal, making both Latios and Latios stare at it in complete confusion. Slowly, it began to turn around to look at the twins. Latios, you never change, do you? The grass type spoke in a very far-out and ghostly voice, as if it was carrying a foreign power in it, as if he was possessed. The Oddish's eyes were glowing a faint shade of blue and seemed to stare into the distance. In a detached and unconfused manner, a monotone expression on his features. Latios and Latios gasped in shock at the sight. When the power the Soul Dew had blasted began to fade away, both dragons could feel a distinct psychic connection between the jewel and the Oddish. The psychic connection made both twins stare at the Oddish with disbelief in their eyes as soon as it became apparent to them. Why, your Latios stuttered, shocked, as realization began to hit him. He shook his head, dumbfounded. You are, his eyes widened. Father? The Oddish simply nodded once. Yes, it's me. I'm speaking by mentally controlling this Oddish, the elder Latios spoke calmly. Dad, Latios cried out, darting forward with her arms spread out for a hug. The Oddish let out a short gasp and jumped sideways to evade Latios' rapid tackle hug. He landed at the other side of the Soul Dew's pool rather neatly. I'm very sorry, Latios. I would love to hug you right now, but I can't do that with this body. I only borrowed it. Please don't touch me. Any contact might make my already weak mental connection to this Oddish fail. Latios rapidly flew forward and gently wrapped his arms around Laisha's neck and pulled her back, restraining her to prevent her from touching the mind-controlled Oddish, giving him the much-needed space. "But you're here, you're talking to us, after all these years." Laisha's was clearly on the verge of breaking down in tears, overjoyed to finally speak to one of her parents. The Oddish met the gaze of the two young dragons and reflected. In the grass-type's small, red, and round eyes the twins could see him, their father. "As sad as it is, our talk will have to be very brief. The shattering and reforming of the soul dew made my power go into disarray for a while, allowing me to break through with it to speak to you two through the mind and body of a local, albeit only once. But that strength will fade fast and settle down within the jewel again soon. When that happens, I'll be left sealed in the soul dew, speechless, once more." Father Latios spoke softly. "I know you two will have questions you want answered. Questions about your past, about your life story, about who you two are and why you were tasked to be here, explanations that are long overdue, but I can't answer or speak about any of that now. They are things you two are not ready to know just yet, and things like that take too long to explain. In time, truths will be told, but now is not that time. I ask that you trust me until then." The two young dragons stared at the Oddish, speechless. Laisha's gaze was more emotional and upset than Latios' own. Finally, after several seconds of silence while the two dragons absorbed what was spoken, it was the younger dragoness who broke the silence. "But we need to know," Laisha's whimpered, pained. Her teary eyes reflected the sadness and pain in her voice. Latios frowned and held the distraught dragoness tighter to his chest in a hug. He too felt saddened, but he knew he had to be strong for Laisha's. "I'm sorry, Laisha's. I truly am, but there is just not enough time," the father Latios said unhappily. "All I can offer you and your brother is the assurance that, in due time, you will receive the answers you seek. You will know everything. But for now I must tell you what I feel you need to hear before my ability to speak disappears. Please listen." The mind-controlled Oddish let out a sigh. "I was listening to your argument earlier, which is why I decided to gather my power to speak up now that I had the brief chance. To put it simply, I want you to leave with that young trainer you just met." Latios froze, her eyes widened at what she had just heard. Latios' jaw dropped, flabbergasted. "Boo, what? What about Alto Mare, the soul dew?" he questioned, completely stunned. He also found that opposing his father's word was much harder than opposing Latia's word. The Oddish's neutral expression changed to a gentle smile. "Alto Mare and I will be safe. You don't need to know how, just trust me, my son. The city and I will be okay. Latios, you have spent far too much time confined to this garden and this city. I feel the time has come for you two to explore the outside world, and this trainer brings the perfect opportunity to do so. Latios is right, Latios. He can be trusted. I can't ask you to instantly trust him like she does, but I ask that you give him a chance. After all, a part of your power resides in him now." "Oh, okay," Latios whispered, completely shaken and not knowing what else to say. He was aware that part of his power was still within Ash from the events of that night, but he hadn't thought about or given it much importance yet. The Oddish gave a curt nod to him. "Take good care of each other. Have fun and be responsible. Enjoy the outside world that both of you have been denied until today. And use your powers wisely. I trust you'll make sure you two don't get in trouble, Latios." At this, the Oddish looked fixatedly at Latios. "Our powers," Latios frowned, curiously glancing down at Latios and remembering all she did to save him. Memories of other events of that night also swept into his mind, like the strange feelings that had spread through him while charging the tidal wave or when he awoke from his slumber. The Oddish took a deep breath, the father Latios worryingly noting that his time of mentally controlling him was coming to an end. "Yes, your powers. That is the other thing I wanted to tell you two, so that you know what's going on in your bodies and what to think of it. I know you are wondering what exactly happened that night." Through the Oddish, Father Latios frowned. "My time talking is almost up, so I'll be brief. You two, as children of legendaries, are great and powerful beings. Never doubt yourselves. You two have a great heritage, vast power that right now sleeps deep within your souls. Power that in your distress will let you do all that you did and much more. Right now, it's off limits almost completely because neither of you are ready to control nor harness it. But one day you will be able to claim it and become the grand legendaries you two are meant to be, as well as know the truth behind everything. But now is not the time yet. Please be patient. The day nears, but it's not quite here yet. Is that why we can suddenly talk telepathically? Or why we can use our psychic powers or the new attacks? Sense everything around us? Latios questioned, realization hitting him. Is that how we stopped the wave? Is that how Latios and Ash saved me? The Oddish smiled, projecting the gesture the elder Latios wanted to express to his children. Yes, the distress you felt while stopping the wave made that power deep in your soul awaken, slip into your body and let you do everything. That small slip made part of that power now fill you to permanently and be at your disposal. Use it wisely and don't overestimate it, as it's still very small in comparison to what is dormant. In time you will obtain all that is yours. As for where the inspiration to do everything came, all I did that night was project within Latia's mind the idea of how to use Ash to save you, Latios. The rest? It was done all by her instincts, her faith, and her love. Latia's eyes widened slowly. So that was it. The elder Latios, through the Oddish, nodded. But don't give me all the credit, sweetheart. All I did was give you the idea. The rest of it was all you and your power. Thankfully, Ash was there. His soul is a powerful one, the amount of aura it has in it is vast. It was strong enough to save Latios' weakened soul. As to why he now bears a part of Latios' power in his own soul, it's because he needed it to stabilize himself. Souls of legendaries can heal on their own, mortals cannot. Saving Latios would have killed Ash, but by giving him a small part of Latios' power, he was able to gain enough strength to survive the process. Latios and Latias nodded slowly, understanding everything so far. And what Latias began, but she was sharply interrupted by her father. My mind control on the Oddish is slipping. I can't keep this up much longer. Father Latios smiled once more. That's all I wanted to say. To tell you what happened that night so you weren't frightened of yourselves and your new powers and instead embraced them. And to tell you that you were allowed to leave the city, and one last thing. What? Latios asked, frowning. I want you to know that I love you. I never intended to abandon you or die. I wish I could have raised you and shown you both my love instead of being trapped here. Slowly, the Oddish began to glow as Father Latios' mental grip began to fade. I love you, my children. Leave Alto Mare and enjoy life. I am immensely proud of both of you for being so strong to endure what you had to endure. One day, soon, you will be rewarded for your strength and patience. He glanced at Latios. You're powerful, Latios. Never doubt your strength. You've done so much more than any legendary, including myself, could have ever asked for, and for that I'm proud. Okay, Latios said quietly, finally allowing a small tear to run down his cheek. His wished this moment could last longer. He wished he could get all the answers to the questions that had plagued him all his life. He understood, though, why that could not happen. For now, he decided to trust his father's word. The elder Latios glanced at Latias. Latias, sweetheart, keep trusting your empathy and your instincts, and most importantly, yourself. You're a lot stronger than you think. I'm very proud of you. Thank you, Dad, Latias replied, tears slowly trickling down her eyes. I love both of you. With those final words, the glow around the Oddish stopped and the power that the Soul Dew had been emanating disappeared. The Oddish looked around, utterly confused as to what was going on. He had been walking through some bushes when he blacked out. And now he found himself strangely standing on the Soul Dew's pedestal with no memories of what had happened or how he got there. He saw the two crying dragons and panicked, thinking he had done something to them. I didn't do anything. I'm sorry, guardians. He jumped off the shrine and ran off into the bushes, disappearing. Latias and Latios, too shaken by their encounter with their father, didn't bother to look or react to the Oddish. They instead preferred to hold each other in a tight sibling embrace. comforting each other and slowly going through everything their father spoke of. It wasn't until what felt like a very long time that they decided to part, looking at each other's faces for mutual comfort. "So we're leaving?" Lacius asked, hopeful. "Yes, it looks like we are," Lacios replied, yielding at last. Lacius slowly grinned. "Awesome. Let's go find our friends to tell them the good news." She frowned. "There won't be good news for Bianca and Lorenzo, though." "You go, I'll stay here." Lacios glanced at the soul dew. "I still owe them an explanation. I need to think of what I have to say, and there's some details I need to take care of before we can leave. I'll meet up with everyone at Bianca's house tonight. Be sure they'll be there because Ash and his friends are leaving tomorrow morning, I imagine." Lacius nodded at him, flew forward and then planted a soft kiss on his cheek. "Love you. You'll see, this is the right decision." She pulled back as Lacios smiled and nodded at her. She gave him one last look and then rocketed out of the garden, leaving the blue dragon alone. Rapidly, Lacius turned herself invisible and flew a couple dozen feet over the rooftops of Alto Mare until she realized there was a problem. Reaching to her brother over their bond, she frowned. "How am I going to find them again?" she asked telepathically. "They could be anywhere. This is good practice for our new powers. Try to sense where they are and find them on your own. Father mentioned our powers and so did you. Put them to good use," Lacios replied in her mind. Lacius sighed. "I guess I'll have to do it that way then," she muttered. Lacius closed her eyes and tried to sense where her friends were. Immediately she cried out in fright and opened her eyes at how overwhelmed her young, immature, and untrained senses ached at receiving so much sensory information due to the sheer amount of people nearby. What was that? She wondered, telepathically reaching out for her brother. "I guess I should have expected that," Lacios admitted. "There are too many people in the city. Way too much for us to filter through with our minds without getting a headache. Well, I can feel where Ash is because of the bit of my power that he has. They're going to the south of the city, near the Cultural and Tourism District, or at least Ash is," he telepathically said to her. "Wow, telepathy is awesome. Now we can talk to each other over long distances," Lacius commented, grinning slightly. "Yeah, it is," Lacios responded. "Just don't push it. We're still fairly new at this," he advised. Lacius smiled and nodded. "Thanks." She took off in the direction of the cultural district of the city while being hidden by her invisibility. Less than a minute later, thanks to her flight speed, she arrived at her destination. Lacius hummed, looking around for her human friends. The district was large, with several streets, canals, and blocks encompassing it. Her friends could be anywhere. However, sideways by a canal a couple of streets to her left, she could distinctively feel something that very much made her new senses tingle. A power that clearly stood out among all the surrounding humans. Instantly, she knew it was Ash. Instead of going there directly, she glided into an alley down the street and shifted from her invisibility into her illusionary human appearance, taking the form of Bianca, minus the Barrett. She calmly walked out of the alley, trying not to draw any attention to herself as she casually made her way to her friends. And that's how the city became one of the world's most famous tourism hotspots, Bianca finished her story, motioning to a series of murals on the walls of the shops facing the canal. "I had heard a lot about Alto Mare before, Miss, but I didn't know it'd be this intriguing up close." "What's more intriguing, Alto Mare or us?" Lacius asked merrily, suddenly walking up behind the group. The group gave a startled leap and turned around to find another Bianca, without a Barrett, gazing playfully at them. "Oh, it's you, Lacius," Bianca said, being sure to whisper out the name to make sure no one near them heard her. "I'd totally vote for you," Brock commented. "Legendary Pokémon have always been intriguing." Lacius smiled. "Thank you," she replied cheerfully. "They're intriguing as long as they're not trying to kill us," Pikachu deadpanned. First Mew and Mewtwo, who actually succeeded in killing Ash, at least temporarily. Then Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. Then an illusionary Entei. Then a brainwashed Celebi. Then Lacios. The electric type sighed. Lacius rolled her eyes. "We had a good cause to put Ash in danger, though," she pointed out. "A very good cause." I'll agree to that, Ash said instantly. Pikachu stared at her. I was talking about the time Latios tried to kill us for following you into the garden. Ash was unarmed and I was half unconscious. That tackle you stopped was clearly aiming to do serious damage. Oh, right. Well, Latios can be, shall we say, overzealous in his protective instincts towards me at times. He tends to attack first and ask questions later whenever he thinks my safety's at risk. I'm sorry that had to happen to you both, but please don't fault him for his actions. It's just the way he is, Latios explained haltingly, her eyes downcast. A moment of awkward silence ensued before Bianca broke it by asking, "So, Latios, may I ask what you're doing here? And where's Latios?" Relieved to be free of the previous subject, Latios smiled and said, "I just figured I'd come and join you guys walking around. And Latios is still back at the secret garden. He said he still had some things to think about and take care of." She paused and looked at each member of the group. "How's the tour so far?" "Very good," Misty answered instantly. "I'm loving this city." Brock nodded in agreement. "Me too. Not only is it gorgeous, it's also rich in history and folklore. We've seen a lot and we haven't even gotten halfway through the tour." "Yep, which is why we have to continue," Bianca interrupted, turning and walking down the street. "Follow me, there's lots of souvenir shops a few blocks away that have interesting stuff we can window shop." After passing several blocks, they began to near their destination. As they were walking down the street, Latios noticed something that perked her interest. She paused and looked at the shop. "Hey, wait guys," she said to the group telepathically, tugging Bianca's sleeve. Bianca turned to look at her. "What's up?" She followed Latios' gaze to the shop and frowned. "It's a small souvenir shop, Latios. There's better ones down the street." "Yep, I know, but I'm familiar with this one and I know something they sell that isn't common in other stores." "Come on!" Latios grabbed Bianca's arm and pulled her to the store. Bianca frowned, but allowed the disguised dragoness to pull her into the store. Okay, you win, Latios." Ash and his friends took a step forward, but the instant they did, Latios turned around and held out a finger to them. "Nope, you guys stay here," she said telepathically. Latios turned around and dragged Bianca into the store, leaving a bewildered Ash, Misty, Brock, and Pikachu to stare at the two apparent twins. "I wonder what got into Latios," Brock marveled. "It's hard to predict her, especially when she's chipper. But she's fun," Misty commented. "Can't deny that." Ash nodded. "I'm curious as to what she's doing." Considering her, it's probably something. Pikachu paused, then frowned. "No, wait, I can't suggest anything," he shrugged. Ash looked at him for a few seconds, making the electric type blink back at him. "It's really weird to suddenly go from not understanding you to being able to talk to Pokémon perfectly all over the course of one day. One conscious day, because technically it was 5 days for everyone else," Pikachu pointed out, making Ash roll his eyes at him. Togepi let out a playful trill, wagging her stubby arms energetically. Misty looked down at her and smiled softly at the Pokémon she considered her baby. "What did Togepi say, Ash?" she asked curiously. "She said she's hungry," Ash replied. "Or I think she did. Her speech is odd. Maybe because she's a baby Pokémon." "Yes, it's because of that," Pikachu confirmed. "And yes, you're right on what she said. Mostly." "Thanks," Misty replied while pulling a small poke treat out of her bag, which she fed to the baby Pokémon. "Great, now I'm a Pokémon translator," Ash grunted. Misty, Brock, and Pikachu laughed. "You can't complain, that's a bad thing," Pikachu pointed out. "It's one of the most awesome things there can be." "Yeah, it is." Ash grinned at the prospect, suddenly remembering he still had yet to try his new powers with the rest of his Pokémon. It was at that moment that Bianca and Latios came out of the store. Latios was holding on to something that looked like a small box about the size of her hands. "What's that?" Ash asked the disguised Latios, staring at the box she was holding. "Not telling," Latios replied playfully, winking at him and sticking her tongue out. She then hid the box behind her. "Aw, come on, tell me," Ash demanded eagerly. "Nope," Latios grinned. "You'll find out later." "Come, let's continue the trip," Bianca spoke up, walking down the street with Latios beside her. not leaving the group or Ash any more chances to ask what Lacius was up to. As they left, Bianca leaned close to Lacius' head. "That's coming out of your savings," she whispered to the illusion-cloaked dragoness. Lacius just smiled and quietly nodded at her best friend. Lacius had a small amount of money that Bianca and Lorenzo recognized as her own, completely generated from the artwork she painted that Bianca and Lorenzo sold to souvenir stores along with Bianca's paintings. Lacius didn't entirely care about that, since she didn't really have much use for the money other than situations in which she wanted stuff she saw on markets. Stealing it with the aid of her invisibility was an easy solution, but Lacius pointedly stopped that practice. Lacius and Bianca had frequent painting and drawing competitions to see who made the best paintings. Bianca was always the winner, but Lacius had gotten really good at art over time, even if Bianca was still vastly superior. The group continued the tour with Bianca and Lacius' guidance. Both of them did their absolute best in explaining and pointing out all the sights, places and landmarks of Alto Mare that they took the group to see. They also made a point to stop at Alto Mare's harbor to book a return trip to Johto mainland for the next day. As hours went by and the morning sun shifted to midday and then to noon, the group decided to end the tour around the city. The sightseeing was indeed great, with Ash's group enjoying every second of it. However, as they were talking about heading back to the Pokemon Center so Ash and his friends could spend the night, Lacius spoke up in their minds. "Wait, not yet," she interrupted them. "I want you guys to come to Bianca's house." "It's late noon," Lacius Brock said, glancing at the dragoness illusionary form. "We should head to the Pokemon Center." "I know, but you can spare a couple more hours. You see, Lacius said he wanted you there tonight. He has to explain stuff, remember?" Lacius smiled. "Plus, we have some announcements to make." "Announcements? About what?" Bianca asked, surprised. "You'll see, but please come to the house." Lacius turned and began walking towards Bianca's home. Bianca frowned, slightly confused. She decided to trust her best friend and trailed after her. Ash and his friends followed both of them. The walk towards the house was relatively short and uneventful, with a quiet atmosphere predominating around the group. Bianca reached the house and noticed the lights were on, indicating Lorenzo had already gotten home. Bianca opened the door and entered, with everyone following her in. "Hello," Lacius greeted them as they entered, resting his large body on top of one of the large couches in the living room. Lorenzo, who was sitting on another of the couches, nodded at them. Bianca smiled and petted the large dragon as she walked by and took a seat on another couch. "Hey, Lacius, about time you showed yourself. Why didn't you come on the tour?" she asked. "I was busy thinking." Lacius glanced at everyone else, just as Lacius dropped her illusionary form and revealed her real body. "Grab some chairs and have a seat. We should get this over with before it gets any later. As I promised before fading out, I owe you all an explanation. Please remember I don't know everything, so don't expect perfect answers for all your questions." Everyone nodded, listening intently. Lacius smiled at her brother as she flew beside Bianca. "We're your audience, Lacius." Lacius looked around at the group, waiting patiently until they settled all around him. Once they were seated, he gazed at all of them, stopping to look at each person seated around him for a couple instants. "Okay, here we go," he muttered. His face turned to Ash, Pikachu, Misty, and Brock, who were seated close to each other. "I'm not sure if all of you are aware, but do you know what the Soul Dew is?" Brock nodded once. "Yeah, over the last few days we asked Bianca and Lorenzo to explain some stuff to us, which included them telling us about what the Soul Dew is in detail and what it was for." Misty grimaced. "And what happens if it's removed from the pedestal?" Pikachu sighed sadly. "And who it contains," he mumbled. "Okay," Lacius said telepathically. "Well, all of that is completely true. It does contain our father's soul. It's him who keeps Alto Mare alive, while Lacius and I protect it." Sadly, he grimaced sadly, lowering his gaze. "We failed. Annie and Oakley defeated us." Brock frowned. "But how? You two are legendary Pokemon. Shouldn't you be kind of capable of defending yourself from those two women?" he questioned. Lacius shook his head once. "Not entirely. You see, we've been orphans ever since we were born. We never knew who our mother was, and our father has been the sole do ever since we were babies. Latios looked at Latius unhappily, who seemed to be crestfallen at the topic. He decided to continue his tale, knowing she could handle the topic better than before. We've never received any kind of training from anyone, really. We are pretty much blank in terms of combat skill. Pikachu grimaced pitifully when he realized what that meant. Wait, I lost to a newbie? Bleh, he grunted, crossing his arms in annoyance. Latios couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Yes, you did. Usually, my sister and I rely on our invisibility to throw most opponents off, and then use our great speed to make really powerful and painful tackles. If things get worse, I would use my claws to increase damage, but that can only get us so far. The Ian Dragon shook his head slightly. It works most of the time, but Annie and Oakley were prepared for us. None of our tricks and abilities surprised them. Also, something that works against Latius and myself in terms of combat capability is the fact that we're not adults. We're children, or maybe young teens. We're somewhere around that age group. At that revelation, everyone except Lorenzo and Bianca seemed extremely surprised. I thought you were adults, Misty commented, taken off guard. Ash blinked, also astonished. You two are quite big for being so young. Yeah, I thought so too. I meant you are large, very large, Brock said, inspecting the dragon's body with a fixed stare. Though, your physical voices do sound childlike. Very shrill. But anyway, Latios began to get everyone's attention again. We lost to Annie and Oakley, and you know the rest. They used me and the Soldu to activate the DMA. The activation of the DMA hurt me greatly. It felt as if I was being torn apart from the inside out. I did my best to fight it, to resist it, but it was just too hard. Thankfully, my sister freed me. But even freed, being in the DMA left me very hurt and very weak. I was at the border of collapse, he explained, his telepathic voice sour at the still fresh memories of being inside the machine. And then came the wave, Latius said grimly. Yeah, at the worst possible time. Due to Annie breaking the Soldu, Latios sadly added. Once the wave came, that's where everything gets complicated to explain. Very complicated, Latius agreed. What do you mean by that? Bianca asked, confused. You guys did all that, why is it hard to explain? Lorenzo asked. Because I don't know how we did it, Latios responded. He lowered his gaze, his face reflecting a thoughtful expression. Everything happened so fast, like a blur. The distress of knowing the wave would destroy our home and kill everyone at it. It made something happen to me and to Latius. Like it made something come to life inside us. Latius nodded, deciding to help Latios out. I'm not sure either, but it felt like suddenly we were powerful, like something had snapped inside us. Something big. I guess that's one way to put it, Latios said, glancing briefly at Latius. The thing isn't like Latius, I was too weak. I had already been vastly weakened and injured by the DMA, so when this happened, it drew out so much power that it killed me. So what you said before you passed out, it was true, Bianca muttered, looking unhappy. Yeah, sadly, it was, Latios confirmed, his face reflecting a dark expression. But thankfully, Latius was able to use Ash to save me. I'm not sure what happened during then, it all went by so fast. All I can say is that she somehow used his life force to save mine, and the process left a part of my power in him. Which is why his eyes are red and he can understand Pokémon. It's a derivative of my power inside him. Well, I'm happy with it, Ash said, grinning. Talking to my pals is awesome. How did the Soldu fix itself? Lorenzo asked, humming. I don't know, Latios replied. Like I said, I can tell you what happened. But there's many things I don't have an explanation to. We just have to be thankful it fixed itself. I wonder if Dad had something to do with it, Latius thought to herself, humming slightly. Well, at least it's okay, Brock commented. That's the important thing. Even if it's a mystery how it fixed itself. One more mystery to add to Alto Mare's charm. Bianca smiled. One last question, why is it that you can suddenly use telepathy? And psychically move stuff? You two are psychics, but I've never seen you do any of that in the past, Lorenzo questioned. Latios frowned. Another thing I don't have an explanation to." He gave Laisha's a brief look, making her look at him in a puzzled manner. Both of them knew a more certain answer to that question, thanks to talking with their father. Laisha's noted Laishios wasn't bringing up the fact they talked to their father, but since it was him who was handling the talk, she decided not to speak up. "If I had to guess, the power we used to take down the wave, that power that seemingly came out of nowhere, had side effects on us. I can't give you anything more than that, sorry." "Don't worry, Laishios," Bianca said soothingly, walking up to the dragon and gently running her hand down his neck. "We're not going to demand answers you don't have. Even if you can't explain everything, at least we now know what happened." And ultimately, Lorenzo began, smiling. "What's important is that you two are fine, the Soldu is okay, and Alto Mare is alive. That's what matters." Ash, Pikachu, Misty and Brock nodded, not having anything to say to the Ian Pokemon, but acknowledging they accepted his explanations. "Well, anything else?" Brock asked. "Yeah, there's something else," Laishios spoke up, flashing the group a cheerful smile. Laishios looked at Lorenzo and Bianca. "Well, this is going to be a bit hard for both of you. But the second thing we want to speak of in this little meeting is about a decision both Laishios and I have decided to take." After spending a while discussing it, he said telepathically to everyone in the room. "Primarily, it was Laishia's idea, but in the end we both agreed to it." "Huh? What is it?" Bianca asked, frowning. Both she and Lorenzo turned to look at the dragoness who was floating in the air next to the chair Ash was seated on. She blushed a little at the gazes thrown her way, and was hoping that Bianca and Lorenzo would take her and Laishios' choice well. Laishios, knowing that Laishios would be too nervous to tell something like that to her friends, decided to speak up and make the announcement. "Laishios and I have decided that we are leaving Alto Mare with Ash and his friends." "Both of us," Laishios told them telepathically. Everyone in the room gasped at this, exchanging looks between the two dragons and Ash. "They both want to come with me?" Ash thought to himself, utterly shocked by this. Several seconds of silence afterwards, a part of him began dancing in joy when he grasped completely what was going on. Two legendary Pokémon wanted to go with him on his journey. He was going to be able to realize one of his ultimate dreams and actually train a legendary Pokémon. Two legendary Pokémon he had developed a very special connection with in less than a week. Brock and Misty both looked at the dragons in shock. Pikachu exchanged worried glances between Ash and Laishios. Bianca and Lorenzo seemed like they were frozen on the spot and clearly struggling to accept what had just been mentally spoken by Laishios. They both clearly seemed like they didn't know what to think. Deep confusion and surprise was written all over their shocked expressions. Finally, it was Lorenzo who broke the silence. "Why do you want to leave the city you've always lived in?" he questioned. He had known Laishios for a long time. The dragon's trust was hard to earn, and his decisions were never surprising, always remaining methodical, precise, and logical. How a group of trainers could in such a short time gain enough trust out of him to accept leaving with them left him baffled. To the elder, it was almost inconceivable that he would make such a decision that vastly fell out of what he knew of Laishios, even if Laishios backed it up. However, the potential lack of guardians brought another concern to his mind. Who was going to keep the city safe in your absence? The elderly man frowned at the idea. Annie and Oakley proved less than a week ago that Alto Mare's safety is not granted. Bianca's trail of thoughts was very similar to Lorenzo's, although she didn't know Laishios from as far back as Lorenzo. She knew he was never one for drastically large changes. She nodded in agreement to her grandfather's questions. "Alto Mare needs our guardians." Laishios looked at them, an almost saddened expression on him as he gazed at their clearly pained reactions. "I can't explain how, but trust me. Alto Mare will be safe. Laishios and I are already sure of it." Lorenzo frowned, still unsure and skeptical. Bianca looked visibly shaken. Never had she imagined something like this could happen. "But Laishios, why do you want to leave us?" Bianca asked her best friend, unhappily glancing at her. Laishios felt rather guilty as leaving Alto Mare was still her idea, but she knew she had to be strong and abide by it. She gently flew to Bianca and wrapped her arms around her in a hug before pulling back to gently nuzzle her. "It's time we leave, Bianca." We've been here since we were born. That's a long time. It's time we tried something new with our lives, Lacius responded. Ash and his friends are the most trustworthy trainers we have ever met. We'll be safe with them. Lacius smiled lovingly, licking Bianca's cheek affectionately. Plus, we'll visit. It's not like it'll take long to get here from wherever we are. We're really fast. Bianca frowned slightly. I'll take your word for it. I expect to hear every now and then from you too. She glared at Ash, Brock, and Misty, making the three gulp at the intensity of her glare. And you three better take good care of them. The three trainers in question nodded. Lorenzo sighed, making Lacius and Lacios turn to look at him. Lacios, while I respect the decision you and your sister have reached, I'm still worried about Alto Mare's safety. Whatever you said will keep the Soldu safe. Will it be enough? Lacios nodded slightly, giving the elder a reassuring gaze. It will be enough, trust me. Plus, the secret garden is still secret. Only you to know of its exact location, and it's practically impossible to just stumble on it. Also, while I was at the garden earlier today, I asked all the local Pokémon to help take care of it. They look up to Lacius and myself, they'll help. Lorenzo took a few seconds to consider the dragon's words, some lingering doubts still plaguing his worried mind. But eventually he decided to give in and trust the Ian Pokémon's words. Lacios had never done anything that could endanger Alto Mare before. He had no reason to start now. I just hope that you know what you are doing. I know what I'm doing, Lacios said comfortingly, giving Lorenzo a gentle smile. Is there anything else any of you would like to ask? He asked telepathically. I hope my explanation, while lacking, sufficed. Not that I have in mind, Lorenzo replied. Just that I wish you to the best on your new journey. So do I, Bianca said kindly. Misty smiled. It'll certainly be very interesting to have you and Lacius join us on our trip. She paused. How are you fitting both in your party, Ash? She asked. Actually, I already thought of that, Lacios interrupted before Ash could reply. Lacius will be traveling with no Pokeball. I don't want her captured. Plus, she doesn't like to battle, there's no need. Only I will be captured, so it'll just be me who'll battle. Misty frowned, confused. You don't like to battle, Lacius? Lacius sighed. No, I don't. Battling doesn't really interest me. It's a long story, and I'd prefer not to talk about it. All you need to know is that I don't want to battle. Don't worry, we won't push if you don't want to talk about it. Brock hummed, thinking about Lacios for a second. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Lacius should be able to easily pass off with our group. Without a problem with her invisibility and illusions, so she'll be safe even without a Pokeball. Lacios will be the only one we'll openly reveal in battles then. I can't wait to start training and battling with legendary Pokémon, Ash commented happily. First time you get around to getting one. About time after all the ones we've met in the past, Pikachu mused. Ash grinned and lightly rubbed Pikachu's head. We'll make sure Ash is a good caretaker, don't worry, Brock said, flashing Lorenzo and Bianca a smile. Ash rolled his eyes at that comment. I could handle the task on my own, he protested. No, you can't, Pikachu deadpanned. Now don't argue, you know it's true. Bianca looked at the clock hanging from the wall. It's getting late, you guys should get to the Pokémon Center to sleep. Your ship to the mainland leaves a little past midday tomorrow. Yeah, we should get going, Brock agreed. Thank you both for your hospitality, he said gratefully to Bianca and Lorenzo. The stay in Alto Mare was very nice, except for the ordeal with Annie and Oakley, but other than that, this place is very pleasant. Thank you for the tour, Bianca, Misty said gratefully. You're welcome, Bianca replied. Yeah, Alto Mare is awesome, Ash agreed. And Lacius and Lacios are even more awesome, and they're coming with us, he said excitedly. Yes, but don't make too much noise about it, Lacios said flatly. It'll get annoying. Misty laughed. Don't make them change their minds, Ash, she warned. Come on, let's go. We have a big day ahead tomorrow. After exchanging their goodbyes, everyone parted ways. Bianca and Lorenzo stayed at their home. Ash, Brock, and Misty headed towards the Pokémon Center. Lacius and Lacios flew out and headed towards the garden. Lacius and Lacios arrived at the secret garden after a quick flight. As soon as they were inside, Lacius finally decided to let out a loud squeak of joy as she began flying random loops across the garden excitedly, doing happy twirls and hoops every now and then. "We're leaving Alto Mare. And it's with Ash." She flew towards the Soldu's pedestal, stopping right by it to gaze into the pool. "Thanks, Dad," she exclaimed gratefully. Lacios smiled gently at Lacia's antics, greatly overjoyed that his sister was so happy. He tilted his head when he felt the Soldu emit a small positive pulse of energy. "Yeah," Lacios began, "we're leaving Alto Mare. And with your crush," he added teasingly. Lacius immediately blushed hard. "That's not the main reason I want to leave with him, and you know it," she said defensively, turning around to face his smug grin. "I know," Lacios replied. "They're trustworthy and all that. You're not mad about that, are you?" Lacius asked slowly, gazing at him nervously. "No, I'm not," Lacios replied, much to Lacia's relief. "Why would I be mad you're crushing on a human? You're free to love whoever you want. However, remember that both of you are young, and he isn't exactly aware of that kind of stuff. So, take it easy, okay?" Lacius nodded. "I will," she promised. "Also, you didn't mention our father talking to us to them. There's no need for them to know." Lacios turned around and flew over to the branch he and Lacius always slept on. "That stays between us." Lacius frowned. "All right, I thought it'd be cool if they knew." She flew after him and laid beside him, cuddling up against him. "Good night, Lacius." Lacios kissed her on the forehead lovingly. "A big day awaits us tomorrow." "Good night to you too." Lacius closed her eyes and pressed into him. With the day behind them, both twins drifted off to sleep very fast. The next day, Ash walked down to the Pokemon Center's lobby, greeted Nurse Joy as he passed by, and then walked to one of the telephones. "I wonder how Professor Oak will take me catching a legendary Pokemon," Ash commented, sitting down in the phone's chair. "The league is very close. I imagine he'll be wondering what you're doing with a new Pokemon in these late stages of the competition. I think he'll be pretty excited." "It's not every day someone goes and catches a legendary Pokemon," Misty said. "We'll go ahead and check in to get our travel back to mainland ready, while you call Professor Oak and then go and get Lacius and Lacios." Ash nodded at them. "Okay, I'll meet up with you guys at the dock." "Don't get lost," Brock recommended as he walked after Misty, exiting the Pokemon Center with her. Ash grumbled in annoyance. "I'm not going to get lost," he muttered. The phone rang a few times as it dialed the lab. Several seconds later, the professor's image appeared on the screen. "Hi, Professor Oak," Ash greeted enthusiastically. "Well, hello there, Ash. It's been a while since I last got a call from you. How close are you to the Silver Conference?" Professor Oak asked. He could swear something was different about Ash, maybe the eyes. He shrugged, passing it off as a problem with the video call. Ash gave a wide grin, smugly opening his jacket to show the 7 badges pinned to the inside. "I'm just 1 badge short," he answered proudly. Professor Oak chuckled at the boy's enthusiasm. "You were beaten yet again, Ash. Gary already has all 8 badges and is currently training in Mount Silver. I'm warning you, Ash, he's tougher than ever." Oak frowned. "Also, why are you so late? The Silver Conference will start very soon. You need to hurry and get that last badge fast or else you'll fail to quality." Ash fumed, clearly more worried about the fact Gary had beaten him than potentially being too late to register for the tournament. "I'll beat Gary in the tournament," he proclaimed angrily. "What's the point of beating me so many times if he'll fall to me when it matters the most?" Professor Oak chuckled again. "Well, other than serving as a reminder that you need to hurry up, what's the motive for the call?" he asked. Ash smirked slowly, perking up at the Pokemon professor's curiosity. "I want to send a Pokemon back to the lab, since I'm gonna capture a new one soon," the young trainer answered. "Take that, Gary. I'll have a legendary Pokemon and you won't have one. I'm so beating you in the Silver Conference," he thought to himself. Professor Oak frowned, surprised by Ash's response. "Ash, you could just capture the new Pokemon and it would be sent here safely. There's no need to open a spot in your party beforehand." Ash grinned, bursting with joy and overconfidence. "Sorry, Professor, but this is a Pokemon I can't afford to send to the lab. He's staying with me at all times." Professor Oak blinked, deeply surprised. Why? Just what are you capturing, Ash? That's a surprise. You'll have to wait until he shows up in my records to see what I got. Plus, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me anyways, Ash replied. Pikachu nodded in agreement. All right, who are you sending? Professor Oak asked, still curious on what Ash was going to capture. But he realized it was pointless to try and get the information out of him. I'll send Fanpy there for a while. He's still young. I'm sure he'll love your lab's backyard, Ash told him while placing Fanpy's Pokeball in the teleporting device. It buzzed to life, and in a few seconds the Pokeball was teleported back to Oak's lab and an empty Pokeball appeared in its place. Ash grabbed and pocketed it. He smiled at the professor. Thanks a lot. Take care of Fanpy. Have my Pokemon watch out for him. I gotta go now, bye? Professor Oak smiled back. Goodbye to you too, Ash. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Pokemon you're going to capture. It certainly must be a rare one if you don't want to send it here. Ash grinned. Just you wait and see. The young Pokemon trainer then hung up the phone and looked at Pikachu. You were mean, Pikachu said, laughing. You could have just told him instead of leaving him hanging. Ash laughed softly. I figured it'd be fun. So, let's go, buddy. Time to have a new pair of teammates with us. Technically one, but yeah, Pikachu said. Ash shrugged and left the Pokemon Center, heading out towards the garden to see if Latios and Latios were ready. He didn't remember the way there, but could somehow feel where the garden was, like something was guiding him. Ever since saving Latios' life, he had been feeling a lot of strange things. More than just having different colored eyes or being able to talk to Pokemon. Ash walked to the nearest entrance, being extremely careful to make sure no one was looking at him or following him. After a few minutes of wandering around down seemingly endless alleys, Ash found himself face to face with a dead end. Alto Mare seemed to have a lot of those. He checked to see if there was someone nearby again. Finding no one, Ash confidently walked into the wall and bumped face first into it. Ah, he let out a short scream, grabbing his aching head. Pikachu laughed raucously. It'd be way too predictable if it was exactly on the dead end, Ash. Whoever made the garden knew better than that. Try looking on the walls, but not near the end. The entrance should be somewhere. Yeah, that's a good point. Ash took some steps back and began feeling his way through all the walls near the end of the alley. Eventually, he suddenly found himself going through one of them partially. Gotcha! This time, he walked through the wall easily, disappearing through it. Ash entered the garden, letting out a short gasp as he marveled at the delightful beauty of the landscape that was immediately presented to him. He started looking around for either of the Ian dragons. Latios, are you here? He called out lightly. Pikachu saw something out of the corner of his eye and jumped off Ash's shoulder at the perfect instant. Because Ash was tackled by a rapid red blur not a second later. Ash, Latios squealed happily, wrapping her arms around Ash. The human let out a short scream as the dragoness tackle sent both of them crashing into the grass. Latios and Pikachu, who were looking on, exchanged a couple of glances and then laughed slightly. Latios flew backwards a little, letting Ash stand up. She giggled softly. Hello. That was a painful greeting, Ash commented with a grimace, rubbing his back from the crash. But it was nice, I guess. Hello, by the way. Latios grinned. I can't believe we're finally leaving. I've been thinking all morning about all sorts of stuff we'll see on the journey. Oh, trust me, our adventures are always filled with interesting stuff, Ash promised. Or really weird stuff, depending on the perspective, Pikachu added. Latios and Latios exchanged awkward glances. Anyway, Ash said, waving a hand at Pikachu to brush his comment off. Are you two ready? He asked them. Latios and Latios turned to look at Ash and gave him a nod. Bianca and Lorenzo should be here in a few minutes to say their goodbyes, Latios informed them. Latios looked at Ash. Hey, there's something I want to give you. She turned and flew to a tree, finding a particular hollow within the tree bark. She pushed her arm into it and pulled a small box out. Latios hovered down until she was in front of Ash and gently handed the box to the young trainer. That's for you, she stated. For me? Hey, I remember this little thing. You bought it yesterday but didn't show us. Ash opened the small ornamented box and let out a surprised gasp when he saw what was inside. It was a necklace with a pair of crystal figurines resembling Lacia's and Lacio's in amazing detail dangling from it. "Wow, thanks a lot, Lacia's," Ash exclaimed happily as he grabbed the necklace and hung it around his neck. "It's really pretty." Pikachu nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's quite lovely. It'll be a good reminder of our little adventure here in Alto Mare." Lacia's gave him a sweet smile. "That's my thank you gift for everything. Saving my brother's life, saving Alto Mare, being a good friend, and allowing us to come with you. All that, thank you." Lacia's hovered closer to Ash, smiled tenderly, and leaned forward to his face. She gave him a kiss on the cheek, startling Ash slightly. Pikachu's eyes widened in astonishment, though Lacio's didn't seem to react or be surprised at all. Lacia's pulled back and giggled a little at Ash's surprised expression. "That was another thank you gift. I hope you liked it." Ash stared at her, having no idea what to reply. He just stood there, looking a little stunned. "Thanks, Lacia's," he said at last. That was the second time a girl had kissed him, the first being Melody from the Orange Islands. Pikachu tilted his head. "Adorable," he commented, putting a paw on his chin. Ash's hand traveled to his new necklace. He blushed a little, making Lacia's giggle softly. "That was unexpected," he muttered. "But it was nice." "Thank you," Lacia said. "Also, Bianca and Lorenzo are coming." She turned, facing the incoming humans. "Hello," she greeted telepathically as she knew they couldn't understand her physical speech. "Hello," Lorenzo said in greeting, just walking into view. "Eager to leave, I see?" he asked. "Yeah," Lacio's replied while Lacia's nodded energetically in agreement. "Not long now," he added. Bianca slowly walked up to Lacia's and Lacio's. "Promise that you'll visit every once in a while, okay?" Lacia's nodded, grinning. "Of course we will." She hovered forward and wrapped her arms around Bianca, hugging her best friend tightly. Once Lacia's had parted, Lacio's flew forward and gently nuzzled Bianca. "Don't worry, we'll be okay." "I'll make sure of that." He licked her cheek affectionately. "We'll miss you a lot." "I'll miss you too." Bianca let out a sigh. "I never thought you two would actually leave the city one day." "Take care of each other." "Come to visit soon," Lorenzo reminded the dragons. "And your group too, Ash." "You're always welcome here." "I know I am," Ash said. "Well, goodbye, Bianca." "You too, Lorenzo," Lacio said telepathically. "We'll be seeing each other later." "Bye, both of you," Lacia said, going forward and giving Lorenzo a quick hug as well. "Keep the garden nice." "We will," Bianca said, giving both dragons a sad smile. She was torn between happy and sad. She was sad her friends were leaving, but happy they were finally going to explore and see other places. They were finally going to be free. Lacio's turned to Ash. "Let's get the capturing part over with. Are you ready?" Ash nodded once. "Yeah, I'm ready." He held the spare Pokeball he had obtained earlier and gently hurled it at Lacio's. The Pokeball touched him on the neck, making it burst open and envelop the dragon in a bright red flash, sucking Lacio's inside the Pokeball. The sphere landed in the grass and shook a couple of times but stayed closed, signaling that Lacio's had allowed himself to be captured without fighting back or resisting the device. Ash smiled and picked up Lacio's Pokeball. I can't believe it, he took a couple of steps back and then did a full spin that ended in an overly dramatic pose while holding the spherical device above him. "Yes, I caught a Lacio's," he exclaimed happily. Lacia's, Lorenzo, and Bianca stared at Ash quietly for several very long and very awkward seconds. "Was that necessary?" Bianca questioned slowly. Ash nodded adamantly. "Yes, I do it every time I capture a new Pokémon." "Not sure if Lacio's can actually be considered a capture though," Pikachu commented. "He beat me with a tackle, even if he doesn't know how to battle. I don't think we could actually take him down." "Details," Ash said, shrugging. Lorenzo checked his watch. "Anyway, you should get going, Ash. Your ship leaves soon. Lacio's will guide you to the docks." Lacio's eyes glowed as she assumed a human illusionary appearance. "Goodbye, Father, thank you," she thought happily, sparing the soul Dew one last glance. before turning around and beginning to walk in the direction of the exit. "Follow me, Ash." Lorenzo and Bianca watched with saddened gazes as Ash, along with their beloved Pokémon friends, departed. Deep down they were happy. They knew the twins would greatly benefit from this. "They'll be okay, you'll see," Lorenzo said quietly. Bianca just nodded. After walking for a while, Ash and Lacius arrived at the docks. There were many boats and ships there, the harbor bursting with activity. They looked for their ship and quickly found it, a medium-sized motorboat. Misty and Brock were already seated inside it. Ash greeted them and hopped in, with Lacius and Pikachu following behind him. Once the scheduled time to depart arrived, the boat's engines roared to life and the vessel darted forward, heading for the Johto mainland. Misty smiled and raised a hand to keep her hair down, feeling the cool ocean breeze caress her face until something caught her gaze. "Ash, what's that?" Misty asked, pointing at Ash's necklace. Ash took several moments to react, having been too distracted watching the city they had just departed shrink in the distance. "Huh, what?" He followed her gaze and realized what she meant. He gently touched it and smiled fondly, glancing at the disguised Lacius. "It's a thank you gift from her." He remembered the other thank you gift, blushed, and quickly looked away towards the ocean. Lacius giggled quietly. Misty and Brock exchanged curious glances, wondering what was going on. "What's up?" Misty asked, oddly suspicious at the two's behavior. "Nothing," Ash replied quickly, conveniently glancing away at the beautiful oceanic horizon. Misty began to speak, but she was suddenly quieted by a large splash of psychically thrown water right at her face. The water completely avoided Togepi, who was cradled in her arms. "Hey!" Misty exclaimed, glaring at Lacius. Lacia's playful eyes stopped glowing. "Oops," she said, pouting cutely at Misty. The former Cerulean City gym leader gave a frustrated sigh and just looked away, letting the wind dry her head and hair. With that, the group kept looking ahead, awaiting their next adventure in Johto. And Ash's next gym challenge, the last badge needed to enter the Silver Conference. Chapter 4: Journey to Blackthorn City. Professor Oak was currently sitting at his desk, impatiently looking at the trainer records on his computer. Every single person that obtained a Pokemon trainer license was kept record of in a global database which certain Pokemon researchers, professors, and league personnel had access to. Professor Oak had such permission by the Pokemon League, along with his qualification, to periodically hand out starter Pokemon to aspiring trainers all across the Kanto region. The call Ash had made to him a few hours ago had kept him deeply intrigued. "Just what did you catch this time, Ash?" Professor Oak wondered. Ash was extremely different to many of the trainers Professor Oak supervised. While most trainers tended to capture dozens upon dozens of Pokemon, Ash always caught only a very select few that he closely befriended. All of Ash's captures tended to be regular Pokemon which had a special value to him. However, Oak was aware of Ash's tendency to meet up with some of the rarest and most unique Pokemon out there on an extraordinary basis. Or maybe he's just warning me because he's catching something bad or dangerous, Professor Oak thought, shuddering as he recalled Muck. He glanced around warily, hoping the sludge Pokemon was nowhere nearby. He swore that ever since Ash sent that Pokemon, his clothing expenses had gone through the roof. Putting aside the thoughts of Ash's clingy poison type, the Pokemon professor signed impatiently. Whatever he captured, it must be very rare if he doesn't want it to be sent here, he thought to himself. It had been a few hours since Ash had called him, so even if the registry was having latency in updating itself, he knew the information of his new capture should be appearing on it any time now. The anxiousness kept Professor Oak on the edge. He stared at Ash's personal record for a few seconds before moving the computer's cursor to select a tab labeled Captured Pokemon at the top of the screen. After clicking on it, the screen went white for a second before loading the new application. The screen now displayed a series of square pictures in rows, each with an image of a Pokemon Ash had captured on it. When Professor Oak moved the cursor on top of any of the images, an info tab at the side displayed various information about the Pokemon, such as its unique registry ID, date, and location captured, among many things. They were also ordered from oldest to newest. The last image was of Ash's most recent Pokémon capture, a recently hatched Phanpy which Ash had sent back, in place of the new Pokémon he had most definitely captured by now. Professor Oak couldn't help but smile slightly. Phanpy had greatly enjoyed all the open space suddenly presented to him. His first action on the lab's massive gardens was to curl up and use rollout to simply roll around to his heart's content. Eventually, the little child had gotten tired and promptly settled down to rest and spend time with Ash's other Pokémon. Snapping out of his sudden thoughts about Ash's Phanpy, Professor Oak exited the Captured Pokémon tab and then opened it again to refresh it. To his absolute delight, he noticed there was one more square image than the last time he had opened it. Finally, it had updated. "Please, don't disappoint me, Ash," he thought excitedly to himself. Professor Oak's eyes focused on the square image, only to widen in amazement for a second, due to not recognizing the icon as a Pokémon that was native or common in Kanto or Johto. He moved the computer's cursor over the image, displaying its info tab. With a click, the Pokémon's data was moved to occupy the whole screen. "Oh my!" Professor Oak whispered in awe, his eyes fixed on the enlarged image of the Pokémon Ash had just captured. The image of Ash's most recent capture depicted a Pokémon Professor Oak had never seen before, but he had surely heard of it. Its coloration was mainly blue and light gray, with the gray spreading along the neck and upper chest, while the rest of the Pokémon's elegant body was bright blue colored. The Pokémon had solid-looking wings, 2 small forepaws with 3 claws on each of them, a red triangle on the chest, and a long and slender neck. On its head, the Pokémon had a light gray raindrop-shaped pattern, with the rest of it being blue, except for the underside of the head, which was gray. It had pointy ears and bright red eyes. As hard as it was for Professor Oak to believe, he was staring at the image of the legendary Ian Pokémon, Latios. How he shook his head once, clearing his thoughts. "How did you get a Latios?" "That's impossible," he exclaimed. Tracy came up from downstairs to check on him, having heard Professor Oak's outburst. "What's wrong, Professor?" he asked, walking up to the startled man. "More like, what's too right to be true," Professor Oak replied, shaking his head a couple times. "This," he pointed at the screen, "is what Ash just captured." Tracy walked beside him, staring intently at the screen. "What is that?" he asked, glancing at Oak after being unable to identify the Pokémon on the screen. Tracy frowned, seeing the surprised look on his mentor's face. "Something tells me you don't know." "I know what it is," Professor Oak said defensively. "It's just that I can barely believe it. It's almost too good to be true. That, my assistant, is a Latios, a legendary Pokémon." Tracy was immediately amazed, his eyes widening slightly. "Ash caught it? Ash caught a legendary, not just seen it, but captured it?" Oak nodded slowly. "Yes, he did. I know he has a lot of luck for running into legendary Pokémon all the time, but I never expected he'd actually capture one." Tracy let out a sigh, his eyes reflecting pure awe. "I still remember our time traveling through the Orange Islands. Those few months of traveling with him were more than enough to have us see 4 legendary Pokémon: Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, and Lugia. What a wacky adventure that was. I'm kinda jealous Ash got to ride on Lugia, though. I'd have loved to do that. Or maybe ride on Articuno. It was a really beautiful Pokémon," he said, spacing out slightly as he remembered that day's adventure. Professor Oak chuckled, recalling his own legendary Pokémon adventure with Ash. One that for Ash had been just a year ago, but for him it had been almost 40 years ago due to Celebi's time-traveling powers. "I have my own memories, however. Ash blew it this time he captured it." "That's on a whole new level." Professor Oak focused on the Pokémon's information and stats only to find that most of them were blank, except for types, gender, weight, and length. Tracy followed Oak's stare, rapidly developing the same thoughts as him. "Why is his information so empty?" Tracy asked curiously. "Shouldn't the Pokémon database be more updated?" "Nearly no trainers have ever captured a legendary Pokémon, Tracy. And even less Pokémon professors have ever gotten to do a detailed study of any of them. Information about them is scarce, like water in a desert," he answered. And what tiny information Pokemon professors have, it's rarely updated in the global database because there is no real need for it. It's not like much people have a Latios or any other legendary in their teams. At least, even if very blank, we do have some information of him. That makes sense, I guess, Tracy said with a frown. He kept scanning the page until something caught his interest. Look at that type combination, he said, pointing at it on the screen. That thing's a psychic and dragon. That's an odd combination that I don't think I've ever seen before, he commented. Yes, this Pokemon has two of the strongest Pokemon types there are. This legendary Pokemon could be really strong if trained well. Professor Oak replied while thinking of all the things such a powerful type combo could do. He sighed in exasperation as he looked at all the empty stat and information areas. I do wish we had more information on it. I'd love to know more, he commented in frustration. You said so earlier, maybe another Pokemon professor has more information about it? Tracy suggested. Professor Oak hummed, thinking about Tracy's suggestion. He nodded. I think I've seen stories of Latios being around both Johto and Hoenn. Since Ash's capture must have been in Johto, I'll call Professor Elm. He walked to the phone and dialed Professor Elm's number. After several seconds, the voice of Professor Elm emanated from the console. Hello, Johto Regional Pokemon Lab, Professor Elm speaking. May I ask who is calling? Elm, it's Oak. Do you have a minute? I have something rather important I'd like to discuss with you, Oak answered. Professor Oak? Of course. Just give me a sec. A moment later, the face of Professor Elm flashed up on the console's screen. It's good to hear from you, sir. It's been quite a while. What's up? Elm inquired, smiling. Professor Oak nodded once to acknowledge the greeting and then got straight to the point. Knowing that the other professor was probably busy and didn't want to waste time on mundane chit-chatting. Do you remember Ash Ketchum? He asked. Professor Elm gave a curt nod in reply. Well, he just captured a Pokemon I have no information on. I need to know more. It's a Latios. Professor Elm's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in disbelief. Even his glasses fell slightly to the side. He shook his head to regain his composure and quickly fixed his glasses. Are you serious? He asked, his voice dubious. When have I ever joked on matters like this? Professor Oak asked flatly. Yeah, good point. Well, Oak, if what Ash captured is a Latios, then he's got a very rare Pokemon on his hands now. I admit I don't have much information on it either, to be honest. I do know there's an island city south of Azalea Town called Alto Mare that is rumored to be protected by a Latios and Latias. If you want more information about Latios, I suggest you try calling Alto Mare's main museum or research center. You can also ask Professor Birch, since some of the sightings of Latios outside of Alto Mare have been in the Hoenn region. Thank you, Elm. I'll be sure to follow those leads, Professor Oak said. Sorry, I can't help more, but that's all I can do. Is that all you needed? Elm asked in a polite tone to make sure everything was clear. Professor Oak smiled and nodded back at his fellow Pokemon professor. Yes, goodbye. With that said, Oak hung up the phone to let the other professor work. He sighed and glanced back at his personal computer, which was still displaying Ash's new acquisition. It had been a very long time since he had felt this impressed. Ash has done it. He has captured a legendary Pokemon. He has good luck finding legendary Pokemon, but to actually capture one, that's just a whole other story. Professor Oak paused as he realized something. The Johto League Silver Conference was just around the corner. I wonder if Ash will use it in the upcoming Silver Conference. It's a good thing I already have plans to go there and watch my grandson in the tournament. I hope Gary is ready. I feel Latios will be Ash's ace up his sleeve for the tournament. Oak reached forward and turned the computer off for now. I'm going to tend to the Pokemon, Tracy. I'll make those phone calls later. Come. All right. Tracy nodded, barely recovered from the revelation that Ash now had a legendary on his team. He followed Oak to the backyard. Latias looked around as the group arrived at a small port town in the coasts of Johto. Her eyes reflected great interest and curiosity and seemed to dart around to glance at every little thing that moved or caught her interest. The curious dragoness was still disguised as Bianca. This is your first time leaving Alto Mare, isn't it? Brock asked, noting the almost overzealous interest the dragon girl was displaying to everything. Yes, it is, Lacius replied, never turning to glance at him. Instead preferring to look at all the sights as the boat they were on slowly neared the dock. Lacios has left Alto Mare before a couple times on brief occasions, though. But I never did. Once the boat had docked safely into the town's harbor, they got off and started walking into town. What do you think? Ash asked, using his arms to motion at the town all around them. Pretty cool, Lacius replied, paying odd interest to the dirt roads that divided the streets and houses. I'm way too used to Alto Mare's water canals and paved walkways. She glanced at the distance, where she could see the forest spanning out beyond the city. Can't wait to get to the forest. Misty stopped, seeing a Pokémon Center in the distance. Do we have all the stuff we need before heading out into the forest? She questioned. Brock nodded. Yes, I stocked up on supplies at Alto Mare's Pokémon Center before leaving. We're good to get going if we want to use as much daytime as possible, he responded. Misty nodded back at him and resumed walking. There's nothing of interesting in this town for us anyways. Plus, we're a bit delayed for the league, Brock added, walking down the town's main road, which led to the path that went through the forest. The rest of the group followed him. After walking some considerable distance, the group exited the town and entered the forest. Ash stretched his arms outwards and looked around, enjoying the fact that they were back to traveling through nature. Ah, lovely green once more, he delightedly commented. Lacius glanced around to make sure they were alone. Once she made sure no other humans were nearby, she decided to drop the illusions hiding her. In a shower of bright blue sparkling lights, Lacia's illusion suddenly disappeared and revealed her real body. Lacia slowly ascended several feet in the air to get a better glance at the nature surrounding her. She looked around, her improved senses taking in the world around her without missing a single detail. Her eyes slowly glanced all around, looking intently at all the new species of trees and plants she hadn't ever seen before. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes and letting out a soft thrill at the rich, fresh mixture of different scents that she could perceive. Even her ears twitched every so often, listening intently for all the new sounds she could make out. Wow, she finally spoke out, opening her eyes. I guess she's happy and curious, Misty commented, slightly amused by the dragoness reaction to the forest. Hey, maybe you should let Lacios out, Ash, she suggested to the younger trainer while looking at the bewildered Lacias. Yeah, he'd probably like the area, Brock agreed. And watching Lacia's first time outside of Alto Mare. Ash nodded in agreement. Yeah, sure. He grabbed the corresponding Pokeball from his belt and held it forward. He activated it so that with a flash of light Lacios was released from the confines of the mechanical sphere, hovering a few feet in front of the group. Hello, Lacios greeted everyone before glancing at his sister. I see you're enjoying yourself, he commented, smiling softly. Lacia snapped out of her trance and squealed happily, playfully tackling Lacios with a hug. Very much so, she replied while pressing to him. This is much better than what you showed me through sight sharing. She grinned. Come, before Lacios could react, one of Lacia's paws grabbed his own, interlocking their claws. With a powerful burst of her levitation, she dragged the male dragon into the woods. The group laughed heartily at the dragoness action. She's excited all right, Brock said between chuckles. Lacia's giggled merrily as she dragged Lacios, who was now levitating mostly on his own, throughout the myriad of trees and bushes, elusively darting across the plant life. While Lacia's was having no problem, Lacios was having issues dodging due to his much larger size. That caused the dragon to occasionally run into bushes or tree branches. Hey, Lacias, wait, he exclaimed, smashing through a particularly large mesh of vegetation which coated him in leaves. Ooh, Lacias cried out in interest, not listening to her brother at all. She released his paw and glided over a grotto she had spotted out the corner of her eye. She looked around as she entered it, marveling at the fresh and natural scent. Almost reminiscent of the secret gardens, but much different at the same time. She looked at the couple Pokémon that were in the place, species she hadn't seen before. She glanced at all the distinct flower and tree species that she couldn't recognize, marveling at them. So pretty, she squealed happily. I'm glad you like it this much, Latios said, joining her side while psychically brushing leaves and twigs off his body. Yep, Latia said. She spotted a small creek running through the grotto and flew over to it. She dipped her head in it and drank several sips of water. Fresh water right from a forest. It tastes almost as good as the one in the Secret Gardens pools, and definitely much better than humans' potable water. It's like spring water. Latios chuckled in amusement at Latia's excitement about little details, but understood her feelings as it was her first time out of their hometown. Latios watched as Latia spent several minutes analyzing everything inside the grotto. After a while, Latias began to fly upwards, rapidly flying past the forest's canopy. Latios promptly followed her. With ease, she ascended up to a couple thousand feet, looking at the vast landscape below her. What a view, she whispered, breathless. Latios smiled, always close behind her. Yeah, I felt the same way the first time I left Alto Mare. Though, that time my muse was in an underwater environment. A big coral reef, if I remember. Latias grinned at him. And now we're going to have so much time to explore all around while traveling with Ash and his friends. She smirked at him teasingly. See, this is awesome, and all it took was Dad to knock some sense into you. Latios chuckled nervously, knowing she was completely right. So, let's get back to the group. We've done enough sightseeing. He turned and flew in direction of the group, with Latias following after him. A couple instants later, the dragon twins caught up the group. They had been walking along the road, advancing while both dragons went away. Hey, we're back, Latios announced, turning invisible. Latias followed his cue and turned invisible as well. Misty smiled. Enjoying yourselves? She questioned. Yeah, we are, Latias responded. She looked at the road ahead, noticing it stretching forwards until it disappeared into the trees. So, where are we doing? She asked curiously. In an instant, Brock had his Pokemon League book open. The next gym is the Blackthorn City Gym, located in, as you guessed, Blackthorn City. I think it's the best gym we can go for at the moment. We're about a 9 to 10 day walk from there. Misty peeked into Brock's book. I've heard of that city. It's the place from where the Johto League champion, Lance, is from. Brock read on a little further. Yeah. Well, it's near the Dragon's Den, the entrance to Dragon's Holy Land, and the gym is known for using powerful Dragon-type Pokemon. The gym leader is Claire, Lance's cousin. Dragon-type gym? That sounds awesome. Ash grinned. Latios, you're totally fighting there. You're my Dragon-type. It was official. Ash was now really looking forward to that gym, since dragons always promised a good and difficult challenge. Latios looked nervous, not that anyone could see it. Are you sure? I don't have any battle experience other than Annie and Oakley beating me up. Brock said we have more than a week before reaching Blackthorn City. So, we can use that to train you in the basics. We can battle every trainer we run into. Maybe you'll get the needed experience and power to beat her dragons. Or at least put up a good fight. Plus, the gym battle is probably a 3 versus 3, so 2 of my other Pokemon will help out in the battle, Ash answered. His tone indicating he was completely set on using Latios to battle Claire. Latios frowned, not sure about fighting in a gym battle so freshly out of Alto Mare. I guess. Will Ash be on time for the league? Misty asked, glancing to peek at Brock's book. Brock hummed, reading the time schedules in the book while doing a quick calculation about it in his mind. If Ash beats Claire and gets the badge within the next 10 days, I think we should be good in terms of time to register for the Silver Conference. Ash will probably be among the very last trainers to register. What do you mean with being late for the league? Ash asked, feeling a bit worried. He had heard Brock mention they were delayed when they arrived at the town, but didn't pay it much attention. Now, he felt the need to question further. Brock frowned. The league is going to start very soon, and the registrations will close even sooner. And you only have 7 badges so far. Which means we need to hurry, get the last badge, and race off to register for the league. You need to beat Claire on your first try so we get as much time as possible. If you can't beat her, then we're going to have serious problems. I imagine that most trainers already got their 8 badges and are in some part of the process to inscribe for the Silver Conference. Ash winced, feeling slightly pressured at the prospect of not having any second chances against his first dragon-type gym. So, that's why Professor Oak said Gary was done already and had time to train in Mount Silver, he thought to himself. Wait, why are we so late for the league this time? If I recall, after I gathered the Kanto League badges, we had time to travel to different places and do a few adventures while waiting for the league to start. Brock hummed, probably because we started late. Remember, every league gives nearly a 1-year time period for trainers to gather the 8 badges needed to qualify for it. You started the Kanto region not long after registrations opened. But after finishing the Kanto League, we didn't start on Johto's tournament right away. You went to the Orange Islands and spent a couple months there doing the Orange League. So, by the time we started the Johto League badge gathering, we were already late. Plus, we also had a lot more distracting adventures between your badge battles than we did at Kanto. Brock tapped his chin with a finger. From the ones I remember that made us lose a lot of time, there's the trip to Mount Quena, the Whirl Islands, our numerous detours while dealing with the GS Ball, our second trip to Ecruteak City, the week-long travel to Alto Mare, among others. I hope we're not too late, Ash mumbled, dreading on the idea of missing the league because they were late for it. It'd feel like a huge downfall on his career as a Pokemon trainer. Lacius, however, perked up and looked at Brock. Did you just mention the Whirl Islands? She asked, double-checking as she had been distracted with her sightseeing of the passing forest. Yeah, Brock responded, wondering why the Dragoness was suddenly displaying such interest towards that particular location out of all the ones he mentioned. We spent a while over there. There was a big water-type Pokemon tournament which Ash and Misty took part in. By the way, Misty eliminated Ash in it. He chuckled slightly, particularly at the glare Ash threw his way. And also, we had a really troublesome adventure involving Team Rocket over there. Did you guys happen to meet a young Lugia there? Named Silver? Lacius asked, the entire group instantly noting a strong interest dripping every psychically spoken word. Lacius hummed, and other members of his family too. Ash, Brock, and Misty nodded once, making Lacius grin. Lacios frowned, rippling with anger at the mention of the villainous organization. Connecting the dots, he figured that the troublesome adventure against Team Rocket Brock had mentioned also involved the Lugia. They're okay, right? He asked, his telepathic voice very concerned. Ash nodded once. Yeah, they're okay. We helped save both Lugia from a bunch of Team Rocket bad guys. After we freed them both, they swam off into the ocean. Lacios let out a sigh of relief. That's really good to hear. How did you know about the Lugia there? Misty asked, is that their home or something? No, it's not their home. But it's like a vacation spot they spend a lot of time in, Lacius replied. I was just wondering if you also happened to meet them. Yeah, we've met them. We're rather lucky in terms of meeting legendaries. You two are not the first ones we've run into by a long shot. Anyways, how do you two know about Silver and his mom? Ash asked curiously. Lacius and Lacios paused and remained silent, making Ash frown. Guys? You only saw a couple Lugia, right? No one else? Lacios asked just to confirm. Ash nodded slowly, clearly confused. Out of which one was an older female, and the other was Silver? Ash nodded again, further confused. Did you say Silver and his mom? Lacios asked slowly, just to be sure. His mom? His telepathic voice sounded funny. Yeah, Ash scratched his head in confusion. Brock and Misty looked at each other, wondering if the other knew what was going on with Lacius and Lacios. The two dragons looked at each other for a few seconds and then startled the entire group by bursting out laughing loudly. Their laughter was so hard they lost all concentration over their invisibility, causing them to become visible. Everyone else looked at them awkwardly, as if they had been told a joke only they understood. Both dragons were leaning against each other for support, still laughing away. What's wrong? Brock asked, increasingly irritated. Oh, nothing, Lacios said while wiping a tear with his claw, slowly regaining his senses. It's just that the Lugia you met that you apparently think is Silver's mom isn't his mom. She's not? Ash and Pikachu asked at the same time, causing them to glance at each other awkwardly. Nope, the older female Lugia is Silver's older sister, Lacius answered. The entire group let out a gasp. Her name is Phaedra. How? We were told she was his mom, Misty protested, gawking in disbelief. Luca and Oliver said they were mother and child. You were told wrong then. Lacius giggled in amusement. Silver and Phaedra are some of our friends, she added, grinning. Brock frowned. Well, it's not like they protested at us thinking she was his mom. Or told us what the correct family relationship was. I wonder, shouldn't they know telepathy? The Lugia we met before them had telepathy. Despite us being with them for a lengthy amount of time, they never displayed telepathy towards us. And from what I saw, it must have been the same towards Luca and Oliver. Other Lugia? Was he a really large male Lugia? Lacius asked, just to be sure they hadn't just seen Phaedra again. Brock nodded. She smiled. Yeah, that was Phaedra and Silver's father. Lacios hummed. That'd odd. They know telepathy. I'm sure they do. They've used it around us before. Even Silver does. But if they didn't use it to talk to you, or didn't object to you thinking Phaedra was his mom, I don't know why they wouldn't say anything. If we see them again, you can ask them. It seems like it's a thing among legendaries to avoid telepathically talking to humans, then Brock assumed. Lugia did, but we've met other psychic-type legendaries that didn't bother to talk telepathically either. He glanced at Lacios for confirmation. I don't know, Lacios replied, shrugging. So, you two know Silver and his sister, how did that happen? Misty asked curiously. Rather long story, Lacios answered offhandedly. Sorry, we aren't going to start talking all about our life stories. We kind of need to build some trust for that. Let's just say, some parts can get really complicated and personal. Huh? What do you mean, Lacios? You don't trust us? Ash asked, with a hurt expression on his face. I thought that after Alto Mare, you would know you could trust us. We trust you, but the legendaries we've met never wanted us to really talk to humans about them. It'd increase risk to them, and to ourselves. They made us promise not to talk extensively about them unless it was for important reasons. Talking about them just to ease idle curiosity, I can't do that. Many legendary Pokémon have been around all our lives, visiting us at Alto Mare and being there for us when we needed them. Some are precious friends and loved ones for us. I can't break one of the only promises they ever had us make. Once we've become better friends with you all and they are more comfortable with it, I could talk, Lacios explained. Ash nodded slowly. I guess that's fair enough. Lacius nodded once. Yeah, sorry about that, but I'm with him on that one. Until then, we can cope with talking smaller things about them, but understand us if we have to withhold some things. Anyways, yes, we know Silver's entire family. They occasionally dropped by Alto Mare to check up on us and let Silver play with us, Lacius said telepathically. Even Phaedra took to play with us sometimes. They are both very fun. That sounds really cool, Ash said. And unlike you two, I'm actually eager to share stories of all my adventures with you. Especially the ones involving other legendary Pokémon. And near deaths, Pikachu added sorely, making Ash wince slightly. I wouldn't mind, Brock admitted. It would be a fantastic way to warm up to each other. And I'm eager to hear them, Lacius replied, grinning. Brock chuckled. Now where to begin? The group kept walking along the road, chatting amongst themselves as they recounted some of their adventures to Lacius and Lacios. After several tales, the group feels silent, not wanting to overload the twins with too much tales on a single day. They figured it would be better to gradually space the telling of their adventures. So they always had something to talk about on their lengthy journey. Everything was peaceful and quiet, so much that Lacius frowned in discomfort, feeling bored. Being rather hyperactive at times, she found the silence almost annoying. Lacius looked around, seeing if she could find something she could perform a decent prank on. In her looking around, she spotted a spinnerack hanging from a tree branch that was several dozen feet down the road. Lacius smirked and flew to the small bug-type Pokémon. Lacios blinked as he looked up at her, being the only one of the group capable of sensing the invisible dragoness move. When Misty was passing just underneath the branch, Lacius cut the web string that held the spinnerack to it, resulting in the Pokémon falling right into Misty's face. She gave the most terrified screech anyone had ever heard and took off running down the road so fast that it only took her moments to disappear down the road. After several seconds passed, Lacious burst out laughing, causing her to become visible again from the loss of concentration to hold up her illusion. Pikachu, Ash, and Brock sweat dropped at the scene. Lacious rolled his eyes. Lacious was getting scolded again, and no cute look would save her this time. It took the group an awkwardly long time to catch up to Misty. The second they reached her, she started sulking, muttering incoherently about how bug-type Pokemon were out to get her. After calming the desperate girl down, the group were able to resume their lengthy travel. A few more hours of walking later, during which Misty had been staring at the trees watching out for any troublesome bugs. They decided to stop and eat at a small clearing to the side of the road. Ash, this is a great time to introduce Lacious and Lacious to everyone, Brock commented. You can do that while I prepare our meals. Ash nodded in agreement. I like that. He grabbed his Pokeballs and flung them forward to release all his Pokemon. Misty and Brock did the same thing. Once all Pokemon were out, Ash stepped forward. Well, everyone, before Ash could speak any further. He got the wind knocked out of him courtesy of a tackle from his overzealous Bayleaf. All of the assortment of Pokemon nearby snickered slightly at Bayleaf's clingy shows of affection. She pinned Ash to the grass, licking his face tenderly. Ash, however, didn't take her action in any negative light, as he only laughed in response, reaching with his arms to hug the large Pokemon. You should let him speak, Bayleaf, Pikachu reprimanded her. He has an announcement to make. And it's important. Bayleaf glanced at him and frowned slightly. After a few seconds, she nodded and lowered her neck to give Ash a final affectionately lick, before slowly walking off him, letting the human boy stand up. Thanks, Bayleaf. Anyway, to continue what I was saying. We have 2 new additions to our family, Ash exclaimed excitedly, motioning with his arms to Lacious and Lacious. Some of you have seen them already, some not. But they're here to stay as our new friends. I introduce you guys to Lacious and Lacious. Go over and say hello. All the Pokemon shouted a varying chorus of greetings towards the 2 legendary dragons, going over to them and rapidly crowding all around the 2. Brock and Misty looked at them with amusement. They'll certainly help the to fit in, Brock said, stopping his cooking for a second to look at all their Pokemon. Several minutes later, during which Misty spent her time playing with Togepi, Brock cooking and Ash simply looking how the Pokemon socialized and talked with each other. The excitement of the arrival of Lacious and Lacious died down, making all the Pokemon go back to a normal routine while they were allowed out of their Pokeball. Ash found it exciting to listen to all the things the Pokemon had to talk about now that he could fully understand what they were saying. Once Brock was done cooking, he served the food for both the humans and the Pokemon, and the entire group then proceeded to eat their food. After some time, the group had finished eating and was just resting. After a long train of vague thoughts, Ash realized that he hadn't tried checking either of his new dragons with the Pokédex. He took out the useful and informative machine and pointed it directly at Lacious, who looked in mild curiosity at the small device. It beeped once and spoke up in a robotic voice. Pokemon unknown, no information available. It promptly displayed a blank screen. Ash frowned, dismayed. He pointed it at Lacious, and unsurprisingly, the Pokédex was also blank about him. Misty chuckled slightly. It's not your lucky day, it seems. It's the first time I ever hear a Pokédex say it has no information. Second time for me, Ash responded, looking at the Pokédex as if it was broken. Why doesn't it say anything? He wondered. Misty just shrugged. Lacious floated closer to Ash, looking at the red machine in Ash's hands curiously. What's that? He asked, never having seen one of them before. It's called a Pokédex. When I point it to a Pokemon, it immediately tells me its species and lots of very useful stuff. But for some reason, it can't recognize you two, Ash answered. You already know what species I am, and I've told you a lot about me, so why bother with the Pokédex? Lacious questioned, tilting his head. Misty groaned in frustration. Can you use telepathy, please? I'm feeling left out. She was now officially jealous of Ash's ability to understand Pokemon as if he was talking to any normal human being. Latios chuckled a little in amusement and replayed the question mentally to Misty. Well, it can also tell me the attacks a Pokemon knows. I know you're a dragon and psychic type, but I don't know what attacks you have, Ash responded. Plus, I was just curious about what it had to say about you. Why didn't you ask me? Latios deadpanned telepathically. If you want to know things about me, I'll just tell you what I feel is okay to tell you. Because it never crossed my mind, Ash admitted mereepishly while scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Misty face-palmed. What? It's a valid excuse, Ash argued, crossing his arms. I'm still not used to the fact that I can talk to my Pokemon now. He glared at her. Misty shook her head in amusement but didn't respond. Well, to put it bluntly, I don't really know how to battle. I know a couple of my natural abilities like invisibility, sight sharing, telepathy. Creating basic illusions like the ones Latios and I use to shapeshift into humans, but there's not much to look for after that. And it's not like most of them are actually useful in a battle, Latios explained dejectedly. Clearly disappointed in himself that he really didn't know anything useful when it came to battles. We have psychic powers, Latios added, trying to cheer her brother up. But we only obtained that after we crashed the wave down. So, it's not something we're entirely sure how to use to fight yet. Also, we have our signature moves. We learned them kind of like on instinct after we woke up. Brock looked up from where he's sitting down. Psychic powers can be extremely powerful in battle. We know from experience. Yeah, Ash agreed, shuddering at the memories of his battle against Sabrina. Well, this is one of the greatest benefits Latios and I saw in leaving Alto Mare. Especially benefiting for Latios, Latios spoke up. You guys can help us train to become stronger and better protect ourselves. Annie and Oakley could have killed us. But anyway, other than that, we only have our invisibility and tackles for fighting. Latios finished, letting out a mereepish chuckle afterwards. Dude, that's useless. You don't know anything. Pikachu started laughing while pointing at Latios. Pathetic. Latios glared at him, clearly annoyed. Latios gave Pikachu a devilish smile that made him cringe and stop laughing. Oh, Pikachu, may I remind you that it took Latios one small tackle to defeat you? She said in a sweet sing-song telepathic voice. Pikachu winced. He'd completely forgotten about his first meeting with Latios and how bad it had been. Now it was Latios' turn to laugh. Latios grinned even wider. He defeated you fast without knowing how to battle. I had to stop him from pretty much killing you. Imagine what he could do when he has the same experience as you. He'll beat you up anytime, any day. Both dragons started snickering at Pikachu, who just flushed in embarrassment. Latios grinned at Pikachu, very happy that his sister had brought up that particular moment. Make sure to stay on my good side, Pikachu. So, anyway, Brock interrupted, making all Pokemon look at him. I believe Latios mentioned signature moves? I'm curious, what's that about? He questioned. Oh, right, Ash exclaimed, grinning. I wonder what kind of awesome attack you two might have as a signature move. I remember Lugia's Aeroblast, it was awesome. Latios laughed slightly at Ash's reaction. One of my few legendary Pokemon friends once mentioned to me a long time ago that Latios and I, as a species, have a powerful signature move each, and that one day we'd learn them. After waking up from our very long sleep, both of us found out that we knew it already. I guess whatever snapped in us that day made us learn it on instinct, he explained. So, I guess we could show them. You first, Latios. Latios grinned, excited at showing off her personal attack to her friends. So, who do I practice it on? She asked. Brock hummed. I know. Let's see you try it on my Onix, he said, glancing at his rock-type Pokemon. As soon as Brock mentioned his name, the gigantic rock serpent, who had been just resting on the side of the clearing, lifted his head and moved towards the center of the clearing while turning to face Latios. All right, guys, here's my mist ball, Latios cried out, placing both of her clawed paws in front of her. She narrowed her eyes as they began to glow. As she concentrated, a white orb of bright psychic power began to form between her claws. Slowly, it began to be coated in what looked like red-tinted mist. The spherical construct of telekinetic power was quickly growing in size, letting out a soft hum of power. Once she was ready, she reared her claws back and then hurled it towards Onyx with all her might. Onyx swatted away with slam, Brock ordered in response. Onyx roared and lifted his massive stone tail and swung it at the incoming psychic-type attack. As soon as the misty orb collided with the rock snake Pokémon's tail, it exploded into a huge flurry of red mist that quickly enveloped even the massive Onyx. He let out a hiss of hurt as the mist painfully damaged his rocky skin. The rock snake Pokémon then let out a defiant growl at Lacius, but his eyes widened as he felt all his strength being zapped away by the stinging mist ripping at his rocky hide. Lacius grinned proudly. "So, that's what it does. It's the first time I get to use it fully." "Really?" Ash asked, surprised. "Yeah, I almost used it accidentally after waking up. Been giddy to try it fully ever since," Lacius answered, watching as a very exhausted and panting Onyx collapsed on the grassy terrain. "I'm not disappointed." "Well, that's powerful," Misty commented in amazement. "Onyx is Brock's strongest Pokémon, and that mist ball is clearly causing a ton of damage. More impressive if we think of Lacia's lack of any battle experience or expertise in using her power." Latios nodded in agreement. "Mist ball is a very powerful move. It covers a very wide area, and I can sense the mist is very heavily loaded with my sister's psychic power. Once she masters her psychic powers more, she could be able to manipulate the mist's movements or intensity, and maybe even control it to the point she can will it to not harm someone, like an ally, if they too are trapped in the mist," he explained. "That sounds awesome," Lacius said excitedly. "I can't wait to be able to do all that. I like my stuff." She frowned, realizing that she had no idea what Latios' exclusive move was. "What's your personal attack, Latios?" "It's called Luster Purge," Latios replied, smirking slightly. "Luster Purge? That sounds kinda weird," Ash commented, making Latios growl at him. "It's true," Ash said defensively, putting his hands up. "I'll be the test dummy," Pikachu offered, surprising all the Pokémon present. He smirked at Latios as he walked to the center of the clearing. "Try to make your attack strong enough to actually damage me." Latios laughed, smirking toothily. "Oh, I intend to." The blue dragon flew upwards, his body beginning to shine in a hue of white light as he ascended a couple dozen feet into the air. "Bring it," Pikachu dared, his cheeks sparking violently as he began to muster up a huge amount of his electrical energy. Latios smirked, suppressing a small chuckle. "Okay, you asked for it." The white glow surrounding Latios began to mass in front of his mouth, shaping itself up to a sphere of white light with a faint blue aura surrounding it. With a roar, Latios thrust his head forward and unleashed a powerful white and blue beam towards Pikachu. At the same time that Latios fired his attack, Pikachu let out a war cry and fired his own attack, using thunder to launch a potent pillar of blistering yellow electricity upwards. The two attacks collided mid-air with a potent boom and a blinding flash, holding out in a stalemate for a few seconds. It was then that Latios used the trick to Luster Purge. "Gotcha," he thought to himself. His eyes flashed in a bluish glow for an instant. At that same moment, many streaks of light broke off from the main beam and blazed past the thunder attack. Pikachu's eyes widened, seeing the smaller beams circle around his attack while heading towards him. "So, he can actually control the attack," he thought urgently, in a quick reaction from a seasoned battler like him. Pikachu reacted and defended against the surprising revelation to Latios' move instantly. He increased the power output to his thunder attack and focused it all around him. The result was a blast of electricity emanating from his body in all directions, which had the desired effect of shielding him from Latios' secondary attacks, all of which collided and exploded against the electrical barrier. Both Pokémon, seeing the test was over, ended their attacks. They glared at each other, panting slightly. "You're very good," Latios admitted grudgingly, having thought that his Luster Purge would knock out Pikachu in a single hit. The dragon had not expected that the smaller electric type would match and defend against it so well. "You're powerful, but you're not good," Pikachu shot back, smirking. "I only lost to you at the secret garden because you sneaked up on us while invisible. If it had been a proper battle and had known what I was up against to begin with, I'd have kicked your tail feathers. Okay, that's pretty cool, Ash commented, grinning. Brock hummed, running over the attack in his head while analyzing it. And from what I gather, it's mostly impossible to dodge. The best way to defend against it is with a shield, like Pikachu did. He looked at Latios. You can control the attack even after it's been used, including altering its shape and composition, right? Latios nodded once. Correct. I got to test it once at the secret garden while Latios was asleep, and I found out that I could. Since Luster Purge is composed of pure psychic energy even after it's been fired, I can alter its shape and redirect it at will, he explained. This is a very useful move, alongside Latios' Mist Ball, Misty commented. At least they're not completely blank. We can assume each of them know 3 attacks, basically. Tackle, Psychic, and their personal signature move. We've got something to work with. So, how are we going to train them? Ash asked. I don't have a clue on how to train dragons or psychics or legendaries. Never had any of those before. Don't worry, Brock and I will help you, Misty said, smiling. As usual. So, Brock began, drawing everyone's attention to him. He was scribbling something in a notebook, no doubt preparing a training schedule for them. With training, we'll focus mainly on Latios as he's the one that will actually battle. Latios, on the other hand, we'll train her so she's good enough and can defend herself if she needs it, but it won't be anything heavy unless she wants it. The intensity will be all piled up on Latios, Brock spoke up, making Latios wonder if he should be excited or cringing in despair. He closed the notebook, nodding to himself in satisfaction. We'll need to work hard, Latios. You need to be ready for the league, which is very soon. And should Ash use you in his upcoming gym battle, you need to be strong within this week. First things first, we're short tackle and your signature moves are good to go. I'm concerned about Psychic. Why are you concerned with Psychic? I've got pretty decent control of my psychic powers, Latios questioned, tilting his head. Yes, you do, Brock answered, but then shook his head once. But so far, you've only used them for everyday activities and mundane things. We don't know how they'll perform in an actual battle. I imagine your range, mental strength, stamina and capacity, focus and finesse regarding psychic powers in battle are all bad. We need to train your mental powers so they grow. You were panting after using a single Luster Purge, which speaks badly of your psychic stamina. Latios winced, but admitted that everything the former gym leader was saying was most likely true. Yeah, I guess, he grudgingly admitted. Training you in your psychic powers will have the double benefit of making both Psychic and Luster Purge better, Misty added. Before trying to teach you more attacks, we need to make sure your critical abilities, which are your psychic powers, are in a good level. Luckily for you, I am aware of many methods to train psychic Pokémon in that regard, Brock spoke up. Ash blinked, wondering if there was a Pokémon type that Brock didn't have ideas on how to train. How do you know that? I'm aiming to become a Pokémon breeder, remember? I need to know how to raise all kinds of types of Pokémon effectively, Brock explained. Anyway, Latios, pluck a leaf from a tree. Latios tilted his head in confusion. What's the leaf for? He asked. Nonetheless, his eyes glowed as he carefully grabbed a leaf from a nearby tree. You'll see, Brock answered vaguely. Latios, hold the leaf without snapping it. Ash, tell Noctowl to blow a small gust at Latios. Ash turned and nodded towards his shiny Pokémon, who was calmly roosting on a branch in a small tree, to indicate him to follow Brock's command. He flapped his wings, flying close to the group. As he neared, he stopped and flapped his wings while aiming at Latios, sending a small gust his way. Latios didn't flinch in the slightest as the breeze hit him. However, the leaf he was holding slipped from his psychic hold and was blown away. He tried to grab it by increasing his psychic power over it, but the increase in force snapped the leaf in several pieces. Oops, Latios said mereepishly, flushing. Not as easy as it looked, wasn't it? Brock asked, chuckling. Latios frowned and shook his head. I guess not. Brock smiled, lightly amused by the dragon's embarrassment. On the following days, while we walk towards our next gym, you and Latios are going to be holding several dozen leaves along the way. while making sure the breezes don't blow them away, and of course, being careful not to snap them. The point of this exercise is to let you practice your control, focus, concentration, finesse, and ability to exert psychic powers on many directions. Latios nodded. That sounds good. I imagine I'll be holding on to more leaves than Latios. He asked. Yes, we'll make it as many leaves as you can. You'll find that this exercise can get exhausting and will start pushing you eventually. Once your control in general has gotten good enough, we'll move on to the heavy training. That will help you train your range, stamina, capacity, and mental strength. We'll have you to lift and carry along the way some rocks. Some very large and very heavy rocks, Brock said, explaining his training plan to the two horrified dragons. Plus, we'll see if we can battle any trainer we run into so you have some battle experience before fighting Claire, Misty added. She hummed. Maybe we can teach them Dragon Breath too. It's a pretty basic move for dragons that shouldn't take too long to master. She glanced at Brock, who immediately pulled out one of his books. Latios and Latias worriedly glanced at each other as Misty and Brock discussed all the potential ways to train them. On the way to Blackthorn City, making the twins wonder for a second if getting into this was the right decision. Pikachu laughed at Latias and Latios' horrified faces. No one said getting strong was easy. After Misty and Brock finished explaining the basics of their training regime to Ash and the Dragon Twins, the group packed up and continued on their way to Blackthorn City. Latias and Latios continued training as the group walked, carrying many leaves with them. At first, every single light breeze caused both dragons to lose most of their leaves, either because they snapped them with their psychic powers due to trying to hold on to them, or because they tried to be too delicate and the wind ended blowing the leaf away. The group also made point in including the two dragons on their conversations as much as they could, forcing their already struggling minds to multitask further in an attempt to push them harder. The group kept walking to Blackthorn City as the days went by. They focused on training Latias and Latios hard, particularly the older male. After a couple days, they swapped the leaves with large and heavy rocks, making the twins carry them mentally as they flew alongside the humans. For both dragons, it was a very painful and arduous strain to keep hold on so much weight for extended periods of time. As exhausting as it was, both dragons could undeniably see the results of their training on their growing psychic powers. Once the twins had gotten good progress on rock lifting, Brock and Misty started mixing in the rock and leaf exercises together, forcing both psychic dragons to focus both on raw strength and delicate finesse at the same time. Every time they stopped to eat, the two gym leaders would make the dragons train to learn Dragon Breath. Both agreed that it was vital for both dragons to know at least one dragon-type attack. During the nights or early mornings, Latias and Latios would pause their training to meditate together. Latios had heard from his legendary Pokemon friends that meditating was a great exercise for psychics. With the intense training he and his sister were submitted to, relaxing and meditating was a great activity to relax themselves, even if Latias found it boring and wouldn't stop complaining the first times. On the road, Ash and his friends had also told Latias and Latios stories of a lot of their adventures. Latias and Latios were, understandably, extremely secretive about their lives before meeting them. Save for a few small stories, the two's past remained a large mystery for everyone. Despite that, the humans greatly enjoying sharing their adventures with them. Stories about how Ash's journey had been up to the point where he had met the Ian twins, with them taking a very keen interest in the stories that involved Ash and his friends meeting other legendary Pokemon. The dragons found it a great activity to get to know their new human friends, even if all the storytelling only made their already tough training even harder. After a little more than a week of traveling, during which they also made point in having Latios battle many trainers, and have a lot of practice battles against other Pokemon from the group, Latios and Latias had vastly improved in their psychic powers. Especially Latios, who was clearly proving himself to be several leagues above Latias' strength. A whole hike later, "We should be nearing Blackthorn City," Brock announced, his eyes focused on the map he was holding. Ash grinned excitedly. "That's awesome." "Yes," Misty agreed. "We're still on track of our catch-up schedule. I'm curious as to what the city is like, Latios commented, slightly interested in a city heavy on dragon folklore. At the moment, the two dragons weren't training. With the city nearing, Brock and Misty decided it was time to stop the training and let Latios rest so he was in optimal conditions for the gym battle. I don't know, probably has a lot of dragonish stuff? Latios asked, chuckling nervously. Latios rolled his eyes in amusement. So, Ash, have you decided which Pokemon you'll use to battle the Blackthorn gym leader? Brock asked, closing his map. Aside from Latios, of course. Ash shook his head once. No, I haven't. Misty looked at him disapprovingly. You should start learning to plan ahead. You'll one day be traveling without Brock and I, and when you do, you'll suffer a lot. A gym leader that uses dragon-type Pokemon is going to be very powerful. Dragons are not something you'll defeat just by sending the first Pokemon you think will do well and having some luck afterwards. Remember the time you battled Sabrina? Remember how bad it ended when you went against a very powerful type completely unprepared? Dragons are even stronger than psychic-type Pokemon. Ash cringed at the notion of dragons being even more powerful than psychic-type Pokemon. Ouch! Misty nodded. Sure, your unorthodox strategies and luck usually do well against most Pokemon. But in my opinion, there's 3 types that won't ever work against. Dragons, psychics, and ghosts. You already tested that against psychics and ghosts. Like Brock said, look what Sabrina did to us when you challenged her unprepared. As for ghosts, remember Morty? We had to plan ahead a lot and train specifically to beat him, and you still struggled a lot to beat him. Misty shook her head several times. Dragons are also stronger than ghosts before you ask. The dragon type is the most powerful Pokemon type out there. Remember Drake's Dragonite back at the Orange League? That's one of the few times you actually saw and faced a dragon in battle. That thing smashed through your entire team before you could put it down. You have Latios, yes, but he's still in very early stages of his training. You can't trust him to beat the gym on his own. And besides, your entire team is at a big disadvantage against dragons, Brock said, his voice very critical and lecturing. Ash cringed again, not entirely sure if he should worry more about dragons being stronger than psychics and ghosts or that his team was weak against dragon types. Really? Well, dragon-type Pokemon resist grass, fire, electric, and water. That means Bayleaf, Cyndaquil, Pikachu, and Totodile are all at a disadvantage when using their main attacks, Brock responded. Noctowl could be a good choice since he doesn't have an advantage or disadvantage, but he's small and frail. I doubt he could take more than one big and powerful dragon move. Dragons are super effective against themselves, that means Latios will be hit just as hard as he'll hit, Brock continued. He hummed, tapping his chin with a finger in thought. It would help if you had an ice or fairy-type Pokemon, but you don't. As you can see, Ash, you don't have the best team to battle the Blackthorn gym leader right now, Misty told him. I guess that means I'll have to speak to Professor Oak before the battle and swap a Pokemon into my team, Ash commented. Even if he's at a disadvantage, I trust Pikachu to do well. I'll use him and Latios. I'll pick my last Pokemon once we're there. I guess that works. It's not like he has much to pick from that isn't weak to dragons, Brock mumbled. Having finished discussing Ash's team, the group continued walking, and it was then that Brock noticed that something was off. It was too calm, like something was missing. When he realized what that something was, he stopped and glanced around suspiciously. Ash, Misty, Pikachu, Latios, and Latias looked at him in puzzlement. What's wrong? Misty asked, frowning. Even Togepi stared at Brock awkwardly. Have you guys noticed everything has been way too calm ever since we departed Alto Mare? Brock inquired. Ash and Misty looked at each other and shrugged, not really getting what Brock was referring to. Brock decided to enlighten them. Team Rocket hasn't bothered us for a long time now. Ash and Misty's eyes widened. Huh, you're right, Ash admitted. Where are they? It's not like them to leave us in peace for such a long time. Thinking about it, Brock has a point. Those 3 haven't been anywhere near us ever since we left Alto Mare, Misty said. Latias and Latios looked tense at the mention of Team Rocket. It didn't bring good memories for them. What do you mean? Latias asked telepathically. Ash noticed her hesitation and decided to reassure her. Don't worry, we don't mean the ones that attacked Alto Mare. Pretty sure they're in jail. There's another trio that usually follows us, trying to capture Pikachu. Ash laughed slightly. They attack us on a daily basis. But they aren't really a threat. They're very weak. Brock nodded in agreement. They're more annoying than actually a problem. Anyway, maybe they're trying to find us somewhere in Alto Mare? Or they're looking for a bite to eat, Misty joked. The group shared a good laugh at that. They hoped those three idiots wouldn't bother them for a good long while. At least they weren't going to hear that horrible motto anytime soon. The group continued their travel to Blackthorn City. Ash's gym battle was around the corner. Meanwhile, in one of the vast forests of the Johto region, a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon with 2 people and 2 Pokémon aboard was aimlessly floating about. How did we lose the twerps? Jessie demanded angrily while looking through a pair of binoculars. James, Meowth, and Wobbuffet were looking through their own binoculars as well, trying to find their eternal quarry. James growled in annoyance, leaving his binoculars to glare at Jessie. I told you that leaving that water city early and ambushing them at the port was a bad idea. Because we didn't know what damn port they were going to dock at in the first place, he snapped. Shut it and keep looking, Meowth grumbled. I will find them. Wobbuffet saluted. The blue Pokémon continued looking out through his binoculars. We're never going to find them like this, James muttered, adjusting the balloon's flame so that they could go higher. What do you suggest? Jessie asked. She was willing to accept any option now. Well, we could wait for them at Silver Town. That's where the conference will be held. By now, the twerp either already has all 8 badges or is winning his last, James suggested. The other 3 nodded. That seemed like a good idea. Then to Silver Town it is, Jessie shouted enthusiastically, throwing a fist in the air. James nodded and changed course, this time for Mount Silver. Choruses of laughter were the only sound echoing over the obscure scene currently found over one of the rural roads of the Johto region. 2 burning police vehicles, several unconscious or dead police officers, and a pair of laughing maniacal madwomen. This was too easy, Oakley commented, shaking her head. Where do they train these guys? She wondered. Yeah, too easy. I can't wait to get out of these garbage clothes that prisons use. I've never seen so many fashion disasters put in one place in my life, bleh, Annie said, dramatically pulling the edges of the shirt she was wearing. You'll get out of those soon enough, Oakley promised. We need to get away. It won't be long before police realizes these guys aren't responding and that we are missing. Got to love failed prison transfers. Annie shuddered. I am not looking forward to reporting to Giovanni our failure, though. Oakley sighed. I don't either, but let's hope all the information we have makes up for it. We've got many things he's going to love to hear. Come, she turned and walked in direction of the forest, knowing they needed to go. To a city different than the one they came from to get new clothes and acquire transportation. She paused for a second. Annie? Yes, Oakley, Annie said, walking beside her. That little episode I had while inside the DMA that stays out of the report, okay? Oakley said slowly. Annie nodded. I don't want to see my sister dead anytime soon, so I agree. Thank you, Oakley said appreciatively, turning back to the forest before daring forward in a rapid sprint. Annie effortlessly did the same, keeping up pace with her. Within moments, there was no trace of the 2 athletic women anywhere close to the scene of their deadly escape. Chapter 5 Battle for the Rising Badge. Finally, Ash shouted enthusiastically as the outskirts of Blackthorn City came into view in the distance. It's about time we got here, he added. Brock chuckled at the boy's eagerness, shaking his head in amusement a couple times. I'll side a bit with you on that one. It seemed like we'd be on the road forever, he commented. The training of Latios had certainly made the trip seem even longer. Ash nodded in agreement. Now, let's head to the gym and win my last badge, it's long overdue. He immediately began to pick up the pace, despite not yet being aware of the gym's exact location within the city. Hold it! Brock and Misty shouted in unison, their voices loud and firm. Ash stopped dead in his tracks and slowly turned to face them with a frown. What now? He asked impatiently. He flinched slightly at their very stern looks. Brock crossed his arms above his chest. First, you have to go to the Pokémon Center. You have to switch one Pokémon from your team, remember? Also, I'd suggest having Latios checked up by Nurse Joy. He's trained hard along the trip, and it'd definitely be a good idea to have him checked up. Before a very important battle you can't afford to lose, the former gym leader responded strictly. And maybe check your entire team while we're at it. It's best to be prepared, he added after a quick pause. Ash winced, but found it impossible to contend with his friend's arguments. Yeah, you're right, let's go, the youngster conceded, resuming the walk at a more controlled pace once Brock and Misty had caught up with him. The group continued walking in the direction of Blackthorn City with Brock leading the way, as he was the one who had the city's map. Eventually, they made it out of the wilderness and into the city. They made their way through the city's streets, enjoying a fair share of sightseeing along the mid-sized metropolis. Blackthorn City was surprisingly green and clearly larger than what they had expected. Numerous colorful buildings of varying heights lined the streets, but trees still dominated the landscape, indicating it was a nature-friendly city. Many of the city's buildings and public areas had dragon-themed ornaments, which caught the attention of the group whenever they noticed them, particularly of Latios. Following the map, the Pokémon Center was relatively easy to locate. The building was brightly colored and had a large red-colored P at the top. Ash and the group entered it. The Pokémon Center's lobby was currently empty aside from the lone Nurse Joy, who seemed to be quite entertained going through a large stack of paperwork. Latios looked around, noting that the Pokémon Center's interior layout looked a lot like the one in Alto Mare, which was hardly a surprise to her. She sweat dropped when she saw Nurse Joy at the counter. Now that was definitely a surprise to her. It seems that it's true, there's a lot of Nurse Joys all over the region, she idly thought to herself. Still not entirely comprehending how there could be so many nurses of the same looks and same name dotted all over the cities. The sound of footsteps made Nurse Joy glance up at the approaching group. Hello, Pokémon trainers, welcome to the Blackthorn City Pokémon Center. How may I help you all? The nurse behind the counter asked the group politely, flashing them a kind smile. It was the former Pewter City gym leader who made the first move. You could heal the long-lasting ache in my heart, Brock shouted in a lovesick voice and made an attempt to sprint towards the counter. Before he could get far, Misty's hand darted forward and caught Brock's ear with absolutely perfect precision, causing the former gym leader to let out a screech of pain. Misty grumbled several incoherent things in annoyance and proceeded to drag him away towards the exit. Nurse Joy just stared at the awkward scene blankly. Sorry about that, Ash apologized, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Nurse Joy shrugged. Don't worry about it. I've seen way weirder trainers before. Ash nodded slowly, completely sure he didn't want to ask what Nurse Joy exactly meant with that. So, could you check my Pokémon, please? Ash asked, placing his 5 Pokeballs on one of the trays already laid out in the counter. Pikachu jumped over the counter and sat down beside the Pokeballs. Sure, no problem. Nurse Joy smiled and took Ash's Pokeballs, putting them in the examination and healing machine behind her. She then turned around and picked Pikachu up to place him in a table nearby to examine him, while the machine began to make a series of humming sounds as it scanned the Pokémon in the Pokeballs and healed any that needed it. Occasionally, Nurse Joy spared glances at the screen, carefully reading the complicated-looking diagnostics displayed by the equipment from the Pokémon it was currently examining. Latios watched in wonder, mentally comparing the Nurse Joy before her with the one from Alto Mare. She found herself unable to find any significant differences. How can there be so many nurses all looking the same? She wondered telepathically, deciding to voice her curiosity to her friends. Barely a second after she had finished her question, she found Brock was already in her face. Don't you dare say that, Brock said in a serious voice, causing a startled Latios to hide behind Ash. She poked her head over his shoulders, watching the former gym leader warily. Blackthorn City's Nurse Joy is clearly 1 inch taller than Alto Mare's Nurse Joy, Brock said proudly, and uses a clearly different, more aggressive scented perfume. Latia's jaw dropped as she glanced at Nurse Joy. Despite Brock pointing out the apparently obvious differences, she still couldn't notice if they were correct or wrong. "Wait, I thought Misty dragged you away," Laisha suddenly said, wondering what Brock was doing with them. "She can't stop me forever," Brock replied confidently. Misty and Ash sighed while Pikachu just shook his head in exasperation from the examination table he was on. Nurse Joy sent Brock a wary glance. Despite being focused on tending 6 Pokémon, she had more than enough awareness of her surroundings to note several things were off. She had never heard the silent girl wearing the green shirt and white miniskirt talk. Yet, the strange man who she thought seemed familiar responded directly towards her. Deciding not to overthink it, she shrugged and returned to her job. Another bunch of strange trainers, she thought dismissively, idly comparing them to other strange groups she had seen before. Laisha threw Brock an annoyed look. "Was that necessary?" she asked telepathically as she stepped from behind Ash. "Absolutely. There can't be any mistake in that," Brock replied, reinforcing Nurse Joy's doubts about his sanity. Laisha's eye twitched in annoyance. "I'm going to prank him for that," she thought to herself. "Here they are, they're all in good health," Nurse Joy called, drawing everyone's attention back to her. She handed Ash his Pokeballs back while Pikachu jumped from the counter to his shoulder, resting down on his favorite spot. "Have a nice day. Thank you and come back again soon," she added kindly. "Does she mean she wants us to come back again soon because we've gotten hurt?" asked a visibly disturbed Laisha. "Is she wishing us pain?" "Nah, I think she's just being polite," Pikachu answered, glancing once at the sweet, smiling nurse. "They say that a lot, but they never mean it in a bad way." "Oh, okay," Laisha replied uneasily. "Thanks," Ash said to the nurse gratefully, ignoring the quick exchange between the 2 Pokémon. Before turning around to walk towards the phones that were lined up on one of the walls of the lobby. Meanwhile, Brock and Misty went to a bench on the other side of the room to take seat while Ash made the important phone call. Ash specifically went to the phone that had a Pokeball transporter device attached to it, since he knew he'd need it. He dialed Professor Oak's number and waited for a couple instants. After going through the initial answering machine and properly identifying himself, Professor Oak's image appeared. "Hello, Professor," Ash greeted warmly with a smile. Professor Oak seemed extremely giddy, barely containing excitement and curiosity. It was something that Ash instantly found strange within the normally calm and collected Pokémon professor. "Hello, Ash." He paused, letting a second of awkward silence pass between the two before continuing speaking. "Now, may I ask, where is he? I really need to see him." Ash looked confused. "Who do you mean?" he asked uncertainty. "The flying spaghetti monster." "Honestly, Ash, who do you think he's talking about?" Pikachu snarked. Ash promptly ignored him. "Well, you just recently captured a legendary Pokémon, Ash. That's simply insane. I know you run into them every once in a while. You even got to ride a Lugia. Though it'd have been nice if you caught him as well." Professor Oak shook his head several times. "I'm rambling and getting off topic, sorry about that. Anyways, can I see him?" the elder asked eagerly. Ash considered the professor's offer for a while, but after some careful thinking, he smirked and decided to mess around with him for a bit. "Nope, you'll have to wait until you see me in person to see Latios." Oak groaned in disappointment, but acknowledging that he didn't have any swaying power over Ash at the moment, he gave in and dropped the matter entirely. Besides, he was perfectly aware that he'd be seeing Ash soon at the Johto League tournament. "Okay, fair enough, I guess. So, I take it you already are in New Barktown to register for the Silver Conference?" Ash frowned, clearly confused. "What do you mean with that?" "I'm in Blackthorn City to battle the gym leader for my last badge." He frowned, knowing he wasn't going to like whatever the professor said next. Professor Oak shook his head in disappointment. "Same old Ash, I'm very sorry to tell you this, Ash, but to register for the Silver Conference you have to go back to New Barktown. The New Barktown Pokémon Center is the only place that has been authorized to allow registrations for the Silver Conference. After you register in New Barktown, you can go to Silver Town. But there is no way you can walk from Blackthorn City to New Barktown. Before the registration closes," the professor said informatively. "Registrations close in 2 days, by the way." Ash looked terrified. "What? How am I supposed to do that?" Pikachu tapped Ash's head, making the trainer turn to look at him. Relax, we'll find a way. Focus on step 1 first, which is actually winning the last badge. Finding a way to reach New Barktown will be useless if we don't have that last badge to begin with. One step at a time, the electric type spoke level-headedly. Yeah, you're right, Pikachu. That's a good point, Ash said, taking a deep breath to calm the terror he felt at potentially missing out on the league. Professor Oak blinked, rapidly taking note of the eerily natural way that Ash seemed to have understood Pikachu's long speech. Ash sighed, pushing the thoughts of being delayed to the back of his mind to allow a determined look to form on his face as he thought of his upcoming battle against dragons. Don't worry, Professor Oak, we'll find a way. Anyways, I'd like to exchange a Pokémon to get ready for my Blackthorn gym battle. Professor Oak nodded once, mentally wishing Ash the best of luck. Who do you want back? Oak asked. Ash smiled, looking forward to seeing an old friend. I want my Snorlax, he replied. I'll send Noctowl back for now. When my gym battle's over, I'll send Snorlax back again, Ash continued, placing Noctowl's Pokeball in the teleporter. Oak nodded. Wait while I go and get Snorlax. He stood up and disappeared from the screen. After a few minutes had passed, Professor Oak reappeared once again on the screen. Here it is, Ash, Snorlax's Pokeball. He's awake too, which is good news if you're going to be battling soon. Professor Oak placed the Pokeball in the teleporter nearby and pressed the transfer button. The machine activated with an electrical rumbling sound and, once all the data had been processed, swapped the Pokeballs in a bright flash of light. Ash took the new Pokeball deposited before him and quickly hooked it to his belt next to the others. Thanks a lot, Professor. No problem, Ash. He let out a thoughtful hum. Also, could you connect your Pokédex to the machine? Since your last call, I've been gathering all the data I could from other Pokemon professors and research institutes. I've got an update for you so that it can recognize your new legendary Pokemon, Oak told him, putting special emphasis on the legendary part as if he still had trouble believing it. Ash's eyes lit up in delight. Okay, the young trainer replied while connecting the Pokédex to the machine. The Pokédex's screen turned on, displaying a slowly filling bar that noted the progress of the update Professor Oak was sending. It beeped once the update was completed and then rebooted itself. Aside from now having Latios' Pokédex entry and some additional information about him, it also has the entry of a strikingly similar Pokemon called Latios, just in case, Professor Oak announced. It's not a full update though. That only comes in if you go to a new region after Johto. Ash nodded once. Thanks a bunch, Professor. That sounds awesome, he replied, inwardly wondering how much the elder professor would expect him to actually have a Latios as well. Also, Ash, Professor Elm wants you to do him a quick favor, so call him after your gym battle please, Oak continued. From his tone, it sounded rather important. But Professor, I'm on a very tight schedule right now. Ash whined, crossing his arms in annoyance. Don't worry, Ash. You have to go to New Barktown anyways to register for the Silver Conference, Oak pointed out. Maybe whatever he wants isn't going to be too time-consuming. Ash sighed in defeat. Okay, I'll call him. Professor Oak smiled. Thank you. Good luck beating time, Ash. I think that will be a tougher opponent than the Blackthorn gym leader and her dragon Pokemon. I'll need that luck. Goodbye, Professor. Ash hung up the phone and unplugged his Pokédex from the machine, but remained seated there for a few seconds while trying to think of a way to solve this. He hadn't expected to be so late for the Silver Conference. What are we gonna do? He muttered, a thoughtful expression on his face. Brock, Misty, and Latios walked up to him. Why the thoughtful look? Misty asked curiously. Professor Oak just told me that the only place that we're allowed to register at is New Barktown, Ash answered. He glanced at Brock. Did you know about that? No, Brock answered, wincing. My quick planning was assuming we could register at either Blackthorn City or Silver Town. I didn't expect registrations to be only permitted at New Barktown. That puts a bad dent in our plans. Misty frowned. I imagine the League must have published an announcement regarding that and we missed it in between our travels. That's why it's not in your guidebook. Brock nodded, a grim expression on his face. Yeah, Pokemon leagues often announce the registration place for the league a month or two before the actual league, depending on how they organize themselves. How will we get there in time? Ash asked, looking at Brock and Misty for answers. He was willing to accept any option that could solve their dilemma. What Ash didn't expect was for said solution to come in the form of his newest team addition. Latios burst out of his Pokeball without warning, startling everyone except for Nurse Joy, who saw that sort of thing all the time and was not impressed. She did make a small double take at the sight of the legendary dragon, however. I could take you, Latios offered. What? Ash asked, startled. Can you get there fast enough? He added. Before Latios could answer, Ash's Pokédex beeped, reminding Ash that he had kept the machine in his hand after unplugging it. The Pokédex then spoke in the ever-present mechanical voice. Latios, the Ian Pokemon. Latios is a highly intelligent Pokemon and is capable of telepathy. Latios has the ability to make people see an image or memory of what they have seen by projecting them in their minds. By tucking back its forelegs to its body to reduce air resistance. It can overtake jet planes in terms of speed, which is faster than the speed of sound. Pikachu laughed. That's very convenient. Misty laughed. That's very convenient. Ash stared at her. You just repeated what Pikachu said. Misty glared at him. You do realize I can't understand him, right? Ash chuckled nervously, holding his arms out in front of him. True, you win. He glanced at Latios, who was still hovering next to them. Can you really fly as fast as the Pokédex says? He asked, a glint of hope in his eyes. Latios hummed. I have no idea how fast jet planes fly, but I've flown faster than the speed of sound many times in the past. So, yeah, I can. That's why I offered. I can take you to New Barktown and then to Silver Town within a few hours. Yes, now I can get there in time. Ash cheered. Latios smiled, glad to see the young boy's spirits greatly lifted. Pikachu smiled. See, that's why I told you not to sulk. I knew we'd find a solution. Ash grinned. Yeah, you were right, thanks buddy. Saying that, he then made to rub Pikachu's cheek, but almost as soon as his fingers came into contact with the intended area, he wound up sharply drawing his hand away as a very powerful and painful static shock seemed to run through his fingers and up his arm. Ow, hey, what gives, Pikachu? I was just trying to pet you, said a thoroughly annoyed Ash as he rubbed one hand against the other, trying to alleviate the numbness in his electrocuted fingers. Yeah, but I can hardly be blamed if you decide to pet me in the worst place possible, at the worst time possible. My cheeks are where my electricity comes from, remember? Now, normally, in any calm situation, you'd have no problem petting me there. But, and while I'm not sure exactly how it works, I know that whenever I'm about to take part in a big battle, or I get tense or stressed out, my electric charge gets stronger and I am likely to accidentally shock others. My cheeks and sometimes my fur get charged with potent electricity, enough to paralyze Pokemon I'm battling if they come into contact with me. And so, seeing as we're about to take part in a big gym battle, which has me eager and tense. You got shocked when you touched my cheek just now, Pikachu answered matter-of-factly, shrugging. Well, you could have said something, Ash responded. Pikachu rubbed his chin in contemplation. True, he acknowledged, before his mouth curved upwards into a rather sadistic-looking smirk. But then I wouldn't have been able to see the look on your face when you got shocked. So worth it, he said with a chuckle. Ash ground his teeth together and growled, mentally berating himself for his blunder, while at the same time thinking of possible ways to get back at Pikachu in the future. That wasn't very funny, Pikachu, scolded Latios, frowning. I thought it was pretty funny, admitted Latios candidly. Latios whipped around to face her brother, fuming. Latios! What? He asked, turning his neck to look at the red dragoness. Ew, she sputtered incredulously before huffing and throwing up her hands. You know what? Forget it. Of course you'd find it funny. Meanwhile, Brock and Misty just stood watching in confusion at the mostly unintelligible spectacle of Pikachu, laughing on Ash's shoulder while Ash rubbed his hand and muttered angrily under his breath about ungrateful Pokemon. Latios crossing her arms and giving her brother the stink eye while Latios. apparently realizing he'd said something wrong, seemed to be doing his best to mollify his sister. "Do you have any idea what's going on?" asked Misty to Brock, not taking her eyes off the scene in front of her. "Not a clue, but at least we're not a part of it," answered Brock, to which Misty simply nodded. "Anyway," said Ash loudly after a minute, putting an end to the mouse's laughter and the siblings' bickering. "To get back on topic, Latios, you said you could carry me. But what about Misty and Brock?" he asked, turning to glance at his two traveling companions. "I can't carry 3 humans," Latios stated flatly. "I'll only take you. And I'm not entirely sure I'm ready to carry humans," Latios said. "I failed rather badly when I tried that with Ash at Alto Mare. Then again, I haven't tried now that I have new powers. You can't really rely on me." Brock chuckled. "No need to, Latios and Latias. Misty and I can just go to Silver Town from here while you go to New Bark Town and back." "We'll just meet up in Silver Town," he suggested. Misty nodded in agreement. "That works." "Okay, I guess it's settled then," Ash said, clear relief in his voice. He then turned to the Ian Pokemon. "Thanks, Latios. Nice save." Latios smiled. "Sure, no problem." Ash let out a curious hum while pointing his Pokédex at Latios, who was disguised as Bianca. "Let's see what it has to say about you." The Pokédex beeped but didn't do anything. "Huh? Nothing happened. Maybe she needs to be in her true form?" Brock suggested. This was the only thing that occurred to him. Her illusion appearance may be disrupting the Pokédex's scanner. "Can you please turn back? I'd like to hear what the Pokédex says about you," Ash asked Latios. She nodded with a grin, and in a bright flash of blue lights she cancelled her illusion and reverted to a dragon. Again, Nurse Joy was unimpressed. She saw that sort of thing practically every day in her job. Ash pointed the Pokédex at her again. This time, it beeped and spoke up. Latios, the Ian Pokemon. Latios' body is covered in a down that can refract light in such a way that it becomes invisible. Latios is capable of telepathy for communication. "Well, nothing we didn't know already," Brock commented as Latios returned to her disguise. Latios gave his sister a teasing glance. "Little machine has better things to say about me." Latios stuck her tongue out at him, making him let out a quick laugh. Ash grabbed a Pokeball. "Thanks, Latios. I'll put you in your Pokeball for now. That okay?" Latios nodded once. "Return, Latios." A red beam shot from the Pokeball and returned Latios into it. "Let's go to the gym already," Ash shouted eagerly, sprinting towards the gym, leaving the others behind. "Yeah, he's always like this," Misty said to the puzzled Latios as they began to walk at a more sedate pace. "You'll get used to it," Brock added. "And can you tell him he's going the wrong way?" he said, guiding the group to a different turn than the road Ash had eagerly gone along. Latios let out a merry laugh and quickly relayed the telepathic message to the overeager trainer. A few minutes of walking later, obviously after correcting Ash's course, they reached the Blackthorn City Gym. The group stared in wonder at it. It looked more like a luxury mansion than a Pokemon gym. It was 3 stories tall and mostly white with teal and blue-colored ornaments on the doors and windows. Elegant gardens stretched all around the impressive building. A red Pokeball was painted above the door with a sign that read Blackthorn City Gym located below it. Ash stared at the imposing building. "This is it. Here we go." He stepped forward and knocked a few times. "Hello, is somebody here? I'm Ash Ketchum and I'm here to challenge the gym leader to a battle," he shouted loudly. A few seconds passed and no answer came. Latios walked forward and pushed a small button on the side of the door, making a doorbell ring quite loudly. "Big houses have doorbells," she pointed out at their stairs. "Some knocks don't make enough noise." Ash, Misty, and Brock face-palmed. "I can't believe we missed that," Brock murmured. Latios giggled in amusement. The door opened, revealing a short elder with white mustache and hair wearing dark gray clothes. "Hello, my name is Kabaraji." He gazed at the people before him, rapidly analyzing them. "I assume you're trainers and you're here to challenge the gym?" Ash nodded eagerly. "Yes, please," he responded. Latios couldn't help but laugh softly at his contagious enthusiasm. "All right, please follow me," the elder said, opening the door for them. Once they had entered, he closed the door and began to lead them to the arena. Huh, that was unusually quick, Brock commented, glancing around. Yeah, we usually need to have some strange adventure or two and do something involving one of the gym leader's Pokémon or personal problems. Before they're ready for a fight, Misty added, idly playing with Togepi. I think that's good, Ash mumbled. Doubt we have time to do stuff for the gym leader before our match. Kabaraji made no comment regarding the group's chatting, silently leading them to the arena. After leading them through a series of elegantly furnished rooms and hallways, they emerged in an arena in the back of the mansion. Immediately, Ash's group noted that the arena was clearly much larger than the arena's other gyms featured. There was a large pool that occupied at least half of the entire battlefield, slightly edged towards one side of the battlefield. This arena's huge. Dragon Pokémon must require a lot of space, Pikachu commented, silently itching to take part in the battle. This is going to be awesome. Kabaraji motioned to a large bench on the side. Guests, please wait over there while I go get the gym leader. The challenging trainer may take his place on the battlefield, the elder announced, walking away towards a door in the back of the massive room. Ash took a few deep breaths to calm himself. This is it, the last one, he thought to himself, doing his best to push out the thoughts that a potential defeat might prove disastrous for his aspiration to qualify for the Johto League. Pikachu tapped Ash's shoulder, making Ash look at him. Don't worry, we'll win, the mouse Pokémon reassured him. You've got me, Ash smiled and nodded. And my brother, Laisha's added, her tone cheery. You'll win, we're all rooting for you. The door on the other side of the arena opened, and the gym leader entered. She was a woman that seemed in her late 20s with blue hair arranged in 2 locks that fell at either side of her face, almost like Bianca's, and a large ponytail that flowed out behind her. She wore a very tight blue playsuit that clearly showed her beautiful figure, with a black cape elegantly fanning out behind her. The woman seemed to radiate a powerful and commanding presence. Greetings, she called, eyes focused on who she quickly identified to be her challenger. I am Claire, the Blackthorn City gym leader, she announced imposingly. Instantly, Brock literally had a pair of hearts over his eyes. However, before Brock could do or say anything, Laisha's grabbed his left arm firmly while Misty grabbed his right arm just as firmly. Misty did so with much more violence than the Dragoness, though. You stay here, both girls said at the same time, one vocally and the other telepathically. A disheartened Brock collapsed in tears. Ignoring the rather embarrassing display behind him, Ash introduced himself as well. I am Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, and I challenge you to a Pokémon battle. He pointed dramatically towards Claire. Claire tilted her head a little. Aren't you a bit late for that? The conference starts very soon. This gym closes to the public tomorrow, in fact. I honestly wasn't expecting any more challengers to come in. Ash winced at once again being reminded of his tardiness for the league. Yeah, I know I'm late. Don't remind me of that, but hey, I have 7 badges already. I'm still walking out of here with my 8th badge. Being late doesn't matter as long as I make it to the league. Claire let a small grin creep to her lips, almost seeming excited at the battle to come. It goes against the values of a dragon trainer to refuse battles. More so, I can't turn down a challenger with such determination. Very well, I accept your challenge, Ash Ketchum. She smirked, and everyone couldn't help but admit she looked rather fierce when doing so. Don't expect me to go easy or be merciful just because this is clearly your last chance at qualifying for the league. I wouldn't expect any less from a gym leader, Ash responded, his usual confidence returning to him. Battle as best as you can, because you aren't beating me otherwise. He raised a hand towards his hat and turned it backwards, all while smirking determinedly. Laisha smiled, enjoying the feeling her empathic powers were picking up from the young trainer. Nothing but strength and confidence. Claire chuckled lowly, clearly interested in the battle to come. She smiled and motioned to the elderly man beside her to get ready. Kabaraji nodded and walked to the side of the arena where the referee's designated area was painted on the floor, and took out a green flag and a red flag, grabbing each flag with a hand. This is a 3-on-3 official Pokémon battle for the rights of a rising badge. Only the challenger is allowed substitutions, he announced. Begin! I'll be making the first move, Claire announced assuredly, grabbing a Pokeball. Her voice dripped with powerful confidence only a dragon trainer could have. Ash and his group couldn't help but admit that the woman was one of the most imposing trainers they'd ever met. Kingdra, I choose you! She hurled the Pokeball forwards, directly towards the pool. In a bright flash of light, a very large blue seahorse-like Pokémon appeared, landing in the pool with a large splash. The Pokémon let out a strong, challenging cry at Ash while glaring at him with sharp, red eyes. Whoa! Ash muttered in surprise, slightly recoiling back at the Kingdra's very intimidating glare. That Kingdra looks a lot bigger and stronger than the last one I faced, he commented worryingly. Definitely, Brock agreed with a nod. That's one magnificent Kingdra. You aren't beating this one with just your Totodile, like back at the Whirl Islands. That's for sure. Claire smirked, proud of herself and her trusted Pokémon. Raising dragons to their true potential is something only few trainers can truly accomplish. Any trainer can have a dragon, yes, but many will never know how to truly make them as great as they should be. No Kingdra should ever be losing to a Totodile. Kingdra let out a bellowing roar, echoing approval towards Claire's claim. Well, that is a cool Kingdra, but I've got something even better than that. Ash grabbed a Pokeball of his own and threw it into the arena. Snorlax, come out! The Pokeball burst open to reveal a cream and teal-colored morbidly obese, vaguely feline Pokémon whose eyes seemed to permanently be squinted. He scratched his stomach, yawned, and looked around lazily. Get ready, Snorlax. This is going to be a really tough battle, Ash called, making the Pokémon slowly stand up and adopt a serious stance. Good luck, Laisha said telepathically, her playful mind voice bright and cheery. Ash turned his head and saw Laisha's waving at him with a smile. He smiled back, nodded at her, and then returned his attention to the battlefield. Kingdra, use Swift, Claire commanded aggressively. Kingdra immediately began shooting golden-colored star-shaped clusters of energy out of his thin snout directly at Snorlax. The energy stars, despite looking fairly potent as they soared towards Ash's Pokémon, bounced harmlessly against Snorlax's massive stomach, dissipating in showers of yellow sparkles. Snorlax lazily scratched where the stars had hit him. Claire gasped in surprise. It wasn't something common that a Pokémon easily tanked an attack from her prized Kingdra. Okay, that was unexpected. That belly is so huge Kingdra's attack just bounced off. Her Kingdra made an annoyed face. Ash laughed slightly. Snorlax has very good endurance. You're going to need a lot more than that to beat him, he declared boldly. Oh yeah, Claire replied. We'll see then. Kingdra, let's up the ante a bit. Hydro Pump. Kingdra reared his head back and then spat an extremely potent, highly pressured stream of water towards Snorlax. Ash's eyes widened. That watery blast looked a lot stronger than the swift attack. He also knew there was no way Snorlax could dodge that in time. You can take that one too, he called out. Snorlax braced himself, glaring defiantly at the incoming attack through squinted eyes. The strong projectile of water crashed against him at full force, making him let out a low, angered growl as the water painfully blasted into his belly and arms. However, the attack failed to push him back or make him falter. With a roar, he thrusted his arms outwards, pushing the attack away. Ha! Ash exclaimed, smirking at the astonished Claire and Kingdra. Now, it's my turn. Snorlax, use Hyper Beam. Snorlax looked visibly pleased to leap into the offensive. He opened his mouth and began gathering volatile energy in his mouth, slowly forming a sphere of shining orange light that grew bigger with each passing second. Kingdra, counter with your Hydro Pump, Claire shouted, inwardly delighted that this trainer was posing a very good challenge. Kingdra spat yet another torrent of highly pressurized water at Snorlax. Seeing this, Snorlax released the Hyper Beam with a powerful roar. Both attacks shot at each other until they crashed over the pool, with a massive thundering boom, locking each other in a stalemate for a few seconds. The water in the pool rippled with the sheer force of the collision happening above it, the stalemate continuing to hold until one of the attacks finally gave in. The Hyper Beam vaporized the Hydro Pump, tearing right through it while leaving a cloud of steam in its wake as it soared towards its target. It hit Kingdra hard on the chest, making the dragon Pokemon let out an agonizing cry as the blast exploded against him. "Oh no!" Claire cried out as the stunned Kingdra sank in the water. Seconds of tension passed until she sighed in relief when the damaged dragon Pokemon emerged moments later. "I didn't expect that Hyper Beam to be so strong, or that Snorlax for the matter." She let out a thoughtful hum when she saw Snorlax panting and keeling over. Perfect reminder that Hyper Beam required a rest every time it was used. "Now is my chance," Claire smirked. "Kingdra, use your own Hyper Beam," she ordered. Kingdra growled, eager to return the attack he had just taken. He began to gather a sphere orange energy at the tip of his pointed snout. Ash let out a soft growl, knowing Snorlax wouldn't be able to dodge any attack in time, if the exhaustion of using Hyper Beam was added to his size. However, it was then that Ash noticed just how close his Pokemon was to the edge of the pool. He smirked, a quick counterattack already forming in his mind. "Snorlax, quick, dive underwater to cover yourself. Just relax and let your body fall," Ash commanded quickly, knowing that his Snorlax had learned how to swim at the Orange Islands. Doing exactly as Ash said, Snorlax relaxed and let his body weight do the rest. He fell forward and crashed into the pool just as Kingdra spat the potent blast of bright orange energy. At least half the water in the pool was displaced when Snorlax hit the water, creating a large splash of water in every direction. The Hyper Beam harmlessly impacted where Snorlax had been, creating a large explosion. "Maybe I should have thought that through a little better," Ash said, wringing his hat out. He was sopping wet. "Yeah, you think?" Pikachu complained, shaking himself out to try and dry himself. "Nice thinking with the umbrella, Misty," Brock said as Misty closed the Psyduck-themed umbrella she had taken out to shield them from the water. "Snorlax and pools are a bad combination." "I figured we'd need it," Misty said, shrugging. Lacious gave her an admiring look. Claire groaned and ran her fingers through her soggy hair. "And I just got my hair done too," she grumbled. Brock did his absolute best to act normal, trying not to make his staring too obvious at the fact that Claire's very tight playsuit was now completely wet, making it cling to her skin even more than it already was. Snorlax casually stood up, the water now barely reaching his upper chest due to him emptying half of the water in the pool. "Snorlax, use Body Slam," Ash ordered. Claire's attention was immediately taken back to the battle as soon as she heard Ash's command. "Dodge that," she retaliated. Kingdra's eyes widened as Snorlax lunged belly first right at him. The dragon Pokemon tried to dodge but wasn't fast enough, and it didn't help that there was just so much of Snorlax to try and evade. Snorlax's enormous body loomed over Kingdra, colliding with him in one painful slam as well as smashing the dragon and water type to the bottom of the pool. Snorlax stood up, a pleased expression on his face as he took several steps back. A very dazed Kingdra floated up to the surface, panting heavily and glaring at Snorlax through the haze of exhaustion. "Kingdra, let's try Dragon Breath," she ordered. Kingdra let out a sharp call, and then spat a powerful green-colored flaming gust of wind at the sleeping Pokemon. Snorlax crossed his arms and braced himself. The attack hit him at full force, and like all of Kingdra's previous attempts, it failed to push the massive Pokemon back. Claire growled in frustration. "That Snorlax is taking on almost everything I can throw at it," she thought, distressed. She, however, knew that all of Kingdra's attacks had to have taken some toll on the normal type as the battle dragged out. "Kingdra is almost out. It's time to finish this, Snorlax." "Use Ice Punch," Ash shouted. Snorlax lumbered towards Kingdra, his right fist coating itself in a frosty layer of glowing ice. "Stop him with Hydro Pump," Claire shouted. Kingdra spat the forceful water attack at Snorlax, who took the hit head-on and refused to let it stop him. With a roar and a twist of his body, Snorlax pushed the Hydro Pump off him, startling the Kingdra as he kept hulking his way towards him. Claire gasped. "Hyper Beam," she called desperately. It was more than obvious that a hit from that would certainly knock out her Kingdra. Kingdra started gathering the energy required for the attack again, but was too slow. Before he could even get halfway through charging the attack, Snorlax roared and punched Kingdra with all his might on his stomach. The dragon Pokémon let out a screech of pain and was sent flying back through the air. He crashed into the edge of the pool, right in front of Claire, with such force that the stony wall of the pool visibly cracked. Kingdra tried to get back to the fight, struggling to move forward with his entire chest and stomach covered in a thin layer of ice. Despite his efforts, he collapsed into the water, his eyes turned into swirls. Kingdra is unable to continue battling, Kabaraji called, raising the red flag indicating Ash's victory. Yes, Ash cheered happily, pumping a fist into the air. Great work, Snorlax, Ash praised with a grin. Can you keep going? He asked. Snorlax might have won, but Kingdra had definitely been a formidable opponent. Despite Snorlax tanking all of the dragon Pokémon's attacks, Ash knew that tons of damage had to have been dealt during the entire battle. Snorlax was surely exhausted. Yes, Snorlax replied lazily, scratching his belly. However, the pants escaping his body were not lost to the trainer and his Pikachu. All right, then keep it up, Ash replied eagerly. Snorlax blinked in surprise at the exact reply. Had Ash just understood him? He'd have to look into that later when he wasn't sleeping, of course. Ash and Snorlax's attention were brought back to the battlefield as Claire called out her second Pokémon. Gyarados, go! In a flash of white light emanating from Claire's Pokeball, a huge sea serpent Pokémon appeared in the pool, growling menacingly at Ash and Snorlax. The gigantic Pokémon occupied most of the pool, easily displacing a good chunk of the water with his appearance. Taking down my Gyarados is going to be a real challenge. Let's see how you react to this, Ash, Claire thought to herself, smirking. In the bench on the sidelines, Misty gulped. She did not like Gyarados at all. Lacius clearly looked worried, looking between the tired Snorlax and the massive Gyarados. You can take that one down too, Ash, Lacius said reassuringly in Ash's mind, earning a quick smile from him. Congratulations on defeating Kingdra, Claire began, chuckling slightly. Let's see how you handle challenge number 2. The first move is yours. Ash narrowed his eyes warily, but decided to take Claire's offer. Snorlax, use Hyper Beam, he called out. Snorlax nodded and opened his mouth, slowly starting to charge the powerful attack. Gyarados, use Dragon Rage, Claire said calmly. With great speed, the atrocious Pokémon gathered a red-colored flaming sphere of windy energy in his mouth, firing it with such speed that it hit Snorlax head-on before he could finish the Hyper Beam, knocking him back from the resulting blast and causing the energy he had gathered to dispel. Ash gasped. That attack was fast. Snorlax didn't even finish his Hyper Beam, he thought in shock. Surf, Claire ordered. Gyarados made a potent swipe with his tail across the water, sending what was left of it towards Snorlax in the form of a small tsunami. Hang in there, use Ice Punch, Ash countered. Snorlax roared and thrust his ice-covered fist at the incoming wave, freezing most of it and creating an ice wall separating both Pokémon from each other. With that, most of the water in the pool had disappeared. Ice punch that ice wall, Ash commanded, getting an idea to turn Gyarados surf against it. Snorlax reared his fist back as it was coated in ice once more before thrusting it into the ice wall with all his might, shattering it into thousands of pieces that rained down on Gyarados like ice daggers. The much larger Pokémon cried in pain as he was hit all over by the ice storm. Quick, finish this with Hyper Beam, Ash shouted excitedly. It looked like he was really going to knock out two of Claire's Pokémon with just one of his own. Iron Tail, go! Claire responded rapidly. Gyarados let out a deafening roar of rage as his tail was coated in a white metallic sheen, hardening considerably. Using his size to his advantage in terms of reach, the atrocious Pokémon was able to swing his tail and crash it into Snorlax fast enough to yet again interrupt another Hyper Beam. The sheer power behind the swing of Gyarados' massive tail was potent enough to send Snorlax tumbling outside the pool, landing a dozen feet in front of Ash unconscious. Pikachu blinked. Wow, he flung Snorlax out of the pool. That is some power right there, he commented. Snorlax is unable to battle. The match is tied with both trainers down to 2 Pokémon, Kabaraji said, raising his green flag to signal Claire's victory. Ash growled slightly as he returned Snorlax back into the Pokeball. Thanks a lot, Snorlax. You were fantastic. You deserve a good long rest, he whispered to the Pokeball. Pikachu snorted in amusement. He's totally gonna take you up on that offer. Don't expect him to be awake for days, he said, laughing slightly. Ash chuckled, also finding himself amused by the comment. Very clever strategy, Brock noted. Claire always made sure to prevent Snorlax from getting off any hyper beams, that way she made sure Gyarados took the least damage possible. Misty nodded in agreement. However, Snorlax was still able to damage Gyarados somewhat. Ash's next Pokemon needs to knock it out. If these two are Claire's opening Pokemon, I don't want to imagine how powerful her final Pokemon is. Brock smiled. Ash's final Pokemon will be just as good. You can do it, Ash. Beat that Gyarados. Latias cheered happily, telepathically relaying her cheers directly at Ash. Ash smiled at the support before getting back to choosing his best option to take on the Gyarados. Ash knew that Pikachu was his absolute best choice, since he would have a double advantage against a water and flying type. Plus, he was positively sure Pikachu was dying to take part in the battle. All right, Pikachu, you're next, buddy, Ash said to the small mouse on his shoulder. Pikachu nodded and charged at the field while letting his cheeks release quick sparkles of electricity, clearly eager to battle. Claire frowned at the sight of the electric type entering the battlefield. This is bad. An electric type has a massive advantage over my Gyarados. Due to the nature of this gym being renowned as a dragon-type gym, electric types are supposed to be rarity among the trainers that challenge me, she thought, narrowing her eyes. She knew she had to keep Gyarados away from any electrical attacks at all costs. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Ash ordered with fresh confidence in his voice, pointing dramatically towards Gyarados. Right, Pikachu said as his cheeks started sparking even more violently than when he entered the arena. With a mighty cry, he shot a large, bright yellow electrical current at Gyarados. Use Dragon Rage, Gyarados, Claire ordered. I need to keep Gyarados a safe distance away. The farther he is, the more time we have to react to electrical attacks. Gyarados took a deep breath and exhaled a large spherical blast of flaming red energy at the incoming electrical attack. Surprisingly, the electricity was deflected by the Dragon Rage, just like Claire had planned. The attack hit the ground in front of Pikachu and sent him flying backwards from the resulting explosion. Pikachu recovered as quickly as he could while mid-air, expertly landing on his fur paws. Slight puffs of smoke were raising from singed parts of his fur. Pikachu was well reminded of how powerful Gyarados were, and he couldn't lose sight of that. Hydro Pump, Claire ordered, crossing her arms. Her gaze seemed far more analytical and careful than when she had been commanding Kingdra. It was clear she was being extremely cautious about Pikachu's type advantage. Let's get close, Pikachu. Use Agility, Ash responded rapidly. Gyarados roared and shot a gigantic stream of pressurized water at Pikachu. Ash immediately noted that his Hydro Pump seemed a lot stronger than Kingdra's had been. Be careful, buddy. I will be, Pikachu replied as he dropped on all fours. With a powerful sprint, he dashed to the side, streaks of white being left in his wake from the speed he had moved. He managed to outmaneuver the water blast, getting out of the way in time. Claire let out a low growl of annoyance. Keep the Hydro Pumps going, Gyarados. Push Pikachu away. Gyarados roared in response, firing yet another Hydro Pump attack at where he could see Pikachu was heading. However, the mouse Pokemon was way too fast for Gyarados' slower attacks. Torrent after torrent of highly pressurized water was wasted, impacting the arena's floor harmlessly. Ash smirked once Pikachu had gotten close enough to Gyarados. Use Thunder, he ordered, his voice taking a triumphant tone as he did so. Pikachu suddenly took a sharp turn, dodging yet another Hydro Pump while he did so, and leaped towards Gyarados. Like Ash, the electric type was smirked, cheeks sparkling furiously in preparation for the attack to come. Quick, move backwards and use Twister, Claire ordered sharply. Gyarados complied with the command instantly, using the coils of his gigantic body to move out of the pool and backwards. As he did so, he spat a massive gale of green-tinted, crackling wind towards the airborne Pikachu. Pikachu's eyes widened as the blast of wind crashed into him, making him cry out in pain as he was violently flung backwards. His electrical attack broken, he crashed into the gym's floor harshly. "Pikachu," Ash shouted, concerned. "Are you okay?" "Why, yeah, I'll be fine," Pikachu responded as he slowly struggled to stand. Claire smirked. His electrical attacks won't be of much use if he can't use them. Ash's fist tightened in frustration, silently acknowledging that Claire was right. "I need to find a way to make the electricity actually reach Gyarados. Running at him is no good due to Twister, and launching the electricity from far away is no good either thanks to Dragon Rage. There has to be a way," Ash thought, carefully thinking for an idea. It was then that he noticed an important thing. He smirked. Gyarados sure put up a good fight, but he lost. Claire blinked once, perplexed. "How so? We are not letting any electricity get to him." Laisha's grinned, picking up Ash's idea. "That's brilliant," she echoed in everyone's heads. Brock turned to look at her. "What?" "Just wait and see," Laisha's replied. "Look all around, Claire." "You were too carefree with attacking Pikachu with Hydro Pump," Ash began, chuckling. "Water." Claire did as Ash said, and her eyes widened when she realized what he meant. Throughout the time she had ordered Gyarados to keep attacking Pikachu with constant Hydro Pumps. She had effectively coated the entire battlefield in water. Even the arena's pool was already halfway full from the water flowing into it from the wet floor. Most importantly, Gyarados himself was damp from his battle with Snorlax in the pool. It was then she realized that she had sealed Gyarados' defeat. "Thunder," Ash declared victoriously. Pikachu let out a triumphant cry as his cheeks began sparkling violently. His cry echoed mightily as he released a massive blast of yellow electricity upwards. As soon as he released the attack, the water he was in contact with on the floor conducted the electricity from his body in every direction, rapidly finding its way to Gyarados. The atrocious Pokémon roared in pain as the electrical attack shocked him. However, the worst was yet to come. Unable to move due to already being electrocuted, he was unable to defend himself from the incoming thunder attack Pikachu had released, which made an overheard arch before descending down on the hapless Gyarados. The water and flying type let out a roaring cry of pain as the even stronger electrical attack coursed through his body. Claire looked clearly baffled at the sheer power of the attack. "That's one well-trained Pikachu." The electricity died down as Gyarados collapsed. The damage he had previously taken from Snorlax making Pikachu's attack become a clean one-hit knockout. Gyarados crashed with a slight tremor onto the battlefield, completely unconscious. "Gyarados is unable to battle," the referee called, raising the red flag again. "The gym leader is now down to her final Pokémon." "Yes," Ash shouted, pumping a fist in the air. "Just one more and the badge is ours. Way to go, Pikachu." Pikachu turned to look at him and grinned. "Don't worry, I'll take her last Pokémon out as well." He was panting slightly. Using an electrical attack of that caliber had taken a massive amount of energy out of him, on top of the damage Gyarados had managed to inflict on him. Claire returned Gyarados to his Pokeball before turning to look at Ash. She suddenly smiled, taking the young trainer off guard. She raised her hands and to his surprise, she began clapping slowly. "That Pikachu is very well trained, and so was that Snorlax," she admitted, praising Ash. "Congratulations! You raise your Pokémon well and you have proven to be a worthy challenger of my gym. I did not expect such a rich encounter from someone so late to register for the league. However, your next trial will be harder than Kingdra and Gyarados combined. Let's see if you are fully worthy of receiving the Rising Badge." Laisha's gulped. What can be stronger than her two previous Pokémon put together? She asked worriedly, looking at Brock and Misty. They were pretty tough. Ash couldn't help but echo Laisha's thoughts. "What's next?" he asked, briefly glancing back at Misty and Brock. "A dragon," Misty replied slowly. "The one reason the Blackthorn Gym is recognized as the toughest gym in all of Kanto and Johto." Claire smirked. "I'd expect Cerulean and Pewter City's former gym leaders to know as much." She grabbed her final Pokeball. "Dragonair, go!" She daintily tossed the Pokeball towards the battlefield. Ash watched as the Pokeball opened up in a flash of bright light and released the Pokemon it contained. A very large, long, and slender serpentine Pokemon appeared before them. She had glossy blue scales, with white scales on her underside. A white horn adorned the top of her head while a large blue jewel-like sphere rested on her neck. 2 similar orbs ornamented the tip of her tail as well. She had a pair of small, white, fluffy wings on the sides of her head that spread out as she opened her violet-colored eyes. The Pokemon elegantly soared down to the pool, letting out a beautiful greeting cry that resonated all over the arena as she did so. "Wow, she's really pretty," Lacius commented. "And really powerful," Brock added. "She is Claire's pride and joy, even when she was just a Dratini." This match will not be easy for Ash or his remaining Pokemon. Ash's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, he knew from experience that any Pokemon in the Dratini evolutionary line was bound to be a very powerful opponent. His thoughts drifted to his battle on Pomelo Island and Drake's Dragonite. Recalling how it took the combined efforts of Charizard, Tauros, Squirtle, and Pikachu to defeat him. Dragonair aren't as powerful as Dragonite though, Lacius said in his mind, sensing his trail of worried thoughts. It'll be a tough battle still. Yeah, thanks, Lacius, we'll do our best, Ash thought, knowing she'd pick up the thoughts. Pikachu, he called to get the mouse Pokemon's attention. Can you keep going? He asked. Pikachu nodded fiercely. I just took a couple attacks and did one thunder, Ash. Of course I can keep going, he replied, cheeks sparkling to show his readiness. Ash turned and nodded to the referee, signaling him that Pikachu was going to keep fighting. Lacius was impressed with Pikachu. Every time the electric-type strength was put to test, he never disappointed. Even if it was against Lacio's. I don't know what's stronger, Pikachu's skill or his determination. I'd say both are pretty powerful, Misty responded, one of her hands idly playing with Togepi to entertain her. This will be an amazing match. Ash decided to let Claire move first. He knew charging head-on against a Dragonair was not a very good idea. Starting conservative seemed like a good approach. Get ready for anything, Pikachu, he advised. Let's start strong, Dragonair, use Twister, Claire shouted eagerly. She was very curious as to how Ash would deal with her most trusted Pokemon. Dragonair's neck sphere began shining in a blue light, draconic power coursing through her body. Dragonair opened her maw and shot a tremendously potent cyclone directly at Pikachu. Ash's eyes widened. That attack seemed on a whole other level than Gyarados had been. Dodge with quick attack and then use Thunderbolt, he countered. Pikachu began running at impressive speeds, getting out of range of the Twister as fast as he could. He winced, despite successfully evading the cyclone. He felt the sting of the raging winds on his body. Recovering quickly, Pikachu fired a lightning bolt directly at Dragonair. Dodge that, Claire responded calmly. Dragonair twisted out of the way in one fluid and elegant motion. Her long and slender body made it easy to dodge the electric attack. Keep up the electric attacks, Ash ordered, hoping Pikachu could manage to land an attack. If he kept the offensive pressure against Claire and Dragonair. All right, Pikachu answered back. Cheeks sparkling furiously, the mouse Pokemon fired another Thunderbolt. Dragonair calmly made a spiraling motion with her body, letting the attack harmlessly fly through the coils of her body. Pikachu growled and kept firing as many lightning bolts as he could, but Dragonair kept turning, coiling and twisting out of the way, almost dancing between the electrical attacks. She looks really gorgeous while doing that, Misty commented, awed at the Dragonair's display of skill. Yeah, I agree, even if that is rather bad for Ash at the moment, Brock said. Pikachu will run out of strength fast at this rate. Lacius frowned, watching the battle without missing a beat. If she does beat Pikachu, can my brother beat her? I hope so, Misty responded quietly. Use Iron Tail, Claire called. During one of her graceful dodges of Pikachu's attacks, the Serpentine Dragon started charging the attack. Her tail hardened to iron levels, glowing a solid white color. With a sharp turn, she eluded yet another lightning bolt from Pikachu, while using the dodge's momentum to also get dangerously close to the surprised electric-type Pokemon. Before the mouse could react or try to unleash another electrical attack, Dragonair swung her tail in a wide arc with unbelievable strength, smashing it into Pikachu with such force that it sent him flying across the arena until he crashed into one of the walls of the room with a sharp cry of pain. "Pikachu!" Ash cried out concerned. "Hang in there!" he shouted as Pikachu crashed onto the floor with a thud. Brock's face reflected clear worry. Dragonair is too skillful at dodging. Pikachu isn't landing any attacks from a distance. Ash and Pikachu can't rely on that. This Dragonair was powerful even from her Dratini days, Misty muttered. Evolution certainly added a whole new level of power to her. Brock nodded in agreement. "I didn't expect Claire's Dragonair to be so powerful." "Don't sound too worried," Latios chided them, her voice reflecting pure optimism. "I trust Ash and Latios to get this. And Pikachu too, of course." Pikachu growled defiantly, slowly standing up. His side was stinging painfully from the potent blow Dragonair had delivered, and he felt exhaustion spreading through his entire body. "I'm fine," he said, slowly making his way back to the battlefield. Dragonair tilted her head, impressed with the electric type's endurance and determination. She gave him a small nod of acknowledgement. "My respect to you." Claire smirked. "Dragonair, Hyper Beam." Dragonair's neck jewel began to shine brightly as she opened her maw, a sphere of volatile orange energy beginning to form in it. Ash narrowed his eyes, thinking hard for a solution. "I can't order an electrical attack because Dragonair will just casually dodge it." His eyes widened, remembering what he had done to the only other member of the Dratini evolutionary line he had faced beforehand. "That's it, how I beat Drake's Dragonite," he smirked. Claire blinked, seeing Ash's smirk. "You're in no position to be smiling like that." "We'll see, Pikachu. Use agility." "Get on top of Dragonair," Ash ordered. Pikachu smirked, getting Ash's idea. With all the strength he could muster, he got on all fours and then sprinted towards Dragonair. "I don't like whatever they're planning, Dragonair. Fire!" Claire shouted. Dragonair let out a blazing cry and then released all the pent-up energy in the shape of a powerful orange and yellow-colored beam. At the very last second, Pikachu seemed to disappear due to the speed he was running at, dodging the beam just as it collided in the floor with a large explosion. Dragonair lost sight of Pikachu in the wake of the blast for a critical split second, and gasped when she felt Pikachu running up the length of her body. She brought her tail up, slapping her body on the general area she felt Pikachu was running at, but missed due to the mouse Pokémon's speed. Then, she felt a weight on her head as Pikachu landed on it. Dragonair was massive in size, with Pikachu's entire body being smaller than her head. The electric type grabbed each of the small, fluffy wings on her head to hold on tight. Dragonair, panicked, began to shake her head and thrash about, trying to get him off. "Dragonair, use your tail!" Claire shouted. Dragonair mentally smacked herself for not thinking of using her tail again, and quickly brought her tail towards her head to use it pry Pikachu off. "Pikachu, use Thunder!" Ash shouted at the top of his voice. Pikachu's cheeks began to sparkle violently as he began to muster every bit of electrical energy he had left, just as Dragonair's tail coiled around his midsection to pull him off. He let out a roar and unleashed the most potent thunder attack he had ever done. A massive pillar of intense yellow electricity rose from the dragon Pokémon, forcing everyone to cover their eyes from the sheer brightness of the attack. Dragonair's shrill screech of pain was the only sound audible over the roar of the electricity. Even with a type resistance shielding her, the sheer potency of Pikachu's attack was still highly damaging. "Dragonair!" Claire shouted after what seemed like an eternity of time, voice filled with concern as the electrical attack slowly died down. With the attack over, Pikachu's grip on Dragonair's wings weakened, making him slowly slide off from Dragonair's head. He fell and landed on the arena's floor with a light thud. Having spent every single last bit of energy in his body in that last attack, he had lost consciousness as soon as it was over. Dragonair reeled back, arches of electricity still curving across her body in the clear signal of paralysis. She winced as pain still rattled her body. She had never expected to take such a heavy hit from a type she had a resistance to. Pikachu is unable to continue battling, Kabaraji said slowly while raising the corresponding flag, looking slightly confused as to why the attacker was the one knocked out. Ash quickly ran to where the mouse had landed. "Are you okay, buddy?" he asked while gently scooping the electric rodent up in his arms. Pikachu mumbled something incoherent and remained unmoving. "It's all right, you were amazing." Ash smiled and walked towards Brock and handed Pikachu to him. As he walked back to his area, his eyes focused on Dragonair. He immediately noted how, despite taking a gigantic hit from Pikachu, she still looked strong and wasn't panting. "That Dragonair is very strong, Claire," Ash complimented as he grabbed the Pokeball that contained his last Pokémon. "That last Thunder had to have done tons of damage. Hopefully enough so that Latios can clean this battle up." Claire hummed, nodding once in response. "Your Pikachu is truly something else. I never thought a Pikachu would be so troublesome. Now, you are down to your last Pokémon, and I regret to tell you, you are not winning," she declared boldly, fully trusting her Dragonair to still be capable of downing another Pokémon despite the hits taken. "I eagerly await your last Pokémon," she added, thoroughly impressed with the challenge Ash was presenting her with. Dragonair let out a taunting cry to back her trainer up. Dragonair's serpentine body began glowing a pale hue of gray light as her shed skin ability activated, instantly curing her of the paralysis the thunder attack had inflicted on her. Ash took a deep breath, thinking of the many battles he's had with Latios in the past days against random trainers. Sure, none of them compared to Claire one bit, but they were all he had as experience. "It's all up to you, Latios." Claire looked at him confused, wondering why he was taking such a long pause. "Go on, we are ready to face your last Pokémon challenger," she said confidently. "Oh, you totally are not," Latios thought while trying very hard to suppress amused giggles. Claire crossed her arms, a teasing smile forming on her lips. "Or, are you ready to call it quits after seeing my Dragonair's might?" "Me? Give up? Never," Ash replied. "In fact, it's you who should think about giving up and handing me over my gym badge. Get ready, because here we come," he said boldly, throwing his last Pokeball forward. "Go!" he shouted. Light illuminated the arena as the blue Ian Dragon was released from the confines of the Pokeball and appeared on the field. Immediately after the light had cleared and let them see the Pokémon Ash had released clearly, both Claire and Dragonair froze in complete shock. Brock and Misty had to hold back a laugh at their faces. Latios was unable to, and merrily burst out laughing. Once she had partly recovered from the shock, Claire gasped loudly. "That's one of the legendary Ian Dragons," she thought in pure surprise. Never had she expected an apparently ordinary Pokémon trainer to suddenly come to her gym carrying a legendary dragon of all Pokémon on his team, much less a trainer as young as the kid before her. Latios grinned widely. "You cause quite the impression, brother," she said, giggling softly. "Very amusing." "Seems like I do," Latios agreed, holding back chuckles of his own at Claire and Dragonair's reactions to his presence. "This is hilarious." "How did you?" Claire asked slowly, struggling to find her voice amid the shock. "How is it that you have a Latios?" she questioned, her voice slightly demanding. "How?" Ash's group were mildly surprised at the fact that Claire knew what Latios was. She was the first trainer to recognize him out of all the trainers Ash had battled on his way to Blackthorn City. Ash was the one to speak up to answer Claire's question. "I met Latios at Alto Mare, befriended him after an adventure?" "Yeah, an adventure, and he decided to come along with me. I didn't really have to fight him to capture him. It was all friendship." Claire nodded slowly, contemplating that. She knew that Alto Mare was a city that had heavy lore regarding the legendary Ian Dragons. She had once gone on a week-long trip along with her cousin, Lance, to Alto Mare to see if they could find the legendary Ian Dragons. However, they had been unsuccessful. "That's a very honorable way to catch a legendary Pokémon," she remarked approvingly. "You certainly know a lot about dragons if you can recognize a dragon as rare as him," Ash commented, curious about the matter. "All the trainers I've battled were unable to tell what he was. Blackthorn City has always been, historically, a city associated extensively with the dragon type. There's holy shrines, ancient texts, folklore, and all kinds of artifacts and items as a result of this city's ancient draconic roots. For generations, my family has kept track of all that and made sure to keep the knowledge alive, Claire responded. I know of many other legendary dragons thanks to all that. But never had I expected to actually meet one. The woman let out a low hum, carefully examining Latios. That sounds rather cool, Ash said, slightly saddened by the fact he had no time to hang around Blackthorn City a few more days to see what Claire was talking about. Latios blushed in embarrassment, feeling awkward at the show of reverence from both of them. Dragonair tilted her head, slightly bemused at his reaction. This will be an amazing battle, Claire muttered excitedly. If we don't lose fast, that is, she mumbled afterwards. Throughout the historical texts and many tales of ancient lore in her possession, she had an inkling of just how powerful legendary dragons were. Latios was frightening. Dragonair turned her head to look at her trainer. He's young, Latios gulped. Uh-oh. Claire blinked. Really? He's quite large. I thought he'd be an adult. Are you sure? Dragonair nodded. He's quite young, actually. I can see it in him. His scent backs it up. He looks and smells like youngsters do, like someone who is still growing and in development. Trust me, I can tell. That's interesting. How long have you had him? How strong is he? Claire asked curiously, shifting her gaze between Latios and Ash repeatedly. Wow, she understood her Dragonair, Ash thought in surprise. Claire just kept getting cooler every moment. Ash scratched the back of his head maripishly. Actually, he's just starting out on battles, he answered. Dragonair had completely looked through them. There was no point in hiding anything. This will be his first gym battle. I befriended him about 2 weeks ago, I think barely, he added, with Latios nodding once to back up his answer. About 1 week is all the battle experience he's got. Latios let out a nervous chuckle when Dragonair's knowing look settled on him. She totally got you, Latios said in his mind, which Latios replied in a positive manner. There goes any hope I could maybe get an easy win out of pure legendary intimidation, Latios responded. Claire nodded, acknowledging his answer. Though, there were still hints of surprise on her features. Well, he's not going to be overwhelmingly powerful then. The stories I have of Latios' power are scary, to say the least, she noted, idly thinking to herself. So, he's young. This brings a lot of questions. Don't think that means he doesn't have what it takes to finish this battle, Ash added, seeing Claire in thoughtful silence. We're walking out of here with a badge. Claire admitted that the boy's enthusiasm was catchy. Well, we've got a gym battle to continue, then, she said, looking surprisingly eager to face the legendary dragon. You're in possession of a young and inexperienced Latios that you haven't had for long then. Just as a suggestion I can give as an expert dragon trainer, don't think that having a legendary Pokemon makes you invincible. Don't let Latios make you overconfident. He clearly has a long way to go. Ash blinked once, but then nodded after thinking over her advice several times. Thanks. Very good advice, Brock said, showing his approval. Yeah, Misty agreed, but knowing Ash, we'll have to wait and see if he'll actually put it in practice. Dragonair let out a soft, humming noise. Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're starting out, she said, just as eager to face him as her trainer. The best way to gain experience in battles is the hard way. Latios remained silent but accepted her with a nod, completely focused on his first major battle. You can do it, brother. You too, Ash. Latia's excited telepathic voice ringed inside both Latios and Ash's minds. This match deserves something special, Kabaraji called, walking to a control panel behind him. He pulled down a lever and, as soon as he did so, the entire arena started shaking. Suddenly, the entire roof of the gym started sliding to the sides with a distinct mechanical sound, parting from exactly the middle. Ash and Latios looked up as the open sky was revealed above them. Now, both Pokemon can maneuver properly in the open without a roof confining them, he announced. That's kind of neat, and quite good for me actually, Latios said, looking at the now open room. Yeah, Latios agreed. It'll let your speed be used more freely. Impressive, Misty muttered, having been previously unaware that the Blackthorn gym hid such a mechanism in it. Claire didn't pay much mind to it, already accustomed to it. Instead, she was completely concentrated on the battle ahead of her. Last round of the match for the Rising Badge, Latios against Dragonair, begin, the referee shouted, expecting nothing less than a great battle between the two dragons. Latios, use Dragon Breath, Ash called rapidly, taking the initiative of the battle. He hoped to catch Claire off guard by starting out swiftly and on the offensive, contrary to what he had decided to do with Pikachu. Latios took a deep breath and then fired a potent green-colored stream of flaming wind from his mouth. Dragonair, shield yourself with the pool, Claire responded. Dragonair moved back, rapidly submerging herself underwater in the pool. Latios' Dragon Breath attack collided with the surface of the pool, causing steam to rise from it. But, other than that, the attack was completely harmless. Now, use Twister, Claire commanded. Dragonair's neck sphere began shining brightly, creating a halo of light within the pool. The water around her began spiraling before suddenly launching itself skywards in the form of a potent, raging tornado that was aimed directly at the airborne Ian Pokémon. Whoa, Misty said, eyeing the water-infused draconic attack with awe. That would make a water type jealous. Latios idly nodded in agreement. Dragonair is no doubt powerful, Brock muttered, worried. Latios and Ash might have taken a bite larger than they can handle. Let's hope Latios' speed and raw power can help him win. Fly up as fast as you can. Get out of that Twister's range, Ash commanded. Latios tucked his forepaws to his body and sped toward the sky, getting out of reach of the Twister nearly instantly. Claire's eyes widened in surprise. So, the tales of Latios' speed are true. That was hard to keep track of. Now that's what I call fast, Ash praised, grinning. Let's see if he's better at dodging a much faster attack then. Dragonair, use Hyper Beam, Claire commanded. Dragonair's head and neck poked out of the water. She let out a humming cry as she opened her mouth, a sphere of orange energy forming in it. The orb in her neck began glowing brightly as the energy in her mouth grew in power. Once she was done charging the attack, Dragonair fired it in the form of a long, yellow and orange-colored beam of pure explosive energy. Latios dodged that as well, Ash countered. Latios did as he was told, and quickly moved out of the way in a single fluid motion of his streamlined body. The beam passed by the spot he had been without causing any harm, continuing its way into the sky until it dissipated into nothingness. Claire growled, her fists tightening in annoyance. Dragonair, fly up and onto the open, she ordered. Latios' speed means I won't be able to hit him from long range. He'll just dodge everything that is thrown his way. Dragonair will need to fight close to him. Dragonair took a deep breath to recover her energy from her usage of Hyper Beam, and then burst from the water, flying quickly towards Latios. Dragon Rage, Claire called out. Dragonair growled as draconic energy began surging through her body. She opened her maw and spat a large, flaming ball of bright draconic energy at the other dragon. Dodge and use Psychic, Ash shouted, full of confidence from the progress of the battle. Latios' evasion capabilities were far better than he had expected. Once again, Latios dodged at amazing speeds, easily avoiding the attacks sent his way. By the time the Dragon Rage reached where Latios had been, he was long gone. Latios' eyes began to glow, gathering his psychic power. Dragonair let out a gasp as she felt her body freeze in place, a blue aura tightly surrounding her. She then cried out in pain once the psychic power began to mercilessly attack her body. Dragonair was then forcefully dragged from the air down and smashed into the gym's floor harshly. Dragonair, Claire cried out in concern. She had clearly heard the sound of the gym's arena cracking under the force of the impact. I'm fine, Dragonair snarled, rising from the cloud of dust her impact had generated. Claire let out a sign of relief and looked up, eyeing Latios analytically. He was a very complicated Pokémon to battle against. Latios, in the sky you have the advantage, so stay there, Ash shouted to the Ian Pokémon. Ash was confident that as long as Latios stayed out of range of Dragonair's attacks and kept dodging, he was going to be fine. Dragonair, use Shockwave, Claire commanded. She knew Shockwave was weak attack in power, but it was also highly accurate. For the time being, She was fine with the idea of sacrificing power for precision. Arches of electricity danced around Dragonair's horn for a moment before she let loose an extremely fast electrical bolt from her horn. Ash smirked. Dodge again! Latios moved out of the way at Ash's command as fast as he could. However, much to trainer and Pokemon's surprise, the new attack fired his way seemed to shift in Latios' direction as it flew towards him. The attack was also fast enough that it reached him before he had managed to move far enough to evade its homing capabilities. With his evasion skills beaten, the bolt collided against Latios and lightly shocked him. The dragon and psychic type winced as the electricity coursed through his body. His lone consolation being that Pikachu zapped much harder during sparring matches. What? Ash cried out in surprise. Why did that hit Latios? He moved out of the way. Ash, Shockwave is an attack that never misses its target. It's too fast and accurate for Latios to evade in time, Brock clarified to Ash. Latios felt like mentally smacking himself. He had completely forgotten how Shockwave worked. Well, I can't dodge that, he muttered. Thankfully, it's something I don't care being hit with. It doesn't do enough. Yeah, it's not a powerful move, you should be okay, Latios agreed telepathically in his mind. Come on, win this one. I'm working on that, sis, Latios responded. The issue isn't having enough power to take out Latios, it's finding a way to make the attacks. Hit him through his speed, Claire thought to herself, humming slightly. Thinking on how Shockwave had worked, an elaborate idea began forming in her mind. Dragonair, fly towards Latios as fast as you can and attack him with Shockwave again, Claire directed. Dragonair let out a fierce battle cry and, using her coils, bolted up at a surprising speed. As she flew towards the Ian Dragon, another bolt of rapid electricity was fired from her horn. If we can't dodge that, let's just shield from it. Latios, use Psychic to defend yourself, Ash ordered. Latios' eyes glowed as he tried to use his psychic powers to catch the shockwave in midair. However, he found that the attack was traveling too fast for him to get a solid psychic grip on. Slightly panicked, he opted for the next best thing. His eyes glowed even brighter as he concentrated his psychic powers in an even stronger fashion, creating a makeshift shield of raw psychic power in front of him. The bolt collided against the shield and deflected in many directions, unable to pass through it. Claire laughed loudly. We got him! Dragonair, use Wrap, she added, a triumphant air surrounding her voice. Latios' eyes widened when he noticed that Dragonair was already upon him, realizing Claire's plan. The shockwave wasn't meant to do damage to me, it was a distraction to keep me still so they could catch me. No! Instinctually, Latios tried to move out of the way just as Dragonair caught up to him. To his dismay, however, his large size made it easier for her to latch onto him. She arched her body, sending her tail in the direction Latios had moved to. Her tail managed to coil around the base of one of his wings and, using that as leverage, the dragoness rapidly coiled the entirety of her body around the legendary dragon. To add to Latios' woes, despite his large size, Dragonair was even larger. Her body was more than long enough to nearly hide the entirety of his own. Underneath her coils, with just his wings and head visible under her body. Dragonair smirked, her head inches from Latios' head as she looked straight into his bright red eyes. Let's see you fly your way out of this one, she taunted. After a small, snarling chuckle, she squeezed hard. Latios let out a loud, agonizing cry when Dragonair's powerful muscles began to work on painfully constricting him. He never thought she'd be this strong. It was like her body was made of steel. Whenever he thought she couldn't constrict any tighter, she seemed to double the strength she was compressing him with. Latios' cry was suddenly silenced when he found he couldn't breathe, panic overtaking the young battler. Bring him down, Claire said calmly. Dragonair's constricting was so powerful that Latios' concentration completely collapsed, breaking his levitation. With his ability to levitate gone for the moment, Dragonair had no trouble making both of them plummet downwards. Just before they crashed, the dragon Pokémon rapidly uncoiled from him and used her tail to hurl him down to further increase the force and speed at which he was going to crash. The arena's floor completely cracked open, sending a small tremor across the room, and a large cloud of rising dust in the wake of Lacio's impact. Latias gasped, clasping her hands over her human illusion's mouth, completely silent. Lacio's, Ash cried out in worry as Dragonair's slender body slowly rose from the billowing cloud of dust. Iron Tail, Claire spoke again, her voice once again eerily calm. It felt as if she had perpetual control of the battle. Dragonair raised her tail just as it began to shine in a solid shade of white, hardening to iron. I know you can keep going, Latios, Ash encouraged. Stop her with Psychic. Dragonair descended from her position above the Ian Pokémon, swinging her tail down with all her might into the prone form of Latios. However, before she could reach him, her body was surrounded in a faint aura of blue light, stopping right where it was. She then cried out as a fresh wave of pain crashed onto her. The powerful psychic energies hurting and causing damage to her body and making her iron tail attack fade away. Latios, wincing and panting from the painful impact, a trickle of blood emanating from his mouth, opened his eyes to reveal them glowing brightly. Slowly, he began to activate his levitation to rise from the rubble he had been almost buried on. Oh no, you don't! Show him that no psychic attack can stop you, Claire shouted tensely. Dragonair growled loudly, her body beginning to tremble as she resisted the psychic forces pressing against her body. Latios gasped as he felt Dragonair fighting his psychic hold on her. He winced and concentrated as much of his psychic power as he could on her, trying to keep her under control. You are not getting any further, Latios spoke through gritted teeth. Dragonair's growls and snarls began to get louder as she fought his hold. To Ash's horror, she began to move closer towards Latios. As Dragonair fought him, the sheer strength of her body proved to be much greater than the young psychic's mental strength. She pushed through his mental hold as hard as she could, her body inching closer to Latios despite his best attempts to stop her in her tracks. With a final, massive roar of defiance, she completely smashed through his psychic hold, breaking his psychic concentration. Latios cried out at the sudden, painfully splitting headache he got from it. The backlash of power caused his barely recuperated levitation to falter yet again, making him crash again onto the ground. Pin him down so he doesn't go anywhere, Claire commanded firmly. It's time to finish this. Dragonair did as she was told. She quickly moved over to Latios and rested her tail on his back, snaking it to the base of his neck before coiling it once while pushing down on him harshly. Latios coughed, flecking the concrete beside him with tiny drops of crimson as the tail around his neck made breathing a difficult task. He tried to struggle, but found Dragonair's physical strength on a far higher level when compared to his own. He wasn't going anywhere. Dragonair, use Hyper Beam. Towering imposingly over Latios' pinned form, Dragonair opened her maw. An orb of bright orange energy began to form within it. Latios, Ash shouted in horror just as Dragonair released the point-blank Hyper Beam. A massive explosion blasted through the arena, forcing everyone to shield their faces with their arms from the shockwave of the tremendous detonation. Latios, Ash shouted yet again, concern written firmly on his face. Ash, Latias, Brock and Misty looked anxiously at the smoke-covered arena, wondering if Latios had been defeated. From the smoke, a figure rose, and to everyone's dismay, it was not the one of Latios. Dragonair calmly flew towards her trainer, coiling in front of her. Parts of her body were slightly singed, no doubt from the explosion of her own hyper beam. She was panting in exhaustion, but for the most part, she seemed okay. As the smoke began to clear, they saw Latios' unmoving form resting on the rubble. Cuts and patches of burned feathers were plastered all over his body. No, Ash whispered, shocked. Thoughts of failure began to pass through his mind. Had he just lost his chance to qualify for the Silver Conference? Had he lost the battle? Before the depressing thoughts could get any further, he blinked when he noticed Latios beginning to move. Latios, he whispered. Latios let out an anguished cry of pain, but at the same time, a look of pure determination was reflected on his bright red eyes as he opened them. Slowly, he activated his levitation and began to rise. Brother, Latios cried out, deeply concerned. Don't push yourself too much, you're already hurt. I'm fine, Latios responded telepathically. Ash helped save my life. His dreams are to qualify for this Pokemon League. This means everything to him. The least I could do for him is give my best. No matter how powerful Dragonair is, I will not lose. Latios, Ash whispered yet again, immensely touched by the Ian Pokemon's devotion and determination for him. Latios let out a worried sigh, but respected her brother's wishes. Admittedly, she too didn't want Ash's dreams to fade into defeat. You should surrender, Claire stated, making Ash turn to look at her unhappily. It is a trainer's responsibility to know when their Pokemon are beaten and withdraw for their safety to prevent further injuries. Turns out bringing in an experienced Pokemon to a high-level gym battle was a big mistake. Latios may be a legendary Pokemon, but he's too young. He is not ready for this, and it is painfully showing by the difference in strength between him and Dragonair. Surrender and spare him any more unnecessary injuries. Brock frowned and looked at Misty sadly. Misty returned his gaze, and both could see in each other's faces the acceptance that Claire was indeed speaking the truth. Ash, Misty said in the gentlest voice she could speak with. She's speaking the truth? Claire nodded slowly. Of course I am. As former gym leaders, I am positive you'd have encountered situations like this one before. Her hard gaze settled straight into Ash's own nervous, worried eyes. Latios is defeated, and you know it. She took a deep breath and smiled, a gentler expression replacing her previous harsh one. There is no shame in an honorable defeat. Your performance is still admirable. No, there isn't, Latios admitted, deciding to use his physical voice so Claire could hear him. He had noticed she could understand Dragon's speech quite well, and was positive it wasn't much of a stretch that she could understand him as well. But ultimately, I am the one who decides if I want to quit or not. And I've made my decision. I am not accepting defeat. And if I know my trainer, he won't either. Dragonair sighed, agreeing with her trainer. She locked eyes with Latios. I respect you for trying so hard, I really do. But please, don't make me hurt you any longer, she said, her voice gentle. I already feel bad for putting a dragon as majestic as you through this much pain already. Latios, panting heavily, growled angrily at them. Claire and Dragonair were taken aback by his irritated reaction. The Ian Pokemon shook his head at them. This battle is not over yet, he said. If there is one thing me and my Pokemon have, Claire, it's that we never know when to give up, Ash said, proud of Latios' resolve. As I said, I'm not walking out of this gym without a gym badge. Foolish trainer, Claire said in annoyance. Value your Pokemon's well-being before your ambitions. You give up on telling us to give up, Latios responded firmly. Claire crossed her arms, irritated. You're going to have a really long night at the Pokemon Center. You both are young fools. Dragonair chuckled. Let them be, Claire. After all, you know very well it is the pride of us dragons to never accept any kind of defeat. Claire frowned, but nodded. She knew very well how prideful dragons tended to be. This isn't just about draconic pride, Latios replied, making Dragonair tilt her head in confusion. There's more to it than just me being too prideful to allow defeat. But you don't need to know that. All you need to know is that we're not done yet. He rose to the air proudly, levitation blazing back to full power. Ash, Latios began, speaking telepathically only to his trainer as he didn't want Claire or Dragonair to be aware of his next plan. There's a particular ability of mine I don't feel you're using enough. I think it could allow us to turn the tide of the battle. Let's use it on them. Remember, Latios smirked. I can turn invisible. Ash's eyes widened. Right, he had completely forgotten about that. He mimicked Latios' action and smirked. Why are you smirking? Claire demanded. You two are in no position to be smirking. Latios turn invisible. As soon as Ash finished speaking, Latios' special, light-refracting feathers activated. Instantly, he disappeared from sight. Latios knew that his invisibility wouldn't be perfect due to the damage his plumage had taken from Dragonair's attacks, and could easily have slightly distorted spots, so as soon as he became invisible, he began to slowly fly around Dragonair. like a hunter stalking prey, to prevent them from seeing any inkling of his presence. Both Claire and Dragonair gasped when Latios simply disappeared into thin air. Dragonair began to frantically look around, trying to spot him. "Okay, this I didn't know Latios could do," Claire commented, glancing around. "Dragonair, can you use scent or hearing to track him?" she questioned. "No," Dragonair responded, eyes carefully looking around to try and catch sight of the Ian Pokémon. The battles lasted for a while. His scent is everywhere and thus unusable for precision tracking. He flies by levitation and his wings are stiff. His flight is perfectly silent. "Damn it," Claire growled, annoyed. "So, turns out you two had more surprises in store for us." Ash laughed. "Oh yes, and it's about to get worse." "Latios, tackle her," he shouted. He couldn't see where Latios was, but he could sense him, like he had several times in Altomare before. "Try to predict where he'll attack from," Claire countered. "Easier said than done," Dragonair muttered in exasperation. She kept looking around, eyes scanning the place for the slightest hint, but it was useless. Latios smirked, sensing Dragonair's absolute confusion and uncertainty. "Payback time." He took aim and then flew towards her, putting as much speed and power as he could into his levitation. He charged at her like a missile and rammed into Dragonair's midsection extremely hard, sending the larger Dragoness back a few feet with a screech of pain. "Dragonair, hang in there," Claire shouted, worried. "Latios, just keep tackling," Ash shouted. Latios did just that. He circled around before Dragonair had finished recovering and tackled her as hard as he could on her back, causing her to let out another cry of pain. Latios quickly flew away and then returned for yet another potent tackle. And then he tackled her again, even harder. And again, and again, and again. Latios kept repeating the simple process of tackling her. Flying away, aim from another direction, and then tackle again many times. Each time doing it harder as his confidence grew. Claire growled in desperation, feeling impotent as she watched Dragonair get smashed around repeatedly by the invisible Latios. Each time her cries of pain got louder. Claire knew she had to act fast or Dragonair would lose. The damage was rapidly escalating. Her eyes widened as an idea came to her mind. She glanced up, eyeing the open roof and the clear sky above them. "Dragonair, get in the pool." Dragonair rapidly flew to the pool and submerged herself. Finally, she was allowed a breather. Ash smirked. "Dragonair can't hide in that pool forever. Don't follow her, Latios. Wait for her to come out." "Yeah, I'm definitely doing that," Latios replied, floating back to Ash's side of the field. "The water displacement I'd cause if I entered the pool would instantly give away my position. And I really don't want her constricting me again. That hurt." Claire chuckled. "Who says I plan to have Dragonair hide in the pool forever? The pool is only a temporary solution so that she can use the attack she needs to get Latios out of hiding without him interrupting her with another pesky tackle. Dragonair, use Rain Dance." Dragonair's neck sphere began shining, causing the entire pool to glow in a faint veil of blue light. Dragonair started doing slow swiveling motions within the pool, slowly creating a tiny whirlpool within the pool. "Very smart of Claire," Misty noted, quickly figuring out Claire's plan. A ray of blue light suddenly emanated from the pool, shooting skywards as Dragonair released the Rain Dance. Storm clouds began to spread from the center of the beam, rapidly coating the sky above the gym in murky darkness. A drop of rainwater fell, and then another, and then another. Before long, a heavy downpour was falling into the gym. Ash sighed, looking at his soaked clothes. "Looks like I'm getting wet again." "We're not," Brock said, standing under Misty's Psyduck-themed umbrella along with her and Latios. Ash glared at them in annoyance and jealously. "Dragonair, you can come out of the pool now," Claire said slowly, completely ignoring the downpour. The battle was too intense for her to care about getting wet anymore. Dragonair slowly emerged from the pool. Immediately, she noticed where Latios was. With his feathers completely wet, the invisibility was heavily disrupted. On top of that, the rainwater crashing and streaming down his body made his position painfully obvious. Latios growled, canceling his invisibility as there was no point in keeping it up. There goes that idea. He glared at Dragonair, who in turn glared back at him. For tense moments, both exhausted dragons locked gazes. Each of them reflected pride and unwillingness to lose the battle for their trainer. "Use dragon breath," Claire shouted, knowing she had to take the initiative of the battle again. Dragonair opened her maw and fired a stream of green-colored flaming wind at the opposing dragon. "Dodge that, fly up," Ash countered. Latios rapidly flew upwards, easily dodging the jet of flames by moving out of the way. "Latios, this is it. We're ending this battle right now. Gather all your power and use Luster Purge." Latios let out a humming cry, his eyes glowing a bright shade of pure white light. His entire body began to glow as well, shining brightly in the dark, murky sky above them. Before long, he looked like a bright beacon of light in the darkness. He opened his mouth, channeling the power he was gathering in the form of a highly concentrated orb of white and blue psychic energy. Claire's eyes widened. She had heard of that attack before. The ancient texts and lore described it as a Latios ultimate attack. She was well aware that Dragonair was exhausted. Dodging would be nigh impossible. Claire decided to counter Latios' strongest move with her Dragonair's strongest move, Hyper Beam. Dragonair opened her mouth and began to charge the Hyper Beam, creating a ball of volatile orange energy within her maw. For agonizingly long seconds, both dragons kept charging their attacks, drawing as much of their remaining strength as they could into the orbs each held in their mouths. At exactly the same instant, both dragons gave a mighty roar and fired their respective attacks. Everyone watched in awe as an imposing beam of blinding white and blue light descended upon the arena at the same time as a mighty beam of explosive orange energy ascended towards the dark sky. Both attacks collided mid-air with a bright explosion, holding out in an even stalemate above the gym. Both dragons gave everything they had into the attacks, pouring as much strength into them. Both of them refused to accept defeat. "Come on, Latios, you can do it," Ash cheered. "Defeat Dragonair." "I have my faith in you, Dragonair," Claire cheered as well. Latios smirked, recalling his training session with Pikachu several days ago, when he had shown his new friends his signature attack for the first time. "Surprise, surprise, Dragonair." Suddenly, many smaller streaks of light broke off from Latios' main beam, bypassing Dragonair's hyper beam by spiraling around it. Dragonair's eyes widened as she saw the myriad beams of light heading her way. "Unlike Pikachu, you can't turn your attack into a shield." "I got you," Latios thought excitedly. "Oh no!" Claire cried out. The smaller secondary beams impacted all over Dragonair's body, setting off many explosions of burning psychic power across her body. She cried out in pain, and as a result, her hyper beam attack completely collapsed. Latios' main Luster Purge tore through the remainder of the beam and smashed into Dragonair at full power. Everyone was forced to cover their eyes as a gigantic blast of light tore through the gym. "Dragonair," Claire shouted, concerned, trying to look for her but was unable to see anything through the blinding veil of light. The extremely bright explosion slowly died off, covering the entirety of the arena in a smokescreen that was rapidly washed away by the torrential rain. Dragonair was panting heavily, her body completely covered in scratches, bruises, burns, and patches of torn scales. But to everyone's absolute shock, she was still up and conscious. "I am not done yet," she declared boldly through heavy pants, a low growl echoing from her. Ash stared at Dragonair, absolutely flabbergasted. "Just how much do I need to do to beat her?" he questioned incredulously. Latios flew down until he was right in front of Ash. Like Dragonair, his body also bared the marks of a ruthless battle in the forms of burns, bruises, and cuts that colored portions of his blue and white feathers in a washed-out shade of crimson. Both heavily injured dragons were panting heavily. For a silent moment, both dragons gazed at each other, pure respect and admiration for each other evident in both of their gazes. Latios admired Dragonair as the first truly powerful dragon he had battled on even ground, while Dragonair admired Latios' strength and determination for one as young and inexperienced as him. The only sound audible to anyone was the sound of the constant rain tapping on the arena and on the two dragons' injured bodies. The rain dripped down both dragons, but it did little to distract them. Both of them looked like they could collapse at any moment. However, pride prevented that. Latios, she can't attack, Ash began, realizing that she had just used Hyper Beam. We can beat her, Luster Purge. Latios' eyes began to glow as he mustered what tiny bit of energy he had left for a final decisive attack. Dragonair growled in response, knowing she was too exhausted to move until the draining effects of her usage of Hyper Beam disappeared. Claire let out a slow, weary sigh. She looked at Dragonair, eyeing her wounds and injuries carefully. She could see the almost washed-away stains of blood on her scales beneath her mouth. Clearly, she had been bleeding from her mouth. It was hard to find a single spot in her long, slender body that wasn't marred with an injury. Claire smiled slowly and made her decision. I concede. The victory is yours. Ash gasped, and Latios stopped his attack upon hearing Claire's words. What? Ash asked incredulously. I conceded. I just lectured you on deciding when a battle should stop, didn't I? Claire asked rhetorically. Dragonair is too exhausted to move from Hyper Beam and at the mercy of your next attack. You got us. There is no point in taking a final attack, she explained. Dragonair closed her eyes. She hated to lose, and it stung her draconic pride more painfully than any of her physical wounds, but she admitted her trainer was right. Defeat was imminent. Claire walked forward until she was next to Dragonair, and then cradled her head in her arms, careful not to touch any of her wounds. You did amazing. This is easily the most memorable battle you've ever had. I'm so proud of you. Claire leaned in and lightly kissed Dragonair's head. Dragonair hummed and pressed into Claire, enjoying her trainer's attention. Kabaraji slowly raised the red flag. Dragonair is unable to continue battling. The winner of this battle is the challenger, Ash Ketchum. We won, Ash said slowly, unable to believe it. We really just won, he repeated disbelievingly. Ash suddenly cheered loudly as he ran into the battlefield. He hugged Latios as tight as he could. Latios winced as Ash carelessly pressed against some of his wounds. But he preferred not to spoil his moment and just contently hugged him back. You won, Latios. You did it! The final badge is ours. Ash hailed happily. You're so awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Latios ran into the battlefield as well. She was just about to hug Latios as well, but noted how injured he was and decided to just give him a quick kiss on the cheek instead. That was amazing, she praised, grinning at him. Congratulations on winning. Latios smiled, enjoying the attention and celebrations of his victory. Thank you, both of you. Claire smiled at the excited child's victorious display, her hand slowly stroking Dragonair's head affectionately. She released the dragon Pokémon and walked to where Ash was. Dragonair slowly followed after her, trying her best not to pass out from the exhaustion and wounds. Kabaraji rapidly joined them, taking out a small box as he did so. Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, Claire said to get his attention. Once Ash had turned to look at her, she opened the box Kabaraji was holding and took out the object inside. Congratulations on defeating me. You have earned yourself a rising badge, she announced, handing him the badge. Ash parted from Latios and took the badge, examining it closely. It was shaped like a dragon's head, completely black with red mouth, ears, eyes and nose, and a white outline. He proudly lifted it into the air. Yeah, we won a rising badge, Ash shouted dramatically. Claire chuckled at the enthusiastic show, shaking her head in amusement. Dragonair lightly tapped Latios' neck with her tail, getting his attention. Congratulations to you too. You beat me fairly. Thanks, Latios responded between pants. Like her, he looked like was ready to pass out at any given moment. Dragonair bowed respectfully. I apologize for all the pain I put you through in the battle. I will cherish and remember this battle for a long time as the best in my life. Latios smiled at the show of respect, wondering if many other Pokémon would behave like that because he was a legendary Pokémon. Hey, it's all fair competition. It's fine. Claire glanced at Latios and gave a slight bow as well. It was an honor for me to battle a legendary dragon such as yourself, Latios. I wish you and your trainer the best of luck in your travels, and that you guide him to greatness, like you guided him to victory today. Latios returned the bow to both of them. And it was nice to meet you both and battle you. You two are wonderful. Dragonair turned to look at the disguised Latias and tilted her head. Latias gulped and smiled at her nervously. Dragonair leaned in and took a couple sniffs before pulling back. Oh, she's a Latias, I'm very sure of it. Claire raised an eyebrow, completely trusting her Dragonair's judgment. You also have a Latias? I am dumbfounded. Wow. Latias giggled and decided to drop her illusion, showing her real form to both Dragonair and Claire. In her eyes, they deserved to see her. Hello, Latias greeted, taking one of Claire's hands in her own forepaws. Oh my, Claire whispered, shaking Latias' paw. To think I'd meet two legendary dragons today. Like they did with Latios, both Claire and Dragonair bowed respectfully to Latias, making her blush at the attention. Claire turned to look at Ash. You have two very fine Pokémon with you, take good care of them. Remember, you are always welcome at the Blackthorn City Gym and the Dragon Holy Land whenever you are near. I'll keep it in mind, Ash replied, opening his jacket to stick his final badge onto the interior. We're ready for the league now, 8 badges. I'm eager to see Latios' participation in the league, Claire said. I'll keep close track of your progress. Train hard, you'll all need it. We will, Ash promised. With the battle finished and the final badge obtained, the group shared their goodbyes with Claire, Kabaraji and Dragonair before returning to the Pokémon Center to have a good night's rest and to heal Ash's injured Pokémon after the intense battle with Claire. Now, the journey to the Silver Conference was about to begin. Chapter 6: Receiving a Pokémon Egg. An exuberant Ash entered the Blackthorn City Pokémon Center, humming a happy and catchy tune to himself as he did so. After winning the Rising Badge from Claire after an extremely intense and hard-fought battle, it seemed like nothing could dampen his perfect mood. As far as Ash was concerned, his battle against Claire was easily one of the best battles of his young career so far. Ash and his friends made their way straight towards Nurse Joy, who was dutifully standing behind the counter. New Brock began in a lovesick tone, ready to propose marriage to Nurse Joy. But before he could even finish the first word, he felt his entire body freeze in place. He tried to struggle against it, but it was no use. He was completely immobilized. As hard as he tried, he couldn't move a muscle. He couldn't even utter a single whisper. Huh, Misty said, looking at Brock in confusion. She was already fully prepared to restrain him if needed, but was surprised to see him stop in his tracks. She then noticed Latia's eyes glowing slightly behind him and realized what happened. Oh, nice. No embarrassing propositions for you, Latia said firmly, her illusionary disguise crossing her arms over her chest. Misty gave Latia's an approving nod. I like your style. Thanks, Latia's beamed cheerfully, grinning. Brock sighed in defeat and annoyance. He hadn't counted on Latia's helping Misty and restraining him. Ash grinned and stopped in front of the counter, crossing his arms over it. Hello again, Nurse Joy, he greeted enthusiastically, completely unaware of what had happened behind him. Hello to you too, Nurse Joy greeted warmly. She quickly took note of the boy's mood and hummed slightly. Normally, I'd assume that you lost at the Blackthorn Gym. Almost everyone does so on their first try. But your cheerful attitude clearly shows that you won. So, I congratulate you for it. The Blackthorn Gym is the hardest gym in all of Kanto and Johto. Misty nodded in agreement, thinking back to the epic battle between Latios and Dragonair that had just culminated. It definitely is. Yep, I won, Ash responded proudly. He opened his jacket and displayed the inside to the Pokémon nurse, revealing all 8 Johto League gym badges required to qualify for the Silver Conference pinned to it. But I need to heal my Pokémon. The battle was tough, he said, handing over Snorlax and Latios Pokeballs. He grabbed Pikachu, who had been lazily sitting on his shoulder, and set him on the counter. Pikachu had awoken from his unconsciousness sometime on the road towards the Pokémon Center from the gym. But he was still very weak and had spent most of the time just lying on Ash's shoulder wordlessly. See, I was right, Pikachu. She said she hoped to see us again soon and you said she was just being polite instead of her wanting us hurt. Well, we're indeed seeing her again soon because you, Snorlax and Latios got hurt, Latios said in Pikachu's mind. Pikachu rolled his eyes, chuckling slightly in amusement. However, he quietly admitted Latios wasn't exactly wrong. Sure thing, Nurse Joy replied, activating the complicated machine behind her. She placed the two Pokeballs on it and took Pikachu to work on him. She seemed to repeat the process she had done the first time Ash and his friends had visited her, carefully checking Pikachu while paying close attention to the machine as it worked on Latios and Snorlax. It was immediately obvious to the group, by the fact she was taking much longer and using more medical supplies and equipment than before, that they weren't okay. After several long minutes, Nurse Joy frowned and turned around to face the group. Snorlax and Pikachu are fine, she informed them. After some medication and healing, they will be okay after a good night's rest. Nurse Joy paused, letting that sink in before continuing with the more dire part. Latios, however, is not okay. He is quite badly injured. We'll take him out of his Pokeball and work on him on the emergency room. He's definitely not battling in a couple days and will need to stay under close watch until tomorrow morning. Ash sighed. Oh, man, that sucks. He had been worried for Latios' condition after the intense battle he had against Claire's Dragonair. Ash quietly admitted to himself that he wasn't surprised that he needed to spend a night under watch at the Pokemon Center or that he required special attention. However, his mind was rapidly overtaken by the worry of his league registration, as Latios was vital to fly him towards New Barktown. Will Latios be able to fly once he's released from the Pokemon Center tomorrow? He asked urgently. Nurse Joy spared a couple glances at the machine behind her, thoughtfully assessing the situation. Yes, he will. I don't see why not. However, nothing too stressful and no battling, she responded seriously. Ash nodded in response, slightly relieved. Okay, thank you, Nurse Joy. You're welcome. Come here to pick up Pikachu and Snorlax tonight and tomorrow morning to pick Latios up, Nurse Joy told him. Okay, I will, Ash said while turning away, deciding to head to the phones to make the call Professor Oak had urged him to earlier. At least we're still on schedule, Brock commented positively, walking at Ash's side. Latios can take you to New Barktown tomorrow so you can get registered for the Silver Conference. You'd still be right on time. Barely, but still in time. Yeah, Ash agreed. I'm still worried for his condition though. From what Nurse Joy said, it doesn't sound like he's good. Latios frowned unhappily. Of course, it doesn't sound like he's good. You saw how he battled Dragonair. But hey, he's proud that he won, Latios. He may be battered and hurt, but his pride is intact and his mind is at peace that he got Ash to the league, Misty said positively. He can rest for the rest of the day without any worry. He's happy. Yeah, I guess there's that, Latios agreed. While she was still saddened by his condition, she did admit that Misty held a good point. She had felt with her empathy the way Latios had felt after winning his battle against Dragonair. It had been a long time since she had felt him so proud, confident, and happy of himself. Ash sat at the phone and dialed Professor Elm's number. Well, time to call him. I wonder what Professor Elm wants, Brock commented. We haven't heard of him in a long time. Nothing too big, I hope, Ash mumbled. It'd suck to say no to him. I don't think it'll be big or time-consuming, Misty reassured him. I'm pretty sure that Professor Elm is aware that you have little time left to register. He wouldn't ask for anything that'd hinder that. After going through the identification process, Professor Elm's face appeared on the telephone screen as he picked up the call. Hello, Professor Elm here, he greeted politely. Once Ash's own face had appeared on his phone, he smiled. Oh, hello there, Ash. Hello, Professor, Ash greeted back with a smile. It's good to talk to you again. Likewise, Professor Elm said back politely. I assume you won the Rising Badge already, right? He asked tentatively. Yep, Ash confirmed, grinning as he did so. He opened his jacket and displayed the 8 badges to the Pokemon Professor. I'm ready for the league. That's amazing. Congratulations, Ash, Elm said kindly before switching topics. Well, as I'm sure you know already, you have to come back to New Barktown to register for the Silver Conference. At Ash's acknowledging nod, Elm continued, I was wondering if, on your way back, You could stop at the Marine Pokemon Laboratory to retrieve a Pokemon egg for me and then bring it to my laboratory. That's not too bad, Ash commented, glad that Elm's request didn't seem to be particularly complex or time-consuming. Okay, I can do that, but what's that marine Pokemon thing and where is it? The young trainer asked curiously. It's a very well-known laboratory that researches the behavior of water Pokemon and ocean life in general. It shows up on pretty much every map of Johto. Look for it on the beaches close to New Barktown, Professor Elm replied. You shouldn't have any issues finding it. Behind Ash, Brock opened his backpack and pulled out his Johto guidebook. He opened it and quickly paged through it until he found a map of the Johto region. Carefully looking into it, he nodded. Yeah, he's right. It's marked right here on the map. Elm nodded. Very well. Brock can give you the instructions on how to get there. I'll wait for you here, Ash. Bring the egg back. All right, I'll be sure to get that egg for you. Goodbye, Ash said, waving at the screen. Thank you and goodbye, Elm said appreciatively before hanging up, ending the call. Ash turned around to face his friends. Well, that wasn't so bad. It's close to New Barktown anyways. Okay, so the plan is quite simple I guess, Brock began, getting everyone's attention. We'll just spend time around the city while waiting for Snorlax and Pikachu to be ready. We'll use the time to get anything we need for our respective travels. Once we're done, we'll return to the Pokemon Center to pick the two up. Brock looked directly at Ash. Tomorrow we'll be waking up very early. Ash winced. I hate waking up early. It's a necessity, Brock said sharply. We'll have breakfast and then you're going to call Professor Oak. You have to return Snorlax to the lab and take either Noctowl or Phanpy back. Once that's done, I'll tell Latios how to get to the Marine Pokemon Laboratory. And to New Barktown, and then how to get to Silver Town after that. Misty and I will just go to Silver Town from here. It's nearby. Sounds like a plan, Misty said with a nod. We'll meet up in Silver Town and then help Ash prepare for the league. Ash nodded in agreement. I'm glad everything turned out fine in the end. We're on time. I got the badge. And you were worrying too much, Latios chided. See? All's good. So, let's get going, Brock said, motioning for everyone to follow him. They nodded and did so, following Brock's lead across the streets of Blackthorn City. The rest of the day went very uneventful for the group, with all of them following Brock's planning on how the rest of the day would be spent. The next day, just as Brock had said, they all woke up very early to get started on their very busy day. After enjoying a quick breakfast, calling Professor Oak so Ash could swap Pokemon and picking Latios up from Nurse Joy's care, the group exited the Pokemon Center and began walking down the street that led to Blackthorn City's outskirts. So, is everything clear, Latios? Brock asked, looking up to where he presumed Latios was after he was done explaining all the directions the dragon would need on his upcoming flights. Brock had to admit, explaining something to someone who was invisible was immensely awkward. Quite a few people seemed to shot him awkward glances as they were walking by. Yes, everything is clear, Latios responded, sparing Brock's map. A last glance before floating up to his usual position above the group. Do you want my map, just in case? Brock asked, slightly lifting his booklet. It might come in handy if you ever need to consult it along the way. No, that won't be necessary. I already memorized it, Latios answered, shrugging. I'll be fine. Show off, Pikachu muttered under his breath. Latios glared at him, though Pikachu didn't notice it due to the dragon being invisible. Misty raised an eyebrow. Wow, really? Perks of being a psychic, I guess. Yeah, you can say that. Latios and I have always had amazing memories. However, ever since the entire Alto Mare affair and us beginning to learn to use our psychic powers, it's increased a lot, Latios explained. We can remember a lot in very precise detail. It's really nice. That sounds awesome, Ash noted, impressed. It must be really cool to be a psychic. It is, Ash, Latios responded warmly. Brock looked at Latios, or where he presumed the invisible dragon was. Okay then, listen very carefully, Latios. This is the most important thing in the trip, so pay attention and use that perfect memory of yours to remember it. Latios tilted his head, wondering what was on Brock's mind. Latios, whatever you do, don't you dare let Ash tell you where to go. You do all the navigating and don't follow any direction Ash tells you to. If you do, you'll end up hopelessly lost, he told the Ian Dragon in a stern voice. Everyone burst out laughing while Ash glared at Brock, who gave Ash a playful look in return. All right, I'll be sure to keep that in mind. But why would we end up lost? Latios asked in mild curiosity. It can't be that bad, can it? Misty didn't even hesitate to answer. Because Ash is a disaster at navigating. Every time he sets the course, we end up hopelessly lost. She shook her head. It's so bad that it takes a traveling genius like Brock hours to find our way back to our destination. Sometimes we only find our way back through sheer dumb luck. That's not true, Ash protested. Sure, I've done my mistakes. But it can't be that bad. Yes, it is, and you know it, Pikachu said flatly. You'd get lost in a one-way street. Ash sighed, sulking at the fact he didn't have the support of his buddy, or either of the two dragons, who seemed content to just laugh alongside everyone else. Well, we're here, Brock said, glancing around. They had exited Blackthorn City, now only a dirt road framed by a dense forest remained ahead. We're going to continue on, Ash. You should depart from here. We'll head to Silver Town. See you there, Ash, Misty said, walking ahead while waving at Ash. Brock did the same and followed Misty in walking down the road. Ash waved back and voiced his goodbyes, with Latios, and Pikachu doing the same afterwards. After a few minutes, the two former gym leaders had disappeared down the rural road. Ash looked at where Latios was. Ever since leaving Alto Mare, he had found that for some reason that he couldn't quite place. He could sometimes feel where Latios and Latias were on an almost instinctive level, enabling him to often be able to face them and trace them despite their invisibility. According to Latios' explanations, it could be because of the bond he now shared with him. So, I guess we should start and go to this marine lab, Ash said, before suddenly pausing and snapping his fingers. Oh, I was almost forgetting. Latias blinked and tilted her head. What were you forgetting? She asked. Everything, Pikachu snarked and then began chuckling, prompting Latios to chuckle as well. Latias glared at both of them, making them instantly shut up. That's better, she said approvingly. Ash smiled. Thanks, Latias. Anyway, I'd like to introduce someone to you two, he announced. He detached one of the Pokeballs from his belt and then dropped it forward. The mechanical sphere opened, releasing with a bright burst of white light a small, predominantly blue-colored elephant-like Pokémon. This is Fanpy. He'll be traveling with us now. He used to be with me before Alto Mare, but I had to send him back to Professor Oak's lab in order to make space in my party for Latios. Now, I'll have Noctowl be the one at Oak's. Fanpy looked around and smiled cheerfully when he spotted Ash. Pure delight and glee was suddenly reflected on his young, childish eyes. Daddy, he squealed happily. Huh, what? Ash asked, confused, however, before he could say anything else. Fanpy tackled him with a surprising amount of strength and knocking him to the ground. Daddy, Fanpy said again, nuzzling himself as much as he could into Ash's chest. I missed you so much, he squealed happily. I'm so happy to see you again. Latias and Latios looked at the small Pokémon curiously. Why did he call Ash Daddy? Latios asked. That's strange. Pikachu decided to answer that question because Ash was currently busy trying and failing to get the overexcited Fanpy off of him. Well, you see, Ash won a Pokémon egg at a race a few months back. The egg hatched into this little guy. Since Ash was the one that hatched him and the first person he ever saw, he refers to Ash as his daddy. Pikachu summarized, recalling the race and the following adventure. Oh, Ash said, realization coming to him. Now that he was able to understand Pokémon, he was beginning to realize just how much Fanpy loved and cherished him. Silently, he felt immensely thankful of Latios and the accidental gift of Pock speech that had been bestowed on him thanks to the dragon. Latias grinned, floating down to them while dropping her invisibility. Aw, you're so cute, she squealed, making a surprised Fanpy turn to look at her. She picked him up with her claws, lowering her long neck down to nuzzle him. You're such an adorable little kid. Hello, Latios said in a more reserved manner, also dropping his own invisibility so Fanpy could see him. Now that Fanpy was off him, Ash was finally able to stand up. Fanpy, this is Latios and Latios. They are two of our newest friends and will now be traveling with us. Oh, Fanpy said, voice full of wonder, as he looked at Latios. He looked up, gazing at Latios' face now. You two look so cool. I'm glad you like us, Latios said, gently setting the infant down. Fanpy turned to Pikachu, suddenly running towards him. Hi, Uncle Pikachu, he excitedly shouted while playfully tackling the electric type. Pikachu winced as Fanpy crashed into him. Ouch, the electric type uttered, pained. Fanpy giggled and got off him. Hi, kiddo, Pikachu greeted slowly as he stood up, dusting himself off with his paws. How's everyone at the lab? Pikachu inquired. Everyone's okay, Fanpy answered enthusiastically. I like them. The infant paused and then pouted. Uncle Snorlax and Uncle Bulbasaur are boring. Pikachu laughed in amusement. Well, one spends most of the day sleeping and the other is too serious and diplomatic to indulge a child. So, yeah, I can see them being boring. I'm glad they're okay. Ash chuckled at Pikachu's comments, crouching down to pet Fanpy's head. Welcome back, Fanpy. I hope you enjoyed Professor Oak's big backyard. I did. I could roll around for so long and still have so much space, Fanpy replied, delighted. I could roll and then roll some more. I had a lot of fun. I bet you did. So, Latios and Latios are newest members of our family now, Fanpy, Ash told him. Fanpy grinned, excited. So, Auntie Latios and Uncle Latios. He hopped and turned to face them. My aunt and uncle. Latios grinned and nodded back at him. Yep, Ash confirmed. The young trainer held out the infant's Pokeball. Return for now, Fanpy. A red beam shot from the Pokeball and engulfed the long-nosed Pokemon, returning him into the device. It was nice to meet him, Latios commented. I'm happy he'll be traveling with us now. He's so much fun. Ash nodded. Yeah, Fanpy's an awesome little guy. He smiled slightly, and turns out, he's Myusin. Feels weird to be a father. The correct term is surrogate son, Latios informed him. Anyway, we should get going now. That way we'll have plenty of time to do all the stuff we need. So, that means I get to fly on you, Ash frowned, looking up at the blue dragon. How do we do that? Latios chuckled in amusement and lowered himself until he was hovering a foot or two off the ground, just in front of Ash. Climb on. Okay. Ash slowly climbed on top of Latios, seating himself just in front of his wings. Once he was carefully seated and balanced, Latios hovered back to usual height while Pikachu jumped on top of Latios. You know, Ash, you should feel honored. You're the second human I willingly let ride on my back. The first was Bianca, Latios commented. I guess I am, Ash agreed, slightly bemused by that. Didn't he already ride your back, technically? Pikachu asked, when Latios tried to carry him and ended up dropping him into the pool. You swooped in, caught him, and carried him back to the grass. Latios hummed, thinking back to that. Well, that wasn't entirely a ride or anything like that. It was me being nice and not letting him get all wet. He craned his neck back to look at the trainer seated on his back. Ash, grab tight to my neck and don't let go, he instructed, not wanting a mid-air accident. Ready? Ash steadied himself and firmly took hold of Latios' neck. I'm ready. Latios nodded to Latios and both took off at a moderate pace, heading to the coastline so they could get to the marine Pokemon lab. Latios and Latios ascended until they were high enough to not be spotted easily from the ground, but still maintain a good level of comfort for their passengers. As they flew, they avoided flying over towns or cities, not wanting to draw any unnecessary attention. Flying is really fun, Ash commented as he watched the vast landscape below. You're not the first Pokemon I get to fly on, Latios. But flying is always fun no matter what. Oh, really? Latios asked curiously. Who have you gotten to ride on? Other than Lugia, you already told us about that. There's my Pidgeot. We battled a Fearow together. I've also flown on my Charizard's back several times. And now you, Ash responded. Celebi once carried me around with psychic powers. But I don't know if that counts as riding. Well, how do I compare? Latios asked, his voice teasing. I hope I'm not lame in comparison. I think you're the best maybe. Lugia was amazing too, Ash answered, chuckling nervously. Actually, Lugia is maybe better. Sorry, Latios. Lugia's just awesome. Figures. Latios rolled his eyes in amusement but allowed the trainer to enjoy the flight. He knew Lugia personally and quietly admitted that flying on him was probably better. Lugia was awesome indeed. After some time flying, Ash looked down. He noticed how the land scrolled past them. It was apparent that while they were flying fast, they weren't flying at a very high speed. Ash recalled how the Pokédex had said that they could fly even faster than planes. Latios, can't you fly faster? I remember the Pokédex said that you could fly faster than jet planes. I don't fly at that speed because if I were to do that, you'd die. A human body isn't designed to handle flying at that speed or resisting that kind of pressure. This is the fastest I can go without hurting you or bothering you, Latios answered. Besides, it's still going to take us just a few hours at our current speed. Ash nodded slowly, sorting out what Latios had just said. Hey, that reminds me. How are you feeling, Latios? Ash asked, slightly petting the dragon's neck. Are you still hurt from your battle with Dragonair? He added, now that he could closely examine the dragon's body. He could see that there were still scratches and scrapes in some areas of his body. Though, it seemed like his healing was going exceptionally well. I've been better, Latios answered, shrugging slightly. I'm still really sore, but nothing I should be complaining about. I'm tired, yeah, but all in all, I'll be fine. You sure you can handle the flight? Ash asked, just to be sure. Latios scoffed, of course I can. I'm okay. Pikachu nodded. That's good. Glad to hear you're doing okay. I heard your battle was pretty intense. It was, Latios said, smiling. Dragonair was tough. I barely won. It's a shame I missed it, Pikachu commented, sighing in dismay. I'd have loved to see that battle. I can psychically project my memories of it in your mind, Pikachu, Latios offered. If you want to see it that badly. Oh, that'd be appreciated. Yes, please, Pikachu said, grinning. This is going to be good. Latios chuckled as Latios' eyes began to glow. They kept flying, mildly chit-chatting amongst themselves as they flew. With Latios carefully following the instructions Brock had laid out for him earlier that day. Their talk mainly centered about the group's battle in the Blackthorn Gym and Latios' performance. After several hours of flight, Latios began to steer in more specific directions. Soon enough, a small white building came into view on the land below, resting on a small cliff overlooking the ocean. Latios looked at it, his keen eyesight easily identifying the building despite the vast distance. Yep, that's the Marine Lab, according to Brock. Latios and Latios slowed the pace down a bit until they were in front of the building. Latios lowered himself to allow Ash to hop off. Once Ash had gotten off the dragon, he looked at the building and walked towards the main door. So, this is the place? He asked, just to be sure. It is, Latios responded. It's the only building in miles, so I don't think it's really possible to be wrong. Though, there's no way I'm ever fitting through that door. I'll just wait for you guys outside. I think I can fit, Latios said, eyeing the doorway. She began to glow, creating a sparkling swirl of blue lights as she adopted her illusionary disguise of Bianca. Ash walked up to the main door and knocked. Hello, he called out. Anyone home? Moments later, a woman in her mid-20s opened the door. She had short, bright red hair and was wearing an elegant lab coat. Hello, I'm Naomi, the director of this research facility. You must be Ash Ketchum, right? She asked kindly. The young Pokemon trainer nodded. Yes, I'm Ash. How did you know my name? Ash asked. Professor Elm told me of your arrival, so I was expecting you, she answered. Naomi gave the disguised Latios a quick glance. Who's your friend? This is, Bianca, Ash answered, deciding to use Bianca's name on Latios' disguise. As saying Latios was probably not a good idea. Latios gave Naomi a greeting wave of her hand and a smile. Naomi nodded at them, gesturing them to come inside. Please, come in. Ash and Lacius entered the laboratory, curiously looking around at all the equipment and different machinery that was there. It all looked very scientific and completely beyond their comprehension. Several other scientists were working on some of the equipment, however, they didn't seem to pay much attention to them. Wait here, please, Naomi told them, walking towards a door. Looks nice, Lacius commented, glancing around at all the neatly stored equipment. Everything was shining clean and the place looked in perfect order. Yeah, Ash agreed, looking around as well. The lab looked different to what he recalled of Professor Oak's own lab. There were more charts and diagrams of water Pokémon here, and some of the machinery looked like it could be used in the ocean. I have no idea what to make of all this, Pikachu said, scratching his head. I like Professor Oak's laboratory more. Looks less creepy. Ash and Lacius chuckled at the electric type's comment. Naomi came back out of the room she had entered holding an incubator. Inside it was a dark green-colored egg. This egg was secured by a local officer, Jenny, from a group of Pokémon poachers a few days ago. Please take it to Professor Elm. He'll know where it's from and what to do with it. Ash frowned, alarmed. The egg was stolen? That's horrible. Poor little guy, the mother must be crushed too. Lacius nodded in agreement, a sad look on her face. Poachers are a horrible thing, she commented, looking at the egg. I hope we can return it to the mother. No mother deserves to lose her child. Well, if I had to guess, Professor Elm is going to task us with returning this egg to its mother, Pikachu commented. Not that I mind if that's the case. I'd love to do that. Do you know anything about the mother or poachers? Ash asked, glancing at Naomi. Anything you know could be helpful. Naomi sighed and shook her head. No, I don't. That is why we are giving it to Professor Elm. He is a more qualified individual. She gestured to the egg. Also, we don't know what might hatch out of it, as we don't have any equipment that can help us determine that. However, the egg has been shaking every once in a while. It shouldn't take long for it to hatch. Ash reached forward to grab the egg incubator from her hands. The second he took hold of the incubator, Ash felt a small jolt shoot through his body, causing him to blink in confusion. It didn't feel like an electric jolt. He was much too used to those from Pikachu. The jolt seemed to be of a spiritual sense, touching at his soul and emotions. The sound of faint crying echoed in his mind, along with distant words. He tried to make out what the voice was saying, but he was unable to. He could almost feel the sadness and despair coming from the egg. Unconsciously, Ash hugged it tight to his chest. He felt drawn to it in a special way. Lacius looked at Ash, confused at the veil of emotions that she could sense coming off from him and from the egg. Naomi noticed the small yet subtle shudder Ash made when he had taken hold of the incubator. Is something wrong, Ash? She asked, slightly concerned. Ash shook his head reflexively, not even looking up at her. No, everything is fine. Naomi nodded slowly. Okay, please, take good care of it. I'll call Professor Elm to inform him that you've taken the egg. Ash looked at Egg, staring at it with a lost expression. The egg is in good hands, don't worry. He gazed up at her face and smiled. Thanks a lot, Naomi. He turned around and began to walk to the exit. We'll get going now. Naomi walked alongside them, escorting them to the exit. Very well, goodbye to you too, and thanks for doing this favor to me and Professor Elm. No problem, Ash mumbled. He looked down at the egg as he headed toward the exit, a fond look settling on his eyes. I wonder what happened. What was that voice? What does it mean? He wondered, unconsciously hugging the incubator tighter to his chest. Elsewhere, in a hidden location, a large, tall, bulky man was currently sitting behind a desk in an office adorned with expensive furniture. He was dressed in a predominantly bright orange-colored suit that, despite its extravagant color, still looked extremely elegant. He was currently looking into a computer, analyzing various data. A Persian was lying beside his chair, peacefully slumbering. A small voice box in the desk beeped to life. Boss, Agents Annie and Oakley have returned and are reporting in, the feminine voice of his secretary said. The now identified boss grunted and pushed a button on the voice box. Send them in. A few minutes later, the two aforementioned agents entered the office, both sporting stone-faced expressions. They knew they had failed the last mission, and the boss hated failure. However, they knew better than to show weakness in front of him. Reporting in, Boss Giovanni, Annie and Oakley said in unison, standing firmly before his desk. Underneath their masks of steel, both of them were nervous to the core. Their boss' simple presence conveyed an aura of sheer power and supremacy. It was hard not to be. As tough as the two agents were, Giovanni was the only person who was capable of making them nervous. "You're 8 days late," Giovanni growled, power in his voice. "What is the status of your mission?" he asked sharply. "We failed, boss," Oakley responded. It was the first time the two sisters had ever failed a mission. Both of them hoped that record let them save some face before their leader. "Failed," Giovanni bellowed angrily, causing both Annie and Oakley to cringe back. "This is outrageous. How come the last wave of missions I've sent to all my agents have all ended in nothing but failure?" he demanded, slamming his hands harshly into the desk. Annie and Oakley remained silent. Giovanni sighed and shook his head. "What is there to report?" he questioned. "We managed to obtain all the information about the island and the rumored jewel and guardians as requested. But the capture of the jewel and guardians was foiled by a Pokémon trainer, resulting in both mine and Annie's capture and arrest. We were detained for about a week before managing to escape," Oakley responded firmly. "Did you lose any of our technology or leak any information to authorities?" Giovanni asked immediately, his tone grave. "No, sir," Annie answered quickly. "All of our technological equipment was either safely recovered or destroyed. We escaped from police before we could be properly interrogated," she added. "Good," Giovanni said, relieved. The last thing he needed was information of Team Rocket leaking into authorities. "All gathered information on the mission was sent to your personal database as per protocol," Oakley reported. "The detailed reports are there." Giovanni nodded slowly. "Good. Are we going to be sent on another mission to Alto Mare?" Oakley asked. "The Soul Dew proved to be far more powerful than expected. We saw it in action. It moved oceans, had the power to destroy the entire region. The Guardian legendaries also proved their power. That would be such a powerful asset and weapon to Team Rocket. I don't think we can let it pass," Annie added. "I am sure the jewel has unmeasurable value." To Annie and Oakley's absolute shock, Giovanni shook his head. "At the moment, no, there is no time left to send you two to another mission. Until now, you two have had a spotless record of success. I'll tolerate failure just this one time, however, I expect better results from both of you in future assignments." "Yes, sir," both Annie and Oakley said in unison. "Good," Giovanni said simply. "May I ask, why is there's no time for us to undertake this mission again?" Oakley asked. "Is there a new assignment for us? Some of Team Rocket's best scientists have been working on a project in top secrecy for the last decade. Now, it is nearing competition. Once this is unveiled, all Team Rocket manpower and funds will be solely focused on it. This project is far more important than an island jewel or a pair of weak legendaries. You two will be an important part of it. For the time being, assist Professor Sebastian in anything he needs and remain on standby." Giovanni replied, his voice calm and collected. "Yes, sir," Annie and Oakley chorused. Both of them were deeply disappointed that Alto Mare and the Dragon Twins were apparently no longer of Giovanni's interest. However, neither showed that. They knew Giovanni very well. Whatever his plans were, they must be magnificent and they would follow his head. Both exited the office, leaving Giovanni alone to further his dark machinations. Chapter 7: A Mother's Pride. "Hello, Professor," Ash called as he entered Professor Elm's lab, having flown from the Marine Research Lab aboard Latios. Latios entered behind him, disguised as Bianca as usual. Pikachu shouted a greeting as well, not really expecting it to be returned. Professor Elm looked up at Ash. He was currently sitting on a couch, probably enjoying a small break from his work. "Well, hello, Ash. It's good to see you again. Congratulations on getting all those badges, by the way." Ash grinned. "Of course, Professor. Next time you congratulate me, it'll be for winning the Silver Conference." "That I'd like to see. So who's this lovely girl?" Professor Elm inquired, glancing at the disguised Latios. "This is Bianca, a friend of mine," Ash answered. Latios gave a small, shy wave. Well, I'm Professor Elm. Nice to meet you. Professor Elm introduced himself kindly. Lacius flashed a small smile back. So Ash, how's the egg doing? Elm asked. Ash grabbed his backpack and opened it, taking out the small incubator inside. Ash showed it to Professor Elm, who carefully took it from Ash. The second it left Ash's hands, Ash once again heard the sound of very faint crying, and also felt quite sad. Lacius looked at him in worry. She had sensed what happened to Ash when he first took the egg, and now it was happening again. Even though in human form most of her psychic senses were diminished, she could still sense some things. She couldn't make out what was happening through, she only sensed that something had happened. Professor Elm seemed to not have noticed anything. Well, this little guy sure looks nice. I'll check if it's completely healthy. He began walking to a small machine in the back of the room. Ash, what's wrong? Lacius inquired telepathically. Ash gave a startled jump, almost making Pikachu fall off his shoulder. He had been so caught up in thinking about the egg that Lacius' question had startled him. He turned to look at her. Nothing, I'm fine, he lied. He didn't know how to explain this to her. Lacius gave him an annoyed look. She put her hands on her hips and scolded him. No, something's up with you, and you're telling me what it is right now. She's right, Ash, you've been acting weird ever since receiving that egg, Pikachu agreed. He had known Ash long enough to know when something was bothering him. Ash signed and gave in. I'll tell you later, it's a little hard to explain. Lacius frowned but decided to let Ash be for now. He was starting to worry her, and Pikachu didn't look any better. Professor Elm walked up to them. The egg is perfectly healthy, but we'll have to wait until it hatches to know what will come out so we can return it home. All right, Professor, Ash answered, happy to hear the egg was okay. A sudden knock on the door caught everyone's attention. Ash opened it and was quite surprised to see Professor Oak and his mother, Delia. Hello, everyone, Delia chimed in her usual very cheerful mood. Ash could swear that Lacius and his mom were always smiling and cheerful. The second Delia saw Ash, she sprinted and hugged him in a loving motherly way, but why did something seem different about Ash's eyes? Thankfully, Pikachu managed to jump off Ash's shoulder before getting crushed in the hug. Lacius looked at them in confusion. Pikachu, who is she? Lacius asked the yellow rodent telepathically. That's Ash's mother, and the man behind her is Professor Oak, Pikachu answered. Lacius nodded in understanding. Now she knew why she was being so affectionate to Ash. Professor Elm looked utterly confused. First Pikachu spoke to the girl for some reason. And then the girl had nodded as if she had understood him perfectly. Professor Oak didn't seem to notice. So, how's my sweetheart doing? Delia asked after she finally broke the hug. I'm doing great, Ash answered happily. It had been quite a while since he had last seen his mother. Professor Oak looked very confused. Ash, just how did you get here from Blackthorn City so fast? We talked around midday after you won the badge from the Blackthorn gym. How did you get here? Ash smirked. Lacios took me here. Both professors' eyes widened as they remembered Ash had a legendary Pokémon in his team. Lacios? Delia idly wondered, isn't that the legendary Pokémon you caught that Professor Oak doesn't stop babbling about? Ash, Pikachu, and Lacia's sweat dropped collectively. Where are my manners? Delia said once she noticed the girl with Pikachu. Who's she, Ash? A new friend? Delia walked closer to the girl. I'm Delia, nice to meet you. She's Bianca, and yes, she's a new friend, Ash introduced her again. It felt awkward to call her Bianca instead of Lacius. Lacius smiled and waved hello, at least this time it wasn't a shy one. Lacius felt comfortable around Delia. It was as if she emitted an aura of happiness and friendship, just like Ash. So Ash, can we see your Lacios? Professor Elm asked. He was also itching to see this legendary Pokémon. Ash had asked Lacios during the flight if he could show him to the professors. He knew that they were going to ask him to. Lacios had asked Ash if he truly trusted the professors, to which Ash had answered yes. Then Lacios had said that as long as Ash stayed near him and the professors didn't try anything funny, it'd be all right with him. Lacios wasn't really one for humans. Sure, just don't overreact or something like that, Ash told them, reaching for Lacios' Pokeball. And let's go outside to give Latios more space. Once everyone had walked outside, Ash took a few steps back. Latios, come out, he shouted as he threw his Pokeball to the ground. With a bright flash, Latios appeared. He eyed the professors cautiously. They didn't seem like bad people, just like Ash had said. Professor Oak and Elm's eyes were as wide as dinner plates. They had rarely seen a legendary Pokemon, and now they had one right in front of them. Latios chuckled a little at the look on their faces. It was priceless. Incredible, whispered Professor Oak. A Latios right in front of me. Congratulations, Ash, you got yourself a really rare Pokemon. Finding and capturing him must have been really difficult, Professor Elm said, looking at Latios a bit closer. Ash chuckled a little. The funny thing is, I didn't battle him, I befriended him and he decided to come with me. Delia smiled as she walked a bit closer to Latios. That's one impressive Pokemon, dear, and a legendary nonetheless. Ash, did you by chance run into a Pokemon called Latios? It's said that where a Latios is always nearby, Professor Elm asked. Ash and Pikachu chuckled and glanced at Latios. She blushed at the sudden attention. Ash gave a small nod to her. Professor Elm and Oak looked confused. Why do you look at her like that? Oak asked. Ash smiled and grabbed Latios' arm. Mom, Professor Elm and Professor Oak, meet Latios' sister. All three humans looked utterly baffled. Ash, she's a human. How can she be a Latios? Professor Elm asked, very confused. And how can she be Latios' sister? Suddenly the girl was engulfed by a soft blue light, startling the professors. When the light faded, a red and white dragon was floating in her place. She gave a small coo of greeting. Professor Elm and Professor Oak looked in utter disbelief and were about to faint. Delia looked between Latios and Latios. Ah, she's so cute, she squealed, walking forward eagerly and giving Latios a hug. To Delia, Latios was a lot cuter than Latios. Latios just turned to look at them. Usually when someone got that close to Latios, he'd immediately move to defend her, but because it was Ash's mother, he let it slip. Besides, everything seemed good about her. As she can turn into a H-human, Professor Elm stuttered. He was completely astonished by this. He'd never heard of a Pokemon capable of assuming human shape. Heck, he hadn't even known if such a thing was even possible before now. Yes, that's one of her abilities. She can shape-shift into a human at will, Ash clarified proudly. She's amazing, isn't she? Latios blushed slightly at that comment. Latios and Pikachu hid a small snicker. Thankfully, no one else noticed because Latios was currently being petted by Delia. Impressive, both professors said, completely awestruck. Professor Oak composed himself a little. But Ash, I don't remember a Latios appearing in your trainer record, he stated, remembering that only a Latios had appeared in it. You mean captured? Ash asked. Essentially, yes, replied the Pokemon professor of Kanto. Well, I haven't captured her. She doesn't want to battle yet, so I keep her like this so I can still have a full 6 team even with her around. She'll become my Pokemon when she finally decides to be captured and when she learns how to battle well, Ash stated. Right, Latios? Having already parted from Delia's hug, Latios flew to his side and nodded eagerly, giving another coo, this time meaning yes. The professors still didn't understand. That means that you have 2 legendary Pokemon with you? Professor Elm asked. Yes, one officially and the other unofficially, at least for now, Ash said, suddenly feeling proud of himself. Having legendary Pokemon was great. Training them was hard though. Both professors looked like they were about to have a heart attack. Pikachu had to choke back a laugh. Ash decided to change the topic. So, where do I register for the Silver Conference? He asked eagerly. He couldn't wait for the conference to begin, his prime motivation being kicking Gary's ass in a battle. You have to register at the Pokemon Center, Professor Elm told him, pointing at the Pokemon Center in the distance. Pikachu, Latios and Latios looked at him in utter disbelief. Why didn't we register at the Blackthorn City Pokemon Center then? Pikachu demanded angrily from Ash's shoulder. Pikachu has a point, why didn't we register at the Pokemon Center in Blackthorn City? Ash asked. You can understand Pikachu? Professor Oak asked in astonishment. Ash was simply full of surprises these days. Yes, and answer my question please, Ash demanded. Well, to prevent confusion and to keep a proper record, only one Pokémon Center in the region is permitted to register Pokémon trainers to the Silver Conference, in this case, the one in New Barktown, Professor Elm explained. Ash sighed along with his Pokémon. Guess I can't complain about that. Yes you can, Pikachu said. Ash frowned. Hey yeah, that's right, I can. Everyone else sweat dropped. Oh well, he'll go and register. I'll probably sleep at the Pokémon Center too, Ash said, returning Latios to his Pokeball. All right Ash, we'll wait for you here in the morning, Professor Oak said. Wait Ash, Professor Elm said as he walked back at the lab. A few seconds later he exited with the egg incubator. Here, take it with you for now. Ash nodded and took the egg back gently. Delia smiled and hugged Ash again. Congratulations on making it to the league again, dear, she congratulated him. She took a small glance at Latios, who was still hovering beside Ash. Also, nice job with the legendaries, you finally captured one. Especially a legendary as cute as this one. Latios gave a coo of contentment. Delia walked up and patted Latios gently on the head again, loving the feel of Latios' soft feathers against her hand. Latios gave another happy coo. Pikachu sulked in the back of the group, muttering that Latios now had Delia's affections and was no longer interested in him. Delia looked at Ash and noticed that he had a small necklace hanging around his neck. She walked to him to examine it closer. The necklace had two small crystal figurines that looked a lot like Ash's new Pokémon. It looked quite cute on Ash. Nice necklace. Did you buy it to match your new Pokémon? Delia asked. No, it was a small gift from her, Ash said, looking at Latios. Pikachu almost started laughing when he remembered the other thank you gift she had given him. The fact that Ash looked like he was forcing back a blush told him that he remembered it as well. Latios giggled happily. Well, this looks nice, Delia commented about the necklace. Also Ash, I noticed that there seems to be something a little different about your eyes. They have a reddish tint in them instead of the usual brown, Delia stated. Ash sighed, and I was hoping she didn't notice. I was hoping that too. Latios telepathed. She paused. Why did I hear Ash's thoughts so easily? She wondered to herself. Ash looked at her. Well, Mom, it was a little outcome of one of my usual adventures, Ash answered. Let me guess, that little adventure was with Latios and Latios, right? Delia asked. Ash nodded. Yes. Care to elaborate? Delia asked. Ash gulped. All right. Ash began to tell her of his adventure in Altomari, occasionally receiving support from Latios or Pikachu. Ash wisely left out the fact that he nearly died 3 times. Twice from drowning had Latios not saved him, and a third time in helping Latios survive. He just told her the only risk was being unconscious for a day. His mother had scolded him to no end when he almost drowned during the adventure with Lugia, or when he almost fell off the waterfall while infiltrating Entei's crystal tower, or when a giant Celebi controlled twig monster almost killed him had Sukyun not intervened. Brock let slip this one. He didn't want to add another I almost died event to his mother's knowledge. Ash had also never told Delia that he actually died during Mew and Mutwo's fight. He had remembered this after Mutwo restored his memory at Empt Quena in Purity Canyon. Delia couldn't help but sometimes turn to look at Latios in mild disbelief. Latios and Latios were a lot more powerful and special than she had thought when she had seen them for the first time. Latios and Latios didn't really seem capable of stopping an entire tsunami, and yet they had. They were even viewed as guardian deities in Altomari. At least what Delia found a lot of comfort in was that with 2 Pokémon like Latios and Latios, her dear son would be a lot safer during his travels. She could now rest assured that 2 legendary Pokémon would always protect Ash from anything during his journey and guide him. Her son was in caring hands, or claws. So after all this, Latios and Latios decided to come with me on my Pokémon journey. Thanks to them now I can understand Pokémon speech, Ash finished, hoping that his mother didn't view the adventure negatively. All right dear, at least you didn't get in danger again, Delia said in false relief. She suspected Ash was hiding another I almost died moment, but decided not to pry. She turned to Lacius. "Thanks for helping my son." Lacius cooed and smiled. "It's I who should be thanking him," she thought to herself. "She says you're welcome," Ash translated to his mother. "You know, that Pokemon understanding ability is rather helpful. Maybe you could help me understand Mimey a little better," Delia mused. "Maybe. Well, I have to go. See you, Mom," Ash said. They parted ways and he headed for the Pokemon Center. That ended a lot better than I expected. At least I didn't get scolded or something, Ash thought, breathing a small sigh of relief. Much to Delia's surprise, Lacius disappeared into thin air, just like Ash had said she could. Just how much is that little Pokemon capable of? Delia thought to herself in pure wonder. She could barely remember all the abilities that Ash had described of her. That little dragon girl sure is something else. I assume Lacios is just as great. She wondered if Ash could really win the Silver Conference with them. "Lacius and Lacios, please protect my son during his travels and make sure he always stays safe," she silently wished. As Ash disappeared from view, she walked back inside the lab. Ash smiled as he entered the new Barktown Pokemon Center. "Finally, I'm just one step closer to the Silver Conference," Ash said happily. "Well, aren't we a little enthusiastic?" Nurse Joy chided from behind the counter. "Let me guess, you came here to register for the Silver Conference?" Ash nodded eagerly and walked over to her. "Seriously, how can there be so many Nurse Joys?" Lacius whined telepathically. She was starting to get a headache from pondering this. When she asked Lacios, he had groaned and told her to ask someone else. Pikachu sighed. "I already told you, it's completely unknown. But maybe Brock can give you a few answers." Lacius huffed. "I'd rather die than ask something of that pervert." Pikachu laughed. He found Lacius' dislike of Brock's perverted side rather funny. Even more that every time Brock tried something, Lacius would prank him. Ash ignored the little display behind him and decided to continue with the registration. "Here are my 8 badges, Nurse Joy." "Okay," Nurse Joy said as she took Ash's badges and inserted them in a machine, most likely to verify that they were authentic. Nurse Joy couldn't count the number of fools that had tried to register with fake badges. The machine gave a small beep and flashed a green light. "Just give me your Pokédex so your registration will be complete," Nurse Joy told him. Ash did as he was told and handed over his Pokédex. Nurse Joy inserted the Pokédex in a slot in the machine. Soon it gave another beep, signaling that the registration was successfully completed. "All set and ready to go. You are registered at the Silver Conference. From here, go to Silver Town and verify your matchups for the preliminaries. Good luck," Nurse Joy informed Ash. "Also, the conference starts in 13 days, so prepare yourself and train hard." Ash nodded. "Very well, for now I'd like a room for the night." "Room 7 is unused, you can take it," Nurse Joy said, pointing to the stairs. "Okay, thanks Nurse Joy," Ash thanked her. He started heading toward the stairs, the still invisible Lacius following him. After some walking and reading room numbers, they arrived at room number 7, which was pretty much the same as any other Pokemon Center room. Ash headed toward the bed on the right side and took out the incubator from his backpack, gently lowering it onto his bed. Lacios released himself from his Pokeball, jumping at the opportunity to get some fresh air. Ash took a seat on the bed and stared at the incubator. "Are you going to tell me what's up with you concerning that egg?" Lacius asked gently as she resumed visibility, hovering closer to the bed until she was just in front of Ash. Lacios and Pikachu listened in. Lacios had sensed what had happened to Ash even inside his Pokeball. Ash sighed. At least he found Lacius's gentle tones soothing. Maybe they could help him in figuring out what was happening to him. "All right, you see, when I first took the egg I felt a small jolt course through me. And for some reason it felt as if I was hit by a wave of pain and sadness. I also heard the sound of faint crying echoing in my mind." Ash paused to gather his thoughts a little better. "This happens to me every time I leave the egg out of my sight for too long, almost as if the egg was calling to me in a way." Lacius hummed in thought, trying to make sense out of this, but nothing occurred to her. "Brother, do you know something about this?" Lacius asked Lacios. Lacios frowned in thought. Well, possibly the egg is transmitting its feelings. Since it was stolen, maybe even as an egg, the infant is in pain because of the loss of its mother's love. So it wants to transmit those feelings to someone, like pleading for help. Maybe the egg chose Ash for this because he is pure-hearted, so it trusts him. At least that's what I believe, Latios answered. Ash smiled. If that's the case, I won't fail the egg. Latios signed. The only problem is how can we find this infant's parents, or even know who they are? Ash's hopes crashed. Well, maybe we can wait until the egg hatches, and then we'll know which Pokemon it is. That'll narrow the search a lot. Latios shrugged. That was their best bet for now. Ash yawned. Well, I'm taking a bath and I'm going to sleep. That said, the little group got ready for bed, hoping that the next day would be just as peaceful as this one. Ash's last thoughts before falling to sleep were about the egg. He wished that they could succeed in finding its parents. Chapter 8: A Child's Distress. It was about 3 in the morning. Inside the Pokemon Center, a certain group slept. The bedroom had 2 beds, one on each side of the room. In the one to the right, Latios and Latios slept peacefully. They always slept together in the secret garden, high in the treetops, and saw no reason to change that habit. Usually whenever the group camped out in the open, Latios burst out of his Pokeball to sleep outdoors, stating that he really didn't like being stuffed in a Pokeball for too long. On the bed to the left, Ash and Pikachu were also sleeping. However, Ash wasn't really enjoying his night. With a gasp, the trainer suddenly woke up, sitting up in bed, panting and covered in cold sweat. He had just had a horrible yet weird nightmare, but he didn't really understand it. His abrupt awakening was enough to disturb Pikachu from his slumber, and he did the only thing that a suddenly startled electric rodent could do. When abruptly woken up, he released a tremendous amount of electricity. The bed turned yellow as Ash screamed in pain, electricity coursing through his body. The sound of Pikachu's outburst was enough to wake up Latios and Latios. Both raised their heads to get a better view of what was happening at the other bed. They saw that Ash was in a sitting position, his form blackened and smoking. Pikachu was standing beside him with a sheepish look on his face, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Both he and Dragons had a very good guess as to what had happened. Sorry, Pikachu apologized, gesturing to the slightly carbonized Ash. Latios and Latios' sweat dropped. With the use of his psychic abilities, Latios turned the lights on. What was that for? Ash asked weakly, still a little dazed after being shocked. At least he was used to Pikachu's electrical attacks by now. Latios got up and floated closer to Ash. Are you all right? Maybe, Ash whimpered, still roasted a little. Why did you shock Ash? Latios asked Pikachu. He woke up all of a sudden and I got a little startled, Pikachu answered, not really used to Ash waking up like that. Usually Ash slept in most days. Ash's eyes widened in dread, remembering his nightmare. Latios noticed this. Something wrong, Ash? He inquired calmly, a sleepy tone in his voice. I had a really weird nightmare. I just can't understand it, Ash muttered. Latios looked at him in puzzlement. Care to describe it? Latios asked, curious as to why the nightmare seemed to have shaken Ash so much. I don't know how to describe it, Ash stated. Latios, you're a psychic, can't you read my mind and see it yourself? Well, I could, but invading someone's mind without consent is very rude. And I wouldn't want to invade your personal mind space, Latios answered. Don't worry, you have my consent. But just the nightmare, nothing else please, Ash said. All right, Latios murmured. His eyes started glowing slightly as he gently read Ash's mind, heading directly for the memory of the nightmare. Ash felt weird. When Latios started reading his mind, he felt how Latios' mind was a lot larger than his own. Then again, Latios was a legendary Pokemon as well as a psychic, and Ash was a mere human. After that, he felt oddly calm. Latios was being gentle with his mind, not wanting to hurt him. Latios quickly found the nightmare. What a weird dream, he thought to himself. The nightmare Latios saw was depicted from Ash's viewpoint. Inside a spherical yet transparent prison, which Latios quickly deduced was really the egg Ash was taking care of. Ash was seeing through the infant's eyes. How the egg could have done this puzzled Latios. Maybe the kid was special? In front of the egg there was a colossal Pokémon which Latios recognized as a Tyranitar fighting an even larger machine. The machine hit Tyranitar with a powerful attack, cutting a large hole in her chest. The whole world went black, and then lights reappeared as the egg was being taken away. The figures of the Tyranitar and machine fighting becoming smaller with each passing second. The faint cry of "Mommy" could be heard constantly in a distressed child's voice. 3 humans appeared in the distance. Latios deduced they were the poachers Naomi had told them of in the Marine Research Lab, and that this nightmare Ash had witnessed was really the egg telling its story. The memory went black, telling Latios this was when Ash had woken up. Latios' eyes stopped glowing as he relaxed, Ash doing the same. "Well, Latios, what does it mean?" Ash asked, hoping that Latios could give him some insight. After all, Latios was a psychic. He probably understood the way minds worked a lot better than him. Latios turned to look at Ash. "What you witnessed was the story of how the egg was abducted. The rest you should figure it out quite easily." Ash's eyes widened a little as slowly the nightmare began to make sense. Sorry to interrupt, but can you tell me just what you're talking about?" Pikachu grumbled, feeling a little left out. He was starting to get jealous of both he and Dragon's psychic abilities. "I didn't read his mind. Care to tell me as well?" Latios asked. She didn't want to intrude into Ash's mind if it wasn't needed. She too knew that it wasn't a nice thing to do, especially to a close friend. Latios nodded. "Sure, I'll use my ability to project my memories of what I saw in Ash's mind." Latios' eyes started glowing again as he projected his memories of the nightmare into Latios' and Pikachu's minds. A minute later he was finished. "Understand a little better now?" Latios asked. They nodded. "Thanks, Latios," Ash added, finally understanding fully what the dream had meant. Latios smiled. "Sure, no problem." Ash reached for his backpack and took out his Pokédex. He began looking through the images of the Pokémon that inhabited the Johto region, and stopped when he found one that looked like the one in his dream. The Pokédex beeped and said in its mechanical voice, "Tyranitar, the armor Pokémon. Tyranitar has a heavily armored body that can withstand powerful attacks and is able to crush a mountain with one hand. This Pokémon wanders about in mountains seeking new opponents to fight." Ash, Pikachu, Latios, and Latios gulped. "Holy crap, I hope that when we deliver the kid to her, she recognizes that we're just trying to help and she doesn't attack us." "I don't want to fight something that's strong," Ash said. "And knowing the luck we have, she'll think we're the ones who took her egg in the first place and try to kill us from the start," Pikachu added, sounding sure of himself and quite annoyed. "I second that," Ash grumbled. Ash continued looking at the Pokémon on the screen. He noticed it was a dark type, meaning that Latios had a major disadvantage. Ash idly wondered if Latios could match it in a battle. Latios almost choked. "Are you kidding? I'm not fighting that," Latios exclaimed. Ash looked at Latios in annoyance. "Didn't you say reading others' minds was rude?" "I didn't read your mind. I picked up your thoughts, which is something completely different," Latios clarified. Latios nodded. "He's right. Reading your mind and reading your thoughts are two different things. Reading your mind means to look at all your memories, all the things you know, and all your secrets, basically know everything about you. Which is something neither me nor my brother have done to you. Like he said, it's too rude. Reading your thoughts are just picking up what you're thinking at the moment or saying in your mind. Besides, he didn't make any effort to hear it. I heard it as well." Latios continued. "Sometimes, as psychics, my sister and I pick up stray thoughts of others without really wanting to. But just thoughts, not entire memories or pieces of a mind." "All right, but how did you pick up my thoughts?" Ash asked. "Does that mean I'm becoming a psychic too?" He remembered Latios had told everyone that he might get some new abilities. Because of the life force exchange he went through to heal Latios and later himself. Understanding Pokémon was the first benefit. Maybe there were others? Latios hummed a little in thought before voicing his answer. "Maybe. I have to admit that using telepathy with you has gotten easier with each passing day. You see, Ash, using my telepathy with Latios is very easy since we're siblings. Using telepathy with a human is harder and more limited as we have no ties to them. But using telepathy with you has become easier than doing it with Brock and Misty. So there's a chance that this might be because you're starting to develop psychic powers. Ash felt like he was going to explode from happiness until Latios continued. However, psychic abilities are not developed overnight. You could take years just to start being able to do something psychic, in addition to the years it takes to learn how to use them. Ash's hopes crashed rather violently. Latios giggled at his expression. Don't worry, it may also take just months, or maybe even weeks. It depends, Latios reassured him. Ash just grumbled incoherently. Why did he have to wait to get cool stuff? You know Latios, Pikachu started. Ever since Ash met you two, he's been acting a little smarter. Maybe this whole psychic thing is boosting his brain power. The old Ash wouldn't have understood a thing about that whole mind and thought thing, Pikachu said, cautiously eyeing Ash out the corner of his eye. Ash fumed. Latios and Latios laughed wholeheartedly. That's not true at all, Ash yelled. Of course, there are still things that have to be worked out. You're still way too childish, Pikachu continued. Am not, Ash countered, horrified at the idea. He wasn't childish, right? R2, Pikachu answered back calmly. Am not, Ash countered again, an edge in his voice. R2, Pikachu said again. Am not, Ash shouted again. Then why are you arguing with me so childishly? Pikachu asked, tilting his head to the side with a devilish smile adorning his lips. Ash looked like he wanted to commit suicide. I'm still growing up, Ash grumbled under his breath. Pikachu laughed. Don't worry, I didn't mean all that. You're perfectly fine as you are. Pikachu comforted him, jumping into Ash's lap and giving him a small hug. Besides, I just couldn't resist the chance to mess with you a little, he continued. Ash looked at him in annoyance. Latios and Latios looked at the little scene with interest. Traveling with Ash certainly was fun, even if it was about 3:30 in the morning. A powerful glow suddenly erupted. The foursome turned to look at the small table beside Ash's bed. The incubator was shining brightly. Ash stood and walked to the table, carefully removing the glowing egg and placing it on the bed. Latios, Pikachu, and Ash watched in wonder as the little egg slowly started changing shape. All the while glowing a bright white, the shine of evolution, or in this case hatching. I hope the Pokemon that hatches isn't as big and scary as its mother, Ash thought to himself. Latios and Latios once again picked up the thought and sweat dropped. When the light dimmed, a new Pokemon was now sleeping in the bed. It was a small green Pokemon that had an erect spine on top of its head, angular black streak markings below and on the upper corners of its eyes, and several black marks on the side of its small body. It had a scaled red rhombus-shaped belly of sorts. It had fingerless arms and legs with a single nailed toe and a tail somewhat resembling a pine cone in appearance. Latios cooed in delight. He's so cute. You think all kids are cute, sis? Latios muttered offhandedly. Latios glared at him but made no comment. Latios raised an eyebrow at her expression. Latios was unable to keep a straight face for long and started giggling. Ash had meanwhile taken out his Pokédex. He pointed it at the small Pokemon. It beeped and said, Larvitar, the rock-skin Pokemon. Larvitar generally hatch deep within the earth and take a long time before coming to the surface. Pikachu blinked in surprise. Hatch deep within the earth? Who invented that crap? Didn't this one just hatch before us? Latios nodded. That's a really good question. That can't be very healthy. How can an egg hatch in the coldness of the underground? Latios wondered if such a thing even was possible. She remembered that she had hatched in a warm and cozy garden, directly into the loving arms of her slightly older brother. Latios looked at the Pokédex. Ask that to whoever programmed that stupid little machine. Ash sweat dropped at his Pokemon's comments. Let's go back to sleep. We'll show him to the professors in the morning. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon the group was asleep again. What a weird interruption that had been. At least there were no more nightmares. At least, not for the four of them. Morning came. Pikachu had to wake up Ash to prevent the cap-wearing trainer from sleeping in again. As usual, a thunderbolt attack served as the alarm. Ash had at least learned by now not to complain. Ash looked at the still sleeping Larvitar. He tried to pick him up, ready to head downstairs, and was bitten in the arm. Ash gave a startled cry and took a step back from Larvitar. "What was that for?" he asked, wiping the blood trail off his arm flowing from the bite. "What happened?" Lacius asked in concern. "He bit me," Ash answered her, pointing at the Larvitar. Lacius looked at the Larvitar. "That wasn't very nice, you know." The Larvitar just looked at Lacius, a completely blank look on his face. Ash felt a chill run down his spine. The Larvitar's gaze held nothing. No emotion was shown on his face, like he didn't care for anything at all. Lacius sighed. She had an ability that allowed her to sense the emotions of others. That's why she knew which humans were good enough to trust back at Altomari. And what she sensed in the Larvitar troubled her. She sensed a lot of pain and sorrow, but the Larvitar was bottling it in, trying to hide it behind that emotionless look. "You don't have to hide your emotions, it will only destroy you from within, let it out," she said in a sweet voice, trying to comfort the Larvitar. The Larvitar grunted and turned around, clearly trying to ignore her, probably annoyed that she could read him so easily. Lacius sighed again and reached for the Larvitar, trying to help him. She hated seeing people sad, that's why, whenever someone was sad, she always did her best to cheer them up, especially if it was just a child. Lacios stopped her, putting a claw on her wing. "Leave him alone for now, don't rush it, give him time," he gently whispered to her. Lacius looked a little crestfallen, but nodded in understanding. Ash looked confused. "Let it out? What are you talking about, Lacius?" "Just as I can project memories to anyone easier than Lacius can, she can sense the emotions of others easier than I," Lacios clarified. "And this little one is really hurt. He tries to hide it, but bottling large amounts of pain and sorrow can be really bad for you in the long run," Lacius added, a sad edge in her voice. Ash looked sadly at the Larvitar. He sat in the bed next to him. "You know, you don't have to ignore us like this. All we want to do is help you. We'll do our best to see that you return to your mother. What do you say, Larvitar?" Through Larvitar didn't really care about what Ash had said, the last part caught his attention. They wanted to help him find his mother. Maybe he would accept their help for now. Larvitar turned around and nodded to them. They smiled. At least it was progress, even if the little Pokemon was still as quiet as a grave. Ash smiled and tried to pick him up to take him downstairs, but failed, mainly because Larvitar weighed about 80 pounds. Larvitar looked wary at Ash's touch. He just jumped off the bed and looked ready to walk. "That didn't go very well," Ash muttered, rubbing a sore spot on his arm. "That little guy was heavy." "Let's go," he said, walking out the door and down the stairs. Pikachu and Larvitar followed. Lacius and Lacios turned invisible and followed as well, always keeping a few feet behind Ash. Ash and his little group exited the Pokemon Center and began heading toward Elm's lab. Ash was going to say goodbye and then take off to wherever Elm suggested they could find Larvitar's mother. After that, he'd head to Silver Town. The Silver Conference was literally calling to him. Once again, Ash remembered that Gary was going to be there. Ash wanted to pit Lacios against Gary's team. It would be interesting to see how Gary would react to a legendary Pokemon in battle. Ash then remembered Claire's words, a very honorable way to catch a legendary. But don't think that having a legendary makes you invincible. Legendaries can be defeated just like regular Pokemon. Ash should really memorize those words. Claire was a respected gym leader and had far more years of experience than Ash. He knew she was right. Ash even knew that if he asked Brock, he'd say the same thing. He must always bear in mind not to get overconfident because of Lacios. Ash looked up after thinking all this. He was already at the entrance to the lab. From what he recalled of the little walk, every time Pikachu tried to talk to Larvitar, he didn't answer back. So far, Ash hadn't heard Larvitar's voice. He knocked 2 times and waited patiently. Soon, his mother opened the door. "Hello, my dear," Delia chimed, giving Ash a loving embrace. "Come in." Ash entered, Pikachu and Larvitar walking beside him. Lacius and Latios entered as well just before Delia closed the door. So where are Lacius and Latios? Delia asked, glancing around and noticing that Ash wasn't with the usual disguised Lacius. Ash chucked, Lacius is beside you and Latios is behind me. Delia turned to look and suddenly heard a cute giggle as Lacius and Latios resumed visibility. Delia patted Lacius on the head. Pikachu's head hung in disappointment. Before Delia met Lacius and Latios, it was always he who Delia had petted and adored. Pikachu could swear he heard a small "I'm a lot cuter than you" in his mind. He glared at the dragons. All the noise seemed to have attracted the attention of both professors as they were walking down the stairs. "Hello, Ash," Professor Oak called. "Hello," Ash greeted back. Lacius and Latios gave a coo of greeting as well. Both professors returned it, even if they didn't know if it had been a greeting in the first place. Professor Elm noticed the little larvitar next to Ash. He guessed that it had hatched from the egg. "I guess the little egg hatched, right?" Ash nodded. "Yes, this little larvitar came out, but you should leave him alone. He's not the social type." Professor Elm looked confused. "What do you mean?" He approached the larvitar to examine it, but the second he got too close, larvitar screeched. It was the most powerful screech attack anyone had ever heard. Professor Elm quickly stepped back, and larvitar stopped screeching. Everyone groaned. Probably they all had a headache now. "Could someone pick up that phone?" Professor Oak asked, cleaning his ears. "Oak, I don't think there is one," Delia muttered, a little dazed by the screech. "Okay, he finally made a sound, but not the most acceptable one," Pikachu commented, rubbing his head. "You think?" Latios asked sarcastically. "I've heard of antisocial, but this, from just a baby," Professor Oak said, a little saddened. "So, where can I find his parents?" Ash asked. He wanted to help Larvitar as soon as possible. "Well, Ash, how convenient. Larvitar are Pokemon native to Mount Silver and the surrounding areas," Professor Elm announced. "That's right, you are heading to Silver Town anyway to participate in the conference. So you can search for Larvitar's parents while you prepare for the conference," Professor Oak suggested. Ash kneeled next to Larvitar. "See, we'll find your mom soon." Larvitar turned to look at him but made no comment or even a gesture. "At least he didn't screech," Delia said in relief. She had expected Larvitar to screech when Ash got close to him. "Well, I made breakfast. Let's eat." Ash walked to the back garden to release his Pokemon so they could eat too. However, "Ash," Bayleaf cooed, body slamming Ash affectionately. After some effort, Ash managed to pry Bayleaf off him. "I thought we worked that whole body slam thing out long ago." Bayleaf grinned sheepishly. "Sorry, couldn't resist the chance." Professor Elm served all the Pokemon a good meal before going inside to eat. Lacius and Latios had managed to stay with the humans and were lucky enough to get a bite of Delia's cooking. Delia's cooking was by far the best they had ever eaten. Brock's cooking looked like a novice's in comparison. To say Lacius and Latios were completely delighted was an understatement. After eating and taking a small rest and returning all Pokemon to their Pokeballs except Latios and Pikachu, Ash got ready to head for Empt. Silver. "So, when are you guys departing for Silver Town?" Ash asked. "We'll take our time. We'll make sure to be there by the final rounds, or the second phase," Professor Oak told Ash. "Why not be there from the start?" Ash asked in confusion. "Because the first rounds are boring. They have way too many battlers, so most of them are really incompetent or too inexperienced. We watch on television as these trainers are eliminated so that we can go and see the real battles up close in the conference during the second phase," Professor Oak said offhandedly. "Besides, the only two trainers we are really interested in watching are you and Gary. And I'm sure both of you can pass the preliminaries with ease," Delia added. Ash and Pikachu's sweat dropped. "Sounds logical," Pikachu admitted. "So where has Gary been?" Ash asked. "Gary gathered all 8 badges 1.5 months ago. He's been taking intensive training in Empt Silver since then. He will not accept another defeat like the one in the Indigo League. All his Pokemon have gotten a lot stronger," Professor Oak informed Ash. Ash and Pikachu paled. "Oh crap, I'm busted," Ash thought. "And something tells me you two are going to fight," Delia added. That will be a truly epic match. I also can't wait to see Latios in battle. It is said that watching a legendary Pokemon fight is awe-inspiring. Professor Elm gushed. Tell me about it. I've lost count of how many times I'm almost gotten killed because of battling legendaries, Ash thought. Something occurred to him. You haven't told Gary about Latios, right? Right now, Latios was Ash's best hope of winning if he was matched with Gary, unless he called in more heavy artillery with Charizard. No, Ash, I want a fair battle between the two of you. I'm not going to give you a disadvantage by divulging what I guess is your trump card for the conference, Professor Oak reassured Ash. Ash sighed in relief. I'm still gonna train hard the few days I have left. I'm gonna win the conference, right? Ash asked enthusiastically, directing the question to Latios and Pikachu, two of his strongest fighters. Both nodded, willing to give Ash their full support. Latios nodded as well, even if all she could do was keep cheering them on. Professor Oak smiled. That's the spirit. I'd better get started then, Ash said, turning to leave, only to notice someone was missing. Where's Larvitar? Everyone glanced around, noticing that the little Pokemon was indeed nowhere to be seen. Latios, can you sense where he is? Ash asked. Latios shook her head. No, since I haven't gotten to know and befriend him, I can't sense him easily. What did she say? Delia asked. She says she can't sense him. We'll have to look for him. Scatter, Ash said. Everyone turned and began looking around the lab. Every passing minute made Ash more and more worried. Where could that little Larvitar have gone? Since he hadn't heard a screech, it meant that nobody had found him yet. Currently, Ash was looking through the back gardens of the lab on his own. All three of the Pokemon that usually stayed out with him had taken different paths in searching for Larvitar. Professor Elm's back garden was smaller than Oak's, but it still had different habitats. Ash paused when he saw a small lake, most likely intended for water Pokemon. He walked over to it and was surprised to find Larvitar at the edge, looking at his reflection in the water. Ash smiled. There you are, he said softly as he approached Larvitar and sat next to him. Larvitar made no move to acknowledge Ash's presence. Ash sighed and gently scratched Larvitar on the head. Finally, Larvitar turned to him, so Ash knew he had his attention. You know, you shouldn't push us away from you like this. I know you must feel bad, but at least accept us as your friends. We only want to help you, Ash said gently, still scratching Larvitar's head tenderly. You hurt Latia's feelings when you rejected her help. All she wanted was to be your friend. She actually finds you kind of adorable. Larvitar gave Ash a startled look, surprise evident in his eyes, even if only for a moment. I understand the pain you're going through, the sorrow of never knowing a parent. I never knew my father either. Ash paused. Latios and Latios understand this too. They also never knew their parents. By the time Latios hatched, his father had already died saving a city. So Latios was forced to mature faster to give Latios a parental figure, even if Latios is only a few days older than her, Ash continued. Latios and Latios had refused to tell Ash their true age, but they had told him that Latios was a few days older. When it came to mental age, however, Latios was far more mature and knowledgeable than Latios. Larvitar gave Ash a completely surprised look, clear disbelief in his eyes. Larvitar now regretted ignoring Latios like that morning a little. We'll help you find your mother. Soon we'll return you to her, but at least try and talk to us until then, all right? Larvitar looked down a little, pondering this. Ash's words still lingered in his mind. The fact that he and the two dragons knew what he felt like comforted him a little. Maybe he could trust them, but only them. Everyone else was untrustworthy. So, what do you say, Larvitar? Ash asked, hoping that maybe the little Larvitar would at least accept them for now. Larvitar turned to Ash and nodded, a small smile on his lips. Ash beamed in joy and hugged him. He would have picked him up and hugged him like a baby, but Ash remembered Larvitar weighed almost 80 pounds. Let's go back. Everyone must be worried about us, Ash said, glancing back in the direction of the lab. Okay, Larvitar said in a quiet tone. Ash looked at him in surprise but smiled. Larvitar still looked apathetic to everything around him, but at least he spoke. That was a start. Ash started walking towards the lab, with Larvitar following him. That reminds me, you're apologizing to Latios. Larvitar froze for a second, but nodded. He understood that he at least had to be nice to them because they were helping him. As they walked, unknown to Ash, a pair of eyes was watching him all the while. Laisha smiled. She had found Ash and Larvitar just as Ash took a seat at the edge of the lake. She was glad that Larvitar was opening up a little and that she was at least getting an apology. But she was surprised that Ash had done so well in talking to Larvitar. She was right in leaving Altomari to follow Ash. He was a remarkable little human. She quickly flew to the lab, wanting to get there before Ash and Larvitar, which wasn't really difficult as she could fly very fast. After everyone had reunited and seen that Larvitar was fine, Ash said his goodbyes and prepared to head to Empt Silver to fight in the Silver Conference. Ash exited the lab and walked to the town outskirts, not wanting all of New Barktown to see him flying off on Latios. He had no problem doing that in Blackthorn because that city was quite used to majestic dragons flying all over the place. Once he was on the road, Latios and Laisha's resumed visibility, having turned invisible when they had left the lab. Before we depart, you have something to say, right, Larvitar? Ash stated rather than asked, looking down at the small rock and ground type. Larvitar looked down a little, maybe ashamed. He turned and walked until he was just in front of Laisha's. Larvitar had to look up just to see Laisha's face. She took the cue and floated a little closer to the ground. Larvitar sighed and spoke in a quiet and shy voice, "I'm sorry for ignoring you earlier this morning. I just thought that I couldn't trust any of you." Laisha smiled sweetly and gave Larvitar a hug. "Don't worry, it's okay, I forgive you." Larvitar felt oddly comforted. For a moment, Larvitar wondered if he related Laisha's hug to the loving embrace of his own lost mother. Laisha sensed that Larvitar's sorrow had diminished a little, but it was still vast. She knew emotional wounds like this healed slowly. Maybe later she would talk to Larvitar so he can fully release his pain. Finally, he talks. Latios whispered to Pikachu, who nodded in agreement. Laisha's rolled her eyes. Silly big brothers. That issue finally worked out. Latios lowered to the ground to allow Ash to climb on. Laisha's did the same for Pikachu and Larvitar. Soon, the group was flying to Silver Town high above the clouds, ready for the Silver Conference and to search for Larvitar's mother. Chapter 9 Silver Tragedy. "Wow," Laisha said in awe as she and Latios approached Silver Town. They were flying high above the clouds, barely visible from the ground. "Yeah," Ash agreed, peeking over Latios' neck as he saw Silver Town in the distance. The town was located between two lakes. Directly in the space between the lakes was a colossal stadium with a very modern design. Surrounding the stadium were a series of structures arranged in a circle. Half of them were smaller battlefields and the other half were stands and small buildings, most likely for souvenirs and stores. Across the stadium's entrance was a high stone arch, giving the gateway to Silver Town a nice touch. On the right side of town, almost touching the lake, was a big 5-story L-shaped building. This was the hotel that would house all the trainers participating in the conference and their relatives. Directly behind the stadium, after following a path, was an enormous Pokémon Center, jumbo-sized to tend to all the Pokémon participating in the tournament. Surrounding the Pokémon Center were several small fields for training and sparring. Silver Town was also very nature-friendly. Aside from the stadium, the entire town was covered trees and vegetation. Numerous buildings seeming to actually sprout from the landscape. Overall, Silver Town was impressive to look at from above, and Latios and Laisha's slowed down a little to admire the city. "Looks better up close than on television," Latios commented, gesturing at the city. "You've seen it on television? When?" Ash asked, wondering how Latios could have seen any competitions if he lived in the secret garden. "Well, when the tournaments start, sometimes Latios and I go to Lorenzo's house to watch them. They're good to pass the time," Latios answered. "For instance, I remember when we watched the last Silver Conference." Latios smiled, also recalling how they had watched the competitions back in Altomari with Bianca and Lorenzo. "And I'm sure that back then, the thought that you were going to participate in this year's tournament never crossed your mind." She giggled. Latios smiled at her. "I guess I would have never thought of it. Scratch that, I never even expected to leave Altomari with a trainer in the first place." Hey, I fought in the past Indigo League. Did you see me? Ash asked. Lacius flew a little closer to Latios. By now they were passing Silver Town. Their real destination for now was the distant Empt. Silver, or more specifically, the Pokemon Reserve on Empt. Silver, well, Latius started. We watched the last year's Indigo League, and I think I remember you, Ash. But I didn't really pay attention to you since I never expected that I'd meet you. I remember you losing to a trainer that looked like you, though. She and Latios started laughing. Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances. What's so funny? Pikachu demanded. Larvitar looked at them quizzically, not understanding their unique way of getting along with each other. Finally, Latios regained his breath enough to speak. I remember you lost because a Charizard decided to play lazy. Latios resumed laughing and Latias laughed even harder. Ash and Pikachu flushed in embarrassment. Why does everyone always remember that instead of any of my victories? Ash mumbled in annoyance. For once I agree with him, Pikachu mused. He had worked very hard in that battle, and the Indigo League overall. You have to agree, that was really funny, Latios commented, suppressing another fit of laughter. Ash sulked on Latios' back. Look, that's the Pokemon Reserve, Latios announced as he started, descending towards a small building that was in the middle of a clearing in the forests surrounding Empt. Silver, a towering silver-hued mountain that reached for the heavens. Both he and Dragon stopped in front of the building and lowered themselves to allow Ash, Pikachu, and Larvitar to get off their backs. Ash stumbled a little, still not used to flying on Latios for long periods of time. Latios, what time is it? Ash asked, remembering that he had departed early from New Bark Town. Latios looked up at the sun. About 4 o'clock. Guess we did fly almost all day, Ash muttered. Do you think that Misty and Brock have already reached Silver Town? Maybe. It isn't really that far from Blackthorn to here, Latios answered, recalling the map Brock had shown them when giving directions to Latios. Latios, would you mind going back to Silver Town to find them? In the meantime, Latios and I will see with whoever is in charge here about finding Larvitar's mother, Ash said. Larvitar perked up a little at the comment about finding his mother. Sure, Ash, Latios answered, readying himself to speed over to Silver Town. Take care, bro, Latios said, grinning joyously. Latios nodded and took off for Silver Town, quickly disappearing as he turned invisible. Okay, let's go, Ash announced, walking over to Pokemon Reserve. Ash knocked a few times on the door. It opened and a woman in her mid-20s appeared. She had dark reddish-brown hair with a green headband and wore an orange jacket with the symbol of a ranger on it. She smiled. Hello, trainer. I'm Ranger Mason, the protector of this Pokemon Preserve. One of her eyebrows rose at the sight of Latios. That's a nice Pokemon, she idly commented. Latios answered with a shy coo. Ash smiled. Thanks, I guess. You must be Ash, right? Ranger Mason asked. Professor Elm had foretold her of Ash's arrival after he had left the lab in New Bark Town. Ash nodded. She glanced down. And this must be the Larvitar. She crouched to properly greet Larvitar and he screeched again. Ranger Mason was thrown back a few feet and Ash and his little group held their heads in pain. Great, looks like Professor Elm had forgotten to warn her about that. What was that for? The ranger asked, shocked at Larvitar's reaction. He doesn't like strangers all that much, Ash answered, looking a little sadly at Larvitar. Oh, sorry to hear that, Mason said as she stumbled to get up. That was one powerful screech. So, where can I find his mother? She's a Tyranitar, Ash asked. Obviously she must be a Tyranitar, Pikachu muttered sarcastically. Latios giggled. Larvitar glared at them. That's going to be a tough job. There are 12 confirmed Tyranitars in Empt. Silver, Ranger Mason said grimly. That's going to be a problem. At least we can hope that Larvitar recognizes her, Ash said, glancing hopefully at Larvitar. Larvitar looked down sadly. Latios turned to Ash. Ash, even though he longs to see his mother, he has never seen her physically, so he can't tell the difference. His bond to her seems to be a more spiritual one. However, if I remember correctly, in your dream his mother received a scar on her chest. That means we have to look for a Tyranitar with a slash-shaped scar on her chest, Latios said, reminding Ash of his vision. She's right. Now that she mentions it, his mother does have a scar, Ash thought to himself. You're right, thanks a lot, Lacious, he said gratefully, gently patting Lacious on the head. She cooed in delight. Larvitar glanced at Lacious, wondering how she knew that so easily. Ranger Mason looked confused. You understood her? All I heard were squeals. That's another story, Ash said offhandedly. So, where can I find Tyrannoders? That's a bit of a problem, Ranger Mason muttered. There's a group of Pokemon poachers roaming the area. They were the ones who kidnapped Larvitar's egg in the first place. They lost the egg to Officer Jenny, but I know nothing of the mother's whereabouts. Everyone's eyes widened in alarm. Larvitar looked utterly crushed and like he was about to cry, but sniffed back the tears. Lacious hovered down to him and embraced him, sensing how his sorrow had skyrocketed. Don't feel bad, Lacious cooed gently, patting Larvitar on the back. She said she didn't know, but she might still be free, and if she is, we'll find her. I promise. Sorry, Ranger Mason apologized quickly. She hadn't expected her warning to affect Larvitar so severely. Anyway, in my opinion, the best thing you can do is find the poachers and get them to tell you if they have or not the mother Tyrannodar. So far, I've tried to keep track of them, but they always seem to elude me. Ash nodded. We'll help you find the poachers. We'll make them pay for what they've done. Lacious finally parted from Larvitar and nodded, a determined look on her features. Pikachu nodded enthusiastically, his cheeks releasing a few sparks. Larvitar looked at them and hid a small faint smile. A part of him was grateful that he had friends that were so willing to help him. He was starting to understand the value of friendship, but he still had a long way to go. The poachers operate more at early morning and midday. Since it's already afternoon, they're likely at their hideout somewhere on Emd. Silver, I suggest you go back to Silver Town and return here early so that we can start hunting them down, Ranger Mason suggested, knowing that those coward poachers were already hidden somewhere on Emd. Silver. Ash nodded. All right, we'll return in the morning. With that said, the group started for Silver Town. Ash regretted sending Lacious ahead. He was great for giving small rides to anywhere. The walk back to Silver Town was rather uneventful. Ash's thoughts were mostly around Larvitar and Tyrannodar, a family he hoped to reunite soon. He looked up and noticed that the sky was getting slightly darker, meaning that they had walked for quite a while. Thankfully, they were at the entrance to Silver Town. Lacious turned invisible, not wanting to draw attention. The town was bursting with life, most likely because the preparations for the Silver Conference were starting. Lacious, Ash whispered softly. Yes, what's the matter, Ash? She responded telepathically. Could you please try to contact Lacious and ask him where he is? Ash thought. Lacious nodded, though Ash couldn't see it. Sure, give me a minute. She began searching for her brother's mind. As siblings, it was easy for them to communicate telepathically than it was for humans. After a few seconds of searching, she found him. Brother, she mentally cooed. Hi sis, I found Brock and Misty. We're currently in the trainer's hotel, room number 1 to 5, Lacious informed his sister psychically. See you here. Also, tell Ash to register the room we're at. Only qualified trainers are allowed to get rooms here. Then how did you enter in the first place? Lacious asked in puzzlement. Ash was the only one that had registration for the Silver Conference. Brock flirted with the receptionist and I stole a key while she was distracted, Lacious answered. Lacious' sweat dropped and added another prank to her to-do list. She beamed a mental nod to her brother and telepathically told their location to Ash. They started heading for the hotel. So that's pretty much it, Lacious finished. He had spent the past little while telling Misty and Brock what had happened during their separation. Interesting, Brock muttered, thinking about the Larvitar's condition. Lacious had strictly warned them not to get near that kid unless they wanted to get a headache and lose hearing for a while. A knock on the door got their attention. Brock started for it, but Lacious beat him to it and opened the door telekinetically. Lacious appeared in the open doorway and tackled Lacious playfully. He smiled and returned the hug. Hey, Ash, Misty said, happy to see her friend as he and Pikachu entered the room. Hey Brock, Misty, Lacious. I'm glad you guys all got here in one piece, Ash said. What did the manager of the Pokemon Preserve say? Brock asked, as Ash took a seat across the table from him. Their suite was quite large. It had 2 double beds, a computer, and a kitchen and bathroom. Did Latios tell you what we've done recently? Ash asked. Brock and Misty nodded. Long story short, we have to hunt down the poachers to find out if they have Larvitar's mother. Let's hope they haven't done anything to her. Larvitar cast a small downwards look at the ground. Pikachu walked over to him and comforted the little guy. Misty and Brock nodded gravely. Not wanting to make the mood any sadder, Brock decided to change the topic. So, have you thought through your overall strategy for the conference? Seeing Ash's completely blank look, Brock got his answer. He sighed. Listen, Ash, we know that Gary had gotten a lot stronger. Latios told us so. So you need to be extra careful in how you deal with him at the conference. If you want to defeat Gary successfully, he must not find out about Latios under any circumstances. He had been talking this over with Misty on the way to Silver Town. Both former gym leaders were sure that Ash wouldn't plan ahead. Right now, Brock was happy that Ash was at least listening to him. Latios and Pikachu were also paying attention. Listen, you shouldn't use Latios in any match except the final rounds. Only use Latios if that's your last resort. Gary must be taken by surprise when Latios faces him, Misty added. Also, your Pokémon need to get stronger, especially Latios. He may be a legendary Pokémon, but he still isn't on a fully competitive level, so you can't rely on Latios to knock out all of Gary's team. Remember this, Ash, Gary isn't the strongest trainer out there, and you might be matched up against someone stronger. All the more reason to give your team heavy training, Brock lectured. There are 12 days left before the conference starts. That should be enough time to raise your Pokémon a few levels and help them learn new attacks, Misty continued. Brock and I will help you there. Ash, Pikachu, and Latios nodded, all of them agreeing with the former gym leader's plan. I have a question, Ash spoke up. At Brock's nod, Ash continued. If I remember, you can see other trainers' Pokémon using the computer. How do we know Gary won't look into my records and find Latios? Brock chucked. That's an easy one. Gary will be confident that you won't pose much of a problem to him, so he won't bother to look. If some trainer did look, they would probably not recognize Latios. Ah, that reminds me, Misty spoke up. Brock and I called Lisa and Officer Jenny so that they could bring Squirtle and Charizard when the Silver Conference second round starts. Ash grinned eagerly. Thanks, guys. They'll be a big help. Misty and I came up with the best move choices for your Pokémon to learn. We'll start helping you train them once you return Larvitar to his mother, Brock announced. Ash nodded. For now, let's get some sleep. Early tomorrow we'll go to Empt. Silver to help find the poachers, Misty muttered, holding back a yawn. With that, the group went to sleep, waiting for the next day to arrive. For one eager trainer, it was one day less until the beginning of the Silver Conference. After a rather rude awakening for Ash courtesy of his personal alarm clock Pikachu, the group set off for the forests of Empt. Silver, Latios had to guide the group to the Pokémon Reserve building. Since Ash had forgotten the way, something that really didn't surprise anyone. Once they got there, Ash knocked on the door. Hello! Soon Ranger Mason appeared. Good, you're here. She came out and closed the door, a Croconaw walking behind her. All right, we'll divide and search the mountain separately to cover more ground. Here is a picture of the machine the poachers operate. She handed them each a photo of the giant robot. It looked very intimidating. Be careful, it's powerful, she warned them. We have experience dealing with giant robots, Misty said flatly. Brock and Ash nodded. If anyone finds the poachers, have a Pokémon shoot an attack into the sky to signal the others, Ranger Mason advised. Good luck. With that, she turned and began heading into the forest. Let's go, Ash said, turning around and walking in a different direction. Latios, Pikachu, and Larvitar followed him. Misty and Brock turned around and headed a different way. Soon everyone had scattered in different directions. Once Ash had lost sight of his friends, he turned to Latios. Both of you fly over the forest and look for the machine. Use your invisibility so that the poachers can't see you. If you find them, don't fight, return and guide me to them, all right? Latios nodded, both then took off, flying upward and becoming invisible. Okay, let's keep searching, Ash said to Pikachu and Larvitar. Both nodded and kept walking behind him. Hey, Ash? Larvitar asked quietly after a few minutes of walking. Yes, what's the matter, Larvitar? Ash replied kindly. If we find the ones that separated me from my mother, will we be able to beat them? They defeated my mom after all, Larvitar muttered sadly. Ash smiled. Of course we will. We'll teach them a lesson for messing with you, right, buddy? Pikachu nodded. Yeah, besides, we've dealt with a lot of robots before. What's one more? Larvitar nodded, giving a faint smile. Ash smiled back. After what seemed like an eternity of looking around the forest, Ash heard the pained cry of a Pokémon. It sounded like it was in trouble. Let's hurry, Ash shouted. He began running in the direction the scream had came from. He burst into a clearing and saw an injured Donphan running away from a huge machine. It was dark purple in color with a tank-like lower body and a huge humanoid upper form. 2 long snake-like arms stretched from either side of the robot, and 3 holes were present in the midsection. A small frontal window comprised the main windshield. An orange rubber prison was fired from one of the holes in the machine's chest, hurtling towards the wounded Donphan. Pikachu, stop that thing with Thunderbolt. Also, shoot one of the bolts skywards, Ash shouted. Pikachu complied without question, running a few meters before firing a powerful bolt at the orange prison. The attack didn't affect the cocoon because it was made from what appeared to be special rubber. It had enough force behind it to knock it off track, causing it to miss the Donphan and allow it to escape to safely in the forest. Pikachu fired another bolt into the sky, the signal to tell everyone where they were. Ash looked down and noticed that Larvitar had a look of fear and anger on his face and seemed ready to charge at the machine at any second. Don't worry, Larvitar, we'll handle this together. Don't fight them alone, Ash advised. Larvitar nodded and walked forward until he was beside Pikachu, ready to fight. The machine turned to them, a hatch opening on the top and 3 figures wearing gray and black full-body spandex suits emerging from within. The second Larvitar saw them, he felt a massive rage burning within him. But he made no move, reminding himself that they had to find his mother first. Ash clenched his hand into a fist angrily. You, he accused, pointing at the men. You're the Pokémon poachers. They smirked. Of course we are. We are the Pokémon Poacher Brothers. I'm the leader. Brago is the name, the one in the center shouted arrogantly. He was the tallest and had a blue beret. And I'm Chico, the inventor specialist, the shortest and skinniest one said. He had a weird, vaguely bowl-shaped haircut and had what appeared to be 2 whisker marks on each cheek. And I'm Blurt, the biggest one called. He looked very strong and had a big red nose. Hey boys, look at that, it's a Larvitar. Just what we needed, Brago remarked, looking down at the Larvitar. Ash growled, you won't get him. Now what did you do to his mother? The Poacher Brothers looked confused. His mother? Then that must mean he's the egg that Officer Jenny took from us, Chico deducted. Brago smirked. If you were wondering, we captured the mother and sold her for a big load of cash. They laughed in unison. Ash froze. UWHAT. Ash simply couldn't believe it. They had simply sold her like she was some kind of object? Larvitar looked really shaken. A lone tear fell from his eyes. And that kid's next, Brago shouted as he pressed a button on a remote control. The machine fired another orange rubber prison at Larvitar, who was too deep in despair to get out of the way. Thankfully, Ash noticed something better. Psychic, Ash shouted. The entire prison was torn to shreds by an unseen force rather violently. The Poacher Brothers paled. What happened to the capture prison? Chico asked in astonishment. Dragon Breath, Ash called. The Pokémon Poacher Brothers frantically looked around when suddenly a powerful blast of white flames appeared from the sky just above them. They quickly retreated back to the interior of the machine and accelerated, getting the machine out of the way of the fires. Latios and Laches quickly flew down to Ash and resumed visibility, floating directly in front of Ash and Larvitar protectively. Both dragons sported very angry looks on their faces. They had heard the poachers claim to have sold Larvitar's mother. How dare they, to separate a mother and her child in such a cruel way? I'm going to make them pay dearly, Latios muttered angrily. Ash gulped. He had never heard or seen Latios this angry. He knew from experience that an angry legendary Pokémon was a really frightening sight. He also knew that legendary Pokémon could easily kill. Heck, he had been killed by a legendary Pokémon in the past once. He just hoped that Latios wouldn't go that far, even if he also thought negatively of the poachers. "You little runt!" Bragos roared from the machine. The robot started accelerating towards them. "Thunder!" Ash shouted. Pikachu ran forward and released a tremendous amount of electricity, upwards, arcing through the air and impacting against the machine. Rather than exploding, however, the machine recovered and stood its ground. It survived Pikachu's thunder. "Maybe it's really well Mattier Team Rocket's machines are just a lame pile of junk," Ash muttered. "I think it's Team Rocket's machines that are junk," Pikachu agreed. Ash grabbed 3 Pokeballs. "Totodile, Phanpy, and Cyndaquil, come on out." Ash released his Pokemon. "Larvitar and Latios, you two come here, the rest of you get ready to fight the machine. Latios, you stay beside me if that machine fires something at any of us. Use Psychic to protect us," Ash said as Latios floated beside him. She nodded and readied herself. "You think those lame Pokemon can stop us?" Brago shouted. The machine started charging at them, but Ash was ready. "Cyndaquil, use Flamethrower. Latios, boost that Flamethrower with Dragon Breath, and Latios, use Psychic to make the attack even stronger," Ash ordered quickly. Cyndaquil's back flames burst to life as he spat a large stream of fire. Latios floated beside him and opened his mouth, spewing a large white flame directly at the Flamethrower, combining both attacks. Latia's eyes glowed a bright blue as she pushed the combined attacks at the machine with Psychic. Seeing that they couldn't get out of the way, Brago accelerated faster, hoping to tear the attack apart. The machine collided against the flames produced by Ash's Pokémon. It was actually stopped in its tracks as the fire washed over it. When the flames died down, the machine was relatively unscratched, only a bit reddened from the intensity of the attack. "See, your efforts are useless. I designed the machine to be indestructible," Chico bragged over the speakers. The machine fired another 3 orange rubber prisons, but they were torn apart easily by Latia's psychic attack. Brago growled. They were shaking off their attacks too easily. "Who did you sell Tyranitar to?" Ash asked angrily. Larvitar's eyes widened. He hadn't thought of that. Maybe they could also recover his mother. Larvitar gave Ash an admiring look. "Sorry, we never reveal information on our clients," Blurt shouted. "Guess we'll have to do this the hard way then," Latios muttered, maybe a bit too eagerly. "Try this," Brago shouted as the machine extended one of its arms forward and fired a missile. Ash didn't move. He knew that Latios would tear the missile apart before it reached them. That's exactly what she did. Using a powerful psychic attack, the missile exploded in midair. Latios used a psychic attack of his own to keep the explosion away from them. "Totodile, use Water Gun," Ash commanded. The little blue Pokémon complied and fired a stream of water at the machine, soaking it completely. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." This time, Pikachu fired a powerful lightning bolt at the machine. With the addition of the water, the electrical shock was even stronger than before, but even so, the machine refused to go down. Ash growled. This machine was far better than Team Rocket's usual worthless robots. Brago laughed. The machine opened a small hatch on its side and fired a large net at them. "Cyndaquil, burn that net with Flamethrower," Ash shouted. The little Pokémon's back fire erupted and a large torrent of flames shot toward the net, reducing it to cinders in seconds. "This is not over," Brago shouted, accelerating the machine at them. "Totodile, aim Water Gun at the ground," Ash shouted. Totodile fired. A powerful water torrent at the ground where the machine would be in a few seconds. "Phanpy, use Earthquake. Latios and Latios, lift us with Psychic so the earthquake doesn't hurt us." "All right, Daddy," Phanpy squealed happily before jumping as high as he could. Latios and Latia's eyes brightened with white light as Ash, Pikachu, Totodile, Cyndaquil, and Larvitar were lifted a few inches off the ground. Not a second later, Phanpy slammed to the ground hard, sending a powerful tremor across the clearing. The machine was passing the spot Totodile had soaked just as the tremor reached it. The ground, soaked and weakened by the earthquake, collapsed under the weight of the machine, causing it to sink a few meters into the ground. "What the?" Brago shouted, looking around and noting that they seemed closer to the ground. He tried to accelerate forward, but the machine was trapped in the pitfall created by Totodile and Fanpy. "Latios, finish that thing off with a luster purge," Ash shouted, hoping that Latios' strongest attack would be capable of destroying that machine. Latios' body started shining brightly as he readied his luster purge. He channeled as much power onto it as he could, creating a sphere just as big as the one he and Latios had created back in Altomari to stop the tsunami. He fired it directly at the machine. The poacher's eyes widened in dread. "What the?" Blurt cried, looking at the colossal attack heading at them. "Chico, raise the shields," Brago ordered frantically. Chico quickly pushed a few buttons and an energy shield formed around the machine to protect them from Latios' colossal attack. The luster purge impacted the shield, pushing against it and causing a few cracks and ripples to run across it. Latios smirked proudly. "You can't compare the power of a lousy machine to the power of a legendary Pokémon." "The shield is cracking," Chico shouted in astonishment. Raising heavy internal steel reinforcements, he pressed a few switches. Heavy layers of steel covered the windshield and most of the cabin. Soon after that, the shield gave in to the power of Latios' luster purge. The attack struck the machine, creating a terrible explosion. "Everyone return," Ash shouted, recalling Cyndaquil, Totodile, and Fanpy to their Pokeballs. Latios and Latios used a psychic attack to keep the luster purge from harming Ash, Larvitar, and Pikachu. The blast died down a few seconds later, leaving a large crater that covered a good portion of the clearing. Ash stood barely at the border, and he gulped at what Latios had done. He noticed the remains of the machine lying in a heap in the center of the crater. Ash jumped down and walked towards it, followed by his Pokémon. Ash reached the machine, or more like what remained of it. He could barely make out its original shape in the rubble. Metal was twisted in odd directions and beyond recognition. The whole structure of the machine was torn apart. "I think you overdid it, Latios," Ash commented, a hint of fear in his voice. Latios huffed. "Lowlifes like them deserve worse." Ash noticed that a metal piece began moving. It toppled over as Blurt pushed it away, Brago and Chico emerging as well. All three were covered in large burns and cuts. Parts of their outfits were torn apart. The steel reinforcement they had applied before Latios' attack struck were probably the only reason they were alive now. Latios growled, "Guess I'll have to finish this." He flew a few inches forward, but Ash stopped him. "Wait, Latios, it's more important to figure out who they sold Tyranitar to," Ash said quickly. Latios nodded and stopped. Ash walked forward until he was a few feet from the injured poachers. "Okay, what did you do with Tyranitar?" Brago laughed weakly. "We won't tell you." Ash growled, "Tell me now." Brago smirked. "We never reveal information. Besides, even if we told you, we're still going to jail. Our fate won't change by telling you or not." Latios grew angry. "Tell them that if they don't tell us, I'll kill them." Ash gulped and took a step away from Latios. "Latios, that's too much. Are you saying that you prefer their lives over Larvitar's? Or his mother's?" Latios countered. He honestly had no trouble with killing them. To him, they were trash that needed to be removed from the world. Besides, he was nearly killed by humans similar to these ones in Altomari. He would have died had Latios and Ash not saved him. "That's not the point," Ash shouted back. Latios sighed. "All right, Ash, if you're so scared of taking others' lives. I understand, but sometimes it's better to simply remove the problem. Humans like them are the reason most legendaries avoid human contact in general." Ash frowned. Latios watched the exchange quietly. She was neutral in this. She understood the reason Latios was acting like this. In Altomari, he wasn't really one to make contact with humans, barely even opening up to Bianca and Lorenzo. After Annie and Oakley's attack, his opinion on humans had dampened a lot. Thankfully, Ash had befriended him and reminded him there were still good humans. She was also against harming humans, believing sometimes that even the most evil of people could change. But like Latios had said, sometimes removing them was for the best. For humans like these poachers who committed a sin as horrible as separating a mother and child for simple profit. She couldn't care less what happened to them, but she respected Ash's hesitation to order Latios to kill them. He was still too young and innocent to think about things like this in depth. Besides, Pokemon thought differently than humans. Larvitar was silently wishing for Latios to kill them after they found out where his mother was, of course. Pikachu wasn't sure what to think. Tell them that if they don't spill it, I'll extract the information myself. The process won't kill them, but it'll leave them with some horrible mental scars. If I go through it, they'll be lucky if they can ever move again. Latios told Ash, motioning to the bewildered poachers. Ash gulped. Latios is a powerful psychic. If you don't tell us who you sold Tyranitar to, he'll extract the information himself. It won't be pretty. Ha! Some lousy psychic won't be enough to crack us, Brago bragged. Chico and Blurt nodded. Ash sighed. It looked like there really was no other option. Go ahead, Latios. Latios smirked as his eyes glowed brightly. The Pokemon Poacher brothers braced themselves, not really expecting much, but were surprised when a colossal presence filled their minds, easily tearing their psyches apart as Latios entered their heads. They clutched their heads as a searing pain coursed through them. They tried to scream, but they couldn't produce a sound, they just wailed miserably. When Latios had read Ash's mind prior to Larvitar's hatching, he had done it gently and with Ash's consent. But now, not only were these foolish poachers posing resistance, Latios didn't really care what happened to them. He tore their minds apart to find the information he wanted. A few seconds later, Latios finished pulling back from the minds of the three poachers. They slumped and fell over unconscious. Ash gulped at what Latios had done. So, where's my mother? Larvitar asked. Apparently the poachers sold her to another guy named Rico. He operates mostly in the Hoenn region. They sold her 5 days ago, and this Rico is going to go to Kanto. From here to do a few errands and then head back to Hoenn, Latios summarized. So are we going to go after this guy? Larvitar asked hopefully. Latios shook his head. He obtained your mother 5 days ago. By now, he could be anywhere between Kanto and Johto. It'd be impossible to find him. Larvitar visibly slumped. He sniffed a little, fighting back tears. Latios flew down and hugged him gently, rubbing his back slowly to comfort him. We didn't say we would abandon hope. By the time Ash finishes the Silver Conference, Rico should be on his way to Hoenn. We'll go there, hunt him down, and rescue your mother, I promise. Latios said kindly. A few tears escaped Larvitar's eyes. Thank you, he said quietly between small sobs. Ash smiled sympathetically and walked to them, crouching down and scratching Larvitar gently on the head. Yeah, we'll get your mother back, you'll see. Larvitar nodded as Latios broke the hug. Ash turned to Latios. What does this Rico guy look like? Like this. Latios used his memory projecting ability to form an image of Rico in their minds. He was a muscular man with bright green hair and a red jacket. A Fearow flew beside him. Great, I hate Fearows, Ash muttered. Me too, Pikachu groaned. So Latios, what will become of these three? Ash asked, motioning towards the poachers. Judging by the mental damage they suffered because of my intrusion, I'd say they'll remain comatose for a very long time, and if they wake up, they will never move again. Serves them right, they'll never harm anyone again, Latios answered him. Ash cringed a little. Ash, the voice of Brock sounded in the distance. Ash looked to the edge of the crater and saw Brock, Misty, Ranger Mason, and surprisingly Officer Jenny. They must have called her to help them apprehend the poachers. About time you guy got here, Ash shouted back. What will I tell them if they ask me what happened to the poachers? I can't simply say that Latios tore their minds apart and that they will barely live. And if they do, they will never move again due to brain damage. Just tell them that the explosion knocked them out and that they told us who they sold her to before destroying their machine, Latios suggested helpfully. It took them a few minutes to get down to Ash and his Pokemon. What happened here? Asked a bewildered Misty, motioning to the crater and the destroyed machine. We confronted the poachers, but their robot didn't go down quietly. Latios destroyed it though, Ash informed them. Ranger Mason walked to the unconscious and barely alive poachers. What happened to them? She asked. The explosion of their robot did this, they barely survived, Ash said quickly. They should have died. The world doesn't need trash like them, Mason muttered. Ash's sweat dropped and laughed nervously. You kids return to Silver Town. I'll handle this situation, Officer Jenny said to Ash's group. I'll see that they are punished for their crimes. Ash nodded as he and his group turned to leave, climbing over the edge of the mid-sized crater. Officer Jenny and Ranger Mason stayed behind to take custody of the crippled poachers. So Ash, where's the mother? Brock asked as they reached the road that would guide them back to Silver Town, Latios and Latios flying quietly behind them. They sold her to some poacher named Rico from Hone, but we'll get her back, Ash said with determination clear in his voice. Brock and Misty nodded, following him down the path to Silver Town. Let's go and get some rest. I suggest we begin the training tomorrow, Ash said. Okay, Ash, Brock replied. It was only midday. Thawbrook wondered why Ash had changed his mind. Had something happened in the fight with the poachers? Something seemed off. He wondered what it was. The rest of the day was rather simple. The gang decided to have some fun and enjoy themselves in Silver Town. Since the conference was starting soon, the town was lively and there were lots of fun things to do, though Ash avoided Latios most of the time. It was now around midnight, but Ash couldn't sleep, so he went out to the balcony of his hotel suite. Since he was on the 5th floor, the balcony had a nice view of the lake, the moon's reflection creating a nice image as gentle breezes gave the night a passive feeling. He still couldn't get the day's actions out his mind. The fact of what Latios had done and had almost done still unnerved and scared him. He sighed. This was just too much, and he was so focused that he didn't notice. The Pokémon his thoughts were centered around had just floated beside him. Can't sleep, Ash? Latios asked quietly, not wanting to wake up everyone. Ash gave a startled jump. Latios, Ash hissed quietly, don't do that. Latios chuckled. I came to talk a little with you. Ash gulped. Yes, what is it? You've been acting a little strange around me today since we defeated the poachers. Care to explain? Latios asked calmly. Ash froze. It's just I don't know. Latios sighed. Listen, I know that you don't fully approve of what I did earlier, but it was for the best. You don't have to beat yourself over it. Ash nodded. I know, but it's hard to ignore it. Latios smiled. I know you're a bit scared by what I did and what I can do, but you don't have to be. I'm your friend. I'd never do something like that to you. Ash smiled back and patted Latios on the head gently. I know. Latios chuckled. Let's go to sleep. Tomorrow will be another day. With that said, both went to peacefully rest. Tomorrow the training would begin to prepare for the Silver Conference. Chapter 10 Final Preparations. Today, we find our heroes walking to the forests around Empt. Silver, ready to start training for the upcoming Silver Conference. Ash was eager to participate in his second Pokémon League. They weren't using the special training fields outside the Pokémon Center, because they were supposed to keep Latios a secret for as long as possible. If even a few trainers saw him, the word would spread like wildfire, so they decided to train in a secluded spot in the nearby forest. So Brock, you said that you and Misty had planned the best moves for my Johto team to learn, right? Ash asked, glad that he was receiving support from his friends. Yes, Ash. Our goal is to have each of your Pokémon learn one attack, as that could be very helpful for the tournament, Brock answered. He noted that Ash seemed to have returned to his normal mood. Whatever problem had bothered him yesterday after the poacher fight seemed to have vanished. Which moves did you choose? Ash asked curiously. Pikachu listened in as well. He was eager to learn something new. Well, Misty started. Bayleaf lacks a strong grass-type attack, so let's try and teach her Solar Beam. Cyndaquil lacks a strong close-range fire-type attack, so we'll work on Flame Wheel. Fanpy should learn Hidden Power as a surprise move. Totodile can learn Hydro Pump to boost his attack power. Pikachu should learn Iron Tail to help him against rock and ground types. And for Latios, we'll teach him Steel Wing. That attack will be useful against ice types, and he needs a close-range attack anyway. Ash's eyes were sparkling with joy at the prospect of his team receiving such attacks. Lacius giggled at his expression. She was currently flying behind them along with Lacios. Once the group had reached a small forest clearing, they decided it was a good place to start training. The clearing had a small river going through it and a few rocky areas. "Everyone, come on out," Ash shouted, releasing all his Pokémon. He sidestepped quickly, skillfully dodging Bayleaf's body slam. She pouted. "Sorry, you need to be faster than that," Ash said. Bayleaf smirked mischievously. "We'll see next time." Ash shivered at her tone. "Okay, let's start," Brock said while walking closer to Ash's team. "Misty, you helped Totodile learn Hydro Pump." She nodded and walked to the river. At Ash's nod, Totodile followed her. "Larvitar knows Hidden Power, right, Ash?" Brock asked. Ash nodded. Larvitar knew the attack, he just hadn't used it. "Then Larvitar will help Phanpy learn Hidden Power," Brock said, looking at the small rock and ground type. Larvitar didn't even move an inch. Brock sighed. "Larvitar," Ash started kindly, crouching down to face the small rock skin Pokémon. "Could you please help Phanpy learn Hidden Power?" Larvitar nodded and began walking away. The little blue elephant followed. "Good luck," Ash called to the retreating ground types as they walked to the edge of the clearing. "Thanks, Daddy. I'll do my best," Phanpy chirped happily. Larvitar looked at him quizzically. "Why did you call him Daddy if he's not your real father?" he asked, tilting his head in confusion. Phanpy smiled and nudged Larvitar playfully. Larvitar, still not used to contact in general, backed away nervously. "I call him Daddy because he hatched me and he always takes care of me even when he doesn't have to. That's why I love him as a father," Phanpy explained happily. Larvitar looked at the little blue elephant oddly. Larvitar realized that they were pretty much the same, both were hatched by Ash. Even if Phanpy treated Ash like his father and Larvitar was searching for his mother. Larvitar wondered if it would be alright to refer to Ash as Phanpy did. Usually Larvitars never knew their fathers as it was always the mothers that took care of the offspring. So maybe Ash could play that role for him like he did with Phanpy. "You should call him Daddy too, he hatched you and cares for you too," Phanpy suggested happily. Larvitar wondered if Phanpy had somehow read his mind. "I'll think about it," Larvitar muttered. "That means you'd be my brother," Phanpy squealed childishly and nuzzled Larvitar happily. The rock-skin Pokémon laughed nervously. "Can we get to teaching you the attack, please?" Larvitar said quickly, prying Phanpy off of him. The little blue elephant nodded eagerly. In the distance, Lacius smiled happily, glad that Larvitar was opening up a little more. "Well," Brock started, "I'll help Bayleaf learn Solar Beam, and you, Ash, will help Cyndaquil learn Flame Wheel." "How do I do that?" Ash asked. "I'll explain shortly," Brock started. He turned to Lacius. "Lacius, you'll help Latios and Pikachu learn their attacks. According to my breeder's guide, for a Pokémon to learn a Steel-type physical attack, the Pokémon first needs to strengthen the muscles in the appendage used for the attack. Basically, Pikachu and Latios are doing exercises for that Pikachu to make his tail stronger and Latios to make his wings harder. Both Latios and Pikachu got a sick feeling. Something told them that they weren't going to like this one bit. Okay, Ash, for Cyndaquil to learn Flame Wheel, he needs to make his back flames as strong as possible so they cover him completely. Then he should keep the fire up for a while," Brock instructed. "Latios and Pikachu, follow me," he said, walking to the rocky area, leaving Ash to handle Cyndaquil's training. Latios followed him too. Once he reached the rocks, Brock took out 3 ropes, one small and two long and sturdy. Both Latios and Pikachu got an idea of what Brock was planning and turned green in the face. "Okay, Pikachu, I'm going to tie a small rock to your tail. You have to lift it consecutively until your tail muscles get stronger. It might take a few days," Brock explained. Pikachu almost fainted. "Latios, I'm going to tie one large rock to each wing. You have to move your wings up and down a little. That will make them stronger and also help you build up endurance. Since you fly by levitation, the rocks won't hinder you since your wing shape tells me you use them just to stabilize yourself. Am I right?" Latios nodded. Brock then turned to Lacius. Lacius, you make sure they don't slack off. Lacius grinned devilishly. Latios and Pikachu gulped in terror. Brock proceeded to tie the rocks to both Pokemon. First, he tied a fist-sized rock to Pikachu's tail, and then he tied one mid-sized rock, about double Pikachu's size, to each of Latios' wings. Latios started hovering about a foot lower. "Geez, these are heavy," Latios complained. He exerted a bit more power and regained his normal height. Pikachu started moving his tail up and down, and Latios did the same with his wings. Latios watched them as they exercised. She was going to enjoy this. "I'm off to train Bayleaf," Brock said as he turned around, leaving Latios to take care of them. He walked over to Bayleaf. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Now, how to teach you Solar Beam." He glanced at his Pokemon Breeder's Guide. He flipped through the pages until he found the desired attack. He read through the summary a few times and nodded. "Okay, Bayleaf, to learn Solar Beam, you have to first learn to concentrate the sun's energy into your neck leaves. Once you manage to keep the energy focused for a while, you unleash it. Try it." Bayleaf nodded and took a glance at the sun. It was shining brightly as usual. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She felt the sun's rays caressing her soft skin. She slowly began taking the sun's rays into her leaves, almost like photosynthesis. As a grass-type Pokemon, Bayleaf usually enjoying sunbathing every once in a while, but she had never tried anything like this. Bayleaf opened her eyes and glanced at her neck leaves. They were glowing very faintly, but still lacked the full charge necessary for Solar Beam. She frowned. This was hard. Brock chuckled at Bayleaf's frown. "Don't worry, no one was expecting you to get it on your first try. You need to absorb the sun's energy faster." Bayleaf nodded and tried again, but she still didn't gather enough energy. The leaves didn't shine that much, they were still as dim as the last time. Bayleaf turned to Brock. "Does that book have any useful tips or something?" she questioned. Brock chuckled and scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, I don't speak Pokemon." Brock heard a small giggle in his mind. "She asked you if your book has a tip or something to help her," Latios translated telepathically. Brock whirled around and looked in Latios's direction. She was still near Latios and Pikachu. Brock nodded. "Thanks." "No problem," she replied. She turned back to her brother and friend. "Pikachu, keep moving that tail." Pikachu groaned and resumed his training. It looked as though Latios's little distraction didn't provide that much of a rest. Brock resumed reading his book. "According to this, you could try to block everything out and concentrate completely on absorbing the sun's rays, ignoring everything around you." Bayleaf frowned. "And how do I do that mid-battle?" After a quick telepathic translation from Latios, Brock answered, "That's just for learning. Once you get used to the feeling, it will be easier to pull off the attack under the stress of a battle." Bayleaf nodded and concentrated again. This time she ignored everything. Every sound, every feeling, every thought, and focused just on the sunbeams that were hitting her. She slowly began to imagine herself as one with those beams. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself. After about 30 seconds, she opened her eyes and found that her neck leaves were shining a little more than before, but it still wasn't enough. "That was good, Bayleaf. Keep at it, and you should master the attack quickly," Brock praised. "Now keep trying." Bayleaf smiled and nodded. She took a few deep breaths and started again. Meanwhile, a few yards away, Ash was training Cyndaquil. "Okay, Cyndaquil, again, make your flames really big." Cyndaquil nodded and lit his back flames. He then tried to coat his entire body with them, but about midway the flames died and dissipated. "It seems you need a bit more strength in those flames so that they cover you completely." "Yeah," Cyndaquil muttered. He panted. This was very tiring. Ash smiled. "Come on, you can do it." Cyndaquil nodded and tried again. He summoned as much of his fire as he could. Suddenly Ash had an idea. "Follow me," he encouraged as he started sprinting. Cyndaquil nodded and started running after Ash. The added friction and wind were enough, and Cyndaquil was covered in a bright coat of fire, but it still dissipated after a few seconds. Cyndaquil panted and came to a stop. Ash smiled and crouched in front of Cyndaquil. He patted the small fire mouse Pokemon. Good job! You made it! Through you still need to maintain the attack, but it's still something. Cyndaquil smiled brightly. Thanks! You're welcome. Care to try again? Ash asked. Cyndaquil nodded and resumed sprinting. During their flame wheel attempts, Cyndaquil and Ash passed Misty, who was helping Totodile learn Hydro Pump with the help of her Politoed. She smiled at the boy's enthusiasm and eagerness. At least he seemed to be enjoying himself with Cyndaquil. She turned her attention back to Totodile. Okay, Totodile, use Hydro Pump, she instructed, pointing at the small river that went through the clearing. Totodile nodded and took a deep breath before exhaling a powerful torrent of water. Misty frowned. No, Totodile, that's still water gun. Hydro Pump uses a lot more power than that. Follow my example. Politoed use Hydro Pump, Misty exclaimed. The bright green toad-like Pokemon clapped his hand eagerly and took a quick breath, then spat a powerful torrent of water at the river. Totodile immediately noticed that Politoed's water attack was a lot stronger than his own. Misty nodded approvingly. Listen, Hydro Pump uses a lot more power than Water Gun, thus making the attack more damaging. You have to learn to concentrate that power faster. Totodile nodded and attacked again, still with Water Gun. Misty frowned. This is going to be a little harder than I thought. Unknown to Misty, someone was having even harder times than her. No, you need to be patient, Larvitar grumbled for what seemed like the 100th time. Phanpy gave him a blank look. Could you explain the attack again, please? It's very confusing. Larvitar groaned in frustration. He had already explained it 7 times. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Phanpy gave him a pleading look. Please, brother. All right, but listen carefully, Larvitar started. He eyed Phanpy and saw that he was paying full attention. He continued, Hidden Power is a move that makes the user release a powerful blast of energy. However, to learn how to draw on that energy, you must learn to calm yourself completely. Once you learn to tap into that power, you can use it at any time. Got it? Phanpy nodded slowly. Larvitar smiled. Okay, now close your eyes. Phanpy was just about to close his eyes, but paused. Why is it that when someone is about to tap into some power, they must always close their eyes? He asked curiously. Larvitar paused. Well, I don't know. Admittedly, Larvitar found himself wondering the same thing. Maybe he'd ask Lacius later. Phanpy pouted. Aw, come on, bro, tell me. Larvitar glanced around nervously. Just do it. Phanpy closed his eyes. My eyes are closed. Larvitar smiled. Okay, now take a deep breath. Feel the energy around you. Call on it, and then expel it. Phanpy sat like that for a while before whining, I'm bored. Larvitar's sweat dropped. Listen, here is what the attack should look like, Larvitar said, pointing to a rock. He began to glow faintly as several bright spheres of light formed around him. With a mighty push, all the spheres were sent charging toward the boulder. They struck the boulder, causing it to crack and fall apart. Phanpy grinned broadly. I'm learning that, he chirped excitedly. I want to learn it now. Larvitar's sweat dropped. I should have showed him the attack from the very beginning. Phanpy looked at him. Bro, you used the attack, but you didn't do any of that concentrate and close your eyes stuff. That's because I already know how to make the attack. Once you learn how to use it, you can even do it while running, Larvitar explained. Okay, Phanpy chorused happily and resumed concentrating. A few seconds passed. I'm bored again. Larvitar's eye twitched. He started wondering if it'd be okay to use hidden power on Phanpy. Ash wouldn't like that though, so he was going to have to tolerate this for now. He glanced at the others. He noted that Pikachu and Latios were looking really tired and Lacius was watching them intently. Misty was trying to get Totodile to use Hydro Pump, but the small blue Pokemon used Water Gun every time. Ash and Cyndaquil were still sprinting around. Every once in a while flames covered Cyndaquil as he tried to use Flame Wheel, but he still couldn't maintain the attack for long. And Bayleaf was just sunbathing. Her neck leaves glowed a few times, but it still didn't look like she was making much progress. He sighed. This was going to take a while. The rest of the day was rather uneventful. Nobody managed to pull off their new attacks, but some came close to learning them. Latios and Pikachu spent the entire night complaining about their sore wings and tail. They hoped that they learned their attacks quickly before their limbs fell off. As the days progressed, Ash's team gained more skill. Once all of Ash's Pokémon managed to learn and successfully use their moves, they proceeded to spar continually to gain a bit more battle experience. Especially Latios, as he was the one that needed to get more competitive faster. At least all that time carrying rocks made his endurance higher. Ash usually sparred against Brock and Misty or against his own Pokémon. And for some reason Pikachu enjoyed sparring with Latios, though Latios won most of the time. Latios also sparred once in a while and learned Dragon Breath too. Apparently Latios taught her that. Larvitar participated a few times, but he was still reluctant to be near too many people at once, and when that happened he would screech. Brock and Misty still couldn't get close to Larvitar without receiving an earful. Overall, the team was developing nicely, which was certainly a good thing as the tournament was drawing near. And Ash was sure that the Silver Conference was going to be far more difficult than the Indigo League. He was sure his Johto team was in good shape now. With this team along with the Kanto team and the soon-to-arrive Charizard and Squirtle, he would truly be ready for the Silver Conference. And whoever he fought would have a very difficult battle ahead. After 10 days of hard training, finally the big day had arrived. Today was the opening ceremony for the Silver Conference. Ash and his friends were walking to the Pokémon Center in the early morning. The opening ceremony was in about 1 hour. Nice Pokémon Center, Latios commented telepathically. She was as usual disguised as Bianca, though she was getting bored of using Bianca's look and was contemplating creating a new body for herself. Latios said that wasn't a bad idea. On the lower floor of the Pokémon Center was the administrative area for the Silver Conference. Behind a desk with a few assorted screens was a young lady with glasses and brown hair. Brock was just about to sprint over to her, but suddenly his entire body froze in place. He managed to barely look at Latios and saw that her pupils were slightly glowing. Misty noticed it and smiled. "Latios, I'll admit that you have style." She held her hand out and she and Latios high-fived. Latios smirked happily. Brock tried to whine his despair, but he couldn't even do that. Ash walked up to the lady behind the desk. "Hello, miss. I'd like to know the place and times for my preliminary matches," he said, looking excited. "Could you please hand me your Pokédex for a minute?" she asked. Ash nodded and handed her the Pokédex. She inserted it into a slot on her computer. Ash's picture and registration information appeared on the screen. "All right, Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, the preliminaries consist of 3 matches against randomly assorted trainers, all one-on-one. You can only advance to the second round if you win all 3 matches. If you lose one, you are out. The preliminaries are designed to reduce the number of participants from over 200 to just 48. The receptionist informed him in a bored tone of voice, probably because she had to. "Repeat this information over and over again to every trainer." She looked at the registry and read the times of Ash's battles. "The preliminary matches will be held during the next 3 days. All of your matches are today. The first of your battles will be at 4 o'clock on Field 6. The second at 5 o'clock on Field 1 and the last at 7 o'clock on Field 2. She then took out the Pokédex and handed it back to Ash. "Good luck," Ash nodded. "Thanks." Latios released Brock. He took a step away from her and knew that he couldn't get near a girl anytime soon. "Just don't lose any battles, Ash," Misty muttered. Ash fumed. "Why does everyone say I'll lose?" Ash demanded. "Maybe because it's obvious," a familiar voice spoke from behind Ash. The second Ash heard this voice, his blood boiled. He turned around and came face to face with his lifelong rival, Gary Oak. Gary chuckled. "Hello there, Ashy boy. Ready to lose?" he asked teasingly. Telepathic locker was projected in everyone's minds except Gary's. "Ashy boy?" Latios questioned before resuming laughing. Ash ignored her. "Nope," Ash answered confidently. "I'm sure you're going to get your ass kicked." "Says you," Gary muttered before turning around and walking towards the receptionist to also ask for his preliminary matches. Still as overconfident as ever, Pikachu muttered. "I'm so going to shove that huge ego of his down his throat," Ash snarled. "Who's that Ashy boy? A friend of yours?" Laisha's asked telepathically once she had finally stopped laughing. "That's Gary, my rival, and I forbid you to call me that," Ash answered. Laisha's giggled. Deciding that he didn't want to spend another second near Gary, Ash walked outside the Pokemon Center and resumed walking. He picked up and carried Larvitar in his arms, not wanting someone to accidentally walk too close and get screeched at. Laisha's was using her psychic powers to make Larvitar lighter so Ash could carry him comfortably. They started walking to the main stadium, where the opening ceremony would commence. "I'm so going to beat the crap out of him," Ash muttered. Larvitar looked up at him and wondered why Ash was so eager to fight that particular trainer. Brock laughed. "Make sure it's not the other way around." "Yeah, I'm so gonna devastate his team with Latios and Charizard," Ash said, trusting that his two greatest powerhouses could knock out Gary's team, or at least a good part of it. "Remember that those two can't do the entire job alone," Brock lectured Ash. "I know," Ash replied. After a few minutes of walking, Ash saw a familiar person. "Hey, Mr. Goodshow," Ash called, remembering him from the Indigo League. The small man turned to him, brushing his long white beard a little. Hello Ash. I knew it wouldn't be too long before I saw you." "Ready to compete?" Mr. Goodshow asked kindly. "Yeah, so where are you going?" Ash asked. Mr. Goodshow smiled. "I'm going to the opening ceremony to get everything ready. I had a little problem with a Sneasel messing with the torch to ignite the flame atop the stadium, but that problem's been taken care of." "All right," Ash said, remembering that lighting a torch was the main event of the Silver Conference opening ceremony. "What was the problem?" Misty asked curiously. "The Sneasel wouldn't let anyone near the torch, but it was caught by a trainer named Harrison," Mr. Goodshow summarized. "Now we can light the stadium's great flame with HOO's power." "HOO?" Ash asked. He remembered that in the Indigo League it was Moltres' flames that were used, not HOO's. "Yes, Ho-Oh is part of a very important legend here in Silver Town, so it's natural that its flames are used," Mr. Goodshow explained. "What's the legend?" Brock asked. Mr. Goodshow took a deep breath before beginning. "It is said that long ago there was a terrible war here. The war was so devastating that the entire landscape surrounding Silver was left as a barren wasteland. Ho-Oh descended from the heavens and with its mighty flames engulfed the area in a colossal fire. From the ashes of that fire, new life blossomed and turned this area into a beautiful forest. A single flame was left behind, and that flame was preserved in a shrine, the very same flame that will be used in the opening ceremony." Everyone muttered. All those events gave birth to the beautiful landscape Silver Town and the surrounding areas. "Are blessed with," Mr. Goodshow said, looking at the great mountain. After a few more minutes of walking, they arrived at the colossal stadium that made up Silver Town's center. On the upper level of the stadium was the massive torch that would soon be lit, signaling the start of the Silver Conference. Mr. Goodshow smiled fondly. "The pride of Silver Town, the great Silver Stadium. All qualified trainers have to be in the arena. All relatives I must ask to go to the seats, please," Mr. Goodshow informed them before entering a private door, probably leading to the main stage set in the arena for the opening events. The stadium looked majestic, since all the final arrangements had been made for the grand opening. The stadium was a vague oval shape. The top part was painted blue, with silver-colored ornaments. On the lower parts, several arches decorated the different entrances to the stadium. These were painted in a bright silver color. "Looks nice," Misty commented. "Well, Ash, we're going to the stands. You go on in." Ash nodded. "Thanks." "See ya, Ash," Misty and Brock said, walking to one of the access tunnels for the stadium stands. "I'll take Larvitar, Ash," Laisha's told him telepathically, extending her arms. Ash complied and handed him over. "Larvitar, be a good boy and please don't screech, okay?" Ash asked the little rock and ground type, gently scratching his head. Larvitar nodded. Laisha smiled and started walking after Brock and Misty. Ash grinned and rushed into the arena. Once inside, he was mesmerized by the stadium's interior. The stands were bursting with people. Thousands of people were seated in the numerous rows that filled the stands. The stadium's inside structure was also very nice. The support pillars were painted a bright silver color while the stands and doorways were blue, making a nice contrast. On the sides of the stadium, two different things caught Ash's attention. On one side of the stadium was a huge screen probably used during the matches. And directly opposing the screen on the other side was the Great Torch. A stairway led from the base of the battlefield to the very top of the pedestal the torch was on. At the very center of the arena was a stage with a microphone. Ash guessed it was for the opening speech. Numerous cameras and TV equipment were aligned along the stage. There were many news and TV programs transmitting the Silver Conference on worldwide television. In the stands, Lacius, Brock, and Misty had already seen him. Lacius and Larvitar were now both nervous wrecks. Neither of them was used to being near so much people, not even Lacius, but in her case it was more with strangers. Larvitar was resisting the urge to screech. He had told Ash he wouldn't screech and he was going to obey, but Ash owed him big time for this. Ash glanced at the arena and saw most of the trainers that were there. He was stunned by the sheer number of them. Most of them looked older than Ash, but then again Ash was just 11. Pikachu laughed at Ash's anxious look. "Don't worry, we're still going to beat the crap out of them." "Still, they all look tough compared to me," Ash said, a nervous tone in his voice. Pikachu laughed. "Yeah, but tell me, out of all these losers, how many of them can understand Pokemon speech and happen to have 2 legendary Pokemon on their team?" "Good point," Ash admitted. In that aspect, he was far above the others. A few minutes passed and more trainers kept pouring in. Ash also noted that the stadium was also almost filled up completely. The stands were literally bursting with people. Soon Mr. Goodshow appeared on the stage in the center of the arena. All the cameras turned to him. "Greetings, everyone. Today marks the day the annual Silver Conference will begin." Everyone cheered loudly. Once the noise had died down, Mr. Goodshow continued. "I hereby congratulate all the trainers that qualified and will participate in the Silver Conference. It has been a long road to gain the 8 badges needed to get this far, and it all ends here, with all of you fighting for the Silver Conference trophy." He frowned. "But the road is even harder now. There are more than 200 trainers here, but only one can emerge victorious. Who will that be?" he asked, waving his arms dramatically at the crowd of trainers. All the trainers had the same thought in their minds. "That's going to be me." "It's sad to say that after the next 3 days, only 48 out of you will continue," Mr. Goodshow continued, a sad edge in his voice. "But that makes it even more interesting. I wish you all very good luck and that you give us a Silver Conference to remember." Mr. Goodshow boomed. The entire stadium cheered loudly. An athlete entered the arena running with a small torch. The torch was lit by a bright and almost magical flame. The runner sprinted up the stairs that led to the torch high on the stadium walls, touching his own torch to it and causing it to ignite. The entire stadium was lit by a majestic flame rising several meters into the air. The crowd looked in awe at the inspiring fire. Mr. Goodshow smiled. He had always loved the opening ceremonies of any Pokemon League. "I declare the Silver Conference begun." Everyone cheered loudly again. Once the cheering had died down, Mr. Goodshow continued. "Now, the preliminaries will be held in the smaller fields surrounding this stadium. All spectators, please exit and watch any battle you choose to. All trainers that are battling today, please report to your designated fields." With that said, Mr. Goodshow walked off the stage. Soon everyone left the stadium and started heading to the battlefield surrounding Silver Stadium. Ash pondered what to do since none of his matches were until noon. Misty, Brock, and Lacius soon joined him. Larvitar fidgeted in Lacius' arms, so she smiled and handed him to Ash. "Hello again, Ashy boy," Gary said, walking up to Ash. "What do you want now?" Ash asked in irritation. "Just saying hello," Gary said offhandedly. "My first match is in a few minutes, then the other 2 are tomorrow, so I'm off." With that said, Gary walked to the fields. Ash sighed. "Let's go to the gift shops and look for souvenirs until my first match is up," Ash suggested. The others nodded and followed him. Brock's eyes sparkled at the anticipation of running into lots of pretty girls. He paused and glanced at Lacius, who was glancing at him from the corner of her eye. He groaned. Was she always watching him or something? "Yes," Jessie shouted as the cash kept coming in. They had decided to put James' bottle cap collection to good use, and they were selling them as souvenir painted badges. James wept. What did my little collection do to deserve this? At least he had managed to hide the more valuable ones before Jessie got this idea. So they were just selling the cheap and easy-to-get ones. Still, the experience was quite painful. Stop whining. Look at all the cash we're getting. Meowth beamed, counting the money. James sighed and resumed painting the bottle caps. Jessie smirked but soon paled. Just in front of her a familiar group passed by. It's the twerps, she hissed. At least their salesman costumes kept them from being recognized. James and Meowth peeked over. I'm too tired to bother them right now. Let's save all the cash and order a powerful mecha to hunt down that Pikachu, James suggested. Yeah, both Jessie and Meowth cheered. With a new resolve, they painted and worked even harder to get the money to buy something to capture Pikachu. Soon, Ash's group disappeared as they turned around the next corner.